Welcome to the Bread Circus. Our topic today is Attack of the Clones, or at least the early parts of the movie. We cannot fit anything more into this video. 12 hours are ready, with a million more well on the way. This is Reel 1. You'll have to swap to Reel 2 at the end. This movie is perhaps the most misunderstood. We have placed extra emphasis on following the narrative, exploring what the movie tells us and what can be inferred. If the novelization diverges, we'll compare both versions. As always, we shall bring in extra sources, mostly books released around the same time as the movie, some from before and others from years afterward. These will also help us with our technical analysis. As well as the narrative, we shall go down some rabbit holes. There are half a dozen droids to examine. We'll cover 3 airspeeders in detail. For the starships, we have another 3 of those. 3 weapons as well, depending how you count them, plus a lot of miscellaneous technical subjects. We visit 3 very different worlds in this section. And of course, we have countless characters and organizations. Many things from episode 2 might not seem to make sense. We'll identify which ones are just bad ideas. Some could be easily salvaged with a few minor changes. Others are a lot more reasonable than you might think. Lore from the expanded universe usually makes things better. In the cases where it doesn't, we'll examine why not. We hope this video brings you some new insight. Let's begin now. Where the previous movie had established the Old Republic, Episode 2 changes things. The setting had already been presented, so all we need is to learn some history. Like in Episode 5, events happened off-camera before the middle of the trilogy. The Rebellion moved their hidden base, and the Republic has moved on as well.
There is unrest in the Galactic Senate. Several thousand solar systems have declared their intentions to leave the Republic.
Previously, the dispute had been about the Outer Limb trade routes. Who should be responsible for securing them against pirates, the traders or the Republic? How much tax should be charged, given the amount of security being provided? 10 years later, this had escalated into a more general discontent. Thousands of star systems have lost faith in the Old Republic. Some of these systems will make up an entire sector, all in agreement. In these cases, there will be a senator who can argue on their behalf. Other times, a separatist world will have no voice in the Senate. Being part of a loyalist sector, their senator will fail to represent their position. All we really know at this point is the name of the separatist leader.
This separatist movement, under the leadership of the mysterious Count Dooku, has made it difficult for the limited number of Jedi Knights to maintain peace and order in the galaxy.
The text mentions a mysterious Count Dooku.
Bold, sturdy, fearless, and cruel.
We will go on to learn much more about him, but this is not the time for it. The role of the opening text is to set up the new characters and the scenario. This paragraph of the text says Dooku is making it hard for the Jedi to do their job. The Jedi Knights were guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic. With a growing splinter faction, the situation could easily turn into a war. Most of the time, Jedi diplomacy and intervention is enough to keep the galaxy stable. As the disagreement grows, it scales beyond the Jedi Order.
Senator Amidala, the former Queen of Naboo, is returning to the Galactic Senate to vote on the critical issue of creating an army of the Republic to assist the overwhelmed Jedi.
The next paragraph brings back a previously established character, Senator Amidala. In Episode 1, the story was centered on Naboo and its leaders. Episode 2 will turn out to be a galaxy-spanning story, with Naboo being a minor part. Padme is no longer the Queen. She has been given a new, more relevant position of authority. The Phantom Menace showed Palpatine ascend to being Supreme Chancellor. This leaves a job opening for the Senator of Naboo.
Congratulations on your election, Chancellor.
It's unlikely for Amidala to have become a senator as soon as the battle was over. There would have been a temporary replacement already in position, an aide of Palpatine for when he's busy wearing the spooky dark robes. Making Amidala the senator would be a logical choice. once she finished her term as the mighty monarch.
Well, look at my life now.
This was a surprising development, but it is entirely reasonable. What's more interesting is the act she's about to vote on, the idea of creating an army of the Republic, all caps, to help the Jedi.
I think you'll be needing this. Thank you, Cody.
In these opening text crawls, capitalization is used sparingly for emphasis. Episode 1 didn't use that technique even once. The original, Episode 4, uses it only once for the term Death Star. For Episodes 3 and 5, there are no words in all capitals. Episode 6 uses it once for Galactic Empire. That makes it exactly a 50-50 split. As for the army itself and the politics behind it, we'll go into that later. Unlike the Phantom Menace, this opening crawl gives a large-scale threat. Due to events that took place between the movies, the Jedi Order is under strain. In the last movie, both the Jedi and the Republic were considered all-powerful.
Have you ever encountered a Jedi Knight before, sir?
Well, no.
Tell them we wish to board at once.
Seal off the bridge.
At any time, either organization could wipe out any given threat. The only faction that could put up a fight would have been the Hutts. During Attack of the Clones, the Republic goes from corrupt to falling apart. The stakes are higher than the invasion of a single world. Until this point, nothing in the prequels would qualify as a war.
Hundreds of senators are now under the influence of a Sith Lord.
The Naboo incident had several skirmishes and only a single battle. Dooku's separatist movement is far more delicate and more dangerous. The first scene of the movie shows an approach to Coruscant. This gives us a much better look at the planet than we had in Episode 1. We had always seen abundant traffic around Coruscant, but it was mostly in the air. With the camera pulled back, one can only see a few bright spots moving against the background. There was more traffic visible with a close-up just before entering the atmosphere. While that is a lot of traffic, it's not an excessive amount. All we can see are ships of a fairly consistent size. In Episode 2, we start with a much closer view of the planet. I find this version far more appealing, especially because of the background ships. They fly in a more natural pattern, a variety of different directions, as if these ships are individuals, each one with its own flight plan. In the previous movie, the points of light in space all seemed to move together. That makes a certain amount of sense for objects in orbit, be they ships or stations. However, as traffic patterns, that seems tremendously unlikely. Speaking of space stations, they are conspicuously absent from Coruscant. In the movies at least, there is nothing of significance to be found in orbit. Logistically, this is quite absurd. For many purposes, being in the same star system as the galactic capital is good enough. This allows you to get a subspace connection to any person or database in real time.
Yes, Lord Vader. I've reached the main power generators. The shield will be down in moments. You may start your landing.
Transport ships would need to enter orbit to transfer passengers and cargo. However, most cases still don't require the ship to land on Coruscant. It would be more efficient to have a depot in orbit with its own fleet of ferry shuttles. Better still would be to use a space elevator to transfer freight to and from orbit.
You're riding aboard the Mark V Stellarator, the latest in space elevator design and technology.
This orbital infrastructure does exist in the expanded universe, to some degree. Many developed planets have space stations in orbit. There is always a certain value to this kind of facility, depending on the system. Any ship manufacturers will keep their shipyards in orbit. For a low-traffic world, there will be no system of freight depot and its cargo shuttles. Small transport vessels can simply fly down and land on the surface. Larger vessels cannot descend into the atmosphere, so they need manual unloading, either by docking with a station or transferring cargo directly to short-range craft. Coruscant will be very familiar with this, as the world imports vast quantities of food. To transport such tonnage, the freighters will vary in size up to truly gargantuan. These can have such titanic capacity and length, they make a Star Destroyer seem small.
It was like this big.
We also know from pre-prequel sources that Coruscant has many of what are called skyhooks. Technically, this term doesn't imply a tether running all the way to the ground. In Star Wars, though, this is the main term used for a space elevator. Skyhooks can be boarded by approaching from the surface and riding a turbolift up. At the top, there will be a moderately large enclosed space. Some will be sealed against entry from spacecraft, others covered in hangars and cargo bays. With the orbital traffic covered, it's time we had a look at the rest of this shot. As I noted in a video about a Disney movie, Episode 2 has the darkest opening shot of the entire saga. Not just in terms of tone, though arguably its early scenes hold that record as well. After the text crawl, we are brought to a planet at night and chrome ships above it. The mirrored surface of their hulls reflect empty space and city lights. This is not particularly meaningful. The relevant factor is beauty, not darkness. Coruscant at night is the most visually appealing form, instead of a grey city. The ships are attractive on their own, but even more so with the planet's reflection playing across the hull. This is all getting a bit floppy, so let's look back at what's depicted in the foreground.
A bit floppy. War amongst the stars. Circuses of bread. No, this isn't right.
There is a small fighter escort in formation with an unfamiliar Naboo ship of some kind. We can analyze this new ship in detail, but not just yet. For the moment, what's more interesting is what these ships are doing. They have presumably just arrived, dropping out of hyperspace above the planet. As they fly into the camera's field of view, each ship starts out level. Immediately, they begin to roll over, putting the planet beneath them. This initial angle had Coruscant at the top of the frame, an odd perspective. In its very first shot, Episode 2 has already shown us something fascinating. Having emerged into real space, these ships were not aligned with the local plane. Rolling the spaceships is as necessary as it is mundane. Star Wars generally doesn't show the process of rolling into alignment. Any space scene tends to show the ships all sharing the same axis for up and down. It makes sense for an allied fleet to be in formation, but everyone does this. If we look behind the scenes, this probably comes from two-dimensional thinking, treating spaceships like boats and aeroplanes, which prefer to stay level. In universe, it makes no sense for the Empire and the Rebellion to agree to align with a random direction. Therefore, we have to conclude they are both matching something objective. When close to a planet, it naturally provides the only true basis for up and down. Down means the center of the world. It's the direction you point your repulsor lifts. This is what we see in the first movie, the Blockade Runner and Star Destroyer above Tatooine. Their keels are facing down, toward the planet below, even though they won't be landing. Once you reach orbit and above, things change entirely. At this altitude, there are only a few reference points to use. A good option would be the axis of rotation, the poles of whichever world is nearby. Designate the South Pole as up and the North Pole as down, or vice versa. We see this when the Millennium Falcon blasts its way out of Mos Eisley. After leaving the atmosphere, Han has the ship with its edge facing Tatooine. This alignment doesn't make sense with reference to the planet's surface. We have no indication that Luke lives anywhere in the polar region, so they'd be off-screen. It's perfectly plausible that the Falcon is aligned with the poles. There are 2 Star Destroyers in pursuit, and they are level with the Falcon. We see both ships in the same shot, aligned with down facing the same way. If these destroyers were patrolling near the planet, they would naturally be aligned relative to it. The same goes for the wider star system. Once you leave the influence of a specific planet, your reference for horizontal changes. The obvious choice here is the ecliptic plane, where the planets orbit. This won't necessarily line up with the poles of any given planet, which is fine. Different planets in the system may have inclined orbits, so you might need to take an average. Otherwise, the oldest inhabited world would be the default choice of orbital plane. The other choice, going wider still, would be the galactic plane. Any ship in deep space will likely align to the horizon of the galaxy itself. It's also a respectable choice in any other scenario, within a system or in orbit.
Alignment confirmed.
This is why Star Wars ships always have a consistent up and down. They use common reference points, so they naturally end up facing the same way. Episode 2 is remarkable for showing us a transition between one reference plane and the next. This detail was completely unnecessary, but enhances the depth of the world. Another benefit is that it looks really cool. This shiny new Naboo vessel has no particular name. The cross-sections book calls it Naboo Cruiser. In the new Essential Guide, it is called the Royal Cruiser. Neither of these names is satisfactory. They aren't unique. Episode 1 features the Naboo Royal Starship. Newt Gunray once described that ship as a cruiser.
One Naboo cruiser got past the blockade.
We can't use Naboo, Royal, or Cruiser to distinguish the ships. Starship is also a generic term, it just means that they have hyperdrives. Regarding the Royal part, that seems inaccurate. As far as we know, this ship was designed for Senator Padme. She was granted permission to use the Royal chromium hull, but she's not royalty. Other terminology for this ship is similarly confusing. The cross-sections book calls it a custom-built diplomatic barge. This is by far the most distinctive name for the ship. Personally, I replaced diplomatic with a more precise term. My name for it is the Naboo Senatorial Barge. This uniquely identifies the ship, but it does have one issue.
You're braver than I thought.
I perceive barge to be an insult when applied to a ship. Barges are very useful cargo vessels, but they are limited. They have no keel, making them suited for rivers and canals. They may not even have an engine or sails. To get anywhere, a barge might be pushed using a pole. It could also be towed by a horse, walking along the side of the canal.
I have needs for you on the master's sail barge, and I think you'll fill in nicely.
None of these features sound anything like the Senatorial Barge. For a start, there is little to no cargo space on the Naboo ship. Where a barge isn't seaworthy, Padme's ship can cross the galaxy. A barge might have no propeller, but the Senator's ship has 4 sublight engines. Speaking of engines, it's time to look at the drive systems. The Senatorial Barge is always classified as J-type. We learnt in Episode 1 that this means twin radial sublight engines. Assuming this is part of a larger system, there must be other type letters. One set of them for conventional engines instead of radial. The other group would be for different numbers of radial engines. Now, the barge has 4 radial sublight engines. Unless J-type means something else, the barge should not have that letter. The Episode 2 cross-sections book doesn't feature a definition for J-type. I reckon it was just a missed detail, as the books have different authors. It was only given the label J-type
Hi there.
because Qui-Gon's dialogue used that as the class of Padme's ship.
I need parts for a J-type 327 Nubian.
Looking inside the barge's engines, we see some interesting details. Right at the front of each engine, there is a power generator. There are no visible fuel lines running to the generator. This is odd because we don't see any reactors elsewhere on the ship. That would mean the engines supply all the electricity to this barge. We do see fuel injectors near the front of the engines. Behind them is a magnetic turbine, which is to be expected. What's odd is that after the turbine, we have a reaction chamber. That doesn't sound right at all, not for an ion engine. At this point, we need to distinguish between fuel and propellant. Fuel goes to the reactor, generator, power converter, whatever component you have that turns fuel into energy. Given that these are ion engines, the propellant gets ionized. Then it passes through the magnetic turbine. Power is applied through the turbine to create high-velocity exhaust. All the elements are there, but there's no need for this reaction chamber. That's copied from a rocket engine, where it would be burning fuel. A reaction is not necessary with this kind of drive. Other than that, the barge engines are fine. If we go back to the cross-sections for Episode 1, we see a better version. This seems to be the origin of the magnetic turbine. The Radiant 7 has the front of the engine taken up by fuel systems. Power generators must be placed elsewhere in the ship because they aren't here. At the very front, fuel is atomized and then ignited. As it passes an ion generator ring, the fuel is ionized. Then it follows a space-filling curve, presumably to match the shape of the ship model. Finally, the ionized fuel hits the magnetic turbine. This happens right at the back, near the exhaust nozzle. Note that the magnetic turbine has very thick blades and narrow gaps between them. It's not clear if the turbine spins, or if it's purely a magnetic field. This type of magnetic turbine engine is a new design. Before the prequels, engines were a little different. The Imperial Star Destroyer has an enormous main reactor. Directly behind it, we have a label for Main Engine Turbine. The engines themselves aren't shown, but we can infer based on other ships. Our best examples are the Blockade Runner and Y-Wing. Each one has multiple turbines inside the engine. On the Y-Wing, there is a series of 3 turbine stages. They have few blades and very wide spacing between them. Unlike the magnetic turbine, these would definitely need to spin. The front of the engine has an ion fission reactor. Like the Naboo barge, these are the ship's main power source. As before, ionized fuel is injected into the engine. This time, the reactor spins the turbine shaft, which flings the exhaust backward. On the blockade runner, it gets slightly more complex. These don't have a reactor for each engine, there is a single main reactor. At the front of each engine, we see pre-cycle impellers. It's not clear what these are, perhaps related to ionization. Inside the engine itself, we see a series of 4 turbines. Each one has blades facing opposite the one from before, implying they spin the other way. Compared to the Y-wing, they have many blades with tight spacing. Engines on the Falcon are the odd ones out. They appear to have no turbine system whatsoever. Instead, we just see a wide manifold on the rear arc. The fuel seems to flow around a pair of small devices, perhaps electrodes. After that, it leaves out the back of the engine. This design doesn't use turbines because it functions like a conventional ion engine. On the Disney cross-sections, we can see a better angle of the drive quarter. These clearly show an electrified grid at the back of the engine nozzle. Earth ion drives use these to accelerate the exhaust plasma. The bottom line is that an ion engine propels charged particles out the back. It takes in electric power and fuel to create thrust. In the era of the original trilogy, that seemed to be using physical turbines, perhaps with electromagnetic assistance and chemical reactants. Prequel-era engines use a magnetic turbine, but are otherwise very similar. Fuel goes in the reactor, which transfers electricity to the engine. The electric systems ionize the propellant and power the turbines. Finally, the ions leave the exhaust nozzle as reaction mass. Naboo's new senatorial barge has some very specific changes. For a start, it has twice the amount of thrust that the Royal Starship had. This was achieved in the crudest way possible, by adding twice as many engines. They are a slightly different model, but seem to be largely the same type. Number 288 instead of 327 in the Nubian parts catalogue. What's surprising is that the Senate barge weighs less than the Royal Starship. That gives it a profoundly better thrust-to-weight ratio. To cover a weak point, its shields have also been upgraded. Wise, since the previous ship only survived thanks to R2. Of course, the major failing of the previous ship was its hyperdrive.
We'll need a new one. That'll complicate things.
The old T14 hyperdrive generator has been replaced with an S6 model, and another identical S6 hyperdrive on the far side of the hull. Where the previous one was rated 1.8, the new hyperdrive is class 0.7. She'll make 0.7 past light speed, even with one hyperdrive gone. That makes this barge extremely fast, in sublight and in hyperspace. For comparison, that means Slave 1 could not catch up with it. The senatorial barge is an extremely well put together little ship. Instead of being in the floor, the dual hyperdrives are in the sides of the hull. It would seem they slide through an oval window for inspection and repair. The senatorial barge has one more trick up its sleeve. When it arrives over Coruscant, it has a small fighter escort. At face value, this is fairly unremarkable. The most unusual detail is that there are 3 N1 starfighters. Odd numbers make sense if they're going to fly in a delta formation.
Stay in attack formation.
However, most Imperial squadrons have an even number of ships. Their standard squadron size is 12 starfighters. For example, an ISD carries 72 TIE fighters. The same goes for the Republic, whose carriers hold 192 fighters of a given type. 3 is not just an odd number because it isn't an even number. The Naboo barge supports an escort of up to 4 N1 fighters. Along each wing, there are sockets to dock a pair of N1 starfighters. No matter how you do it, 3 fighters do not fit neatly. There will always be 1 socket or starfighter left over. If 2 are docked, 1 will end up with a different charge level. It's just a very confusing choice of escort. A reasonable question to ask would be why there are N1 docking ports in the first place. The answer is that Naboo ships are very specialized. An N1 is perfect for its intended role at the cost of everything else. We aren't dealing with the versatile Z95 or Y-wing. Naboo has an airspeeder variant of the N1 for atmospheric use only. The N1 itself has nearly as short a leash. This ship is a short-range interceptor and patrol craft, partly ceremonial. There was never any intention of invading the wider galaxy.
I will not condone a course of action that will lead us to war.
Sacrifices were made, limiting the N1 to stay near Naboo. The result is a fast and agile interceptor with good fuel efficiency, decently armed with solid shielding and a hyperdrive. The Nubian Monarch C4 hyperdrive is Class 1, the military standard. Due to constraints on internal space, its range is limited to 1,000 light-years. Assuming the pilots want to get back home, their range is halved. Getting anywhere in the Naboo system is utterly trivial. Reaching a point within a few galactic sectors is also fine.
A fighter that size couldn't get this deep into space on its own.
He must have gotten lost, been part of a convoy or something.
This gives enough range to chase down any pirates to a nearby base. For any longer trips, Bravo Squadron has limited options. One answer would be to cross the galaxy in many small hops. If you're traveling 80,000 light-years, that means 100 stops. Planning the route will be highly complex and time-consuming. It requires good relations with every single star system along the way.
Go, I will. Good relations with the Wookiees I have.
Hours will be spent negotiating for landing permits. You need to bring credits in order to buy fuel and supplies at every stop. That's assuming they accept credits, of course.
Republic credits are no good out here. I need something more real.
The N1 is an awful vessel to use on a voyage across the galaxy.
You'd never make it. Thunderbird 4 is only a scout craft.
I tell you I can make it on my own.
Look, Gordon, your suggestion is not only dangerous, it's also highly impractical.
Some issues can be solved by adding support ships to the convoy. You have two main options here, the tanker or the aircraft carrier. Tankers are an easy solution, since that can be just a fuel freighter. All you need is enough storage capacity for the entire trip. The convoy can take a direct route, no longer needing to stop at a star system along the way. Deep space is perfectly adequate for in-flight refueling. Minutes after dropping out of hyperspace, the convoy can be on its way again. Since there are no detours to land on planets, it will take fewer jumps. The tanker solution does not completely free you from planets. It can only provide you with fuel, which is just one consumable. Starfighters need all manner of supplies to keep functioning. Most ships need fuel for the power generators, though the N1 may not. I have speculated that this ship runs on battery power. Either way, they still need reaction mass for the sublight engines. To keep the pilot alive, you need life support and sandwiches. Oxygen bottles and carbon dioxide scrubbers need to be topped up. It might do your pilot good to stretch his legs every once in a while. Solving these issues requires a different type of support vessel. We can call this type the aircraft carrier. This would require an enclosed hangar large enough to fit at least one fighter. Like with the tanker, you could build a carrier from an old freighter. This one would need substantial modification, a lot of new parts. You would essentially be building a new royal hangar aboard ship. It requires the same fuel capacity as a tanker, and more besides. This is guaranteed to be a large ship, even with berth space for a single fighter. Now, if Naboo wanted to get serious about the convoy, we can go bigger. What you need is a bulk cruiser to repurpose. Our best example here is the Flurry, as used by the Rebel Alliance. This started life as a 350-meter-long Solistan freighter. One source says 340 meters. That would make them 97% the length of a Karak-class cruiser. The Quasar-Fire class had a huge cargo bay, ideal for modification. To make room for a starfighter hangar, the cargo section was gutted. With the innards torn out, that left a huge empty space in front of the engines. Magnetic field projectors were used to close off the front, while letting ships through. The result is a capacity of about 50 starfighters. This allows you to transport them using the carrier's drive systems. As an aside, I regret to inform you, Disney found out about this ship. They seem to have completely misunderstood it, as expected. The Quasar-Fire class became the Quasar class, except when it didn't. Instead of the single hangar, it was given a row of 4 compartments. The bridge structure appears to be a completely different shape. Strangest of all, it seems to have completely switched sides. No longer a modified freighter, used by the Alliance for lack of better options. Disney's Quasar class is a standard part of the Imperial Navy. A surprise, to be sure, but most unwelcome. Back in the Star Wars universe, large freighters are expensive. Buying and reworking a quasar fire would cost as much as several N1s. You might be able to find a better candidate, but you'd want 2 carriers either way. On the other hand, we know Royal Naboo ships are expensive. You can buy a second-hand ship for the price of a T-14 hyperdrive. Certainly, an old freighter would be cheaper than a luxury Nubian parts kit. The cost to modify would be less than the development of a new Royal Starship. Adding a pair of carriers would be only a minor expense compared to the overall N1 program. Instead of a carrier, all we see is the senatorial barge. While I would have liked to see the convoy logistics, the barge is adequate. This ship served for at least 2 years, potentially up to 10. For an extremely minor additional cost, the barge became a substitute support ship. Wing sockets to dock the N1 Escort allows it to function as a tanker. Those sockets aren't just for refueling though. They allow the barge to transport the fighters without needing a hangar. Since that uses the barge hyperdrives, the speed is much higher. More importantly, the constant small jumps are eliminated. Padme's barge can travel 80,000 light-years in one go. With the help of the barge, there is potential to make the journey in an N1. It doesn't take long enough to need resupply along the way. The novelization implies Padme had traveled directly from Naboo. Still, there is room for a stop or two along the way. The Essential Atlas shows a route with several corners in it. It isn't clear if these are intersections where the ship drops out of hyperspace. Personally, I don't believe in turning corners in hyperspace. Following a curved hyperlane is plausible though. Either way, each corner in the route is a potential stop. Today, we have a sponsor of particular relevance. Our delightful audience has an eye for detail. They watch very brief videos about fictional logistics. We've been known to discuss history and manufacturing, the product ranges of various droid companies, how many people you can fit on a passenger ship. If anyone appreciates a good spreadsheet, he's probably watching the circus. That's why we're working with a company called Odoo. Coming up with a very brief description is not easy. The whole point is that Odoo does a great many things. Spreadsheets, yes, but also handling invoices, calendars, chat, and customer relations. If you know words like Gantt and Kanban, those are here too. Odoo has practically all the management software you might need. If you're running a business or similar project, at least one tool will be useful to you. That one application is free for life. Odoo is confident you'll find that first choice useful, and from there, you'll want to use the others. Let's take their website builder as a visual example. This allows you to quickly set up a stylish, modern website. You start by selecting its type, color scheme, and template. At this point, you have a functioning website.
Very impressive.
From there, it's time to add all the pages you need. The slowest part of the process might be writing your own text. Setting up each page uses a simple visual editor. Modular blocks can be added any way you like them. Each one comes with a properties panel to adjust it. There are also handles to drag and resize them. Websites created this way will automatically support phone layouts. You can set up your own colors or have it pick based on your logo. Custom fonts are also supported. Now you can use all the Aurebesh you like. Picking the website designer lets you use it free for a lifetime. It also comes with unlimited hosting and support. The free custom domain lasts for your first year. That's one application. Odoo currently offers 45. To access all the rest, they have a subscription. Odoo is a suite of open source software, if that piques your interest. The individual applications all seem perfectly solid, but the real advantage is how they're all interlinked. That website or chat system is connected to all the other apps. An all-in-one solution, but number one is free. Try Odoo today. Regarding its more official name, the term cruiser is debatable. This has been used since the original trilogy.
Accelerate to attack speed. Draw their fire away from the cruisers.
Copy, Gold Leader.
Our cruisers can't repel firepower of that magnitude.
In that context, a cruiser is the largest class of ship, anything above frigate. Yet we see a variety of ships that are called cruisers, despite being far too small. We have some options for how to explain that, such as characters using the wrong word. Perhaps a ship manufacturer mislabeled their product to sound bigger. Another option is that cruising is something ships do, so any ship could be a cruiser. It could be a difference between military and civilian classifications.
I've outrun Imperial starships. Not the local bulk cruisers, mind you. I'm talking about the big Corellian ships now.
What I intentionally left out of the last cruiser tangent is Anaxes. This attempts to improve ship classification in both galaxies. In the year 2012, the Essential Guide to Warfare was published. Despite the title not having new in it, this is the last of the New Essential Guide set. For the in-universe side, this was invented during the Clone Wars. The book attempts to leave the old Imperial ship class system in place. However, it rewrites history, so the Empire has suddenly always used Anaxes. The traditional ship classes we're familiar with become an Old Republic system, specifically the Ruusan Reformations class system. West End's classic version was based on crew size, not ship size. The Guide to Warfare makes no mention of this quirk, but doesn't contradict it. A starfighter has only 1 to 3 crewmen. You can tell this class because there isn't room to stand up with the canopy closed. Fast attack vessels are defined as having a crew of 4 to 20. Those are the small classes, below the threshold of capital ship. The smallest capital ship is the corvette, being at least 100 meters. Corvette crews range from 40 to 200. A frigate has a crew between 200 and 1,000 men. The largest ships of all are cruisers, with crews over 1,000. That was the standard Imperial classification. After 2012, that became the Ruusan system. This change is acceptable because it had always been implied. Everyone in the galaxy used the Imperial classes, but the origin was pre-Empire. The new replacement classes are also from the Republic, but more recently. To explain any inconsistencies, the books mention that people slip up. People like me will continue to use the old system instead of updating. Aliens and other cultures may use their own conventions, especially in the heat of battle, where one is likely to make mistakes. Now for the Anaxes War College classification system. It works strictly by length instead of crew size. A corvette is anything from 100 to 200 meters. Frigates range from 200 to 400. Cruiser, or light cruiser, is 400 to 600. So far, these are much the same as the traditional Ruusan classes. The upper limit of cruiser size is 600 meters, namely the Dreadnought. It was established to have been the largest ship of its time, before the Empire. With the prequel trilogy coming out, that was no longer true. The Anaxes system was intentionally designed to be future-proof. It kept on listing supercapital ship classes up to several kilometers. The next size bracket from an Anaxes cruiser is a heavy cruiser. These categories start to have a wider range as they get longer. Heavy cruisers range from 600 to 1,000 meters. Above 1 kilometer, a military ship automatically becomes a Star Destroyer. No longer is that a specific ship lineage and hull shape. The book acknowledges this as being controversial in-universe as well. It is described as advertising for Kuat, yet also being in common use. Under the Anaxes system, a Star Destroyer is between 1 and 2 kilometers long. Any warship from 2 to 5 kilometers long is a battle cruiser. The top end of the range is the designation of Dreadnought. Over 5 kilometers, any warship must be a Dreadnought. Note that this is Dreadnought with an O, not with an A. Dreadnought with an A is a heavy cruiser, except if you ask Anaxes. The Dreadnought Heavy Cruiser is neither a Dreadnought nor a heavy cruiser. Instead, the Dreadnought is classified as a light cruiser. Looking at Mon Calamari cruisers, we find a similar situation. Previously, these had been formally designated Star Cruisers. Anaxes insists that the MC-80 cruiser is now a type of Star Destroyer. An Old Republic cruiser, the Chuanthor, belonged to the Jedi. Because its length is 2 kilometers, the cruiser becomes a battle cruiser. Either that or a Star Destroyer. It's never been clear how to handle edge cases. Luckily, there is a feature that Anaxes carried over and codified. Under what we now call the Ruusan system, one can just get it wrong.
No, my father didn't fight in the wars. He was a navigator on a spice freighter.
Call a corvette a cruiser, or vice versa. Anaxes considers the classifications to be flexible. If you can think up a rationale, you can just move a ship to a different class. The Karak, for example, is a 360-meter light cruiser. That would be considered a frigate by the Anaxes War College. Since they are heavily armed, though, we can leave them as light cruisers. There is one other feature of the Anaxes system. It includes a simplified version that reduces the list to 3 classes. Corvettes become gunships, as do any irregular ships. That would include the Millennium Falcon and Naboo Royal Starship. Actual gunships are much smaller, more like 25 meters than 200. Theoretically, a large non-combat freighter could be called a gunship as well. The intention here must be to sweep all minor ships under the rug. Cruiser captains can largely disregard these so-called gunships. The shorthand system continues with a slightly less misleading group. Frigates and light cruisers become cruisers. In terms of relative threat, that makes sense. Frigates will still hurt. Well, except the Lancer frigate, but frigates are not toothless. Finally, the shorthand groups together all ships of heavy cruiser and larger. These are called battleships, not to be confused with battle cruisers. It seems clear this shorthand is just a layer of fuzz to excuse mistakes. Flexible categories, fallible characters, and now shorthand. All handy when someone who should know better uses the wrong word. Having rolled to face the right direction, the Naboo convoy glides down through the atmosphere. At these speeds, the N1 fighters will be entirely relying on their repulsor lifts. This is the normal scenario for any ship in Star Wars, with very few exceptions. The Naboo flying wing might generate a decent amount of lift, even when flying this slow. Each wingtip leaves a visible trail once deep into the atmosphere. That's an interaction with the airflow. It wouldn't happen below the stall speed. I don't believe the engines are running at full throttle, so this is well below maximum speed for the ship. The Naboo convoy makes its final approach in the daylight region of the planet. There is a dense layer of cloud, with a few of the tallest buildings extending up into clear skies. If we consult the reference material, it turns out that Coruscant has planned weather.
Right on the tick.
Too bad the post office isn't as efficient as the weather service.
Officially, all rain is supposed to take place overnight. The fact that we see clouds or fog implies that the time is early morning, just after sunrise. Later scenes will confirm this. Shortly after landing, we see broad daylight. This could be explained by taking a taxi to the far side of the planet, but I think not. As the ship comes into land, we see a familiar set of landing gear. The legs on this ship are much the same as on the Episode 1 Royal Starship. A different set of hatches, but the number and placement are the same. On the earlier ship, the two rear legs were placed near the sublight engines. This model will be much heavier, but the weight is distributed more evenly between landing legs. The N1 starfighters have a conspicuous lack of landing gear. There is a retractable ladder stored under the surface of the landing pad. There could easily have been a landing cradle for the N1, or it could extend its own legs. The cross-sections book established that landing gear does exist. Instead, the parked fighter is floating in midair, in much the same way an X-Wing doesn't. There is plenty of evidence of repulsor lift vehicles at rest. Luke's land speeder is a great example because it always stays in the air. There are no legs or wheels. It's expected to hover forever. Cloud City also has its repulsor lifts working around the clock. On the other hand, the Millennium Falcon and X-Wing rely on their landing gear. They both take off and land using repulsors, but they sit on landing legs in between. Attack of the Clones also shows us two chrome ships of different sizes, both with legs. The pattern generally seems to be that smaller machines can stay afloat, while larger ones need legs. There are so many exceptions, though, that we can tell nothing. The Naboo fighter pilots disembark, along with their astromech droids. They walk over to the Senator's ship, and one removes his helmet. This is a new design, upgraded from the ones used during the battle for Naboo.
Fighters, straight ahead.
Roger, Bravo leader. Roger, Bravo leader.
Most notably, it features a face mask and visor instead of aviator goggles. A silk scarf and set of goggles might be all Biggles needs to ride a motorbike. For a starfighter pilot, we would expect a little more, an oxygen mask at the very least. This new Naboo helmet has room for that, but it still isn't sealed. If I were a molecule of air, I might be able to sneak through that gap behind the jaw. The helmet will do no good if you lose pressure, but neither would the X-Wing helmet. One of these pilots is considerably shorter than the other. Perhaps this means the short one is a young boy of indeterminate species.
You believe it's this boy?
I don't presume to. But you do. Revealed your opinion is.
The man with the eye patch turns to the child and remarks on how safe they are. The moment he stops speaking,
there was no danger at all.
An explosion rocks the landing pad. It appears to originate at the top of the boarding ramp, on the starboard side. A second later, secondary explosions go off inside each of the engine clusters. The wings are shattered, falling onto the landing pad. A white fluid starts leaking from the hull, perhaps a hyperdrive coolant. This is something of a strange location for a bomb, at the top of the ramp. On one hand, it's relatively easy to access when the ramp is down. However, you can't just lob a grenade in there without the Naboo guards noticing. There are two varieties here, with familiar uniforms and weapons. Some carry the CR-2 blaster rifle, while others have the Security S5 heavy blaster pistol. Though there are people waiting on the landing pad, none seem suspicious. I don't believe this bomb was planted after landing, or in flight. That would imply it was an inside job, with someone on Naboo having the right credentials to access the ship. Another question is how and where you hide the bomb. If the bomb was there for the entire flight, it can't be out in the open. It would have to be hidden in some kind of cargo crate, perhaps in the senator's wardrobe. Certainly, it can't be in any container that might be needed during flight. The bomb would also need to get past the security screening on Naboo. That would mean the most likely culprit is someone working in security for the royal hangar. To organize such a thing, I would suspect Chancellor Palpatine. He is the only one likely to have enough contacts on Naboo to organize the assassination. Getting the bomb aboard isn't the only question. Suppose you had the ability to plant an explosive device on Amidala's ship.
You're sure the explosive device is secure aboard their ship?
Why wait until it lands to trigger the bomb? An explosion in space, or hyperspace, would be far more deadly than in the atmosphere. The fighter escort doesn't have airlocks or passenger seats. If the Senator's ship had a hull breach, there would be no chance to rescue survivors. Detonating it in deep space would have been the most effective use, if the bomb had been aboard. Looking at the cross-sections book, it mentions the assassination attempt. It admits that the natural assumption is a bomb stashed somewhere aboard ship. Unexpectedly, the book says this is not what happened. Instead, the bomb was hidden on the landing pad. Another detail is that it was remotely detonated instead of using a timed fuse. That means the person responsible was almost certainly within line of sight. Despite being on a levitating vehicle, there was evidently no damage to the landing pad itself. The explosion looks nothing like the spherical blast of a thermal detonator. This bomb must have been a shaped charge, blasting through the platform and the ship's hull. We know there is room underneath the surface for storing ladders and such. The two N1 fighter pilots run over to the burning wreckage. The short one removes his helmet, and we discover that wasn't a little boy at all. It turns out to have been an adult woman. She immediately runs to the motionless body of Senator Amidala. The dying woman is addressed as Corday, and she calls the pilot Senator.
I found you, Senator.
It would seem Padme Amidala has been up to her usual tricks again.
Who is it? I've sent Padme on an errand.
In Episode 1, the disguise was largely unnecessary, more useful for the plot than her safety. This time around, we have a demonstration that the situation is lethal. Padme being disguised as a fighter pilot has an interesting consequence. This means she must be trained to operate the N1, a relatively fast and powerful starfighter. In the Star Wars universe, not everyone is cut out to be a pilot. This was shown in the very first movie, with Luke being established to be a capable pilot.
But who's gonna fly it, kid? You?
You bet I could. I'm not such a bad pilot myself. I'm not going to sit here.
Han doesn't know this, so he dismisses the idea of Luke ever flying a ship. In that same movie, we have C-3PO driving a land speeder while Luke scans for R2. 3PO is not qualified to be a pilot, so repulsor craft must be far easier to drive. Or at least, he never used to be a pilot.
I think I'm beginning to get the hang of this flying business.
Episode 1 has no indication that Padme can even drive a land speeder, let alone pilot a military fighter. After seeing the Battle of Naboo, I suspect she asked Rick Ollier for flying lessons. Nothing implies she ever became a particularly good pilot. It takes a certain amount of talent as well as training and practice. Still, there is a minimum standard we can expect from her. Not crashing the N1 into a mountain or its hangar, that would be a good start.
She's going to crash!
Padme needs to be competent enough to pass for a member of Bravo Squadron, even in combat. She can't be obviously the weakest link in the formation. We could speculate she's treating it like an airspeeder, flying on repulsor lifts. That would be enough for the movie, combined with the established autopilot.
Look! There they are! That's where the autopilot's taking us!
The problem is that Naboo security would never allow her to fly a ship that she's unqualified for. The other fighter pilot is her chief of security, Captain Typho. According to the novelization, he is the nephew of Captain Panaka. This is quite dubious, since the two actors don't look anything alike. Perhaps to a journalist, who can only imagine two categories of people, they might look the same. The actor for Panaka comes from Ghana, and did an excellent job in a prominent role. Captain Typho's actor is from New Zealand, literally the opposite side of the world.
This is Mr. Harris. He's an atheist. Father Crisanti, a Roman Catholic. Ms. Nigel, a Maori.
His role is far more limited, with only a couple of minutes in the entire movie. This makes Typho a far less memorable character, through no fault of his own.
Senator Amidala, please.
Next, we have a real treat. Naboo has several blasters available to its security forces. In our Phantom Menace analysis, we examined 4 of them. The Security S5, CR2, ELG-3A, and Q2. We could consider that a complete list of Naboo small arms. There might be others on the planet, but those would have been personal items. After the Trade Federation left, we discover one new blaster model. Naturally, the S5 and CR2 are still being issued as standard. The new blaster seems to be an officer's pistol, not for the rank and file. This is the point where I would normally introduce the new design by name. Much as I would like to, that is not an option. The only name I have is Captain Typho's pistol. We have no manufacturer, no model number. Lacking this information, I did something unusual. I checked on the wiki to see what it could tell me about this blaster. The good news is that I don't disagree with a single thing the wiki says on this. That's because the wiki isn't aware of this blaster at all. The internet in general has little to say about it. Not even the forums can tell me what the prop is made from. On IMFDB, they notice you can divide the S5 into 2 different designs. Yet there is still no mention of Typho's pistol. This leaves me with nothing more than visual references, without any solid information, or any other kind. The only option available is to speculate wildly. I might have to give it a name, but we'll leave that for after we've gone over its features. Without a doubt, its most eye-catching component is the scope. This and the barrel are the only 2 parts in a shiny silver color. Our best prop photo claims the scope is hinged. Having the telescope offset to the side makes it look a bit familiar. Han's DL-44 has its scope offset too, because of the original design. The Mauser C96 has a fixed internal magazine. It can't have a scope on top because the pistol is top-loading. The scope body would get in the way of the stripper clip. That's why the scope mount is attached to the side. We could speculate something similar applies to Typho's pistol, that power cells and Tabana gas are loaded from the top. Or at least one of them is. The other might be in the grip. Blaster gas has 2 main solutions to replenish it. One option is to have a detachable gas canister you can swap out. A variation would be to include a small gas canister inside each power pack. Batteries always have to be replaced. They're the main limit on number of shots. The other option is a fixed internal gas bottle and a filling port. On Typho's pistol, I'd say the filling port could be at the bottom of the hand grip. Alternatively, perhaps the bit with the finger grooves is the battery. In that case, gas storage would be behind the barrel. At the end of the barrel, we see an angled, slotted muzzle device. I'm not sure what to make of this. It could be a flash hider or a compensator. I suspect the former, since there should be little to no recoil on the blaster. One of the few remaining features is a set of finger grooves on the grip. My understanding is that these go in and out of favor on Earth. Not detrimental, but also not a significant help. With that, we have examined every element the blaster pistol has to offer. Typho has a weapon that is, frankly, boring. It isn't a design from 1896 that seems strange to young eyes. It doesn't have extra gubbins all over the surface to make it look more complicated. This blaster looks practically identical to any number of modern pistols. As long as you say polymer instead of plastic, the material seems normal. What's surprising is that it lacks a moving slide, but that's all. Perhaps the grip being a bit too ergonomic for a magazine to fit in there. All of this sounds a little familiar to me, and it leads me to a name. What blaster looks a lot like an ordinary pistol of the time? The best example I can think of is Princess Leia's sporting blaster.
I love you.
This one is very clearly a mundane handgun with the barrel of a ray gun. The name of her blaster is the DDC Defender. Drerian Defense Conglomerate is the manufacturer. They aren't one of the largest companies, but they have a good reputation. DDC is associated with the Inner Rim and Expansion region. Naboo is in the Mid-Rim, so it would be appropriate to go next door. I declare that the Royal Security Forces adopted a new service pistol for its officers. This won't be a custom design for Naboo in particular, but they may have asked for the scope. I have decided its name is the DDC Commander. Compared to the Security S5 and the CR2, the DDC Commander is quite small. It fits in closer to the Handmaiden blasters than the standard issue ones. A DDC Commander has a bulkier frame and shorter barrel than the ELG-3A. This makes it a perfect service pistol for a high-ranking officer, like Captain Typho. As Chief of Security, he should rarely need to draw and use his pistol. Typho's DDC Commander will have a reliable stun setting. It isn't quite as powerful as a heavy blaster pistol. Capacity is only 70 shots per power pack. The gas chamber holds 350 shots worth of Tabana. I'll give it an ideal range of 40 meters, quite exceptional for what it is. Maximum range will only be 100 meters though. The DDC Commander is quite expensive, but I'm trying to balance it against the other options. More precise than a DL-44, if less powerful. On the other hand, it's generally inferior to the very bulky DH-17. The Commander needs to be an upgrade over the S5 for Typho to want one, but it can't be the bestest blaster in the galaxy.
Shut up and take my money!
Amidala's Chief of Security hurries her away from the landing pad. We in the audience see a classic screen wipe transition. This takes us to a Coruscant cityscape with clear skies instead of dense fog. The focus of the shot is a large dome, sticking out from the flat terrain around it. This is a fantastic bit of world building, I thought during my first watch. That dome structure was established in Episode 1 as being the Senate. At the time, it was a mushroom-shaped building, dome on a stalk.
Do not touch that mushroom, you'll die!
This shot from Episode 2 clearly shows a lack of stalk. Coruscant is made of buildings stacked on top of each other, going several kilometers deep. The only conclusion can be that the sprawl has overgrown the stalk. The Republic Senate is nearly buried in other buildings. As it turns out, that was not the case. Attack of the Clones will show the Senate building later on, stalk and all. The Senate has not been built over. This is something else. We wouldn't find out their relationship for certain until Episode 3. This one showed the mushroom in the background, looming over the low dome. This is clearly a support building for the Senate, holding extra officers and such like. It has a triple ring of landing pads around the outside, and an underground Corvette garage. In what must surely be the finest office in the building, we find Chancellor Palpatine. He is sitting with his back to a window, in a throne that looks awfully familiar.
Welcome, young Skywalker. I have been expecting you.
Anyone who has seen Episode 6 will recognize it as the same one from the second Death Star. In the background, we can see the same red royal guards from that throne room.
Guards, leave us. I'm looking forward to completing your training. In time, you will call me Master.
The future Emperor is in a meeting with half a dozen members of the Jedi Council. When the camera arrives, Palpatine mentions that he has been trying to delay a vote.
I don't know how much longer I can hold off the vote, my friends. More and more star systems are joining the Separatists.
At this point, the only vote we are aware of is about the creation of an army of the Republic. There is also the question of the Separatists, but it's not clear if voting is involved there. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine is about to make a huge mistake. He is trying to say that he will negotiate the Separatists to death.
I call it aggressive negotiations.
That there is no risk of the Republic fracturing into two or more pieces. What he actually says is that the Republic has stood for 1,000 years.
If they do break away,
I will not let this republic that has stood for 1,000 years be split in two.
This is a blunder so large that it required history to be rewritten. As the leader of the space government, he really ought to know how long its history is. As old Ben Kenobi explained, the Republic was around for 1,000 generations.
For over 1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice in the old Republic.
That means 25,000 years, not 1 millennium. In order to prevent Palpatine from being laughably wrong, the Ruusan Reformations were invented. This is the same event that rescued Ki-Adi-Mundi from a similar fate. He also mentioned 1,000 years, and it was just as risky when he did it.
Impossible. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium.
He said the Sith had been extinct for that long, so that's the last time Sith were active. That coincides with how long Palpatine claimed the Republic had endured. Clearly, this period involved the Republic having fallen, and the Sith moving openly. This is what Palpatine has suddenly always been referring to. The most recent incarnation of the Old Republic, restored after the Ruusan Reformations. This conversation continues by reiterating information from the opening text.
You must realize there aren't enough Jedi to protect the Republic.
Mace Windu tells us that the Jedi have a limited ability to defend the Republic.
We're keepers of the peace, not soldiers.
The Separatist movement could create a hostile nation on the borders of Republic space. Jedi are absolutely the wrong tool to use for this situation. Palpatine asks Yoda to serve as Oracle, or at least a magic 8-ball.
Master Yoda, do you think it will really come to war?
Yoda is now a CGI alien, instead of the Muppet he had been in every previous movie.
Hard to see the dark side is.
I have always felt the puppet looked better, but this version is adequate.
Revealed your opinion is.
As a prophet, Yoda is quite useless.
Impossible to see. The future is.
The dark side has obscured his vision.
The dark side clouds everything.
He is sitting meters away from the most powerful Darksider in the galaxy and senses nothing. At least, nothing more than the same darkness he feels everywhere else.
Even Yoda cannot see that fate.
I'm starting to think this guy is a fraud.
Fine, or I will help you not.
Episode 2 is a critical point in the history of the galaxy. The future is always in motion, but right now it's running wild. Over the next few years, the galaxy will be completely reshaped, and it all starts here. Even without the dark side, I am sure the Jedi would have trouble making predictions right now.
Will they die?
Difficult to see. Always in motion is the future.
Yoda's shortcomings are interrupted. Palpatine gets a holocall from his Rodian secretary. He speaks in Huttese, which Palpatine understands without any issue.
Send them in.
The Jedi will know that language as well, especially Yoda. The hologram is not set up for privacy, which the Rodian must be aware of. In this case, all he says is that the Loyalist Committee has arrived. Loyalist is a pro-Republic position, contrasted with Separatist. A fairly large group walks into the office, outnumbering the Jedi Council. Senator Amidala is in the lead, and Yoda greets her warmly.
Senator Amidala, seeing you alive brings warm feelings to my heart.
The Jedi have already heard about the bombing incident, no more than a few hours ago. Mace Windu has some information, blaming spice miners from the Naboo system.
Our intelligence points to disgruntled spice miners on the moons of Naboo.
I don't know if he believes this flimsy explanation himself. The novelization shows a spice miner protest on Naboo, but doesn't support Windu. Senator Amidala is having none of this, and immediately blames Count Dooku.
I think the Count Dooku is behind it.
As the opposite side of the separatist-loyalist dichotomy, he is a suspect.
This had nothing to do with me, I assure you.
The Jedi dismiss this idea out of hand, on the grounds that Dooku is an ex-Jedi. A rather foolish position to take, given what we know about Jedi history.
He is a political idealist, not a murderer.
Ki-Adi-Mundi has perhaps the silliest response of all. He is a political idealist, and they never do anything wrong. The only way this could have been worse would be to call Dooku an activist. Mace Windu explains, condescendingly, that Count Dooku used to be a Jedi Knight.
You know, milady, Count Dooku was once a Jedi. He couldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his character.
Despite having left the Order, Windu assumes that Dooku still follows the Jedi way. These incompetents are meant to be the greatest minds the Jedi have. They were unhelpful in Episode 1, but now they're actively getting in the way. At the very least, Yoda admits the assassination threat is real. Palpatine slyly interjects, proposing that the Jedi protect Amidala.
May I suggest the senator be placed under the protection of your graces?
This is likely to be part of his plan. He delayed the Jedi meeting until Amidala arrived. This allowed him to arrange a Jedi bodyguard without going through official channels. Bail Organa steps forward, challenging Palpatine's suggestion.
You really think that's a wise decision under these stressful times?
His reasoning seems to be that the Jedi are too busy to babysit Padme. All he says in the movie is stressful times, but the novelization includes limited resources. Amidala also objects to getting bodyguards, but for different reasons.
Chancellor, if I may comment, I do not believe
The situation is that serious.
She starts to say the situation is not that serious, before Palpatine interrupts her. He has clearly heard this speech before.
No, but I do, Senator.
Palpatine will not take no for an answer. This is clearly important to him. He concedes that trying to keep Amidala alive might be disruptive for her.
You Jedi are far too reckless. The Queen is not.
The Queen trusts my judgment, young handmaiden.
The Chancellor continues to manipulate the situation, coming up with a new idea. How about Master Kenobi? Certainly, this isn't something he's been planning for months.
An old friend, like Master Kenobi.
When he proposes this idea, Mace Windu confirms that Obi-Wan will be available.
That's possible. He's just returned from a border dispute on Ancion.
How convenient it is for the timing to work out like this. Kenobi finished his mission recently, but hasn't been assigned a new one yet. Just a happy little accident, I'm sure.
Everything that has transpired has done so according to my design.
There's no way Palpatine, master of puppets and pulling of strings, could influence it. There is a limit to how long Palpatine can delay the vote, after all. He can't help it if that coincides with an assassination attempt.
Please, Your Majesty, stay here where it's safe.
Besides, this bodyguard duty will surely be uneventful. With that, the future Emperor has accomplished his true goal.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
Now all that remains is the pretext, the official meetings on his calendar. The Jedi Council starts to leave, and the Loyalist Committee shuffles in. As the groups pass each other, Windu confirms that Obi-Wan will get involved.
I will have Obi-Wan report to you immediately, my lady.
Of course, his Padawan learner will need to be present as well. It's a good thing the two Jedi are both familiar with Padme Amidala. After meeting with the Chancellor, everyone goes their separate ways. The Jedi will return to their temple, their wizard's tower. Politicians dwell in their own kind of tower. Senator Amidala's tower is a rather elaborate building with an unusual shape. It reminds me of the Chrysler Building, with its curves at the top. This is not one we're familiar with from The Phantom Menace. The air taxi took the party to a cluster of 4 buildings with bridges between. Senator Palpatine seemed to live in a flat-topped rectangular block of flats. It doesn't appear to be a very posh place, implying Naboo is unimportant. There is another building shown in Episode 1, with a significant amount of focus placed on it. We have no indication that Palpatine lives here, like we did with the air taxi. It seems likely this building is what can be seen if you look out Palpatine's window. The camera is looking up at this structure, a far more appealing design than Palpatine's home. By the next movie, the Naboo senator has moved up in the world. Quite literally, Amidala resides at the very top of her building. There are parts that stick up a good 30 meters higher, but I suspect those are not for housing. At the very least, Padme's apartment gives the most prestige. We are now introduced to our heroes, the 2 most important Jedi in history.
You seem a little on edge.
They are riding a transparent lift on the outside of the building, always a neat feature. It's likely this is a luxury lift, restricted to the senatorial level. There will be other lifts on the inside for the normal residents and for large crates.
Want to buy some death sticks?
When the camera cuts to a view from inside the lift, it becomes obvious that the sun is low in the sky. Later clues will confirm this is sunset, not sunrise. From the Naboo convoy landing, most of a day has passed. Kenobi gets his new assignment around noon, then arrives in the evening. Our Jedi heroes have changed since the last time we saw them.
Meet Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Hi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi is now a Jedi Master, instead of a just promoted apprentice. I don't tend to talk about the actors, but it's worth making an exception here.
Hello there to me.
Ewan McGregor made a fine apprentice, and only got better for this movie.
What does that mean?
Attack of the Clones has easily my second favorite incarnation of Obi-Wan.
And this is Master Jedi
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
You can't surpass the Alec Guinness original.
Lightsaber.
But Ewan here comes very close.
We must be cautious.
That's why I'm here.
Little Annie has also changed, with his actor swapped out entirely. Personally, I've never liked the Hayden Christensen version of Anakin.
I understand.
That isn't to say there's anything wrong with the actor or his performance. Quite the opposite.
He doesn't understand. It's not fair.
Moody teenage Anakin is exactly the way we'd expect him to be.
But I am grown up.
I'm just not as fond of that as I was of the wee lad.
Qui-Gon, sir, I don't want to be a problem.
One last thing, before we move on by a few seconds.
Really looks beautiful.
There's my school, Grandpa.
If you were the sort of person to read far too much into the visuals, there's something here. The golden light of the evening sun is reflected off the cityscape behind the Jedi. For those who are so inclined, you could interpret this as a halo. To take it even further, the brightest spot is behind Obi-Wan, while Anakin's side is darker. We are certainly getting a little shaky, a bit floppy even, but it isn't baseless. In Episode 1, Palpatine's room has a ring mounted on the back of his couch. It serves no practical purpose, but it does line up with Padme's head. This is no accident, so you have a reason to hallucinate halos elsewhere.
Are you an angel? What?
Anakin Skywalker is nervously adjusting his robes. This is an echo of Obi-Wan's apprenticeship, when his master called him anxious.
Don't center on your anxieties, Obi-Wan. Keep your concentration here and now where it belongs.
In that case, young Kenobi was trying to sense the future using his Jedi powers. This isn't quite the case for Skywalker. He just anticipates the future. Obi-Wan describes the lad as on edge and tense.
You seem a little on edge. I haven't felt you this tense since we fell into that nest of Gundarks.
We then find a reference to a shared history, a mission these two were on some time ago. The Master casually mentions falling into a nest of Gundarks. This is the sort of situation one would prefer to avoid. A Gundark is something like a gorilla, except stronger, more violent, and less intelligent. As it happens, we were already aware of their nesting habits before Episode 2 was released. How the characters respond here helps to tell us about them as people. The apprentice is quick to emphasize that it was Kenobi who fell into the nest.
You fell into that nightmare, Master, and I rescued you, remember?
Anakin is keen to talk about his abilities, that his master was the one to slip. In fact, it was Annie who saved both of them.
It wasn't my fault, mostly.
The situation was shown in the Jedi Quest series, where explosives knocked Obi-Wan into a crater. Gundarks had been nesting around the edges, and Anakin had to jump in to help. Not all of those Gundarks survived the encounter. We should also mention that Skywalker was dealing with a handicap. That morning, Anakin had used the shampoo with the POW tranquilizers in it. Obi-Wan doesn't respond to this by arguing or trying to make himself look better. He starts laughing with what appears to be a genuine chuckle at the memory. Anakin joins in after a moment, showing the bond these two have established. Master Kenobi continues trying to get Skywalker to calm down.
You're sweating. Relax. Take a deep breath.
The lad seems to be in full combat alert mode for the easiest assignment he's had in years. At this point, Anakin gives us one of the most important lines of the entire movie.
I haven't seen her in 10 years, Master.
If he hasn't seen Padme in 10 years, then we know how long he's been training. That makes this the year 22 BBY and tells us a variety of other things. Anakin has gone from 9 to 19 years old. Queen Amidala was 14, and Senator Amidala is 24 years old. Assuming Kenobi had been in his early 20s before, he is now in his early 30s. At the top of the list, we find the greatest threat to the galaxy, Jar Jar Binks, representative of Naboo. We never saw him get off the ship, so he must have already been on Coruscant. Jar Jar had already appeared as part of the Loyalist Committee, in the background. Now he has a prominent role, with dialogue and everything.
Misa propose. I expect.
It seems Mr. Binks has done well for himself over this past decade. He is now a serious character, with no trace of his clumsy origins. Jar Jar now has elaborate robes, with a curtain of beads over his shoulders. Around his neck is, apparently, a sacred Gungan amulet of trust. This likely represents his authority to speak on behalf of the Gungan people. He strides over to the lift doors, beads clacking as he walks. The doors slide open to reveal two Jedi, one quite familiar. Jar Jar had been in the room when Kenobi was assigned to bodyguard duty. He will certainly have been expecting this visit. Binks greets Obi with far more enthusiasm than you may expect. They didn't really get on well last time they met.
What's this?
A local.
Any help here with the hat?
Master, we're short on time.
Why do I sense we've picked up another pathetic life form?
It seems unlikely they kept in contact by sending letters to each other. Jar Jar must be remembering the pair of Jedi, including Qui-Gon. He barely ever interacted with Kenobi. After shaking Obi-Wan by the hand, Binks leads the pair into the main room. My Gunganese is a bit rusty, but I believe this visitor announcement is an informal one.
These Apollo's here. Looky, Senator.
Senator Padme and Captain Typho turn around, smiling when they see the Jedi. The Handmaiden has no reaction whatsoever. Understandable, since this is Dorme, not one of the original set. She will have no memory of Obi-Wan from the Naboo incident. The Jedi Knight greets Padme with a deep bow and a handshake. After they exchange pleasantries, the senator notices the apprentice.
Annie? My goodness, you've grown.
She comments that Anakin has grown, which is certainly true. He looks like a different person entirely.
I'm a person and my name is Anakin.
Anakin replies, "Thanks, you too," and immediately regrets it.
So have you grown more beautiful, I mean.
He tries to save face with, "You're not very ugly for a senator."
Well, for a senator, I mean.
This is not the most suave choice, but Annie wasn't trained for this. Everyone else awkwardly looks away, trying to hide their smiles. Amidala has had diplomatic training, so she knows just what to do. She tactfully replies,
Annie'll always be that little boy I knew on Tatooine.
"When I look at you, I still just see a slave child." With the uncomfortable moment averted, it's time to get down to business. Obi-Wan opens the bidding by claiming nobody will notice the two Jedi.
Our presence here will be invisible, milady, I can assure you.
Captain Typho takes this chance to become a named character, introducing himself.
I'm Captain Typho of Her Majesty's Security Service.
We could have inferred that he was the head of security by his uniform. Typho goes on to mention the new Queen of Naboo, named Jamila.
Queen Jamila has been informed of your assignment.
Uncle Panaka is still guarding the Queen, while Typho looks after Padme. This job is tougher than he may have expected, and not just because of the enemy. Amidala seems to take every opportunity to sabotage her own safety. Even now, she insists that she doesn't need any extra protection.
The situation is more dangerous than the senator will admit.
I don't need more security, I need answers.
Padme is curious about who might be behind the attempted assassination. It would seem she'd rather die knowing that answer than live without learning it.
I want to know who's trying to kill me.
Even if the senator doesn't want more security, her deceased decoy might disagree. Obi-Wan doesn't really care what Amidala does and doesn't want. Politely but firmly, the Jedi Knight explains the position.
We're here to protect you, Senator, not to start an investigation.
We are here for security, not stalking. If she wants a detective, she'll need to hire one. This is standard Jedi procedure. It doesn't matter what their ward would like them to do.
We have no army, and I can only protect you. I can't fight a war for you.
The moment Kenobi finishes speaking, rebellious teenage Annie contradicts him.
We will find out who's trying to kill you, Padme. I promise you.
I promise, we'll do what my master just said we wouldn't. This is not the interaction between master and apprentice we're used to seeing. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan had their disagreements, but it wasn't like this.
It's not disrespect, Master, it's the truth.
From your point of view,
Kenobi argues with his master about internal Jedi matters, usually in private.
The Council will decide Anakin's future. That should be enough for you. Now get on board.
Their disagreements are minor, easily resolved, and handled tactfully.
I'm sorry for my behavior, Master.
You've been a good apprentice, Obi-Wan, and you're a much wiser man than I am.
Anakin does not merely have a different opinion on what should be done. He has started making promises to their client, just to impress her. Obi-Wan's response is harsh but fair. He counters the statement and highlights why it should not have been made.
We will not exceed our mandate, my young Padawan learner.
He emphasizes Annie's youth,
A young
subordinate rank,
Padawan
and lack of training.
learner.
If this had been a minor one-off infraction, that would have been a bit much. It would look better to issue a reprimand in private.
I meant it in the interest of protecting her, Master, of course.
Anakin tries to downplay it, talking about how he wants to protect his angel. At face value, this seems like an acceptable response. The apprentice doesn't admit he was out of line or apologize, but that could be okay. What we do not, and could not have known, is that Anakin does this a lot.
He's overly critical. He never listens. He doesn't understand.
It isn't just a matter of misbehaving, because he hasn't seen his future wife for a decade. Obi-Wan rejects this with, "Not going through this again, Anakin."
We will not go through this exercise again, Anakin.
He's seen this reaction before and cannot let it slide. Kenobi set a clear stance for how this job should play out. Young Skywalker had deliberately ignored his lead. Still, at least the situation is resolved now. It was getting a bit embarrassing, doing this in front of Padme and Jar Jar. The Jedi says to his Padawan, "You will follow my lead."
And you will pay attention to my lead.
The teenager immediately retorts with, "Why?"
Why?
And everyone looks at him in disbelief.
What?
Jar Jar gulps nervously, sensing that this will not end well. The Gungan has a finely tuned sense for avoiding conflict, and Annie is doing it wrong. This time, even the kid realizes that he can't get away with this level of disrespect. He tries to play it off as if he was saying something slightly less rude.
Why else do you think we were assigned to her if not to find the killer?
Why can't we investigate instead of why listen? Anakin explains that he is too important to be a mere bodyguard.
Protection is a job for local security, not Jedi.
Jedi should be chasing down baddies, not protecting people.
Help me! Please! Someone! Help me!
Powerful Jedi.
This exchange could have been avoided entirely, or ended much faster. Anakin has shamelessly prolonged it, making everyone else uncomfortable.
It's overkill, Master. Investigation is implied in our mandate.
Obi-Wan does not approve of loosely interpreting their orders. If you can infer that protect the senator means investigate and chase assassins, there is no limit. Any instructions can mean whatever you'd like them to mean. This is very convenient, but not very knightly. You can't have a mission to go wherever you want and do anything you feel like.
We will do exactly as the Council has instructed.
Kenobi proposes that instead, they could try sticking to their actual assignment. Young Skywalker has shown contempt for his mission and his master. He will receive training to correct this defect. This conversation has achieved little of value, but it has made the Jedi look bad. Captain Typho must have doubts by now, as will the Handmaiden and Senator. Obi-Wan is clearly not as good at training as Qui-Gon Jinn was.
I thought that I could instruct him just as well as
Master Qui-Gon.
I was wrong.
Alternatively, perhaps Obi-Wan is just a better student than Anakin. Most likely, a mixture of the two.
Perhaps with merely your presence, the mystery surrounding this threat will be revealed.
Padme suggests that perhaps having Jedi involved will unravel things. This has some basis in her past experience with Darth Maul.
And draw out the Queen's attacker.
Go with the Queen to Naboo and discover the identity of this dark warrior.
We'll have to wait and see how things turn out. For now, Amidala is going to bed.
Now if you'll excuse me, I will retire.
Despite his best efforts, Anakin wasn't invited. Captain Typho, glad that's over, walks off camera with Obi-Wan to discuss security.
I'll have an officer stationed on every floor and I'll be in the control center downstairs.
From this, we learn something a bit surprising. There will be a Naboo security officer stationed on every floor of the building. Given that they're in a Coruscant skyscraper, that could be quite a lot. Granted, this slender building probably isn't 5 kilometers tall. It doesn't extend all the way down to the surface. That could reduce the number of officers from thousands to dozens. An alternative would be to say that Typho is only talking about the top. Naboo has reserved the 20 or 30 floors at the tip of the building. Those will be filled with support staff, off-duty guards, handmaidens. Somewhere on the lower levels, there is a security station. Interesting that Typho says downstairs, even though we've only seen a lift. For an intruder to get in, they would need to enter from the lower levels. That, or breach through the exterior walls or windows. Either way, there should be a guard nearby. While the security chief takes up his post and Kenobi wanders, Annie stays to mope. Jar Jar is talking about how happy he is to see Anakin after all these years.
Mr. Bustin' with happiness seeing you again, Annie.
Young Skywalker doesn't even look in his direction until Padme has left the room. All he wants to talk about is how the senator isn't paying attention to him.
I've thought about her every day since we've parted, and she's forgotten me completely.
But I thought about her a lot, he says, to someone who never crossed his mind. Jar Jar is used to this treatment, so he takes it in stride. Having spent time around Padme, Mr. Binks has a baseline to read her moods.
She's happier than me seeing her in a long old time.
Though Anakin and I couldn't tell, apparently Amidala is delighted. Obi-Wan walks back to confirm this fact.
She was pleased to see us.
He also has advice to impart, though not because Anakin is misbehaving. This time, it's just a mistake in the way he had been thinking.
You're focusing on the negative, Anakin. Be mindful of your thoughts.
This is very much like one of Qui-Gon's lessons. Focus is a critical part of being a Jedi.
Don't center on your anxieties, Obi-Wan. Keep your concentration here and now where it belongs.
Maintaining your concentration is essential for most advanced techniques.
Always remember, your focus determines your reality.
Obi-Wan is absolutely right to give this bit of advice to his pupil. A shortcoming here could lead to failures later on. With this lesson delivered, it's time for the Jedi to explore. They have been tasked with securing an unfamiliar building, after all.
Why else do you think we were assigned to her if not to kill her?
The next thing we see is the passage of time during a wipe. Nothing happens until well after dark. We next see a set of Blade Runner ads, with an airspeeder parked underneath them. One armored figure climbs out and walks over to another, lurking in the shadows. Who knows what kind of skullduggery these two might get up to? They are going to explain themselves in a moment, but first, allow me to be distracted. Look at this shape, and this one over here. To a fan of Star Wars, those outlines are entirely unmistakable. That shape behind the helmet, like a miniature RPG-7. That nozzle on the backpack, just above waist height. They can belong to only one man. Boba Fett.
You may take Captain Solo to Jabba the Hutt after I have Skywalker.
The other figure, the one who isn't Boba Fett, is here to report back.
I hit the ship, but they used a decoy.
She takes credit for the attack on the Naboo ship, and knows she failed. This is Zam Wesell, a bounty hunter much like the ones we already know. The other figure seems to be running the operation.
We'll have to try something more subtle this time, Sam. My client is getting impatient.
He mentions that he has an impatient client, and sends Zam back out. That makes Zam a subcontractor, which seems a little strange. We'll cover the bounty contract itself later on. For now, there's one fascinating detail to focus on. This chap in Mandalorian armor has a distinct Maori accent.
Be careful, they're very poisonous. Sam, there can be no mistakes this time.
May the Force be with you, bro.
You boys here for the Northland Tally Fars, but I'm guessing actually seniors, eh? Aye, halftime entertainment.
That can't be Boba Fett. He doesn't have a Maori accent.
What if he doesn't survive? He's worth a lot to me. Put Captain Solo in the cargo hold.
Anyway, the mystery Mandalorian has a new tool to offer Zam.
Be careful, they're very poisonous.
A bottle of space centipedes, highly poisonous. He warns Zam that she will need to get it right.
Sam, there can be no mistakes this time.
Presumably, there is a time limit on the contract. Perhaps not a specific date. Rather, it would be before the vote.
I don't know how much longer I can hold off the vote, my friends.
These two make no mention of increased security around the senator. This implies they don't know the Jedi are involved. That or they don't care. No bounty hunter is that strong. Jedi are always a risk. Back in the senator's building, Obi-Wan returns to the top floor. He just got back from examining the security on the lower levels. Naboo security does seem to be effective. Nobody does get past them. That shaped charge on the landing platform was already there before they arrived. We discover that while Kenobi was away, Anakin and Padme had been talking. In this time, they have made plans and she has gone to sleep.
She covered the cameras. I don't think she liked me watching her.
Skywalker explains that she has covered up the cameras. This is another of those strange decisions, implying she doesn't want to live.
The box. You opened it. We came.
Apparently, she also programmed R2 to warn of intruders.
She programmed R2 to warn us if there is an intruder.
Programmed is a strong word. It implies some kind of technical operation, or at least a detailed plan. It makes more sense to say she asked R2 to warn the Jedi. The droid is smart enough to understand verbal instructions, and Padme isn't a programmer. There's no kind of novel feature, no new hardware or behavior.
What is she thinking?
Obi-Wan rightly considers this plan to be crazy and not very effective. There are more threats in the galaxy than just intruders. Why, I can think of a few ways to kill a senator.
What do we do? There must be something.
You said poisonous gas.
Fix that.
Can you unfix it?
There are many other ways to kill a senator.
Using poison gas is fairly easy to counter, but there's no indication Amidala is protected. It would depend on the ventilation and the kind of gas. That isn't the only option. We already know that you can build a small droid with repulsor lifts. What if you installed a blaster? That wouldn't count as an intruder in the room. You could also revisit the idea of explosives. They worked just fine on the decoy.
There are many other ways to kill a senator.
Throw me another charge.
We also want to catch this assassin, don't we?
A sufficiently powerful thermal detonator on the roof should do the trick. Another option would be a bit more excessive, but still possible. An assassin could ram the senator's bedroom with a spaceship. Then again, America in 2002 might not be ready for that.
Hey, what is this?
And then, the bad guys take a large passenger airspeeder and crash it into a skyscraper.
Don't do anything stupid.
At this point, Anakin reveals that Padme is intentionally putting herself in danger.
You're using her as bait. It was her idea. Don't worry, no harm will come to her.
This plan was meant to have an assassin-shaped hole in the net. Senator Amidala is the bait, and the two Jedi are the spring-loaded Durasteel jaws.
I sense a trap.
Next move?
Spring the trap.
And close shut the jaws of oblivion.
Obi-Wan Kenobi can fairly be described as cautious. He thinks this plan is far too dangerous. It might lead to catching the crook behind the bombing, but it might fail. Padme clearly considers the risk of waking up dead to be worth it. This scene is also a useful benchmark for measuring Jedi abilities. Properly trained Jedi from the Old Republic at that. At this point, two Jedi are standing within 20 meters of a woman's bedroom. One is Anakin, the most naturally gifted student in living memory.
I can sense everything going on in that room.
He believes he can sense everything happening in that room and would feel any danger. The other is Obi-Wan Kenobi, an experienced Jedi Knight, one of the best in the Order. He does not share Anakin's optimistic appraisal of the situation.
Obi-Wan is not as forgiving as I am.
Obi-Wan uses the term attuned, implying gradual refinement towards better sensitivity.
It's too risky. Besides, your senses aren't that attuned to my young apprentice.
This tells us that regardless of his potential, an inexperienced Jedi can't reliably sense things. Inexperienced, in this case, means having had a full decade of training. An apprenticeship in the Jedi Temple of the Old Republic. That's about the best-case scenario one could possibly get. The only anomaly being that Anakin had been older than usual, by Jedi standards of the time.
The boy will not pass the Council's tests, Master. He's too old.
Skywalker clearly has some skill at Force sense. It's a question of degree.
He can see things before they happen. That's why he appears to have such quick reflexes.
The lad questions if his master has that level of attunement.
Besides, your senses aren't that attuned to my young apprentice.
And yours are.
All we get in response is a single delightful word. Possibly. I see two main ways to classify this response. Either Obi-Wan is expressing humility or uncertainty. Yes, of course my senses are attuned, you nitwit, but that wouldn't be polite, so Kenobi goes for understatement instead. The alternative is similar. The Jedi Knight is still confident in his skills. As we've established, though, Obi-Wan is a cautious man.
Oh, wait, Luke! It's too dangerous!
He isn't so confident that he'd agree to gamble Padme's life on the question. With the security arrangements covered, it is time for them to be tested. We can see that Zam Wesell is standing in front of the same glowing billboards. As far as we can tell, only a few minutes have passed. She is holding out the centipede canister, inserting it into an unfamiliar droid. Looking into the cross-sections book for a moment, we find where this droid comes from. It wasn't rented from the local assassin droid company, or retrieved from a stash. Inside Zam's airspeeder, on the far side of the passenger seat, there is a small compartment. This droid is the personal property of Miss Wesell. It has a similar design to the Dark Eye probe droids from Episode 1. Subtle asymmetry, quite small and vaguely spherical. Clearly, it has some cargo capacity, and seems to have very little brain. It has already been provided with a destination and plan of attack. The moment the canister is loaded, the droid lazily floats into the sky. Without drawing attention, it will be quickly lost in the chaotic skies of Coruscant. Zam's droid is a unique design, never seen before or since. Nothing about the exterior looks particularly suspicious. There are no obvious clues as to its function. I've compared it to certain other floating droids. This general size and layout of droid is well established in Star Wars. Many examples are nefarious, but they don't need to be. That's just a bias because we're dealing with a Star War. Military and espionage are exactly what we'd expect to see. A civilian probably wouldn't look twice at Zam's droid. Perhaps the most benign example of a small floating droid would be the hovercam. These seem to first show up in Episode 1 in two different contexts. First, we see a small set of drones hovering above the pod racing grid. This network of camera droids is stationed around the entire track. These are what allow for the spectators to see anything beyond the finish line. We see Shmi holding a handheld display, trained on Anakin. The audience in general has a good distribution of screens. Not one per person, but a ratio like Shmi's party. The other camera drone is also from Phantom Menace. These are far more prominent, visible, and very audible. In the Senate, there are very few sounds, mostly voices. The two sound effects are both repulsor lift engines. One being the Senate pods whenever they accelerate. Hovercams are responsible for the warbling in the background.
The chair recognizes the senator from the sovereign system of Naboo.
These camera drones help create the official Senate transcripts. An important job, even if not a very exciting one. There must be hundreds of them in racks below, and dedicated technicians. This is the capital world of the Republic, after all. Various other droids follow the same basic layout. The one I'd call most similar in size and role is the Prowler 1000. These are the precursors to the Hoth Probot. All the parts are the same: repulsor lift, shell, brain, battery. Eyes of some kind are also useful, and maybe a blaster. Similar to the Prowler is another bot from the same company. The Arakid DZ-70 is a far better match for Zam's assassin drone. These are fugitive tracker droids, several times heavier than the others I've mentioned. What's interesting about the DZ-70 is that it has such varied tools. These include a vocabulator for issuing commands to organics, weapons of both the lethal and less lethal types. The one we want to focus on is the largest robot arm. This is capable of holding an adult human's weight. Repulsor lifts on a DZ-70 are also quite heavy-duty. This allows it to lift and transport bodies, dead or alive. Zam's droid has no such arm and is not built for such tasks. However, the repulsor lifts are similarly strong. At least for a time, Zam's droid can operate while carrying several times its own weight. This is clearly not the intended use, so that may not last. If Kenobi held on for several hours, something could malfunction. With that background in mind, let's get into details. The one thing that all sources agree on is the model number of Zam's droid. Its designation is ASN-121. Everything else is debatable and contradictory. The Wizards of the Coast RPG is not consistent. In 2004, it describes an Arakid ASN series courier droid. This is a good choice of manufacturer. It fits their pattern. Most of the small repulsor droids I've mentioned are from Arakid. Associated with the Empire, they had made peaceful droids in the past. A courier is a perfectly reasonable origin for such a droid. After all, we do see it carrying out a kind of delivery.
So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view.
The ASN series courier is a useful machine for transporting very small objects. That can include private messages instead of broadcasting them across the airwaves. This version is listed with a range of 1,000 kilometers. Not planet-wide, but good enough to go from Mos Espa to Mos Eisley. It has a signature Arakid feature, the high-spec repulsor lift engine. This propels it up to 30 kilometers per hour and with an unlimited flight ceiling. Not really, but a few hundred kilometers should be enough for anyone. The ASN series courier supports a wide range of modular components. You can add more sensors, and all manner of tools or weapons. With these, the courier can do a huge variety of tasks, badly. That includes assassination, because they're so unremarkable, ubiquitous and inconspicuous. That comes at a cost, though, 18,000 credits. In the year 2006, there was an RPG book set called Saga Edition. This didn't include stats for the courier droid and didn't mention Arakid Industries. Instead, it says ASN-121 Assassin Droid. In this book, the 121 Assassin was a government project, designed for assassinations and a bit of spying. The repulsor lifts are not mentioned anywhere in this description. However, this portrays the droid as being sapient. It specifically mentions installing a vocabulator so you can have a conversation. The book also talks about becoming an equal partner to its organic master. Like with R2-D2, they become wiser with age. All this for the low price of 5,730 credits. Without the courier droids as camouflage, the 121 stands out far more. That's why they were fitted with electronic SEP countermeasures. A human can see the ASN 121, but to a droid, it's someone else's problem. That's what the RPG books have to say on the matter. The name ASN 121 was featured in both the visual dictionary and cross-sections. Oddly, the cross-sections and RPGs both show the droid upside down. The long part of its bracket-shaped fins are supposed to be on top. It's very clearly visible in the movie, and this way gives more Jedi headroom. The new Essential Guide to Droids gets this one right. On the other hand, it adds yet another contradictory backstory. This time, the ASN 121 comes from the planet Melkai. Zam Wessel purchased a custom-built droid from the Melkite Poisoners. While I might not agree with all of it, I generally pick this answer. Like the Dark Eye probes, the ASN 121 was built from mundane parts. Not all of them, but the exterior must be nothing special. The repulsor lift drive is Military Plus, so perhaps from Arakid. Another potentially non-standard feature is a fusion generator. It isn't clear if they normally come this small, or if this is remarkable. Either way, this must give better range than a set of batteries. The NEG also describes stealth systems, passive ones instead of jamming beams. Like every other book, this mentions multiple attachments for the droid. It was always clear that the ASN 121 must be versatile. Nobody would build a droid just to transport a pair of centipedes. Perhaps the bit I like most is that the NEG doesn't imply sapience. The droid has good environmental awareness programming. It can't carry on a conversation or help plan an assassination. All it can do is carry out the simple objectives it was given. Reach its target stealthily, make a delivery, and watch. Regardless of the method, you want to make sure the target's life signs go out. This is generally a wise move, unless something strange happens. For example, some guard could attach a homing beacon to the ASN 121. One last variation comes from the novelization. That one tells us Wessel procured a probe droid. Nothing wrong with calling it a probe droid instead of courier. The surprising part is that it was for this exact job. According to this, Zam resents using a droid for the kill. Every other variation has it as part of her modus operandi. In the NEG, it says that she used the ASN 121 many times. After the chase, parts of the droid were salvaged. This included records of several assassinations. The Jedi have no idea there is an assassin droid on the way. Well, they expect some kind of attack, and very possibly a remote one.
I did feel something. I could almost see the remote.
Let's go.
What they don't know is when and where the danger will appear. All they can do is stay alert for any change in the room. Anakin is standing out on a balcony, looking into the endless city. The ambient noise out here will make it harder to hear anything happening in the bedroom. That's a fine trade-off to make, since he can hear and see what's going on outside.
This time, let go your conscious self. Your eyes can deceive you, don't trust them.
The sense they're relying on isn't hearing anyway.
You look tired.
Obi-Wan remarks that Anakin looks tired. We could say some of this is jet lag, which gets complicated in space. You can leave a planet from any time zone, and arrive at any time of day too.
Blast! This is why I hate flying!
Still, Jedi are used to that kind of travel.
I don't sleep well anymore. I don't know why I keep dreaming about her.
It's okay. I also dream about your mother.
Anakin admits that he hasn't been sleeping well, his rest disturbed by bad dreams. We don't realize it at the time, but these dreams will be his undoing. At this point, everyone seems to assume the dreams are normal, not prophetic.
Pregnancy? Pregnancy. After all, does the dream arrive, though what kind of?
Obi-Wan advises that eventually, he'll get over it. This is not some baseless claim, coming from a lack of experience. Even at Anakin's age, Kenobi had been through a bit of hardship. Despite being raised in the temple, Obi-Wan has left the Jedi Order twice. He has fought pirates, mad scientists, ex-Jedi, and a Sith Lord.
Out of my way, beast!
That's more than enough to cause some bad dreams. Anakin changes the subject, bringing up Padme again.
I'd much rather dream about Padme. Just being around her again is intoxicating.
He probably doesn't do that a lot, but she is right there in the other room. The two Jedi walk back inside, with the sloped door closing behind them.
Be mindful of your thoughts, Anakin. They betray you. You've made a commitment to the Jedi Order, a commitment not easily broken.
Obi-Wan urges caution once again, since this is a dangerous line of thought. Liking girls is the path to the dark side, as the Jedi proverb goes. It is very much against their religion, from a certain point of view.
A certain point of view?
Kenobi still has relevant experience here, having fancied a fellow Padawan. He and Siri Tachi both decided it was probably worth continuing their training. Besides, Obi-Wan doesn't approve of Anakin's taste in women. Having seen a few in his time, Obi-Wan declares that politicians are never to be trusted.
And don't forget, she's a politician and they're not to be trusted.
This is a dangerously insightful position to take. If it wasn't clear already, this confirms Based Kenobi as being the greatest Jedi of them all.
We need to bring back the guillotine, Annie. Blood alone moves the wheels of history.
Anakin immediately protests, saying that Padme isn't as evil as the others.
She's not like the others in the Senate, Master.
His master completely dismisses that distinction, and explains all politicians are corrupt.
It is my experience that senators focus only on pleasing those who fund their campaigns.
Senators accept bribes through funding their campaigns.
And there are no means scared of forgetting the niceties of democracy in order to get those funds.
Not another lecture.
They will do anything to get this filthy lucre. At least, this is the case in the present day. It is possible the Republic Senate was less corrupt in the past. While these two debate if there are any good politicians, a shadow plays across the wall. The assassin drone has arrived.
Chris Redfield. Jill Valentine. Assassin droid. Resident Evil.
It deploys a set of green beams from the tips of its bracket-shaped fins.
At least not on the economics or politics.
These focus on a single point, then open a rectangular aperture. In a moment, we will discover that this is not a hole in the window itself. This leaves two main options to explain it. The invisible outer layer could be a security tripwire or a deflector shield. Having a shield does make sense, given that there exist flying cars. Otherwise, a disgruntled spice miner could drive up and open fire through the bedroom window. Or worse still, the aforementioned ramming technique. We are given no specific clues, so I conclude that it was a barrier. The building, or at least this part, is surrounded by a protective shield. Zam's little droid is equipped with a field disruptor array. It effortlessly slices through the security screen, bypassing the alarm systems. The droid has a glass-cutting tool, apparently laser-based. I suspect this is an actual laser, instead of meaning blaster, as it usually does in Star Wars. Cutting a hole in the transparisteel window takes 1 second. The centipede canister is extended through the gap, pushing apart the Venetian blinds. I've been calling them centipedes, but they are actually called Kohuns. Their homeworld is apparently named Indomodo. At the end of the tail there is a stinger. How dangerous that is depends on who you ask. The novelization says that the mandibles are harmless, only the stinger has venom. The visual dictionary says the opposite. The stinger might hurt, but it's the bite that kills you. This is part of why I've been saying centipede so often, for an analogy. Earth centipedes don't have a tail stinger. Their venom is at the mouth end. Knowing this, you could infer that the alien ones are the same. The other option is to say there would be no reason to have a harmless tail stinger. Personally, I say the bite is the more dangerous end. Though this may seem like a less than ideal weapon, they are stealthy. Star Wars has always included sensors that detect life readings.
What's up?
Well, I finished my circle. I don't pick up any life readings.
There isn't enough life on this ice cube to fill a space cruiser.
Luke scans Hoth and Dagobah for life, with radically different results.
I'm not picking up any cities or technology. Massive life form readings, though. There's something alive down there.
In the very first movie, Imperial gunners are shooting down all manned escape pods. The dialogue clearly indicates some of the Tantive 4's crew already tried to eject.
There goes another one.
Hold your fire. There's no life forms. It must have short-circuited.
One is allowed to slip through because sensors indicated there were no life signs aboard. A Cohon is very small, so an intruder alarm would classify it as a false positive. Padme's bedroom also has a pair of emitters on the floor. These create a laser tripwire mesh, a decimeter above the carpet. Any human-sized intruder would interrupt one of these beams. You might think there's room to tiptoe through them, standing in the gaps. It's entirely within my abilities, for example. Given one open tile per meter, I could easily walk across the floor grid. If you look at the right frames, those beams fan out to cover nearly the whole surface. Not even Psy Snootles has narrow enough ankles to stand in those gaps. The Cohons, on the other hand, can easily drop through the net. As the centipedes slither toward the bed, Atu comes out of standby mode. His head had been facing towards the door and the bed. In a fascinating detail, Atu's hologram projector is active. This time, it isn't being used to display anything. It's just a torch. That seems very probable. However holograms work in Star Wars, they definitely use light. I would hazard a guess at multiple sub-emitters, setting up destructive interference. The hologram appears in the desired position because that's where the wavelengths line up. That would go some way to explaining the scan lines as well. If holograms work anything like this, you could just run the light source unmodulated. Suddenly, you have a very complicated and expensive torch.
Can you grab a torch, please?
You know what's really funny, though? The holotorch doesn't necessarily help Atu see anything.
Huh?
Instead of photoreceptors, the R-series uses radar eyes as standard. Assuming radar means RADAR, that would be a form of infravision. Visible light is in the terahertz and nanometer range, where radar is megahertz and meters. Maybe the radar eye picks up the visible spectrum as well. Perhaps the torch mode does include low-frequency parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. Either way, Atu detects nothing out of the ordinary. It would seem the Cohons were hiding from the torchlight. They slither back out onto the bed after Atu goes back into hibernation. Probably nothing to worry about. While the Cohons are slithering to their victim, the Jedi are distracted. From a certain point of view, they are debating politics. Anakin takes the nuanced and enlightened position for clever people. As a teenager, he has it all figured out and will explain everything to you.
You're generalizing. The Chancellor doesn't appear to be corrupt.
You are generalizing, he says, demolishing Obi-Wan's argument. Having listened to a few too many podcasts, he reflexively defends the politicians. Palpatine isn't overtly corrupt. You can't prove anything.
Palpatine is a politician.
Obi-Wan replies that he is a politician, as if that was condemnation enough. Which it is.
Which it is.
Which it is.
Kenobi will go on to explain that the Chancellor is extremely manipulative.
I have observed that he is very clever in following the passions and prejudices of the senators.
Able to read the motives of the senators and to exploit them. Anakin insists that not only is Palpatine not evil, he's actually good.
I think he's a good man.
If we didn't already know how the kid would turn out, this would be a warning sign. We can only hope he'll grow out of this willingness to defend Palpatine. Obi-Wan knows that no good can come from tolerating politicians.
Maybe we should all just try federal enslavement. We might actually really like it.
He makes an interesting point.
At this point, both Jedi start to detect something is wrong.
I think he's a good man. I sense it too.
The timing here is fascinating because it seems to give about 10 seconds of warning. In the Naboo saber duel, the range of foresight seemed to be a second or two. This time, they get far more notice. When the droid arrived at the window, the Jedi sensed nothing, dispensing centipedes into the room, and still nothing detected. This proves Obi-Wan was right to have been cautious.
I can sense everything going on in that room. Trust me.
It's too risky.
With their third eyes peeled, Padme was still only seconds from death. The Cohons were already on the bed, on Padme in fact. They can't bite through her blankets, so they crawled to her exposed face. Our two Jedi sprint into the bedroom, not certain what they'll find. In the novelization, Atu is shining a torch on the Cohons. Based on what we saw earlier, that alone may have been enough to save Padme's life. Either because of the creepy crawlies or the torchlight, Padme wakes up alone. The movie shows something different, with R2 booting as Anakin comes in. Skywalker has his saber ready and igniting, while Kenobi reaches for his own. Anakin swings his blade around in a circle several times. Down on his left side, up on his right, and across his face. The first loop seems entirely unnecessary. He jumps over the glass table at the foot of her bed. His second loop comes down just above Padmé's shoulder, slicing apart the bug on her body. No! The third time around, he hits the one beside her face. An interesting detail here is that the Cohuns go flying across the room. Unless we assume one of the Jedi used telekinesis, we learn something. Lightsaber blades can impart force to their targets. We've always known they act like rigid swords against other sabers.
Full of surprises.
However, the implication has been that a lightsaber cuts without resistance. That means there is no feedback and no force required to cut through. If these centipedes are knocked flying by the saber blade, that proves there is some resistance. Not a huge amount, but this is probably a good thing. It implies that, in principle, you can climb a wall or cliff by stabbing it with sabers. In fact, you could create a wall-climbing droid with saber-spoke wheels. Anyway, back to the bedroom. The movie shows Padmé waking up just as the threat has been neutralized. Obi-Wan is confident that the Senator is safe, for now. The novelization has him shout "droid" before jumping out the window. In the movie, he force jumps through the blinds and glass in silence. By the way, this does confirm that the window is only made of glass. Not transparent steel, not Duraplex, just ordinary glass. This would be a terrible move if you didn't already have shielding on the building. Being a cautious man, Obi-Wan carefully leaps headfirst through the window. He firmly grasps the assassin droid on each side of the chassis. Having experienced a sudden increase in weight, the droid drops about 10 meters before recovering. Its Jedi rider loses grip with his left hand for a moment. Back inside the building, his apprentice is just starting to leave the bedroom.
Stay here!
As he walks out the door, several Naboo personnel come rushing in. These include Captain Typho, handmaiden Dorme, and a couple of guards. Dorme was likely sleeping on the couch, and the guards may have been elsewhere on the floor. Captain Typho, on the other hand, was definitely downstairs.
I'll have an officer stationed on every floor and I'll be in the control center downstairs.
He will have detected enough to make him very suspicious. Perhaps not a fluctuation in the window shield or the activation of a lightsaber. He will surely have picked up on the laser tripwire going off and a window being destroyed. One benefit of Typho's arrival is that there ought to be a turbolift on the top floor. There had been one when Obi-Wan arrived, but that was minutes ago. Anakin has a plan and heads to a lower level to execute it. The novelization describes Anakin slicing open the lift doors instead of calling it. He then jumps into the empty lift shaft, only to discover it wasn't quite empty. Anakin lands on top, cuts a hatch open, and climbs inside. The passengers give him directions to the nearest docking bay. Trying to get there a little quicker, he mangles the lift brakes through the Force. In his excitement, he needs to be reminded how to operate a lift.
You do know how a button works.
The lift stops between two floors, forcing Annie to crawl through the gap. Meanwhile, Kenobi is in a precarious situation. According to the novelization, the assassin droid is electrified. Obi-Wan found a way to disable the defenses by yanking a wire out. Since that also cut power to the repulsor lifts, he was forced to reconnect it. Inside the Worlds also mentions the shock defenses. Another book says the Zap system was disabled to make it more stealthy. The movie only shows the droid swiping against the side of the building. It seems this was meant to be a defensive move, but I'm not certain. Does the ASN-121 have the intelligence or programming to do this? It seems like an unrealistic scenario to prepare for. Subroutine to dislodge an unwanted rider on your tiny repulsor droid. More likely, this is for anti-fauna usage. If attacked by a bird or a Mynock, scraping them off is a viable response. Anakin has finally achieved victory over the lift. He arrives at a landing pad and surveys his options. There are several airspeeders, including 2 yellow ones. The one in the far left parking space has extremely large engines. Or are those the cockpit and passenger seat? Skywalker is still scanning the garage until he reaches the ideal one. Once he spots it, he immediately lurches off to leap inside. Anakin didn't have a lot of choice. As far as we can see, this is the only open-topped speeder. Like a professional thief, he bypasses the alarm in seconds. Instead of trying to take out the radio, he decides to steal the entire flying car. This speeder has the Norwegian flag on it, so it's quite alright to steal.
Yo, fuck Norway!
In his attempt to catch up with the ASN 121, Anakin commits theft. According to Inside the Worlds, he gets away with it. The owner of this airspeeder has no legal recourse against the Jedi. Because it was returned at some point, the investigation is called off.
Jedi business, go back to your drinks.
It doesn't even sound like this is Jedi immunity, it's just how the law works. You got the car back, therefore it must never have been stolen in the first place. Never mind all the carbon scoring and damage from the car chase.
My precious spaceship, my lone source of joy in the cold December of my days.
An article on the HoloNet says the thief was caught on camera. No mention of Jedi robes, just a young human male stealing the vehicle. Authorities determined that the thief had been the son of a security guard in the building. The rightful owner, Simon Greyshade, is a senator in the same building. Greyshade is one of the oldest characters in the EU, apparently coming from ancient Marvel comics. He operated a casino space station with a droid known as Mastercom. The wheel was neutral, siding with neither Empire nor Alliance. Simon Greyshade is described as being neutral in the Clone Wars as well. His airspeeder is not a standard model. The designation is Naglach XJ6, but good luck buying one. As far as we can tell, it doesn't reuse any kind of standard chassis. Like the Naboo ships, it's a custom hull wrapped around the engines. Speaking of engines, these are by far the most prominent part. At the front, we see a pair of turbojet engines. Books are consistently inconsistent on this point. They are called turbofan almost as often as turbojet. No matter how much sense a turbofan would make, I don't see any bypass duct. Therefore, the engines must be turbojets. Their origin is apparently in a giant repulsor truck. I don't know what 7th stage bank courier means, but I do know colossal truck. To show just how big, each wing nacelle has a cluster of 50 engines. Even with only 2 wings, there could be a few hundred jets. The planet Argao must have an incredible tonnage of freight to haul. Within atmosphere too, not off-world. On a small personal vehicle like this, the jets are totally out of place. We do know a little about these engines. The specifications say they have a power of 30 megawatts. Believe it or not, this is a perfectly reasonable power rating for this size of jet engine. After quickly looking up the GE specifications, I found 2 equivalents. A single LM2500 outputs almost exactly 30,000 kilowatts. This one is based on the CF6 engine as seen on jumbo jets. Alternatively, you could have a pair of LM1600s. These are rated at roughly 15 megawatts each, matching the airspeeder. The LM1600 is based on an F404 from the FA-18. Also, I'm told by General Electric at least. I'm far from an expert on aviation, I'm just reading numbers from some PDFs. However, this doesn't line up with the other information. The XJ6 airspeeder weighs 1.6 tons. Now, the CF6 ranges from 4 to 5 tons. The F404 is much lighter, barely over 1 ton each. That makes the airspeeder considerably lighter than the closest jet engines. Remember, these are built for aeroplanes. They aren't heavy for no reason. If we could build the same machine at a fraction of the weight, we would. Other data are also suspicious: airspeed and acceleration. Even at that weight, 70 G seems like an awful lot. At the same time, 720 km per hour is not too impressive. This machine could be overtaken by a Spitfire or a jumbo jet. Because these are jet engines in Star Wars, there's something to look out for. If you've seen the Podracer analysis, you know where I'm going with this. 30 megawatts is not the power output of the jets, it's an input. The cross-sections show a bank of capacitors around the engines. There are multiple mentions of electromagnetic drivers which spin the compressor. At the rear section of the vehicle, there is a generator and fuel tanks. Because the fuel is labeled as deuterium, we can tell this is a fusion reactor. It powers the repulsor lifts, the jet engines, and the CD player. Another oddity in the engines, where does the exhaust go? These are mounted at the front, not in a wing or nacelle. It's kind of important for a jet engine to have an opening at the back. On the XJ6, we see a set of ducts going around the sides of the speeder. These constrict the airflow from about 70 centimeters to 4 centimeters. I don't think that works. I just don't believe it. The only way I can rationalize this is for these to be a minor part. All the rest of the airflow goes underneath, somewhere the cross-sections don't show. The text says the opposite, that the sides are primary and the ventral ducts are for cooling. Still, at the front of the ducts is a gas flow diverter tree. Tree implies more than one branch per engine. The long grills along the bottom may even be the primary exhaust. That shouldn't be necessary, since it has repulsor lifts to keep it aloft. Vertical takeoff nozzles from a Harrier aren't required. Looking at where the exhaust actually goes, we find some contradictions. The cross-sections say the main nozzles are on the sides, the large lumps at the back. However, when we see it from the rear, the movie only shows tail lights here. I don't think it's reasonable to interpret that as being exhaust glow. On the other hand, that is exactly where I'd want the jet exhaust to come out. If we assume the red light is all thrust nozzle, that includes the center part. The XJ6 has a few tricks left up its sleeve. If you look carefully, there are seamless panels on the bottom. These are for thrust vectoring. They redirect some of the engine exhaust in a different direction. I haven't seen any other thrust ducts like this, but they could exist. To increase agility even more, the airspeeder has gyroscopes, or rather, electrogravitic gyro flywheels. These are necessary for steering, since the vehicle clearly lacks a rudder and ailerons. We see individual labels for pitch gyro and raw gyro, implying a roll one as well. Combined with shutter vanes on the thrust ducts, that explains the agility we see. Finally, we need to talk about the afterburners. On the sides, we see something of a snail shell shape. This has a tapering cone, implying the air travels past it. This is either a leading or trailing cone for an afterburner centrifuge. Whichever way the flow goes, exhaust is cycled through here. Given that this is an afterburner, we assume fuel is sprayed in and ignited inside. That would just about explain the output nozzles glowing red. Centrifugal afterburner is an odd design, but it could work. With that, we've almost finished talking about the Podracer engines. The only other feature is the cold start generator. It isn't clear what this generates, or how it helps the engines start. As these are Star Wars jets, the fusion generator should turn the compressors. If the main electromagnetic drivers can't do it on atomic power, nothing will. That implies the cold start system is an air blower, a gas generator. It has air hoses running to a pneumatic starter motor. Once they're ticking over, the electric motors start pulling their weight. I'm not informed enough to be sure how this would work.
12-gauge cartridge which is full of black powder.
Nevertheless, it's a good part to have installed. Star Wars ships can take multiple minutes to get started. The same goes for Earth aircraft, and Kenobi can't wait that long. This little component solves the problem. Another odd detail is between the seats, where the gear lever should be. This machine has, well, a gear lever. Strange to find, given that there's no gearbox or driveshaft. The most likely explanation is that this is a throttle for the compressors. Perhaps it also tweaks the ratios in the afterburners. Its position is about where you'd expect a throttle to be, and that's the simplest answer. Once we look beyond the engines, there isn't much to the vehicle. It's certainly interesting that there's a force field to keep bugs away from the fuselage. In contrast, the windscreen is so minimal as to be not fit for purpose. That's a problem when you're driving a vehicle at Mach 0.6. At least the passengers are taken care of in other ways. Like an air taxi, the XJ6 has tractor beams instead of seatbelts. To handle 70 G of acceleration, the airspeeder has inertial compensators. One last oddity. The pre-Disney cross-sections say bonnet. It happens twice, despite that not being the right word in American. Their cars have a hood instead of a bonnet, and a trunk where the boot should be. The Apprentice takes off with a roar that sounds unfitting for a twin-turbojet vehicle. His master is somewhere in the sky, still hanging on for dear life. It seems undeniable that the ASN-121 is trying to get rid of Kenobi. Now it flies into a busy sky lane, a clear hazard. Stubbornly, I refuse to believe this is intentional. The novelization makes it clear that this is the droid defending itself. Obi-Wan is being dangled into danger, while the droid above stays safe. It dips him into speeder exhaust and drags him over a rooftop. What does the movie show, though? The airspeeders driving here diverge like a zip. One veers off to the left, then the next to the right, and so on. Notably, several of them dodge by slightly gaining height. That includes one extra tall speeder, which passes over the camera. How can that be if the droid is trying to preserve itself and lose the Jedi? Going underneath the large speeder doesn't help at all. If the droid was above the sky lane, it could be hit by any vehicle that climbs to dodge. No, I still maintain that the droid is just miscalculating. We see a few of the other drivers on the Sky Road. One is some kind of hobgoblin, or maybe a goat is closer. I've never seen this species before or since, and that's a good thing. I don't like how it looks. This individual is named Magaluf. Like Anakin, his airspeeder was stolen. In the next vehicle are an Elena and a Dug. The Elena screams exactly like Rats Tyrell did. Apparently, this is the senator of Aleen, and her name is Bog Tyrell. That implies Rats was a relative of the planet's leaders. The passenger is Saboka, a Dug actor and speaker of Huttese. Right now, Anakin is driving by instinct, and Obi-Wan is just hanging around. Without a homing beacon, or the Force, they would have little chance of crossing paths. The assassin droid has almost finished its return trip. Zam Wesell is still parked in the same location. According to the novelization, she is thinking about rumors of Jedi involvement. She catches sight of the approaching droid and its passenger. Not expecting to encounter quite this scenario, Zam is a bit startled. The bounty hunter walks a few steps to her speeder and picks up a rifle from the side. This is an echo of a scene from the very first movie. After R2 detects some Tusken Raiders, Luke grabs his slug thrower rifle.
Sand people, or worse.
On such a primitive world, and with a stock like that, there's no way Luke is holding a blaster. As for Zam's rifle, we aren't entirely sure of its nature. The novelization calls it a long blaster rifle, which is a fair enough assumption. In contrast, the visual dictionary says this is a projectile rifle. Specifically, it is said to be useful when working invisibly in the dark. This is a good point. That's a legitimate advantage of slug throwers. They can be suppressed, and they don't launch a glowing bolt. All of which makes it a bit confusing when the rifle fires what looks like any other blaster bolt. I conclude that it's a bit of visual flair, to make it clear to the audience. Inside the Worlds also says it's a projectile rifle. It says she aims for the droid to avoid leaving an incriminating slug inside a dead Jedi. Looking at the visuals of the scene itself, the important detail is the scope. In the bottom left corner, there is a display. It shows a row of cylinders, bringing up one in the middle to show it in detail. A wide spike extends out the back, and a narrow one out the front. It seems undeniable that this is a cartridge inside the projectile rifle. I don't think that's a realistic indication of how many shots it contains. There seem to be a dozen rounds in the display, and I don't see room for them. On the other hand, that scope is fantastic. I've always loved the trajectory indicator. I don't know how practical that might be, but I'd still use it regardless. The novelization shows a slightly longer scene here than the movie. It has Wesell firing quite a few shots at the Jedi, only for him to dodge them all. Being unable to kill the Jedi and keep the droid, she changes target. Better to eliminate 2 birds with 1 slug. The bounty will more than cover the cost of a replacement droid. Zam takes the shot, and we see significant recoil. Another bit of evidence in favor of the projectile rifle instead of a particle beam. The droid explodes, the Jedi falls, and Zam puts her rifle away. Sticking up from the side of the airspeeder, there is a little claw. It grabs the middle of the barrel and retracts into its slot. While the automatic stowing system secures itself, Zam climbs aboard. Her vehicle is a Koro II Wasteland Scout Speeder. Opposing the yellow airspeeder, we now have a green one. as different from Anakin's XJ6 as Sebulba was during Bunta Eve. This time, Skywalker has the large, aggressive design. Zam Wesell has a sleek, elegant vehicle with no obvious engines. We normally associate that with very advanced alien technology. While we putter around with jets and rockets, a UFO moves in mysterious ways. Zam is certainly a strange woman, so the vehicle is appropriate. Exotic is the perfect term to use here. Her model of airspeeder is the Koro 2 Exodrive. It comes from Desla Gij Outworld Mobility Corporation. You would be forgiven for not having heard of this company, because we had never seen them before. They seem to specialize in scout vehicles for the fringes of space. In theory, you can use them anywhere, but a scout would surely find the most value. We would assume they make a long-range, one-man scout starship. Something with a speeder bay, plenty of supplies, maybe a few droids. Everything you need to chart the uncharted frontier worlds. You would land the ship, send out a droid or two, and make plans. Eventually, the airspeeder or swoop bike comes out. Survey the local area, then take off and try somewhere a bit different. The Koro 2 is a perfect vehicle for such scouting missions. For a start, it has a sealed cabin, until you open the windows. There is no airlock, so you can't exactly preserve the interior. Anything nasty in the air will definitely get in if the door opens. Unbreathable atmosphere can be flushed easily enough. Even if the gas is toxic, you can probably get away with a breath mask. Once you get back in the flying car, run a purge cycle on the cockpit. Corrosive gases are okay too, if you keep it very brief. The problem is when it's a biological issue, like an airborne microbe. If you get spores all over your headrest, it might never be clean again. Which brings us to the type of world you might be scouting. Presumably, any biohazard needs an ecosystem to prey upon. A scout should be able to identify one of those fairly easily.
The visuals indicate life readings.
Could mean anything.
Well, I finished my circle. I don't pick up any life readings.
There isn't enough life on this ice cube to fill a space cruiser.
You get life readings at least as strong as on Hoth. The Koro 2 is advertised as all-environment, but it does have certain kinds in mind. Wasteland, specifically, is the ideal world. Prospecting for mining sites on resource-rich, unfriendly worlds. You cannot use the Koro 2 on a barren rock with no atmosphere. For that, you need a T-16 Skyhopper with its ion engine. Most other airspeeders would instantly choke due to a lack of oxygen. Using a Koro 2 gives a middle ground between spaceship and air-breathing engines. The Exodrive system defies easy categorization. It's kind of like an ion engine, in that it moves charged particles. Vacuum renders it useless, like a combustion engine. As with a propeller, it requires a surrounding fluid medium. It doesn't care if there's oxygen or not. There are no moving parts in the airflow, like a ramjet. You could think of it as a turbofan with a bypass ratio of 100%. All the air flows around the engine core, none hits the intake. We could also compare the magneto-hydrodynamic drive. A Koro 2 Exodrive is like none of these and all of them. The basic principle is that machinery in the mandibles moves the air. Surrounding atmosphere is shunted rearwards, creating thrust. When we get into how this is achieved, it's a bit more arcane. A basic description is that it uses radiation and electromagnetic fields. At face value, that sounds like nonsense. You can't just say sciencey words and pretend that's an explanation.
The magnetic containment field that creates the illusion of my body can be modulated to allow matter to pass through it or be stopped. I may be able to modulate the holographic lungs in the same way, allowing oxygen and carbon dioxide to pass from the lungs to the bloodstream.
Luckily, Star Wars is generally quite good about this. Barring a few exceptions, most technology has some logic behind it. There are two main components to the Koro 2 Exodrive. The electromagnetic fields are what apply force to the surrounding gas. That's the central part of the drive system. On a world where the atmosphere is conductive, that might be all you need. The fields move the air, the thrust moves the vehicle. Most worlds in the galaxy don't have such conductive air, not even if there's fog. Our electromagnetic drive becomes completely useless, unless we have a workaround. Here's where the radiation comes in. Irradiating the air causes some fraction of it to become ionized. By definition, ionizing radiation tends to do that. This makes the ions a valid target for the drive fields. In basic terms, that covers the entire Exodrive drive system. The details are a bit more confusing. First of all, where does it happen? The books say the machinery lives in the forward mandibles. Radiation might be all around, but the dry field is between. One consequence of this is unnecessary drag. Airflow immediately hits the windscreen and has to be diverted around the body. Obviously, the Koro can still fly, but it could be more efficient. Speaking of the interior, there are two details to point out. First, that the airstream is neutralized as it passes the cabin surface. It's not clear if this is active mechanical or natural decay. Second, status lights to warn of cabin contamination. I think this is for the corrosive wasteland, not radiation. Keep in mind that Zam has the window open while driving. Electromagnets are a well-established technology. I don't need to explain how those work for this craft to make sense. The radiation, though, that's interesting. Looking over at the rear, we see one of the rare intake scoops. Its label says Transmuter Cooling and Refill Vent. Just behind it, we have an array of linear electric accelerators. These are the transmuters, converting gas to radioactive isotopes. That gas is then pumped forward into the mandibles. Along the sides, we have a girthy gas delivery and containment shaft. These go into irradiation gas distributor pipes, unshielded, close to the surface, and densely clustered. This is how the exodrive creates the necessary radiation. On the inside surface of the mandible, there are some glowy bits. According to the cross-sections, these are propulsion power systems. The light comes from fluorescent elements that sense activity levels. As far as I can tell, both of these labels are nonsense. One gives a nice detail that the inner protrusion isn't there on a standard model. Still, I say these are nothing more than ordinary headlights. The Koro 2 seems to have tail lights as well, but these are labeled radiators. It also mentions the radiators are for dealing with excess radiation. I don't believe this either. I say they look far more like tail lights. During the chase, Anakin will end up exposed to the inner mandibles, exactly where the dry fields and radiation are the strongest. We see no indication that he gets radiation sickness.
I'm in agony.
Apparently, innocent bystanders can be harmed by ionizing radiation. That's probably true, but an exaggeration. The real issue is that the vehicle stinks. Technically, it doesn't have exhaust, but the waste ions are equivalent. These ions would generally prefer to become neutral particles. When they decay or react, the result can be an unpleasant smell. Zam thinks this is hilarious. Outside its intended use case, the dry fields can be hampered. A planet like Coruscant is full of power lines, with their own EM fields. These might interfere with the steering, or weaken the thrust. Zam Wesell is a skilled enough pilot to exploit this to gain enhanced traction. A surprise, but it seems reasonable enough. The controls on this speeder are a pair of steering yokes and foot pedals. Those handles are mostly tied to the repulsor lifts, but perhaps also thrust vectoring. The pedals are in charge of power to the mandibles, so those are your throttle. Speaking of power, the Koro 2 has two power generators. The starboard one is shown in the cross-sections. Zam has a fantastic choice of vehicle. Of all the airspeeders in the galaxy, this is probably my favorite. It's a convenient size, an appealing shape, and very fast. The Koro 2 can hit 800 km an hour instead of 720 for the XJ6. Not only does it have a proper windscreen, it has a roof, doors, and windows. Granted, the seats have no cushions and an uncomfortable headrest. There are no seatbelts, and the dashboard is between your legs. Yes, it does cause a little bit of radiation. That was meant to make the vehicle seem more evil, Zam more ruthless. Thing is, I genuinely do not care about that. Having a Koro 2 exodrive speeder would be such a delight. Keeping it fueled is certainly not a problem. Those generators will be fusion. As for the radioactive gas, it can transmute that from thin air. Zam's airspeeder is a delight to behold, and I won't hear a word against it. As she zooms off in her airspeeder, Obi-Wan is falling. Now, Kenobi is a fully trained Jedi Knight. Quite a good one, I might add. Few are more skilled and powerful.
Obi-Wan is a great mentor. As wise as Master Yoda and as powerful as Master Windu.
And you're a much wiser man than I am. I foresee you will become a great Jedi Knight.
He is also from the final days of the Old Republic, the height of collective Jedi knowledge. If it was possible to learn a certain power, Obi-Wan would be able to use it. What power am I alluding to? Auto-levitation, the ability to float by lifting yourself through telekinesis. This scene establishes that such levitation is not possible in the Star Wars universe. We also know that twirling your lightsaber does not allow you to fly. If any of these worked, Obi-Wan would have saved himself. By this point, young Skywalker has located his master. Kenobi will end up falling 285 meters during this drop. Anakin puts the airspeeder into a steep dive, opening the throttles. In a particularly odd move, he takes his right hand off the steering yoke. Normally, I'm able to speculate the purpose for a detail like this. Maybe he's fiddling with the repulsor lifts, or the thrust vectoring. Perhaps he's just reaching for the gear lever, changing into neutral while going downhill. The cross-sections book does say the jet engines have an 8-speed gearbox. It could be that he's turning off the radio, so Obi-Wan won't find out what he's been listening to. None of these sound plausible to me, so it will remain a mystery. Anakin easily overtakes the free-falling Jedi and starts on the tricky part, docking two moving objects in midair, preferably without damaging them. It takes some careful driving, but Annie manages to keep the intakes and the exhaust away from his master. Obi-Wan lands on the back deck, grasping hold of the headrests. Once he climbs into the seat, the tractor beams will keep him safe.
What took us so long?
His first reaction is to complain that Anakin is late.
A wizard is never late.
After having spent so much time in the air, I think that's reasonable. It's certainly an indication of trust that his apprentice would be able to find a vehicle and catch up with him and the droid. The novelization extends their banter a little, making it feel more natural. Though the tone is casual, Anakin is explaining exactly what went into his choice of vehicle.
I couldn't find a speeder that I really liked, with the open cockpit and the right speed capabilities.
What might have seemed like a trivial operation was critical to the rescue. Obi-Wan interrupts to point out their quarry, right ahead after pulling out of the dive.
There he is, with the open cockpit and...
He then suggests Anakin should spend more time on his saber skills. Interestingly, he gives Yoda as the example of a master swordsman.
Spent as much time practicing your saber techniques as you do your witch, you would rival Master Yoda as a swordsman.
I've never seen Yoda as a great warrior due to being a duelist.
Great warrior! Wars not make one great!
Personally, I thought he was a glorious strategist, not a blade master. Perhaps this is foreshadowing for later. The moment they begin tailing Zam's speeder, she is aware. In the movie, they end up right behind her vehicle. Instead, the book has her sticking her blaster pistol out the window. She is still a predator in the novel, but prey in the movie. This keeps up through the chase sequence, Zam constantly firing on the Jedi. The movie shows her on the defensive, trying to escape instead of fight. Both speeders go into a vertical dive, weaving through traffic. Since this descent is powered, they travel 2.67 kilometers. Given that the city is 5 or 6 kilometers tall, that's almost halfway down. On my first viewing, I interpreted the orange glow as being lava. This confused me at the time, because obviously there shouldn't be lava. When I got a chance to re-watch it, I noticed that the movie was correct after all. What we see here is a transition to a more dense layer of the city. Obi-Wan's freefall would likely have impacted on this surface.
Pull up, Anakin.
Zam dodges in front of a giant blue ghost ship. This is named Ultimo Vista, a Giga-class cruise ship. It almost seems to function as a generation ship, a permanent home for its passengers. Anakin narrowly pulls up before hitting the transport ship. The two Jedi disagree on what is an acceptable risk while flying.
I forgot you don't like flying.
I don't mind flying. What you're doing is suicide.
Even with the Force as their ally, they don't go for this kind of reckless driving. Being an ex-pod racer pilot, Anakin sees this as quite mundane, well within his abilities, and those of this high-spec airspeeder. This is exactly the sort of stunt we'd expect to see from Luke's father. Flying is his speciality, in the same way etiquette and protocol are not. The movie needed to highlight his positive traits, and this is a good way to do it. Coruscant makes for a spectacular backdrop to an exciting car chase. Having descended to the lower levels, the landscape is no longer so pristine. Zam has fled into an industrial district, trying to turn the tables. Her Koro 2 has an enclosed cockpit and is designed for hazardous environments. This location is only moderately hazardous, a recycling facility. Just like on Earth, recycling looks remarkably similar to incineration. Zam weaves through a row of flare towers. She comes through unscathed, but Anakin follows in an open-topped vehicle. For some reason, he copies her slalom pattern through the flames. Instead of the flare towers, the novelization includes a flag incident. Anakin clips a flagpole, and the cloth gets caught in one of the air intakes. Obi-Wan has to climb forward and clear it during flight. On a different design of airspeeder, I could believe this, like the T-47, LAAT, or a Swoop. However, the Icelandic speeder is effectively a pod racer. It has two large exposed turbojets. I don't see any way for them to get clogged without shredding the flag. There is no screen on the intake, it's just a compressor. I'm also not sure how much suction there would be, but going near the intake seems unwise. After the recycling inferno, the next location is electrical in nature. I would have assumed this is a power station, but sources are unclear. Inside the Worlds calls it a power generating plant in one label. Elsewhere it says power refinery, as does the novelization. Refinery doesn't imply generators to me, more like a substation, possibly involving some of those power converters Luke was talking about.
But I was going into Toshi Station to pick up some power converters.
Alternatively, a powered refinery is where you smelt bauxite into aluminium. I'm going to assume it's a power station instead of refinery. Zam Wesell reaches for her blaster pistol, pointing it out the window. Her speeder and Anakin's are both left-hand drive, so the window is on her left. This does mean the flying cars were meant to drive on the wrong side of the sky, but we can forgive Lucas for that. Like how he spelt lightsaber with an ER, he doesn't know any better.
Nobody fucking asks you, you fucking ginger.
Anyway, Zam fires a single shot out the window while driving. I couldn't tell you if she's ambidextrous, but every indication says Zam is right-handed. That's a precision shot from a moving vehicle without her dominant hand. Impressive, most impressive. The blaster bolt connects with the exposed terminals on the power coupling. This pistol makes a familiar sound. It reminds me of Leia's pistol. Purple arcs crackle around the machinery, and Zam barely slips through. The moment she passes, the damaged coupling arcs across their flight path. Anakin doesn't have much time to react, and he flies straight through the lightning. You've got to keep in mind that Anakin is a pod racer pilot, though. He absolutely had time to avoid this hazard, and decided not to. With the lightning being purple, it seems clear this was meant to be a reference. Anakin is very familiar with energy binders, as is Jar Jar. The commentator uses the term power coupling for the same component.
Ooh, there goes Quadranero's power coupling.
Combined with the dialogue from Obi-Wan, Anakin must know this is safe.
How many times I told you? Stay away from power couplings!
After they make it through the electrical arcs, Kenobi has a comment.
That was good.
The novelization can be read as if Anakin had somehow dodged the lightning. Impressed against his will, Obi-Wan admits that Anakin's flying was good. This, I believe, is a clear misreading of the scene. Anakin made no attempt to evade, and Obi-Wan was using sarcasm. According to Inside the Worlds, the shock would have killed a non-Jedi. There's also a possibility that some system in the airspeeder might have been fried. The novelization showed Anakin as rattled, at the edge of his abilities, regretting it. In the movie, he doesn't react at all. Having left the industrial zone, Zam zigzags through traffic again. This time she makes a banking turn straight into the side of a building. It's an intentional move, as this building already has a hole in it for just this purpose. One interesting detail is that this turn involves some drifting. The nuclear vessel slides sideways a bit when lining up with the tunnel. Anakin probably has the more agile speeder and better piloting skills. He could certainly have matched that turn. There is no question he could navigate a brightly lit tunnel at high speed. Instead, he goes straight past the entrance. Obi-Wan had his eye on their quarry, so he notices this foolish mistake.
He went that way.
Master, if we keep this chase going any longer, that creep is gonna end up deep fried.
Anakin explains that he's concerned for the safety of this assassin. Also, he knows where that specific tunnel goes. He is right to be worried. Zam is doing 400 kilometers an hour when the speed limit is only 200. She takes a winding route through several buildings, not just the one. If it was a single tower, that would be a straight line. The building with the entrance is only about 3 times the width of the tunnel. Inside the Worlds shows a straight tunnel through the first building, then a lot of turns later on. That doesn't line up with the movie, which does have a corner just inside the tunnel. Zam races through the sky tunnel, overtaking every other vehicle. She's visibly concentrating and is quite skilled at this. When she emerges, she triumphantly unclips the veil from her helmet. We also see her heading straight ahead, pulling up just slightly. The city map we have shows Anakin taking a more direct route, but gaining altitude. Most of the path is uphill, then it climbs rapidly until he stops.
More height, Virgil! You need more height!
The movie only shows a fairly level flight path. Anakin brings the airspeeder to a stop in midair. The assassin's vehicle is nowhere to be seen.
That was some shortcut, Anakin. He went completely the other way.
Once again, Anakin's impulsive nature has cost them an opportunity. Obi-Wan prepares to deliver his most withering lecture yet. His apprentice doesn't even seem to be listening. Instead of staying there to be criticized, Anakin jumps out of the flying car. Kenobi leans over to mutter one of the more memorable lines in the movie.
If you'll excuse me. I hate it when he does that.
Young Skywalker does not manage to leave a Padawan-shaped dent in the city below. Instead, he gets himself run over by precisely the car he intended to. The lad manages to grab the small dorsal intake in the middle of the roof. While it is tiny, this is the largest air intake on the Koro II. Zam is quite surprised by this, so she takes evasive action. Braking hard manages to shake the Jedi off the roof. If you pay attention to the background vehicles, they start out falling behind, then overtake. This brings him into her only firing arc, so Zam draws her blaster. Anakin manages to dodge between the mandibles into a blind spot. Wessel takes a few fruitless shots before giving up. Getting rid of the Padawan will be difficult. After braking, her speed will be too low to repeat that. The next best thing is to thrash the engines, trying to throw him off the back. Zam looks up as the kid slides past the cabin. For a moment there, her skin looks a bit wrinkled and greenish. It must be a trick of the light. A moment later, Zam looks as beautiful as ever. Up on the roof, Anakin draws his lightsaber. He then does something incredibly controversial. Flips the saber hilt around and holds it backwards.
Dial 911. Tell the police to get up here quick. Somebody's about to get killed.
Other people will copy this backwards grip, making them all look very silly. There is a difference between Starkiller the Edgelord, the Walking Felony, and Little Annie. For a start, Anakin only does it in this one scenario. It legitimately gives an advantage here. He's lying down and stabbing at the surface underneath. Zam shifts her blaster pistol from her left hand to her right. Anakin stabs downward with the saber, activating it on the way. As the blade comes on, it punches a large hole in the windscreen. Both people are prepared, weapons at the ready. Anakin starts flailing his blade wildly around the cabin. Zam fires a rapid volley in his general direction. Look carefully at the trajectory of the first bolt. This doesn't appear to be fired through the hole. It's too far back and to the center. It must have gone through the hull, meaning the Koro II isn't blaster-proof. That's notable because the novelization has the Jedi speeder getting shot. At one point, it ends up with several small fires. I would have expected Zam to have a slightly more durable vehicle, something that at least can resist a small handheld blaster. Anakin doesn't get hit by a single blaster bolt. He fumbles his grip on the lightsaber, dropping the hilt completely. The automatic drop safety deactivates the blade as it leaves his hand. At least, that's what must have really happened. In slow motion, it looks more like Annie turns off the saber and throws it away. Since that'd be completely irrational, we'll assume it's a fumble. Obi-Wan has taken over the yellow airspeeder, so he's in position to catch the dropped lightsaber. He places it on the passenger seat instead of clipping it onto his belt. This demonstrates how effective and reliable the tractor beam seatbelts are. With his weapon gone, Anakin reaches for the only one available. In the movie, he grabs Wessel by the wrist. They struggle over the blaster, and it goes off a couple of times. The novelization has it that he force pulls the pistol out of Zam's grip. Then she lets go of the controls in order to snatch it back. Either way, those two blaster bolts hit some important machinery. A small fire springs up at each point of impact. Apparently, these cause damage to the Koro II's control pipes. Whether it's due to loss of power or control, the airspeeder drops out of the sky. Obi-Wan follows Zam down as she makes a vaguely controlled descent. The Koro 2 is heading for a moderately populated street. This isn't on the surface level, of course. It's attached to the side of a building. Anakin falls off the roof a few meters above the footpath. He rolls into a few crates, but doesn't come to significant harm. Wessel is left sliding along the road until she runs into a wall. Both mandibles crumple to a quarter of their original length. This Koro 2 will likely never fly again. Zam climbs out of the burning wreckage and starts running. As the Jedi and assassin sprint through the crowd, we hear a siren. There are no police in sight, but there is an Obi-Wan. The people he's following are not subtle, and nor is the conspicuous fire. Kenobi brings the yellow airspeeder around to park it tidily, out of the way. Zam runs through the street, eventually finding the perfect hiding place. A building full of people, dimly lit and very noisy. In fact, some of the people in here will be wearing more outlandish clothing than her. Anakin spots a club and tries to sneak in, only for his master to call out.
Anakin!
Thinking quickly, the apprentice pretends he saw the bounty hunter run inside. Obi-Wan goes along with this excuse, but he has other plans. He takes this opportunity to deliver another lesson, as well as a certain lightsaber.
Next time, try not to lose it. This weapon is your life.
Their prey is currently bottled up and out of transport options.
Use the Force. Think.
Sorry, Master.
He went in there to hide, not to run.
This should be a much less dangerous environment than a high-speed chase in the air. Would you like to hear a joke? Two Jedi walk into a pub. One turns to the other and says, "Why do I get the feeling you're going to be the death of me?" At face value, this is not a particularly funny line. It would be safe to assume Obi-Wan is not being entirely serious here. He doesn't actually believe that Anakin's actions will cause his death. Rather, the Jedi Master is pointing out Anakin's reckless behavior.
I hate it when he does that.
That would be all there is to it, a disagreement between teacher and pupil, if you were watching the movies in chronological order for the first time. However, some of us have seen all 6 movies. In fact, I'm going to assume everyone has seen the original trilogy. Spoiler alert, Anakin will end up killing Obi-Wan. For those of us in the know, this line really sticks out. There's nothing wrong with it in-universe, and it makes sense for the story. But every time I hear this line, it reminds me that I'm watching a movie. A prequel movie that is making an overt reference to another movie. There may have been a better way to phrase this, something less obvious. Perhaps if Obi-Wan wasn't specifically talking about himself. The line is still powerful if he says, "You're going to get some Jedi killed." That way Kenobi is talking about Vader, but only in general. It would apply to the entire Jedi Purge, not just the death of Old Ben. Anakin objects to the morbid line as well.
Don't say that, Master.
He mentions that Obi-Wan is the closest thing he has to a father. Coming from Anakin in particular, that's quite interesting. For a start, Anakin never knew his real father. The canon explanation is that he never had one at all. I prefer to believe that there was a father who likely died before Anakin was born. Either way, Anakin grew up knowing that there was no father. Other Jedi will know that they have parents out there. On the other hand, they were recruited young enough to barely remember their families. Anakin has the worst of both worlds. He never had a complete family. He never knew his father, but he knows the Jedi aren't that. Qui-Gon Jinn would have filled that role better.
Anakin, stay where you are. You'll be safe there.
But
Stay in that cockpit.
It's worth comparing the advice each one gives to Anakin. Kenobi says, "Patience, use the Force, think." Qui-Gon said, "Concentrate on the moment." This is not necessarily at odds with patience. However, it's clear that Obi-Wan favors thinking ahead. Qui-Gon had tried to teach him to focus on where he was, what he was doing. For the Skywalkers, plagued by premonitions, Qui-Gon has better advice.
Can't keep the vision out of my head. They're my friends. I gotta help them.
You must not go.
But Han and Leia will die if I don't.
Another contrast is that Obi-Wan urges Anakin to think. Before the pod race, Qui-Gon said, "Feel, don't think."
Feel, don't think. Use your instincts.
That's very good advice during a fast, dangerous race. On this point, I would have to go with Kenobi. He has observed that his apprentice has an underused thought organ. When he isn't flying, Anakin should have time to think. Obi-Wan told his apprentice to use the Force. Qui-Gon said Anakin should use his instincts. Arguably, these are two ways to phrase the same idea. During the race, Anakin doesn't know anything about the Force.
no one can kill a Jedi.
His instincts are based in a combination of his experience and the Force. It wouldn't help to say, use the Force, until he's had some training. However, if you tell him to trust his instincts, he will accidentally use the Force. It's worth noting that Kenobi uses the instinct phrasing when teaching Luke. Let go your conscious self and act on instinct. Stretch out with your feelings. Since the Jedi have experience teaching, this must be a standard lesson, the normal way to introduce a Force sensitive to his abilities.
Luke, trust me.
Outlanders, they come here. How do they find me? They come here, they mess up my store. Hey!
The club that Zam has entered is named Outlander. This is a word we've heard Watto use, and presumably it refers to off-worlders. Technically, it could also mean foreigner, but it probably doesn't. At least, not in the sense of someone from a different continent. It could be a term to mean someone from outside Hutt space. The first time we hear it, the word hasn't been translated from Huttese.
Utmians, think I'm a chasa hopo ma putinanoya.
Watto refers to the party as Utmians, subtitled as Outlanders. After losing at a game of dice, he calls Qui-Gon an Outlander.
You won this small toss, Outlander, but you won't win the race, so it makes little difference.
This would seem like a strange name for a nightclub, except I've been to several of them. In every RPG where one appears, they always have names like that.
Where to, mate?
The Gothic Castle.
Gothic Arsehole.
That's what I said.
The name Outlander is never spoken in Attack of the Clones, nor does it appear anywhere in the novelization or the concept art. It first turns up in the Visual Dictionary, released in the same year as the movie. A year later, Inside the Worlds contains both a name and the reasoning behind it. Apparently, there is a popular game called Outlander with a rotating board. We don't see any of these in the movie, but there are drawings. As far as I can see, Outlander is essentially space roulette. That still makes it an odd name for a nightclub, but it tells us things. For example, that this place functions as a casino. We do see evidence of this in the movie, but nothing definitive. Underneath the video screens, a customer and employee exchange something small. There are no drinks nearby, so we assume this means gambling on the outcome of sports. We've always known that such things existed in Star Wars. Why wouldn't they? This was proven in Empire Strikes Back between Lando and Han.
What have you done to my ship? Your ship? Remember, you lost her to me fair and square.
However, we'd never seen gambling on screen until The Phantom Menace. It still wasn't a card game of Sabacc, and that was outside the Republic.
Gambling. Everything here revolves around betting on those awful races.
This club scene implies gambling happening in the very heart of civilization. Obviously, we expected this, but it's worth noting when we saw it. Of the various attractions in the club, we skipped most of them. A lot of these revolve around gambling, such as space roulette. Let's start with the simple options, the ones on TV. There are 3 large screens visible in the main room of the club. Each one shows a different sport, so let's go through them all. By far the simplest of these seems to be just horse racing, or perhaps turkey racing would be more appropriate. On the right screen, there are several creatures running in some kind of circular track. It isn't clear exactly how large those animals are. I get the impression they're much smaller than horses, though I can't say why. I'd assume that fence is about 1 meter high, because they usually are. The racing animals seem to have pauldrons, but they have no arms. There are no team colors, just yellow stripes on each one. I have to assume those are to bind the wings of the creatures. The animals look like the tiny creatures Jabba flicks off his balcony. Officially, this screen shows Ojupiendo racing. We've never heard that name before, so it doesn't help much. More than anything, they remind me of a creature from the swamps of Naboo. The Nuna is a small bipedal creature, seen fleeing from the MTT. That includes running beside Qui-Gon, so we can get a size estimate. That one only comes up to his knee, so about half a meter. However, there are multiple species of these frog birds. The common Nuna and the dwarf Nuna. If that one was a dwarf, then a common one could be much bigger. We do see a larger version of the Nuna in the same swamp. This one is about 1 meter tall, just below waist height. Perhaps the Ojupiendo is another relative of the Nuna. there's no indication of what world the race takes place on. If the animals come from Naboo, the race might be broadcast from there. Alternatively, Naboo might have chosen to export these creatures. That would allow this competition to take place anywhere in the galaxy. There's no reason not to. The Nuna is far from an endangered species. On the contrary, they are described as highly fecund. They may also be exported from Naboo by accident. The description says that they stow away aboard starships. That would explain why Jabba had Nunas around on Tatooine. Quite by coincidence, that brings us to the middle screen. This shows multiple droids on a green field covered in white lines. Clearly, this can only be showing a match of space rugby. If we consult the book, this is Nuna Ball, a violent ball game for souped-up droids. We'll get to the droids in a moment, but for now let's focus on Nunas. Nothing in our descriptions of the Nuna suggests they would be good at sports. If we look at the previous page, you can find the Gullipud. These are stated to have loose skin and be covered in spines. This lets them inflate themselves as a defense mechanism. Gungans have noticed this and created a sport called Gulliball. Or perhaps they just tell outsiders about Gulliball to see how gullible they are.
Naboo think they so smarty. They think their brains so big.
You will notice that the Gullipud is perfectly suited to being used as a ball. The Nuna is not, which is what makes Nuna Ball a violent game. Hopefully, someone just got these two creatures confused. Or possibly, Nuna Ball is meant to control the population of Nunas. They would be an invasive species on most worlds, after all. What better way to get rid of them than by creating an automated sport? It can't be called a kind sport, and it's probably quite messy. But it would be effective, and Nunas are vaguely ball-shaped. They even come with convenient handles for throwing.
Nobody tosses a dwarf.
As far as I can see, that should be the last time we mentioned the Nuna. The most exciting part of Nuna Ball is the players, by which I mean the two teams of droids. Each side uses a different model, but all bots on a team are identical. One of these is the RIC from Servo Droid. Now is not the time to introduce that model. It belongs to a different scene, where we get a much better look at one.
Okay.
We'll get there in a few hours, don't worry. All you really need to know is that these ones have wheels. That sets them apart from their leg-using opposition. Opposite the Rick is a Podracer mechanic droid, the Otoga 222 from Veral Line Systems. They've been around since the Phantom Menace. These are easy to miss in the background of the garage. Their role isn't very prominent here either, but you can identify them. Looking at the design, something seems off to me. Both the Rick and Otoga are reasonably short. Officially, the Otoga is listed as being 1.33 meters tall, yet the Otoga seems like it should be over 2 meters. That neck can clearly hinge down like the battle droids. Even a tall Otoga could be stored in a compact form. On the other hand, the Otoga competes with the smaller Pit droid. Those are called the Dumb series, and above all, they are cheap. Making your droids larger will also make them more expensive. There can be no doubt that the Otoga 222 is a superior machine. However, sometimes it's better to have 3 stupid droids than 1 smart one. With enough supervision, their deficiencies could be limited. Instead of making the best droid possible, Veral Line Systems created a decent one. Smaller than it could have been, but also cheaper. Not everyone in the galaxy happens to own a Podracer. If that was the only function, the Otoga wouldn't have sold well. As demonstrated by the droid Rugby, they are versatile, perhaps one of the best multi-purpose droids in the galaxy. If you happen to operate a small starship, you might want one. The Otoga is relatively smart for a general-purpose labor droid. A dedicated astromech would usually be superior, of course, but the Otoga would be a useful helper if you already have repair droids, using them alongside a Treadwell or an LE, for example. As your only repair droid, the Otoga would also be quite competent. Let's get back to their application in Nuna Ball. We see the droids pushing against each other with no ball in sight. Perhaps this is the equivalent of a scrum. It seems reasonable to assume that this functions like Earth ball games. That is to say, there is a goal at each end of the field. The objective is to get the ball to one end by any legal means. Obviously, it can't be football because one team has no feet. If we knew more about the sport, we could infer things from those painted lines. Without more evidence, we know very little about this sport. That covers the two unfamiliar screens. There is another, and it's much simpler to explain. Now this is pod racing. Not everyone can attend the races in person. Even if you do, most of your time will be spent watching a screen anyway. Spectators don't get a significantly better experience. Fans of pod racing should really just watch it at home. We all watch from the same set of holocam drones. The only thing you miss out on is the ability to meet your favorite pilots. On the other hand, there are reasons to avoid the racetracks. It isn't implied that pod racing is illegal within the Republic.
They're pod racing on Malastare. Very fast, very dangerous.
Qui-Gon thinks of Malastare when pod racing is mentioned to him. We know that Malastare is part of the Republic Senate.
The Congress of Malastare concurs with the Honorable Delegate from the Trade Federation.
Still, it's possible they have exceptions to the standard law. Pod racing seems to be associated with unsavory elements. The Hutts are in control of it on Tatooine. It's possible that most races take place outside the Republic's borders. I get the impression that pod racing is not considered posh. You find racetracks on the less affluent worlds. Going there as a tourist might get you mugged, or worse.
The bees hereabouts? Crazy! We shall be robbed and crunched!
The specific race we see takes place on Ando Prime. If you've played Episode 1 Racer, that's fairly easy to recognize. This is an interesting frozen world with plenty of stone objects. They make for interesting obstacles on the track. In the game, the announcer calls it Ando Prime.
Welcome, pod racing fans, to Ando Prime.
I reckon that's just a mistake, and it's not the only one. Episode 1 Racer contains a bit more information about the planet. For example, that Ando Prime is home to the Bendu monks.
Home of the benevolent Andobi Bendu monks.
That would be fine, if that was the only fact we know. Unfortunately, some other details are in conflict. In the cross-sections for Episode 2, the Bendu come up again. I'm sure we're all familiar with the symbol of the Empire. This existed before the prequels, so it predates the Old Republic. To get the symbol of the Republic, they modified this. Now the Republic uses one with 8 spokes instead of 6. This is explained as Palpatine defacing the icon. Again, this would be fine if that was all we knew. The cross-sections also establish that the Republic symbol comes from the Bendu. It's confirmed that this happens in the year 25,000 BBY. That's because the 1000 generations line is used in the cross-sections. This means that the Bendu were present when the Republic was created. Still nothing too strange, but now we bring in the name. Where would you find the planet Ando Prime? According to the standard naming convention, in the Ando system. For comparison, Earth would be referred to as Sol 3. That's because it's the third rock from the Sun. Ando Prime, therefore, is the first planet in the Ando system. Now we get to the contradictions. The name Ando is taken. It had already been established as the Aqualish homeworld. This causes two serious problems. The first one is the simplest. What order are the planets in? If this Prime means anything, it would be the first planet. But Ando Prime is a frozen world, as shown by the game. The planet Ando is an ocean world with no ice. Even the poles are shown to be free of ice caps. How can the closer planet also be the colder one? You might bring up Venus with its unusual atmosphere. That would surely have been mentioned if it made that much of a difference. Arguably, the entire ocean of Ando could be below zero. It's just full of antifreeze, and so are the people. Again, this is so unusual it would be mentioned. The second problem is about the timeline. We happen to know exactly when the Republic discovered Ando. It was in the year 15,000 BBY. That would be 10,000 years after the Republic was created. All of that is fine, except that the Bendu monks are in the same system. Given that the Bendu were known to the ancient Republic, how can this be? We have a spacefaring race in the same system as some primitives. Perhaps the Bendu come from somewhere else, then moved to the Ando system. That seems like a very odd choice. It's not a great location. The neighbors can get rather belligerent. We do have alternative answers. Perhaps the symbol of the Republic is relatively new. While the icon itself is ancient, it wasn't related to the Republic. At some point after making contact with Ando, they adopted the symbol. That idea could work, but I really doubt it. Why would the Republic change their icon after 10 millennia? For that matter, I don't believe that idea has been followed.
But he asked the impossible.
Variations of the Imperial symbol have appeared throughout the history of the galaxy. That includes ones with both 6 and 8 spokes. books. No, I think the Bendu helped to found the Republic. There is a way to avoid all of these problems. All you need to do is disconnect Aqualish and Bendu. Declare that Ando is completely unrelated to Ando Prime. You could even leave the latter as Ando Prime if you wanted. This lets you put Ando Prime in the core worlds. The Ando system, on the other hand, can stay where it is, in the mid-rim on the trailing edge of the slice. This is by far my preferred solution to the Ando collision. It was never intended for these two worlds to be in the same star system. For someone like me, adjusting that is easy. Nothing actually ties the Aqualish to Ando Prime. Other people will consider the wiki to have some authority. Wikipedia has found an RPG article. This doesn't seem to have been published into any of the source books. The only source for it is an archived page on the Wizards of the Coast website. It says that the planet Ando is in the Ando system. That we already knew, but it continues. The first planet in the system is named Andando. According to this, Ando Prime is the third planet in the system. That solves the issue of relative temperature by ignoring Prime. The ocean world is closer to the sun than the frozen one. Still, I dislike putting the Bendu in the Ando system. Now that we've established what Ando Prime is, there's a race. When I first watched the movie, I could only identify one pod. Bol's roar is very prominent, possibly in the lead. He's certainly the closest to the camera. Bowles is a good choice to appear in this one. During the Bunta Eve race, he stayed in the background. That's exactly the kind of racer who could survive for 10 years. Bowles also has singing as a secondary career, if the races go badly. His pod is visually interesting, making him a perfect choice. The next most obvious is Odi Mandrell. He has a very large and rather unique pod. It's good to see that he's up and racing again. After a pit droid was sucked through his engine, it would be destroyed. Luckily, it seems Odi was able to get a replacement. It's possible he had spare engines ready to go on the day. Like Bowles, he survived the entire race and was doing reasonably well. Odi didn't have any issues until he pulled in for a pit stop. This is another racer we'd expect to still have his career. He lost at Bunta Eve through no fault of his own. Those two are not difficult to narrow down. Beyond this point, we start to encounter hallucinations. For a moment, I thought I saw Never Key. That seems quite unlikely, since he was never seen again. The pod I mistook for him was Dud Bolt. From the side, it's almost understandable. As soon as you see the front, Dud Bolt is unmistakable. This one is a little more surprising than Odi. Dud Bolt crashed during the final lap at Bunta Eve. He was never implied to be a particularly skilled racer. It's a little strange that he'd still be in the game, 10 years later. There are two more pods behind the leaders. First, we see engines with a slight vertical shape. It isn't very substantial, you can barely see it. The only pod racer fitting that description would be Gascano. With that in mind, I think I can detect a slight greenish color to the engines. It's a little disappointing to see Gascano back there. He should be doing better. Still, we don't know what's happened to him in the past decade. The only remaining pod is almost impossible to see. It just looks like a dark blob. Two large circular engines and a smaller cockpit. We can rule out some machines, but there's no good match. The engines do seem to be fairly short and wide. My best guess would be Elan Mac, but that's flimsy. If you got this far, you may be interested in our Discord server. Most of the best lore pilots can be found there. They can be reasonable, so long as you stay out of the wretched Hive district. Most of our audience interactions happen via our Discord. There are some highly talented and knowledgeable people in there. We also have that one guy, but we locked him in a containment channel. Our moderators have strict instructions not to listen to his pleas. bit.ly/the Discord Circus. Check the description or scan this QR code. That's about all we can discern by looking at the club. The other source is a diagram from Inside the Worlds. This has given us information about the TV screens already. Our first attraction is at the top level on the right. This part of the club is essentially a hotel. There are small capsules for sleeping, a kitchen, and multiple showers. This is all to support a set of high-stakes card tables. Normally, one would assume the game is Sabacc. That's the primary game we know of, at least in the modern galaxy. In the KOTOR era, the game was Pazaak instead. Almost all gambling in the modern day is over Sabacc. That's what Lando was playing to lose the Falcon. It's how Han Solo won an entire planet. Though to be fair, that planet was only Dathomir. The exclusive card tables are still playing a variant of Sabacc. It's called Jabak and is apparently high stakes. Presumably, there is some difference in the gameplay. You wouldn't create a new form of the game just for higher bets. The Outlander is also said to have house rules. It's not clear if that variant is the same thing as Jabak. Behind the card tables, we see a luxury room. This seems to be where the club owners live, or at least stay. When they have guests to entertain, they can bring them up here. It also seems to serve as an office to conduct business. Anytime you have gambling, you may need to break a few legs, just to send a message to anyone misbehaving.
Would you like to discuss it with the Hutts? I'm sure they can settle this.
If you come back here, we catch either one, we're gonna break your fucking heads and you won't walk out of here. You see that fucking saw? We're gonna use it. You don't fuck around in this place.
Let's move to the opposite side of the building. The top left has a slightly different room, still quite private, but not reserved for the club owners. This one is offered to the rich and important guests, for them to entertain themselves. Or at least, for them to get exclusive entertainment. One of these dancing girls will be eaten due to a misunderstanding. Visiting criminals assumed that was the polite thing to do. This is a perfect example of why you need a protocol droid. Any decent model could tell you when it's time for that. Off to the side, we see holographic game screens. Presumably, this is an equivalent of the slot machine, or perhaps it would be more like a pachinko machine. I could mention another game here, but it needs to fit the description. Inexpensive but highly addictive gambling. That sort of game can afford to sponsor its advertising. This kind of holographic gaming would have to exist. It's just a display technology, and they definitely have computers. That allows for any kind of computer game from our world. We rarely see games, but the potential is there. If they were going to exist anywhere, a casino makes sense. Visitors to the Outlander just like gambling. When they see a sport on TV, they start placing bets. There are games of chance installed to distract them. Sometimes, Sabacc and slot machines aren't enough. The public areas of the club are mostly above ground level. Those turbolifts go down as well, if you're allowed there. Hidden under the nightclub, there is a fight club. These take place in a pit with Duracrete walls. There seems to be some gladiator influence to this arena. The fights are stated to be illegal, but that's normal. Half of what happens in the club seems to be illegal. These fights are most likely not to the death. The gladiators seem to be using blunt weapons. All of them seem to be human or near human. That means there's little disparity in strength and durability. Blunt weapons are less likely to be lethal. Still dangerous, but not as much as a Vibroshiv would be. The fights mostly exist as something to gamble over. Killing those fighters would be counterproductive. It attracts more attention, and you need to find replacements.
Good job!
If the fights aren't lethal, why are they illegal? Perhaps they require more safety features. It could even be because the fights are private. If the fights were broadcast, maybe it would be fine. The Outlander Club will inevitably be compared to other places. First and most obviously, the Mos Eisley Cantina. Our other main example of a wretched hive is Jabba's Palace. All three are reasonably spacious buildings, yet still crowded. They are dimly lit and probably smell quite distinctive. We can imagine that the Outlander has far better filters on its air circulation. Its cooling systems are probably less effective, since those are critical to survive on Tatooine. All three locations are hubs for all manner of transactions, most of which are probably illegal. Not that anyone in the building would care.
What did he say?
Finally, the people inside are the most important. The cantina is full of ne'er-do-wells, but also useful people.
Most of the best freighter pilots that will be found here only watch your step.
The more respectable pilots might avoid a cantina, but I imagine that's rare. We know that little Annie would listen to star pilots talking. Hopefully, the kid wasn't hanging out in a place like these.
How do you know so much? I listen to all the traders and star pilots who come through here.
Jabba's Palace is possibly the worst place for a child to end up, except perhaps the Republic Senate. These places are filled with backstabbers, constantly scheming to get ahead. In that way, the cantina is probably the most friendly location. You should instantly be suspicious of anyone who seems to like you.
Like you? I'm sorry. I like you.
At least Dr. Evazan is honest about his feelings and intentions.
I'll be careful.
You'll be dead!
What makes the people here really interesting is the diversity. Not the Disney stuff, where they constantly reuse one alien race.
I haven't felt you this tense since we fell into that nest of black space lesbians.
Just like the Cantina and Jabba's Palace, the Outlander has all kinds of visitors. Humans, near-humans, humanoids, and the more exotic aliens. Those last groups are relatively scarce in this scene. Inside the club, there are an even greater proportion of humans than normal. The streets outside have Gran, Weequay, Rodian, Ishi-Tib. Outlander patrons include Ithorians, Quarren, Nemoidians, and Twi'leks. Despite these exceptions, most of the customers are near-human. None of them look alike, of course, due to their choices. Some people are here for different reasons, so they dress differently. Those trying to stand out have outlandish clothing and hairstyles. Others are trying to be more subtle and nondescript. Anakin doesn't stand out from this bunch at all in his dark robes. For comparison, I had a quick look at the other scenes. Jabba's palace has a small number of humans, perhaps around 10%. The Cantina might be as high as 50% human, but I doubt it. Speaking of humans, there are two in particular we need to mention. They aren't of any real importance, so I would have skipped over them, but then someone in the comments would claim we forgot about them. So here they are. This fellow is named Ark Medbek. Over here, we have Lieutenant Danil Phaetoni. These two are dressed in snazzy military uniforms, which are stolen. They would be a completely unremarkable pair of conmen. However, Ark Medbek is played by Ahmed Best. Danil Phaetoni is played by Anthony Daniels. These actors are covered in CGI frog skin or bronzium droid plating. Since you never see their faces, their human appearance is available. That makes them a good candidate for background characters, high-profile extras. Having entered the club, the Jedi look around for their quarry. Since they gave Zam a 30-second head start, she has disappeared. I realize that I'm not an expert on such things, but that seems like a bad move. We in the audience know that Zam doesn't have any allies inside. There aren't 100 droidekas waiting on the mezzanine. However, for all the Jedi know, there could have been. The Outlander Club could have been where she was flying to all along. They already know she can use explosives. Maybe the club was rigged for demolition. A dozen bounty hunters could be converging on that location. The Jedi simply have no way of knowing. With all that grappling, Anakin got a better look at their prey. He updates his master with some new details, and we get a discrepancy.
Can you see him? I think he is a she, and I think she's a changeling.
In the movie, Anakin says they're chasing a female shapeshifter. Obi-Wan acknowledges that this complicates things.
In that case, be extra careful.
The novelization changes the sequence slightly, which radically alters the meaning. Anakin says, "I think he's a she," just like before. Except in this version, his master replies, "Then be extra careful." Only then does the apprentice mention that she's a changeling. Based Kenobi doesn't react to this at all. All he was concerned about was that a woman was involved. With a teenage Anakin to deal with, maybe that's justified. Now we see the different hunting techniques of master and apprentice.
Go and find her.
Anakin is directed to go looking for their sneaky assassin. This is what he would have done anyway. It's the sensible choice. Obi-Wan, on the other hand, heads over to the bar and orders a drink. Fair enough, I suppose. Kenobi has been through a lot tonight. While the Jedi Master gets drunk, his Padawan does all the real work. Anakin doesn't understand exactly what's going on, but there's no time to argue. He starts moving through the room, trying to detect Zam. He can't see her anywhere, but he can sense something. Trouble is, there's so much deception and malice in the room already. The background level of evil is high enough that you can't pinpoint a given source. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan is sipping from a shot glass in the center of the room. Next to him is Ilan Sleazebagano. Sensing a client, Sleazebagano offers a deal.
You wanna buy some death sticks?
Not wanting to justify death sticks on the Jedi expense report, Kenobi declines. More than that, he immediately deploys an old Jedi mind trick. Obi-Wan isn't even trying to be subtle about it. He waves his hand around and gives two suggestions.
You don't want to sell me death sticks.
I don't want to sell you death sticks.
Particularly wordy suggestions that cause a lot of movement.
You want to go home and rethink your life.
I want to go home and rethink my life.
Ilan turns around and leaves, attracting attention. Zam has been lurking at the edge of the room, and she notices one of the Jedi.
Couldn't help but notice your bolts from across the floor.
At this point, the movie performs a misdirection. Instead of sticking with the unsuspecting Jedi, we hop back to the pupil. The tension builds as Anakin walks around the room, not finding anything. It cuts back and forth between Zam and the oblivious Anakin. She walks up behind a Jedi and draws her pistol. Only then do we return to Obi-Wan, and we find she was about to attack him. Zam might even have managed it if she hadn't made one mistake. She was holding a ranged weapon, and didn't fire until after she reached melee range. Actually, she didn't fire at all. She was disarmed before trying to pull the trigger. When she gets within a couple of meters, Kenobi springs into action. He draws his lightsaber, and before anyone can react, the fight is over. The aggressor has misplaced an arm, which had previously held a blaster pistol. Now both the arm and the firearm are lying on the floor. All things considered, the Outlander Club is only a bit like the Cantina. This moment of action, that is poetry in motion. One cannot avoid seeing similarities to the Ponda Baba incident. In both cases, Kenobi removes an arm to defend someone at the bar. In this case, he was defending himself instead of Luke. This is one of my favorite references to the original trilogy. It's perfectly in character because it's the same scenario. We also establish why Obi-Wan is at home in a place like the Cantina.
This place can be a little rough.
He's already used to this sort of thing, decades before Luke was born. It's clear that the encounter played out as Kenobi expected. Though Anakin wasn't aware of his role, he was part of the plan. Obi-Wan had been alert for an ambush, while appearing not to be. For him, the worst outcomes would be if Zam had tried other weapons. Grenades, or poison gas, or anything with an area of effect. He'd also prefer if Zam didn't fire indiscriminately into the crowd. From Zam's perspective, she wants a clear line of sight. The moment you open fire in a crowded room, people will start milling around. To be sure of a kill, she needs to get close enough that nobody gets in the way. Otherwise, the Jedi would have plenty of time to escape. Besides, there are two of them. Taking one down decisively will remove that advantage. When Obi-Wan attacks with his saber, he is quick and precise. He reaches across his body to draw the sword from his belt. By the time the blade activates, he is already turning to face Zam. The lightsaber is pointing down, but Kenobi doesn't have a strong grip on it. It looks like the hilt is held between his thumb and index finger. Depending what kind of force warning he got, this may be defensive. If he knew Zam was about to fire, he could open with a parry. The other main interpretation is that the saber isn't fully active yet. It looks like the blade is only about half its usual length by this point. He spins the weapon up and around, then down into a strike. As we would expect, the saber passes cleanly through Zam's forearm. Obi-Wan immediately judges the situation. Zam Wesell was not expecting to lose an arm. There was no vibroshiv in her other hand. Master Kenobi determines that she no longer poses a threat. Zam appears to be falling over from the shock of the amputation. Obi-Wan shuts down his saber before the hand and blaster hit the ground. This is quite a difference from the Cantina scene. In that case, he spends multiple seconds at the ready, waiting for anyone else to make a move, looking for threats. Old Ben is certainly the more prudent. He was dealing with a pair of criminals and countless opportunists. Zam seemed to be working alone, as far as the Jedi can tell. Besides, the Outlander won't see as much violence. Its villains are more likely to scam than to murder someone.
You wanna buy some dicks?
You don't want to sell me dicks.
Everyone in the club seems shocked, and not because of the saber. Back in Mos Eisley, the attention lasts for a moment. The roughnecks in there have seen worse than losing an arm. Anyway, Star Wars has the medical technology to replace a hand. It's no big deal, so everyone turns away from the scene.
Sorry about the mess.
Not so with the Outlander, where they deal in social violence. Its customers seem shocked, highly uncomfortable. Obi-Wan picks up his defeated foe and starts hauling her away. If you didn't know better, you might assume she's just a bit drunk. Anakin tries to deal with the crowd, explaining the incident as Jedi business.
Jedi business, go back to your drinks.
Not everyone is here for gambling. Some of the visitors are here for business opportunities. The prime example is Elan Sleazebagano.
You wanna buy some death sticks?
Elan is what we call a slithemonger, someone who trades in illicit substances. His wares are confirmed to be illegal.
Sweet, delicious nose clams that are looking for a home, if you follow me.
The time has come, my little friends.
Nevertheless, he feels confident offering them to Obi-Wan. That seems like a bit of a strange failing, especially on Coruscant. The Jedi are part of the government, and there are many on this world. Obi-Wan is dressed exactly like a typical Jedi. If there's anyone who should know how to recognize a cop, it would be a criminal. Despite being guardians of justice, Jedi clearly aren't law enforcement.
I didn't actually come here to free slaves.
They will always be busy with more important matters. Tonight, Elan is here to sell death sticks. That sounds more like a weapon than anything else. From context, it seems clear Elan is a drug dealer. Death sticks are a chemical sold from inside a large coat.
Got something that might interest you.
Obi-Wan is not interested, at least not right now. The lore never says if Kenobi came back here later. He has no time for Sleaze Begano in the midst of a chase. Obi-Wan tries to get rid of him as quickly as possible. First, he uses a Jedi mind trick to decline. Without this, the interaction might have gone on for longer. That would be a distraction, or worse. Zam Wesell might not attack if Kenobi is buying sticks. This is also a chance to attract Zam's attention. The Jedi mind trick is certainly questionable. Qui-Gon uses it to get a free submarine from the Gungans.
We could use a transport.
He doesn't attempt to steal from Watto. Qui-Gon is trying to pay with genuine foreign currency.
I have 20,000 Republic Dactaris.
Republic credits?
Decades later, Old Ben will sneak through an Imperial checkpoint.
You don't need to see his identification.
Nothing here causes any harm to the victim. Everyone is doing roughly what they would anyway. As for Sleaze Begano, he gets turned down a lot. This is a normal experience for a salesman.
No, not that one.
Notice how Kenobi phrases it in terms of Elan. I don't want to buy death sticks. Rather, you don't want to sell me death sticks.
You don't want to sell me death sticks.
That's a far more effective way to persuade him. What happens next is more intrusive. Obi-Wan gets rid of Elan by telling him to go home. It's very informative about the limitations of mind tricks. He doesn't just stop at, you want to go home. Kenobi suggests that Elan goes home to rethink his life.
You want to go home and rethink your life.
It's very important to note the limits of this suggestion. First of all, this is a natural desire to have. Everyone, at some point, will end up thinking about their lives.
No, I don't even know what I'm doing here. We're wasting our time.
Obi-Wan hasn't compelled him to act out of character. In fact, he hasn't forced Elan to act in any way. Kenobi brought forth the desire to go home. Sleaze Begano could have decided to stay there. He leaves while wanting to go home, that's true, but there's no guarantee he gets there before changing his mind. Let's suppose he does get home and rethink his life. Obi-Wan can't force him to come to any specific conclusion. Sleaze Begano might decide that he's perfectly happy with his job. This isn't a case of mind control, even if it seems that way.
You're relieved that we're here.
Thank goodness you're here. Welcome, guys.
Did she do that to us?
The Jedi mind trick is far less intrusive than many people assume. Now, let's look at those death sticks Elan was selling. These are very strange and also a minor controversy. Based on the movie, we don't know anything about them. The only evidence we have is something Elan is holding. A short, thin, white cylinder. This is held between the index and middle finger. We don't have any more detail than that, like its material. Pattern recognition leads us to only one conclusion. Elan Sleaze Begano is holding a cigarette. This isn't inherently out of place in Star Wars. Something vaguely similar can be seen in the Mos Eisley Cantina. Danik Jericho is prominently shown smoking a pipe. Rather an elaborate one, with a hose disappearing somewhere off-screen. Based on this portrait, the rest is stored in his pocket. We can also see one of the Tonica twins with a similar pipe. Jabba the Hutt has a hookah pipe when we first see him. He balances it on top of his frog bowl. Watto supposedly has a shisha, but I've never seen it. Finally, the Wookiees are said to have ceremonial pipes. I haven't seen these either, but it's very plausible. That said, I'd expect Wookiees to be cautious around fire. With one exception, these people are all bad guys. We have a vampire, 2 thieves, and a crime lord. Watto isn't all that bad, but he's not very nice. None of these people are evil, because that means something more grand. Sith are evil, criminals are just villains. Wookiees don't fit this pattern, and their pipes are different. All the others are elaborate machines full of hoses and liquid. The Wookiee version is just a stick with a hole in the middle. From a certain point of view, that's what a cigar is. There's no doubt that cigars could be made in this galaxy. Nothing in the lore would forbid cigarettes. The problem is how they're presented. Indulge me in a hypothetical scenario. Suppose you wanted to create anti-cigarette propaganda. How would you go about doing that? The first person you see with one is Mr. Sleazebagano. He offers to sell some to our virtuous hero. The wise Jedi says, "No, you won't sell me those death sticks." Then he helps Mr. Sleazebagano to see the light. Elan goes home and never sells cigarettes again. It's hard to imagine a more perfect bit of propaganda. Unfortunately, that's exactly how it plays out in the movie. If this is what it looks like, it was intended to push an agenda on Earth. Even if I'm sympathetic to the goal, it's inappropriate. The sort of thing Disney might do without thinking. This is exactly as bad as being tricked into smoking by the smooth character of John Eope. Luckily, I haven't seen anything else like this in Star Wars. Still, one instance is one too many. Death sticks have been rescued by the EU. In the visual dictionary, we are shown a test tube rack. To justify the stick part of the name, these are tubes. Death sticks are used by pouring them into a drink. I assume you could just drink straight from the tube.
Cut it with water? Why don't you just take estrogen?
The red and yellow ones are different grades. It isn't clear what that means, why you would want that. Perhaps to have more granularity in the dosage. I feel like having 2 reds and a yellow tonight. The stick in Elan's hand is not red or yellow. Presumably, that means he's holding an empty tube. Overall, I consider this a huge improvement over the movie. Since there were no details, this can't contradict anything. It just expands on the basic idea of death sticks. This just leaves us with one question. Why are they called death sticks in the first place? Every dose reduces the user's lifespan. That effect is bizarre and doesn't really make sense. Surely there must be other things for sale in this nightclub. Go up to the nearest slithmonger and ask for one. Do you have anything that doesn't literally reduce my lifespan with every dose? That still leaves a lot of dangerous substances. It doesn't make any sense from the user's perspective. The manufacturer doesn't have a motive either. If your customers are dead, they can't buy more death sticks. This transaction seems like a bad idea for everyone involved. You could buy or sell anything else and get better results. I would swap out the death sticks for spice. We knew about Glitterstim spice from the other movies. You could also invent something new made on Coruscant. Whatever you do, it shouldn't be death sticks. Zam Wesell has quite a few different tools. In terms of weaponry, we've only seen her using 2 of them. First a rifle, then only ever a pistol. We can assume that she has access to melee weapons if needed. By far the one we see her use most is the pistol. Zam uses a KYD-21 blaster pistol. We have precisely 0 information on where this comes from. No idea which company manufactured it. Not so much as a world of origin or even a region of the galaxy. The model number brings to mind Kuat drive yards. It's not impossible that Kuat creates their own small arms. Perhaps KYD stands for Kuat Yards Defense. That seems fairly unlikely, but still possible. The obvious answer is to analyze the design of the pistol. By comparing its appearance, we should be able to track down its creator. At the very least, we should be able to make an educated guess. This technique is thwarted by the lack of similar weapons. Nothing about it seems very close to any other blaster. Visually, the KYD-21 has a lot of chrome on it. That's not an uncommon feature, at least in the prequel era. For the original trilogy, this blaster is missing any cooling features. The rest of the blaster is made out of a blue material. This could be plastic, rubber, or treated metal. Again, that doesn't give us much help to classify it. Now, there are some safe bets. A few companies are responsible for the vast majority of blasters. If you ask someone on the street to name a blaster, you'd get DL-44 and E-11. Those both come from Blastech, like many other models. The next most common is Merson Munitions. Circa is notable, but doesn't really compete. Behind those giants, Sorosub also makes a lot of blasters. For any blaster in the galaxy, guess one of those companies. At least 80% of the time, it will be one of them. I'd start by excluding Blastech as an option. They don't make things too similar to the KYD-21. That model number also seems a little strange for Blastech. Personally, I think Merson and Sorosub are likely. Their pistols are a little more unusual, but still top tier. I'd lean towards Merson for this one. None of these are particularly compelling answers, though. We do have an unconventional option, a company you'd never call a notable blaster manufacturer. I propose that it comes from Arakid Industries. For a start, that's a nice exotic option for a bounty hunter. It explains why we've never seen any similar pistol. As evidence, I have absolutely nothing besides the model number. The last 3 letters of Arakid are KYD. If any company was going to make a KYD-21, it would be Arakid. A feature that lines up with Arakid is the trigger guard. The company is associated with somewhat militaristic droids. Zam's pistol is notable for lacking a trigger guard. That works fine for droids, and maybe an expert assassin. For a pistol being sold to the public, it wouldn't fly. None of the major companies would let that design leave the factory. I don't think that's a huge issue, but it's very rare. Almost every blaster in the galaxy comes with a trigger guard. This is said to be an advantage for Zam. It gives faster performance in quick-draw scenarios, apparently. Another notable omission would be the sights. Most blasters in Star Wars have some kind of scope. The ones that don't usually have iron sights. That isn't a firm rule, but most blasters have something. No matter how good you are, having sights is important. Anything beyond about 50 meters, you'll miss. You might land a shot eventually, but it'll be difficult. The first shot will almost certainly miss. That seems unwise for a bounty hunter, where every shot counts.
Don't move, Lando! Oh, wait, I thought you were flying! It's all right, I can see a lot better. Don't move! A little higher!
If Zam is sensible, she'll use the pistol only for short range. We already know she has a scoped rifle for accurate shots. Lacking sights is perhaps the biggest flaw of the KYD-21. It's also easily fixed by attaching a red dot or scope. Perhaps the most visible detail is the muzzle device. According to the documentation, this hides the emitter flash. That's great, it's a useful feature to have. Despite what you might expect, a flash hider isn't a stealth attachment. Rather, it hides the flash from the wielder. That's especially important for a bounty hunter working at night. On the other hand, a bounty hunter can afford goggles. Those can filter out intense flashes from blasters or grenades. Adding the muzzle device lets you get away with a more powerful pistol. One of the most amusing mistakes feels like it was common. However, when I went looking, I couldn't find any other example. Zam's pistol has a label saying muzzle brake. This is a bizarre choice on a surface level, let alone going deeper. The function of a muzzle brake is to reduce recoil. That allows you to fire a more powerful cartridge with manageable recoil. Muzzle brakes work by deflecting gas backwards. Applying this to blasters, you see 2 huge problems. First of all, blasters don't seem to have significant recoil. Second, this cone doesn't work as a muzzle brake. It's perfect as a flash suppressor, directing everything forward. A muzzle brake needs to channel the gas backward. It's also worth mentioning that this isn't a compensator. Those send the gas upward to stop the muzzle from climbing. Now it's time we looked at the ammunition. As we know, blasters require both gas and electricity. In the KYD-21, the power cell is in the handle. We can safely assume the very bottom of the grip comes off. That allows you to carry a good set of spare batteries. As for the blaster gas, we aren't quite as certain. It is mentioned that there's a blaster gas capsule loading port. There are 2 ways to handle gas, a fixed internal bottle or a replaceable one. Using the term loading implies that a gas capsule is inserted into the pistol. Having a gas port, on the other hand, implies refilling. There exist blasters using both solutions. Normally, the internal bottle is perfectly fine. Gas gets consumed far slower than battery power. It can be assumed that you won't be fighting non-stop. Eventually, you'll get a moment to refill from a canister. In a squad, someone might be able to do this in the field. The process should only take about a minute. Since Zam uses the pistol as her primary weapon, that could be a danger. It would be better for her to swap the gas in a few seconds. There's a fluted section of the barrel just above the grip. I reckon that part rolls open when you press the rivet. It's a more practical way to build the blaster. Just above the trigger, there is a knurled knob. This is called the igniter pin, and it regulates gas dispersal. As far as I can tell, this is mostly gibberish. The igniter is not recognized as a standard component of blasters. Dispersal is another strange word to use. You do not want blaster gas to disperse at any point. Inside the weapon, you want it to be concentrated in the exciter. Once it leaves the barrel, you still don't want it to disperse. I have to assume they meant dispense or something. This so-called igniter pin is a gas flow regulator. Based on the knurling, you twist this pin. This lets you adjust how much gas is used for each shot. Presumably, the electric charge stays at the same ratio. This lets you sacrifice capacity for more damage. With that, we've covered almost every detail about this blaster. The barrel is said to be made of hadrium alloy. Of course, that is meaningless without more knowledge. Using this metal makes the blaster sturdy and accurate. We can infer that it doesn't get bent easily if you drop the pistol. Heat resistance would be another important characteristic. The KYD-21 also looks reasonably comfortable to hold. Its grip angle is significant, but not extreme. That muzzle device might make it a bit front-heavy. All in all, I'd say this is a very solid blaster. We are missing some details about the type of blaster. The KYD-21 is never described as a heavy pistol. Its ammo capacity is listed as 75 shots before recharging. Blasters are always limited by power supply first, then by gas capacity. Also note that it says 75 shots minimum. That confirms you can reduce power to get more shots out of it. The DH-17 and E-11 last for 100 shots. Heavy blaster pistols, like the DL-44, only manage 25. That puts the KYD-21 somewhere in the middle. At full power, it'll be almost as good as a rifle or heavy pistol. Very compact for what it is, and useful in any scenario. Of all the blaster pistols I've seen, this is my favorite. There are other good options, arguably superior. Carrying a DH-17 or S5 is more intimidating. I'm fond of those, and the DDC Commander. Another really neat option is the Merson Model 434. This is also known as the Death Hammer, or Tatooine Gunman's Blaster. It has no trigger guard. Most of the grip is a trigger. The Death Hammer is more conventional, having a scope on it. It also has a barrel shroud to help with heat management. Any of these blasters would be reasonable for most people. As for myself, I can't think of a single pistol I'd prefer to carry. I'd want some modifications to the KYD-21, of course. Above all, it needs to be fitted with optics. It would be foolish to rely on instinctual aim. There's no need to go for something telescopic, though. Pistols have limited range. I just need it to help me aim faster. Might as well add night vision to the scope too. Since we think the gas is top-loaded, the scope needs to be offset. Would be wise to install a trigger guard while we're at it. I wouldn't get any benefit from its absence. With those minor changes, the KYD-21 is perfect. If George Lucas asked me to design a blaster for myself, I couldn't beat this. It's my idea of the ultimate blaster pistol. The two Jedi leave the nightclub, but not via the main entrance. That one is on a busy street with large glowing signs. Instead, they slip out the back door into an alley. This is still quite spacious, but there aren't many pedestrians walking by. The alley isn't what I'd call clean, but it could be a lot worse. In fact, I think I've seen far worse in real life. How bad this mess is will depend entirely on the droids. If they come through every day, that's a lot of grime. On the other hand, if cleaning droids turn up once a month or so, it's not so bad. We're still fairly high up in the cityscape, with access to the sky. I'll conclude that this is a dirty part of the well-maintained levels. As you go to the lower levels, cleaning standards will drop. Barely a meter outside the door, Obi-Wan starts the interrogation. There is no way Zam can claim to be uninvolved. One does not simply attempt to murder a Jedi Knight. For his first question, Obi-Wan establishes who the target was.
Do you know who it was you were trying to kill?
It's clear that Zam knows exactly who she needs to kill. By admitting that, she confirms that she's an assassin.
There's a senator from Naboo.
Next, Kenobi tries to continue the investigation. Being a middleman, Zam cannot solve this mystery. All she can do is point to the next link in the chain.
It's just a job.
Of course, if she does, that'll be bad for business. Word might get out that Zam Wesell reveals her employers. Since the Jedi are not ruthless killers, she expects to live. Perhaps with a prison sentence, but one can always escape from those.
Get that filthy degenerate out of here!
Since she is reluctant to give away details, Anakin chimes in. He tries to employ the age-old strategy of good night, bad night, by which I mean that Obi-Wan has been fairly polite. He has established his credibility by removing one of her limbs. Now he just needs to be direct and firm in his questioning.
Who hired you? Tell us.
Anakin's contribution is to shout in her face. That seems like a terrible idea with no chance of success.
Tell us now!
Zam Wesell has made a career as a killer for hire. People in that line of work are not the nicest bunch. There can be no question that Zam has been shouted at before. In fact, she's probably survived at least one interrogation. There is no way Zam will just give Anakin the answer like that. Except that, well, she does exactly that.
It was a bounty hunter!
The moment Anakin raises his voice, she gives away the secret. This is a woman who constantly wins a fight to the death. She could walk into the Mos Eisley Cantina, start a brawl, and come out on top. At least, on any day where Old Ben isn't in town. The novelization shows Zam's strength better. For a start, it's implied she passed out in the club. Obi-Wan has to carry her out, and she wakes up outside. When asked who hired her, she refuses to answer. Anakin tries to intimidate her, and it has no effect whatsoever. The tough bounty hunter didn't even flinch. That's more like it. Instead, she provides an informative taunt. She tells the Jedi that they will fail no matter what they do to her. The Senator of Naboo will die, even if not by Zam's hand. There has been a large bounty placed on Amidala. She is wanted dead or not alive. This isn't a single contract, quietly hiring an assassin or two. It's not something secret between one bad guy and his mercenaries. Zam might have been offered the first couple of attempts, but that's all. Other bounty hunters will want to get in on the action. Sooner or later, one of them will slip through and kill Padme. The best part is that there's no real way to stop this.
I deliver a message. Shut it.
After this, the novelization acknowledges Zam's wound. Obi-Wan expresses the appropriate amount of concern over this. She'll probably be fine for a while, just like when Luke loses a hand. Anakin doesn't seem to care about the injury, which could be an accurate medical judgment. If not, that would be concerning from a Jedi apprentice. Even so, they need to wrap up this interrogation. Zam will need medical treatment and imprisonment. They've also learned that multiple bounty hunters are on the case. Currently, there are 0 Jedi anywhere near Padme. If I were guarding someone, I'd consider that to be risky. Captain Typho couldn't have protected her from Kohuns. Anakin might realize this because he tries asking again. This time he's using the Force, and now we converge on the movie. Unlike the Jedi mind trick, there is no subtlety to this. He's essentially beating Zam over the head with an intangible crowbar. Obi-Wan can sense what he's doing, but this isn't against the rules. He doesn't consider mind control to be a dark side technique, or even to hint at corruption. The only thing unusual about this is how much effort Anakin is putting into it. As far as the Jedi are concerned, Force interrogation is mundane. This is just like when Qui-Gon compelled Jar Jar to relax.
Relax. You overdid it.
After all, this is for the greater good, so nothing can be wrong. A Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense. Anakin is taking that knowledge by force against Zam's will. We can see that she's resisting the compulsion. As Zam reluctantly answers, her lip is twitching. We could say this is just due to the pain from her stump. It could also be that she's having trouble maintaining a human shape. Whatever the case, Zam starts to explain who hired her. She was about to name a bounty hunter when she was rudely interrupted.
It was a bounty hunter called...
A supersonic projectile hits her squarely in the neck. The Jedi turn around to see where it came from. As they do, the sound of a weapon being fired reaches them. Its echo blends into the sound of rocket exhaust. They catch a glimpse of a figure on a nearby rooftop, taking off to fly away. By the time our Jedi look back to Zam, she is almost dead. Already, her face and voice are distorting. She won't get to say another coherent word. Clearly, that was the intended result of shooting her. Zam has lost the concentration needed to stay human. Over the next few seconds, she reverts to her natural Clawdite form. Obi-Wan plucks the projectile from her neck to examine it. A toxic dart, and fast-acting as well. We'll go over several aspects of this in future, but for now I have one question. How did the mysterious assassin know what Zam was saying? Either he had a directional microphone, or Zam was broadcasting. The latter seems more likely. I might disable push-to-talk at a time like this. An active mic would allow him to find Zam, and to know what she's saying.
Oh, and by the way, it's Zam Wesell. Wesell.
I'm Zam Wesell.
I'm banishing you to the Shadow Realm.
No! While Anakin was trying to board Zam's speeder, he saw her face. For a moment when she was surprised, her face didn't look entirely human.
How about you, Dr. Grant? Are you okay?
There's something wrong with your face.
Based on this fleeting glimpse, he comes to a conclusion. Zam Wesell is a changeling, a shapeshifter.
And I think she's a changeling.
Clearly, this isn't a common thing to come across. We get no indication that the Jedi have much experience with them. At the same time, this isn't completely surprising. Anakin is well aware that shapeshifters exist. Obi-Wan doesn't come up with a new plan when he hears about Zam. This is treated as a minor complication to the hunt.
In that case, be extra careful. Where are you going, Master?
For a drink.
Until Attack of the Clones, the movies didn't include any shapeshifters. Or if there were any, they were too skilled for us to detect.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
From the movie itself, all we get is changeling. Nobody identifies Zam's race, just the category. Clearly, there are multiple species capable of shapeshifting. Changeling is a somewhat unusual word in English. I associate it with fairies for no good reason. Polymorph is a term I associate with artificial creatures. Unless you have a reason to use a different one, shapeshifter is the generic word. We don't know if Anakin is using a common slang term. Changeling might be the formal classification. It's also possible that changeling is a term only for Zam's species. At the very least, we can assume people know about changelings. In the novelization, we discover that Zam is a Clawdite. That doesn't really tell us anything, except to confirm what she isn't. There exist other shapeshifters in the Star Wars universe. Zam is something else, a race we haven't seen before. The Visual Dictionary gave more details on Clawdites. Their homeworld isn't specified by name. We do know that it featured an eternal war between humanoids, long enough to be significant on an evolutionary scale. The Clawdites must have been a minor faction on their world. They developed mimic abilities, but not to a single form. Surely this implies that there is more than one opposing humanoid. An alternative to shapeshifting would be metamorphosis. The Clawdites could have evolved to make a single one-way transformation. That would let them hide out amongst any population. Indeed, that might have been the origin of their current abilities. Limited shapeshifting is better than nothing, but not ideal. The ancient Clawdites might have taken minutes or weeks to shift. All of these are theoretical drawbacks for a shapeshifter. Modern Clawdites don't have any of these limitations. They can go back and forth between shapes in seconds. On the other hand, it's not easy to transform. The Visual Dictionary tells us that it takes effort and practice. As shown by the movie, a shock will disrupt the assumed shape. Upon death, a Clawdite will revert to its natural form. Zam has a lot of experience with shapeshifting in her line of work. She seems to be capable of looking human indefinitely. The VD says that Zam can rest in an unnatural form. At the very least, she can stay that way for hours at a time. Untrained Clawdites might only manage a few minutes. We also learn that practice makes each form easier. Inventing a disguise in the field would not be trivial. When copying a target, you might want to test in front of a mirror. In a strange detail, we hear about medical assistance. This seems to increase the range of possible disguises, or their quality. It's not clear how you medically assist a changeling. Surgery seems unlikely, but not impossible. Perhaps you can sculpt someone into an alien they struggle with. After knowing what it's like to be a Trandoshan, she can replicate that. Another answer comes from the Koro 2 cross-sections. In the glove box, there are special oils for Clawdites. These oils might count as medical assistants. More likely, oil is just needed to keep your Clawdites healthy and malleable. All of these books came out in the same year as the movie. In 2006, we got the New Essential Guide to Alien Species. This gave us more information on the Clawdites. One of the more interesting details is that it's painful. Transforming is described as causing great discomfort. That wasn't indicated in the movie, but it makes sense to me. We also learn that Clawdites have only a limited range of disguises. They cannot copy a particular person's shape. That means no impersonation. They have to set up their identity. It seems obvious that Zam couldn't change into a Hutt or a space slug. Dugs are specifically listed as impossible. So are Mon Calamari, despite still being reasonably humanoid. That calls into question which aliens Zam can imitate. It seems likely that hair and feathers are much more difficult to copy. Wookiees and Tals are probably out of reach. Ithorians would surely be too much of a deviation. Duros and Nemoidians are quite similar to a natural Clawdite. However, none of them are too far from a Mon Cal either. It's very difficult to predict what is or isn't possible. Even worse, there are contradictions to the limit. Zam Wesell is recorded as shapeshifting into a Doug. That's one of the examples of what a Clawdite cannot do. The book itself is confused as to how Zam could possibly have done this. One of the big rules for changelings is conservation of mass.
We've been through this, okay? I'm cultivating mass. Stop saying that!
It seems that Clawdites do have some ability to change their mass. Transforming only hurts when it involves changing mass. As for how this works, we aren't sure. Xenobiologists think it has something to do with water. Most of us are mostly water, after all. Clawdites gain and lose water to adjust their mass.
You are not cultivating mass, and if you are, stop cultivating and start harvesting!
That must have limits. You can't do that forever. It also doesn't explain how that would affect her skeleton. Zam's ability to do the impossible is equally uncertain. Maybe she's just really skilled at shapeshifting. She could also have a machine or injectable substance that does it. In other words, we know nothing. Perhaps it would be easier to dismiss the impossible reports. Out of universe, this seems like patching a mistake, as if one story went too far, and now we have to explain it. The New Essential Guide also provides some history. Clawdites are native to the planet Zolan. Unlike the VD, this book doesn't mention warring subspecies. Rather, the only subspecies on that world is the Clawdites. This version of events would make the changelings into artificial beings. Instead of evolving naturally, they were created a few thousand years ago. Apparently, the planet Zolan is exposed to solar radiation. The native Zolanders experimented with their own genes. That led to skin-changing abilities in the test subjects. From there, the mutants passed down their new genes. The Zolander population sees the Clawdites as sinful. Beware the alien, the mutant, the heretic. I find this history to be deeply unsatisfying. For a start, it relies on dormant shape-shifting genes. How do you even get those? Making the Clawdites so much younger than civilization seems wrong. I'd much prefer them to have evolved naturally. Put them into an environment where changelings have an advantage. Then you give the species at least a few million years to develop. If you could just make shapeshifters, everyone would be doing it. This isn't advanced science, it was created by accident. A relatively primitive civilization didn't like the sunlight. They tried to solve that and accidentally created changelings. This would have happened thousands of times across the galaxy. Since shapeshifters are uncommon, that can't be right. One of the other things we know about Zolan is their warriors. Zam has been trained by the Mabari, described as knights. That organization is unique to Zam's homeworld. When the VD was published, the planet's name hadn't been established. However, the Cape Seal is visible in the movie. We've never seen anything quite like it before, so it demands explanation. Notably, the original description doesn't mention Clawdites. That means the Mabari are from Zam's planet, but not necessarily of her race. As told by the NEG, there is only one other species on Zolan. That means the Mabari must be a Zolander order. They do accept Clawdite recruits, but only in limited numbers. Since changelings are not trusted, it's unwise to train too many of them. Zam Wesell had been raised from birth by the Mabari. Her Cape Seal has markings of a third-level Mabari fighter. We have no information about how the Mabari are organized. It seems safe to assume that 3 levels is a lot of training. Zam probably isn't the best of the order, but she's still relatively skilled. Besides, Zam has a lot of experience beyond the Mabari. There is no academy to train bounty hunters and assassins. They need to pick up skills on the job, or they won't last very long. Bounty hunters don't have a uniform either, and Zam has odd requirements. Any kind of conventional armor would cause problems for a shapeshifter. Best case scenario, a smaller form wouldn't fit the armor. Any armor plates might come loose and slide out of position. When taking a larger form, something has to give. Either the armor would get damaged, or the changeling would. That means Zam can't buy or loot any kind of standard armor. The only reasonable solution is to keep her Mabari suit. Some parts are probably standard issue, like the helmet. Mabari have trained other Clawdites, so this is a known problem. Even if it looks different, there will be a Clawdite uniform. Wesell might have made a few upgrades, but most of it will be original. The boots are a great example of changeling equipment. They have steel toe caps and some kind of sabaton. Most importantly, they leave room for the foot to change shape. The same goes for the bodysuit underneath the main armor. That part is elastic, stretching as her body deforms. It's not clear if this layer provides any real protection, nor do we know how vulnerable Clawdites are to minor injuries. They definitely can't shapeshift to restore a missing limb. Logically, we have to assume the same applies to small wounds. The part that would change has been damaged, so it probably can't transform anymore. On top of the bodysuit, we have more substantial armor. Zam has a pair of metal plates either side of her sternum. This is probably the strongest armor she has. Having the plates split like that is a trade-off for flexibility. The gap between them isn't very large. You would never aim there. If you have the accuracy to hit a small target like that, there are better options.
Dodge this.
Those plates are attached to a flexible armored jerkin. It covers most of the torso, keeping the vital organs intact. What's particularly interesting is the material. Most of Zam's armor is made of armor weave. This is a new substance from Attack of the Clones. I haven't found a single reference to it before the Episode 2 VD. Like the liquid cable launcher, this is a fantastic addition. It feels like armor weave has been around forever. This enables cloth armor to exist, even in a sci-fi setting. Solid plates are always a better option, but there are gaps in plate armor, and this stops them from being a weakness. Later in the same book, we'll discover there are multiple grades of armor weave, possibly offering different levels of protection. All we know for sure is that expensive armor weave is more flexible. For an adventurer, you'll want armor weave as an early upgrade. It's also perfect for social types who don't want visible armor. The next part of the Mabari armor is more unconventional. An armored skirt isn't something we see much of. The skirt actually looks more like a coat when you see it in action. It only covers the back, and only down to knee length. That's quite enough for most purposes, since the boots have armor too. Protection from the front is almost zero. This skirt apparently acts as a sink for blast energy. I suspect that can't be made of armor weave. It looks like a set of small plates attached with flexible links. Or perhaps the plates are sewn to a fabric backing. This skirt might be more effective if it wrapped around to the front. On the other hand, we have to assume there's a practical reason. I'd say this version gives mobility, which is better than armor. The skirt is great when kneeling, especially behind cover. Sitting on a stool, it would also offer flawless protection. There's one more thing we need to mention about Zam Wesell. Her uniform has a pair of hoses on the lower torso. These are part of a direct-to-lungs breath pack. While that does look pretty cool, I don't understand it. It looks like they run from the torso, then connect back into the torso. There's no visible machinery, no air tanks, no filters. It's possible that Zam has moved some organs out of the way to make room. Based on the Aquita breather, you can get a very small air supply. I have to assume the machine is where they join in the middle. The other end is also confusing. They connect quite low down. Human lungs are placed a fair bit higher up than that. It would be crazy to have that much hose running inside as well. Therefore, we conclude Clawdite lungs are down by the waist. Clawdites are not the only shapeshifters in the galaxy. Perhaps the best known are the Shi-Edu. These are more like the shapeshifters you might have imagined. Clawdites have a strict limit to their range of shapes. As for the Shi-Edu, they basically have none. There are some, but we'll get into those shortly. We also know more about how the transformation works. Yet more interesting, the Shi-Edu are older than Clawdites. That applies both in-universe and on Earth. Even if the Clawdites evolved naturally, that would still apply. Shi-Edu live for about half a millennium. Logically, that should slow their evolution. Clawdites seem to have roughly a normal lifespan for a humanoid. Over on the Earth side of things, Shi-Edu are pre-prequel. They first turn up in the Galaxy of Fear books, a series obviously intended to compete with Goosebumps. The first one was published in 1997, so just before Episode 1. Despite the origin, the shapeshifters got everywhere. A few years later, the Essential Guide to Alien Species was published. The in-universe explanation was based on Galaxy of Fear. Senior anthropologist Mammon Hool is the one responsible for the book. That was the first Shi-Edu we'd ever encountered. Almost every entry in the book refers to Hool at some point. Often, this involves him taking the form of the alien in question. At this point, we should go over the differences between changelings. First of all, the conservation of mass. Technically, that applies to Shi-Edu as well, but it's more flexible. Young ones are limited to humanoid shapes, just like Clawdites. That goes away once they reach 150 years old. In theory, after this point they can take larger shapes. The way the description is worded, it sounds as if it can only be larger ones. That will make more sense when we get into the transformation. However, we have evidence of Shiedu taking smaller shapes. Their average adult height is 1.8 meters. Yet we have Mammon Hool imitating a Chadrafan. Those Batmen are only 1 meter tall. The same is true of Jawas, which Hool has also turned into. Clearly, the Shiedu can change size in both directions. The mechanism of their shapeshifting is quite interesting. Unlike the vagueness of something to do with water, we have a few details. Shiedu bones are said to be thin and dense. As with the Clawdites, they can't create or destroy their skeleton. Almost anything else, though, seems to be possible. Perhaps the strangest detail is the way their bodies are reconfigured. The tendons can be released, rearranged, and reattached. Not necessarily all of them, it only mentions a series of tendons. Shiedu also have dense reserves of flesh to use. That would be why they can go larger, but not to shrink. Then again, we know that isn't a firm rule. The same mechanism should allow them to store any excess flesh. No matter the complexity, each change seems to be finished in seconds. An essential part of shapeshifting is having control over the skin. There are many kinds of skin in the galaxy, and in different amounts. Then we get to other coatings: scales, fur, feathers, and spines. Clawdites can apparently imitate hair, and probably scales. Still, the Shiedu are far better at these surface details. Their shapeshifting is not shown to be painful. Even so, it takes effort and can sometimes be too difficult. A long enough series of changes would be exhausting. When a Shiedu pushes too far, they can get stuck. Recovering from that exertion can take multiple weeks. Their current form will be as strong as ever, I should think. It's just that the changeling cannot change in the near future. The final detail of this species is that they cheat. Despite being one of the best shapeshifters, they have another trick. The Shiedu have limited telepathic abilities. When their new appearance isn't perfect, they can compensate. This isn't mind control. They can't turn invisible. It's only a minor correction to cover a few tracks. Maybe your scales have the wrong pattern, or the whiskers aren't on straight. Perhaps even something minor, like the way you walk being off. Telepathy lets them pull the wool over someone else's eyes.
Hey, your skin is hanging off your bones.
Is that leather?
Generally, you don't have to worry about the Shiedu. There might be some of them around, but it shouldn't make a difference. They aren't trying to infiltrate and subvert, to gain power and influence. Every once in a while, someone will be revealed as a changeling. The best example of this I can think of is one of the Separatists. Representing the Aqualish, their senator is Po Nudo. We can go over these leaders later, but look in the background. The aide is no Aqualish, but a shapeshifter. His intentions here aren't certain. Mammon Hool insists that it's probably due to curiosity. His people have a reputation as spies, thieves, and criminals. By Mammon's own admission, this is only mostly false. Mr. Hool decided to be an anthropologist. That's a fairly normal thing for the Shiedu. They are known to be curious about the universe they live in. As a race of shapeshifters, they would be inclined towards the living. I'm sure there are plenty of physicists on their world. However, the main focus is on other species and cultures. If you think about it, learning is very pragmatic. The more creatures a Shiedu knows, the better. They have a wider variety of shapes to take and more places to visit. That motive doesn't apply as much to lesser changelings. Everyone benefits from knowing usable shapes, of course. It's just that the Shiedu can use almost anything, and Clawdites cannot. As a group defined by hiding, changelings tend to be secretive. Many of them would prefer the wider galaxy not know they exist. Even within this category, the Shiedu are private beings. Their homeworld is called Leomon for some reason. For a world named by humans, that doesn't sound normal. It isn't the local name, because that would be Shashun. From this oddity, we can assume it was discovered by non-humans. One thing we know for sure is that this discovery didn't go well. The Shiedu tend to get rid of these scouting parties, sometimes by turning into the most boring objects they can think of. On the other hand, they might bring forth monsters. By shifting into something scary, the scouts have to leave. So far, the Shiedu have no formal contact with even the New Republic. We continue the story the morning after Zam's death. We can be certain that the Jedi returned to guard Padme. It was unlikely that she'd be attacked overnight. However, there is at least one bounty hunter lurking around. According to the novelization, there could be hundreds. Most would be closer to Greedo in their level of competence. Against those types, Captain Typho can handle them. After the second attack, security will be on high alert. Last night, Anakin and Padme had been looking for a fight. I'm certain Padme had been refusing all kinds of security measures. With both Jedi out of the building, that's too risky. I would imagine nobody got much sleep that night. First thing in the morning, the Jedi leave for a meeting. This isn't the wisest course of action. We know Jedi can report via hologram calls. Episode 3 will reveal that the Jedi Council accepts this. They don't postpone a meeting until everyone happens to be in the temple. Instead, an absent council member will telecommunicate to the session. It's possible that this will only be allowed due to the war. Another concern with remote communication would be eavesdropping. Padme is in a building full of politicians, after all. It makes sense to visit the council chamber in person, if possible. The entire process might take an hour, including travel time. By the time we arrive at this meeting, the session is almost over. Obi-Wan has made his report and presented the dart. That will cover the unusual assassination attempt. The airspeeder chase might have been glossed over. What really matters is the club incident and Zam's death. When given a chance, Zam attempted to murder a Jedi. This happens all the time, but it's still quite concerning. From her confession, Zam was working for a bounty hunter. According to the novelization, there will be many hunters. Either way, at least one threat is still out there. It's reasonable to assume the hunter was the one who silenced Zam. That would make the toxic dart their best evidence so far. Right now, the Jedi are still assigned to protect Amidala. The Council is about to update that assignment. Obi-Wan is informed that his priority should be to find the bounty hunter.
Track down this bounty hunter, you must, Obi-Wan.
Windu adds that finding who hired him is more important. This makes perfect sense when trying to get results. You can't protect Amidala from endless assassination attempts, especially given the information from Zam. If the hunter is willing to hire subordinates, he can do that forever. The only way to stop him is to cut off the source. Finding out who put a price on Padme's head. That's even more true if there are multiple hunters competing for the bounty. What's really interesting is never mentioned in the movie. Last night, Obi-Wan insisted that they would only protect Amidala. He specifically was against the idea of investigating.
It's overkill, Master. Investigation is implied in our mandate.
We will do exactly as the Council has instructed.
And I can only protect you. I can't fight a war for you.
The basis for this was to follow the Council's instructions. Only 12 hours later, he talks to the Council. They order Kenobi to do exactly what he didn't want to. Granted, the situation was changed by the new information. After a simple bombing, it's natural to suspect a lone attacker. Maybe a small group of miners from the moons of Naboo. In a case like that, there's no need for Jedi to investigate. Subcontracting bounty hunters are a more serious threat.
Often seems that Silencer.
Obi-Wan points out the obvious flaw in this plan.
What about Senator Amidala? She will still need protecting.
As we discovered last night, they can't do both tasks. When chasing an assassin, Padme was left unguarded. The Council solves this by splitting up the team.
Handle that. Your Padawan will.
Anakin is assigned to defend the Senator. As a mostly trained Jedi apprentice, he will be capable. Their assignment couldn't work the other way around. Obi-Wan can tackle bounty hunters alone, but Annie can't. This is the most productive way to use their resources. If a second team of Jedi was available, that would be better, but then you'd have 4 Jedi to protect 1 woman, which is a bit much.
I'm not going in there with 2 Jedi. Send a droid.
We know that Amidala has been trying to get herself killed, mostly by accident, and once as bait for a trap.
You're using her as bait. It was her idea.
If Anakin manages to talk her out of that, she might be fine. Coruscant is filled with threats, other senators, for example. But most of these dangers are unnecessary risks. Avert those, and Anakin can handle what's left.
Anakin.
Mace Windu has a better idea. Get rid of Padme. He commands young Skywalker to move her off-world. Anakin is extremely pleased with his assignment. He would love nothing more than to hang out with Padme.
Escort the senator back to her home planet of Naboo.
She'll be safer there.
It's not clear if the council has noticed how much he likes her. Perhaps they know and consider it a learning experience. On the other hand, it's not impossible they've missed the signs.
I do not believe the Sith could have returned without us knowing. He couldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his character.
Windu has another trick up his sleeve. He tells Anakin to avoid registered transport. Instead, they are to disguise themselves as refugees.
And don't use registered transport. Travel as refugees.
Registered, in this context, probably means a passenger manifest. Senator Amidala has access to various starships. Even if her barge exploded, she wouldn't be trapped here. However, Zam managed to blow up a Naboo royal vessel. Doing the same to a Senate ship is probably easier. Jedi have access to their own ships, and Anakin can fly anything. The problem is that official vessels are conspicuous. Everyone would know that Amidala was leaving Coruscant. By going incognito, assassins might not find out. At the very least, not until Amidala arrives back home. In the long term, they can't keep this movement a secret. The Senator of Naboo would always have been under scrutiny. After all, the last person with that title is now Chancellor. Anakin points out that Amidala has a very prominent position. He calls her the leader of the opposition.
As the leader of the opposition, it will be very difficult to get Senator Amidala to leave the capital.
That's a very strange term to use here. In an Earth government, that would mean a political party not in power. As far as we know, the Republic doesn't have that kind of party structure. Earlier in the movie, Amidala was part of the Loyalist Committee. That contrasts her with the growing separatist movement. Calling her the opposition wouldn't apply here either. The only way for this line to make sense is in relation to a specific vote. Senator Amidala plans to vote against the Military Creation Act. Being such a notable figure, people will discover her absence. That assumes the Jedi can pry her out of the Senate to begin with. It isn't entirely clear how the hierarchy works in this case. Originally, the Jedi Order was an independent organization. The Old Republic didn't have authority over them, or vice versa. In this millennium, they are far more entangled. The Jedi serve the Republic, not merely protect it. As a member of the Senate, Amidala is the Republic. However, Jedi cannot be controlled by any old politician. We've only seen the Supreme Chancellor give them missions.
We're ambassadors for the Supreme Chancellor.
It seems likely that Sir Kenobi outranks Padme right now. The Jedi have been ordered to protect Senator Amidala. Perhaps neither party appreciates this situation.
Until caught, this killer is. Our judgment she must respect.
Yoda indicates the only way out: solve the threat. Once that is handled, the mission will be over. Until that time, the Jedi hold authority. On paper, they can drag her kicking and screaming to safety. In the real world, that might not go so well. Even if Padme does respect Obi-Wan, she won't come quietly.
The Queen will not approve.
Mace Windu suggests going over her head. The one who gave out this assignment is Chancellor Palpatine.
Go to the Senate and ask Chancellor Palpatine to speak with her about this matter.
He convinced Amidala to accept Jedi protection in the first place. Bringing her back into line is Palpatine's responsibility. In the movie, that's how the meeting ends. The novelization has Anakin keep talking. After Yoda's line, he starts talking about Amidala's feelings. Mace Windu needs to interrupt him to get anything done. The novelization explains that Windu has heard enough. Other council members might be more diplomatic, but no more interested. Anakin completely fails to pick up on this clear message. Obi-Wan has to drag him out of the room before he embarrasses himself. After leaving the council room, he explains himself. I was only going to keep talking about my future wife's emotions. This is not an effective defense, because Kenobi already knows that. In fact, that's exactly why he stopped Anakin from talking. All things considered, Anakin is having a good day. In the wee hours of the morning, he got to drive a very fast vehicle. After sunrise, he gets to spend time with his two favorite politicians.
Yippee!
His first stop is to visit the ruler of the galaxy. Technically, Chancellor Palpatine is more of a figurehead. The Senate is supposed to hold the real power and make decisions. That was certainly the case for Chancellor Valorum. However, Palpatine has accumulated a considerable amount of power. On his current trajectory, he would eventually rule the galaxy. Perhaps not for centuries, but the trend is in that direction. Still, he seems like a good man, so it's probably nothing. The novelization begins this scene with Anakin's mood. He is currently standing in a very significant room, the personal office of the Supreme Chancellor. Anakin is here to have a private conversation with a very busy man. It is true that he's here on both senatorial and Jedi business. That's enough to make someone confident, but not comfortable. Anakin doesn't truly understand what's going on here. Palpatine has talked to Annie a few times, but mostly kept his distance. The boy might never have become suspicious, but the Jedi would have.
Your friendship with Chancellor Palpatine seems to have paid off.
This meeting is where Palpatine really starts to manipulate Anakin. The two have been discussing the Amidala situation.
I will talk with her.
Palpatine can solve this problem, like he always can. Senator Palpatine spent decades becoming that effective, the only person who can reliably get things done in the Senate. In this case, Palpatine intends to make an executive order.
Senator Amidala will not refuse an executive order.
Amidala believes in the Republic, so she must comply with this. Essentially, Palpatine has to sign an official document to get rid of her.
And as my first act with this new authority,
you are hereby commanded to stop preventing us from saving your life. I am sure Padme will be very upset about staying alive, but at least she will live to regret her choices. The rest of the meeting is entirely about Anakin. Clearly, this is the first time Anakin has operated alone. Or at least, he has never been entrusted with a task of his own.
They've finally given you an assignment.
This time, the Jedi Council has formally sent him off to fly solo.
Well, your first big assignment.
The way Palpatine phrases this is an attack on the Jedi. By stressing finally and patience, he insinuates the Jedi are unreasonable.
They've finally given you an assignment. Your patience has paid off.
He makes it sound as if Anakin has been ready for years. Practically a knight, but unfairly held back by the Order. In the novelization, Anakin confirms that he feels this way, that Palpatine has consistently pretended to urge patience. I suspect he was really trying to foster resentment, assuring Anakin that he is so skilled and powerful, the Council will need him. Palpatine will also have phrased his advice in terms of trust, that the Jedi do not trust Anakin, so they keep him from his duties. Another prong of the manipulation is also about trust.
Your guidance more than my patience.
You don't need guidance, Anakin.
He says that Anakin doesn't need guidance, and therefore training. In fact, that Anakin will be invincible after learning to trust himself.
In time, you will learn to trust your feelings. Then you will be invincible.
This is not true, based on what we know of the Jedi. Anakin has at least a couple of years before he will become a knight. He hasn't completed the Jedi training, and he does need guidance. Trusting in himself will certainly not make Anakin invincible. The only way that might work is by trusting the wrong feelings. That is to say, he can easily gain power by falling to the dark side. From our perspective in the audience, we know he will become invincible. However, this will be after a bit more Jedi training and a lot of Sith.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Saying that Anakin doesn't need guidance is a calculated lie. It makes him more likely to fall to the dark side in future. Palpatine's next point is very sneaky. He calls Anakin the most gifted, which is true.
You are the most gifted Jedi I have ever met.
Young Skywalker has the greatest Force talent in the galaxy.
I see you becoming the greatest of all Jedi, Anakin.
His midi-chlorian count may be the highest in galactic history.
Even more powerful than Master Yoda.
On a physical level, nobody can match his raw potential.
The reading is off the chart. Over 20,000.
Palpatine is correct in saying that Anakin could become the most powerful. The only thing holding him back is Anakin's own mind. Partially, this comes from his incomplete Jedi training. Anakin couldn't reach his full potential without becoming a knight. To really develop, he would then need to take an apprentice and train him. Unfortunately, Anakin Skywalker will never get an apprentice. Lord Darth Vader might have one, but that's a story for another time. With the required flattery handled, Palpatine is finished. He doesn't need Anakin's presence for the moment. In the movie, Anakin is being escorted to the door.
Your work here is finished, my friend.
The Padawan has an assignment, and a long meeting might look suspicious. Besides, Anakin will be eager to spend more time with Padme. Everything has been handled as quickly as possible. Palpatine has been efficient with his manipulations.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Contrast this with the novelization, where they linger. Palpatine delivers a few compliments, seemingly unaware of their impact. Then he walks to the window and stares out, with no apparent concern. Anakin hesitates for a long time, then moves to stand next to him. Side by side, these two look out into the galaxy. Only one of them has any idea what the future will bring. After meeting with the Jedi Council, our heroes split up. Anakin leaves to visit two politicians from Naboo. His master is more interested in chatting with the Council. Kenobi will need to continue his investigation soon. Until then, he's content to walk through the temple with Windu and Yoda. At this point, I'm going to do something quite unusual. Normally, I wouldn't delve too far behind the scenes. That's not my primary interest in Star Wars. Other channels will cover the Earth history in more detail. However, for this scene, it's worth making an exception. It is commonly said that the prequel trilogy used a lot of computer graphics. It is true that more computers were used in each prequel than the original trilogy. That isn't out of some principle, where they were opposed to CGI in the good old days. Rather, it's because computers weren't a practical option at the time. This scene from Episode 2 is the main example I think of. It shows Obi-Wan walking through a vast open space. The interior of the Jedi Temple is full of columns and arches. The ceilings are absurdly high. It's a very inefficient way to build things. But I'm getting sidetracked by looking at the architecture. What I'd like to focus on is how this might be accomplished. In Attack of the Clones, this is a particularly obvious one. It's quite clear the scene was filmed on a blue screen. The actors are walking through a tiny area, and the background is added later. This scene is what I think of when someone mentions CGI in the prequels. However, it's important to recognize what's going on here. The blue screen wasn't invented for the prequels. In fact, chroma key was used for the original Star Wars movies. To replicate this shot in 1980, it would still be blue screen. The only difference is how you create the background. The simplest answer is to just do it properly. If you want to have a Jedi temple, you build a full-scale set. When the ceiling needs to look like it's 50 meters up, you just do that. Build a gigantic set and film the scene inside. Obviously, this is impractical. One does not simply build a Star Destroyer and fly it into space. Your next option would be to create a scale model, something just like the temple, but in miniature. Then, with the power of blue screen, you composite in the background. This works just like it would in any model shots, like the trench run. There does exist an alternative solution for this shot. I feel very confident in saying how this would have been accomplished. In the time of the original trilogy, it would have been a matte painting. These were a common technique at the time, though not anymore. That's largely because they take a lot of effort and have limitations. Matte paintings are essentially masking off part of the film. Some is filmed as normal, but the rest of the frame is filled with a painting. This has an obvious shortcoming. Paintings are two-dimensional images. You can't move the camera around freely, like you could with a miniature. It is possible to pan over the painting. However, the perspective doesn't change as the camera moves. Matte paintings are mostly used for establishing shots. We hold on the picture for several seconds to show the landscape. Then we cut to something closer where you can actually see the characters. This is a great technique. It allows you to work on a grand scale. Several paintings are used in the original trilogy. The medal ceremony from A New Hope is a well-known example. Crowds like this are a good candidate when they stand motionless in large numbers. By far my favorite examples are of the Millennium Falcon. When visiting Cloud City, there are several different exterior shots. There's a clear distinction between the landing pad and the background. Our characters can walk around on a simple floor. The exotic world around them gets filled in with a painting. That includes most of the Falcon itself. Personally, I think these scenes look great. The special editions added some moving background objects. Even without those, I very much enjoy how the paintings look. I appreciate movies where the camera isn't always in motion. Now it's about time we tied this back into Episode 2. The interior of the Jedi Temple didn't need to be CGI. Using a matte painting would have been acceptable. Doing it as a miniature might also have worked. But by going digital, the camera is free to move around the actors. This sort of thing wouldn't have been practical otherwise. I think it makes for a great establishing shot. Unlike the other techniques, it doesn't need to cut into a close-up. The background is still there at all times. With that tangent covered, let's examine what happens in the scene. Master Kenobi is walking through the temple. Mace Windu and Yoda are right beside him. The path behind them extends a very long way. This would imply they've been talking for a couple of minutes already. By the time the camera arrives, Obi-Wan brings up what's bothering him.
I am concerned for my Padawan. He is not ready to be given this assignment on his own yet.
Anakin isn't ready for a solo mission, or at least not this one. Having known the lad for 10 years, that is Kenobi's judgment. Quite a contrast from Palpatine's analysis. He implies that Anakin had been ready for ages. The truth probably lies between the two. Obi-Wan is overly cautious, and Palpatine is lying. Mace and Yoda don't agree with Kenobi's caution.
The Council is confident in its decision, Obi-Wan.
They point out that Anakin is both powerful and skilled. This is correct, and not just in his case. With that amount of training, a Jedi apprentice should be ready, especially since the mission is very simple and easy. Go to Naboo and prevent Padme from dying. Most of this should be handled by the Royal Security Forces. Anakin's role is to defend from higher-tier threats, the sort of thing that might slip past a typical guard, bounty hunters, assassins, or fearsome droids. More than anything else, Anakin is there for his spider sense.
I sense Count Dooku.
I sense a trap.
He should be able to alert the guards to each threat. As it turns out, the mission will become more complicated. We don't know that yet, but it is predictable. The Jedi are assuming the mission will go off the rails. They think it will be more dangerous than they think it will be. That line of thinking should be familiar to anyone who's made a time estimate. Whatever you're doing, it will take nearly twice as long as you expect.
You were right about one thing, Master. The negotiations were short.
To those who know the future, the Jedi are overestimating the risk. Anakin's actual assignment is well within his abilities. Unfortunately, Padme will turn a tower defense into an escort mission. That's all in the future, so let's return to the here and now. Mace Windu replies that Anakin is very capable.
The boy has exceptional skills.
It's tempting to think of Anakin as having great potential, a lot of unrefined power but no intentional control. Windu describes the pupil as having exceptional skills. This is what makes Anakin such a troublesome student. He can pick up a difficult lesson far too easily.
Once again, you've proved...
If you'll excuse me...
I hate it when he does that.
The other students don't appreciate this talent. They see it as showing off. Young Skywalker has knowledge, but lacks the wisdom to go with it. Obi-Wan describes this as arrogance. Yoda then takes the conversation in a different direction.
Yes, a flaw more and more common among Jedi.
He agrees, and says this problem is getting worse. If there's anyone who'd know that, it would be Yoda. He isn't quite old enough to remember the Battle of Ruusan. Rather, he's watched how the Jedi Order changed over the past 8 centuries. This makes perfect sense to me. Yoda joined a crippled order. A couple of hundred years earlier, they fought the Sith. It didn't go well for either side. Their failings had been fresh in the minds of the post-Ruusan Jedi. Over hundreds of years, that history seemed less relevant. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium. As far as the Jedi were concerned, there were no Sith, until a knight on par with the High Council was slain. That is what the short green guy is getting at. He pointedly mentions the older, more experienced ones.
Too sure of themselves they are. Even the older, more experienced ones.
Mace would surely be the most arrogant of the trio.
He couldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his character.
I believe this jab is aimed at all 3 of them. The reminder is primarily for Obi-Wan, that none of them are flawless. But Yoda doesn't exclude himself from his own condemnation. Surely he has the most experience, the most time to reflect. If the Temple has produced arrogant Jedi for centuries, whose fault is that?
For 800 years have I trained Jedi.
Obviously, previous generations of Jedi, but most of them aren't around anymore, and Yoda is. Personally, I find this to be a very neat detail. It extends the old idea of degraded training methods. We knew that Luke didn't get a proper amount of Jedi training.
But I need your help. I've come back to complete the training.
This is one of his defining factors. He got a crash course, and that's all. Luke needed to pick up the rest on his own. Palpatine's offer to complete the training was genuinely tempting.
I'm looking forward to completing your training.
Before Luke, there had been another failure of training. Old Ben lamented his arrogance in teaching Vader. I thought I could instruct him just as well as Yoda. This chain continues back, with Yoda having his own flaws. Despite his years, Yoda never found a solution to those arrogant Jedi. The 2 humans choose not to respond to Yoda's point. Instead, Mace Windu brings up the prophecy.
Remember, Obi-Wan, if the prophecy is true, your apprentice is the only one who can bring the Force back into balance.
As if Obi-Wan has forgotten about that Chosen One business. He only promised to train the boy, as the last request of his dying master.
I gave Qui-Gon my word. I will train Anakin, without the approval of the Council if I must.
Nothing that would stick in your memory for the next few decades. Windu seems to be making the point that Anakin needs experience. They all agree Skywalker has talent. Perhaps the best thing for his development would be practical experience, having to make decisions without guidance from his master. If he is to bring balance to the Force, Anakin needs to have sound judgment. There aren't many options for the Jedi. There's no real way to speed up Anakin's progress. Eventually, they expect he would learn from training an apprentice, but it's far too soon for that. He's only a Padawan learner. As we in the audience know, Anakin will never have an apprentice. He was a pupil of Obi-Wan until he turned to evil.
A young Jedi named Darth Vader, who was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil.
Speaking of which, that brings me to the only other option. I speculated that killing a Sith Lord counts as a rite of passage. Any apprentice who can defeat a Sith is quite good. That fight should also teach you a lot about yourself. Being confronted with a dark mirror of the Jedi Order, noticing what worked well and what didn't. Of course, the Jedi aren't aware of any Sith at the moment, nor would they send Anakin to fight one alone. When we look at the three Jedi, all of them have a similar height. This is remarkable because Yoda should be a meter shorter. Windu is 1.8 meters, and Yoda is 0.6 meters tall. Obi-Wan is somewhere in the middle at 1.7 meters. The two from the original trilogy will shrink slightly. Yoda drops from 0.66 to 0.65 meters tall. Kenobi goes from 1.78 to 1.75 meters. That's still a profound difference in altitude. As you can see, Yoda is cheating to reach up that high. Where the other two are walking, he chose to levitate.
How are you?
There's nothing particularly surprising about this. He isn't using the Force to float around, which would look silly. This is the main motivation from behind the scenes. It's hard to be a serious Jedi Master when you're running to keep up. Having Yoda walk beside them would be impractical. No matter what technology was used, puppet or not, it wouldn't look convincing. It's hard to think of any reasonable alternative. You could have one of the humans carry Yoda. After all, the little green man can't be all that heavy. While that's better than making him walk, it seems disrespectful.
My little green friend.
One should avoid putting baby and Yoda in the same sentence. This hover chair makes sense in our galaxy and theirs. Let's quickly go over the basics first. Before we make the chair float, it needs to work as a chair. There isn't much back support and no headrest at all. It would be more accurate to put this in the category of stool. For a bar stool, that level of backrest is unremarkable. The seat itself is fairly large relative to Yoda. Unless cushion technology has advanced, there can't be much padding. For such a venerable Jedi, you'd expect a more comfortable seat. Yoda doesn't sleep on a bed of nails. He's not allergic to luxury. Now for the important parts, the hover components. Without these, the chair doesn't function. Those parts can be broken down into three subsystems: repulsor lift, control, and power. Let's start with the repulsors. On the bottom of the chair, we can see three small discs. It seems likely that all three of these are repulsor components. Since they look identical, it would be strange for one of them not to be. That would imply the chair has three different repulsor projectors. If one or two fail, the chair can probably still float. Building that level of redundancy seems like overkill for this use case. The chair is a meter up and traveling at low speed. A single backup repulsor lift would suffice. You might think this machinery is a bit small. That would have been a solid objection several decades ago. Originally, the first repulsor droid was the ITO Interrogator. This was a fairly large droid, and it seemed like that was the lower limit. A box of torture tools wouldn't need to be that big. Making it float was the impressive part, something only the Empire could do. That idea was reinforced when we saw the Probot floating around on Hoth. However, when the special editions came out, things had changed. An Imperial Mark IV Sentry was added to Mos Eisley, much smaller than the Interrogator droid or Probot. The prequels added Dark Eye probes and camera droids. It would seem that low-power repulsors could be quite small. It was only at a large scale that they took up more space. All those droids are roughly the same size as an ASN-121. That brings us neatly to the next question. We know that miniature repulsor lifts can exist. Obi-Wan has demonstrated what kind of weight they can support. With the hover systems ready to go, you need to power them. This is relatively simple, despite the limited space. Luke had a portable fusion generator on Dagobah. This would almost be small enough to fit inside the chair. Fusion is the power source for the ASN-121. In the case of Yoda's chair, it's probably just batteries. He's not going to be taking it on long trips, far from a recharge socket. Maybe Yoda does have a fusion chair, for use on away missions. That kind of machine can afford to be a bit more bulky. Finally, the control systems. How does Yoda make the chair go forward? There is no obvious joystick or steering wheel. We can't see exactly what Yoda's hands and feet are doing. There are only two real possibilities here. Either the chair is fully manual or partially automated. Perhaps it has a tiny droid brain that lets it follow people. This would also allow for Yoda to summon his chair.
I found you!
More likely, the chair is almost entirely manual. It will have only 4 degrees of freedom instead of 6, 3 axes of translation plus yaw. Pitch and roll will be handled by an auto-leveling system. To function as a chair, the seat needs to stay horizontal. Height will be the most limited of the controls. We have no idea what hover ceiling the chair has. It's entirely possible that there's only one height setting, 2 if you include the dismount button. As an example of this, we have Luke's land speeder. Ride height is not implied to be adjustable from inside. If you want to customize that, you're fiddling with the suspension. On the other hand, Obi-Wan encountered another type. The ASN-121 has kilometers of hover ceiling. It goes from meters to kilometers above the surface. Yoda's chair would probably have a height control. It doesn't need to be more than 2 or 3 meters above ground level. Floating at the relevant eye level would be polite. Not all hover chairs are designed for short people. Most of them are completely different from Yoda's one. The average citizen of the galaxy is vaguely humanoid. Therefore, most hover chairs are designed for human sizes and weights. Minor adjustments will be fairly easy, depending on your needs. Moving the armrests, or making room for wings and a tail. For anything more substantial, you'll probably need a custom chair. One of the worst-case scenarios would be a hut. They have nothing in common with a human body layout. Given their sheer size, you won't even be starting with a chair. At that point, you need a grav sled or land speeder. Yoda's issue of tiny legs isn't all that common. Compared to many short racers, Yoda is still only waist high. That makes him an extreme outlier. Most hover chairs have a completely different purpose. They are wheelchairs, but without the wheels. Very useful for someone with fewer legs than normal, or any other situation where Earth would use a wheelchair. For example, Luke used a hover chair after Endor. He still had full use of his legs, but was supposed to be resting. Apparently, being struck by lightning can be harmful. Temporary or permanent, there is a solution to your mobility woes. It's hard to imagine an improvement over the hover chair. We see this scenario in action with Klieg Lars.
Klieg Lars. Shmi is my wife.
Or rather, we will see it when we get there. Klieg has recently lost one of his legs above the knee. How that happened is a good question, for another time. Right now, we're interested in 2 things. First of all, the ease of access. Tatooine isn't exactly flooded with cutting-edge technology. Besides, the Lars family isn't overly rich. Even so, getting a hover chair in a hurry wasn't difficult. The price must be significantly lower than a second-hand astromech. We can all but guarantee it wasn't ordered from off-world. It seems likely that hover chairs are commonly available. Even if there are none around, they aren't complex. You could probably assemble one in less than a day. Take apart a chair and a droid, then bodge them together. If no repulsor lift droids are available, find something else. Any kind of vehicle should have enough parts to make several chairs. Another convenient feature is that most vehicles already contain seats. Finding a power supply will be equally trivial. When you just want it to work, options are endless. It doesn't need to fit inside a nice shell or look tidy. Just bolt a fusion generator or some batteries to the back. Control circuits will be easy as well. Almost any kind of repulsor lift machine will have controls. If not a human interface device, then a way to wire one in. You'll be fine with any joystick you find lying around. The second interesting detail is that there are alternatives. Klieg Lars has only lost a leg. If someone had a replacement leg, Klieg would be fine. cloning that leg seems rather unlikely. If he wanted that leg replaced, he'd have to go for something mechanical. Klieg strenuously objects to that plan. Star Wars is quite different from other sci-fi universes. In some settings, cybernetic augmentations are common. You can replace your healthy legs with robot ones. This is considered to be a good idea, and people won't look at you funny. Other settings give a penalty to all cyborgs. Star Wars is one of the latter. When Luke loses a hand, this is considered to be a bad thing. You know who else has mechanical hands? Lord Darth Vader. Ordinary people in Star Wars are not fond of cyborgs.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
Surprisingly, this attitude is fully justified. Having a peg leg doesn't make you evil or even a pirate. However, it may make you less than human. Remember how 3PO introduced himself.
And I am C-3PO, Human-Cyborg Relations.
His job description is Human-Cyborg Relations. This doesn't necessarily mean that cyborgs are considered inhuman, so foreign that you'd need a droid to help you interact with one. That is the most straightforward interpretation, though. In the West End RPG, there are rules for this. Mostly, they affect Force-sensitive characters. Being either evil or non-good is quite unwise for them. When combined with cybernetics, that becomes even worse. To use the Force with his injuries, Vader is very strong indeed. Most of that isn't relevant to Klieg Lars. He isn't Force-sensitive, so his penalties are much less severe. Klieg would only need to deal with the loss of humanity. That and the social consequences of being only mostly human. From the comfort of our own galaxy, it's easy to condemn Klieg. Why wouldn't he want a cool robot leg? You can get one for only 2,000 credits, including installation, less than the cost of a second-hand land speeder. All of that seems to justify the lack of cyber legs. That brings us back to the only practical alternative. Hover chairs are the relatively cheap solution. It's worth noting that wheelchairs have several limitations. Hover chairs are immune to most of them. Perhaps the most obvious are stairs, curbs, and other low obstacles. To a hover chair, there's no difference between stairs and a ramp. The Lars homestead is full of stairs, such as the entry igloo. Notice how Klieg handles them, gliding straight up without a care. Actually, he cuts the corner at the end. He does this by drifting sideways, which you can't do in a wheelchair. We've presented the hover chair as the only practical option. What we told you is true, from a certain point of view. Some of our handsome and intelligent audience might have seen this coming. What if you take the robot legs and attach them to the chair instead? That would be another option, and it works in real life. In fact, we see just such a device in The Phantom Menace. Newt Gunray goes for a walk through Theed Palace. That is to say, C.O. Bibble and Gunray's throne are walking. Newt himself is just relaxing. That scene shows a tremendous drawback of the Mechno chair. If you look carefully, you can see the Viceroy lurching to the side. There are boats more stable than this walking rocking chair. Let's assume that the marble floors in Naboo's palace are flat and level. This is the absolute best-case scenario for a walking chair. Environments like this and a starship deck will yield that performance. Every other terrain will be significantly worse.
Well, I'm not going that way. It's much too rocky.
Wheelchairs give a smoother ride on perfect surfaces. The Mechno chair manages to pull ahead once the terrain gets rough, but in every situation, the hover chair is superior. Legs and wheels have their own pros and cons. Unless you're trying to pass through a shield, repulsor lifts are better than either. You might think this is a bit odd. Surely it's possible to build a stabilized walking platform. After all, we can just about manage that on Earth. We've also seen TC-14 trusted to serve drinks. Protocol droids might not be mentally stable, but they aren't clumsy. Later on, we'll see all kinds of military walkers, from the SPH-AT and AT-TE carrying large cannons. Eventually, they evolve into the AT-AT and AT-ST. All of these have legs, and yet their cannons can be aimed. There's no good reason you couldn't apply that tech to a chair. Which leads to one conclusion. I believe it was Mr. Spock who said something about eliminating the impossible.
You eliminate the impossible. Whatever remains, however improbable,
must be the truth.
If there's no good reason, it must be for a bad reason instead. Given what we know about the Trade Federation, there are a few options. Perhaps they're too cheap to pay for a stabilized chair. That would make sense, given how cheap the B-1 battle droids are. However, the Visual Dictionary contradicts this idea. It tells us that walking chairs are hugely expensive. The cost of a stabilizer would be insignificant. Neimoidians treat this chair as a luxury item, or at least a flashy and expensive item to demonstrate status. Calling it luxury doesn't quite fit with the lurching. The motivation here would have to be distinctiveness. Hover chairs do not lurch, and neither does anything else. Repulsor lift machinery tends to bob up and down. The whole point is exaggerating the sway of the leg machine. That draws attention to the unique characteristics of its technology. Notice that the Federation uses legs where they don't matter. Infantry droids and walking chairs. All of their military vehicles use repulsor lifts. They could have used walkers, but chose not to. Let's get back to the chair itself. Like Yoda's chair, this one lacks visible controls. We also get a good look at both the armrests. There are no controls anywhere to be seen. Luckily, the Viceroy is wearing quite long robes. His feet are concealed, meaning we can infer a set of pedals. That's actually a sensible design. It leaves the hands free. Useful for gesticulating and signing autographs.
No disintegration.
As for the throne itself, that looks fairly comfortable. Still lacking a decent headrest, but plenty of back support. With such an uncomfortable ride, there are probably some soft cushions as well. There is another use for the same technology. The Federation has removed the chair from the walking chair. With very little modification, it can be repurposed. In this case, as a mobile hologram projector. Where the chair was impractical, this is highly useful. Normally, we see two kinds of holoprojectors. There are fixed ones mounted into the floor. These are tied into the HoloNet for real-time conversations. A slight variation is the miniature one in an 8080 cockpit. The other sort are pre-recorded holograms. Qui-Gon's handheld projector, or R2's one. Convenient, but you have to transport the data through space. Mounted on the Mechno chair, we have the superior option. This holoprojector supports a real-time conversation across the galaxy. That seems a little strange, considering how bulky the alternatives are. Vader's transceiver is over 1 meter wide. Most likely, the HoloNet modem is stored somewhere else. That gets wirelessly relayed to the walking projector. Compared to the throne, this is much better. The chair doesn't serve a practical purpose. Holograms don't feel discomfort, so the suspension doesn't matter. We see the hologram lurching, but that's no big deal. There's no need to include controls in this version either. The projector will be programmed to keep pace with its master. Anything simple can be handled with a droid caller or voice commands. More complex operations probably need a data pad. In general, the hover chair is a sensible machine. They can solve all manner of mobility problems. Best of all, these are quite inexpensive. It's a little surprising that we don't see more hover chairs in the movies. There is one other benefit that Episode 2 doesn't take advantage of. Take Rigel from Farscape, for example.
We, Rigel the 16th, Dominar of the Hynerian Empire.
When you're using a puppet, the chair is a powerful tool. You can frame your shots to keep the puppeteer hidden. If you have to edit people out of the shot, the chair can still be helpful. Alas, this was the movie that switched to a CGI version of Yoda. That rather negates the chair's benefits. Now its only purpose is the in-universe one.
I heard you are legal now.
The movie returns to Senator Amidala's building. In the establishing shot, we can see her bedroom window being replaced. I'll confess that I didn't notice this on first viewing. Actually, it didn't clearly show this as being Padme's building. Obviously, I figured it out by the very next scene. After we cut to the interior, that must have been the exterior. Still, that isn't the ideal outcome of an establishing shot. Replacing skyscraper windows is a simple process, in much the same way as pulling the ears off a Gundark. Very simple indeed, but also quite dangerous. It would be prudent to avoid that kind of peril.
I have decided that we shall stay here.
As with many dangerous jobs, droids are the solution.
Send a droid.
Padme is assigned a team of 2 droids from Public Technic, the INS 444 and the CLE 004. These can do far better than a human with a jetpack. Their repulsor lifts allow the droids to reach any exterior window. Repulsor lifts are also considered reliable enough to fly there directly. No need for safety ropes anchored anywhere. The pair of window droids come from a familiar company. Public Technic isn't one of those prestige brands. They offer droids that are best ordered in bulk. If you only need one droid, you can probably get by without one. When you have a city to look after, you need a fleet of hundreds. We alluded to one of their other droids earlier, the 5T Tree Feeder. Most citizens have no need of a giant mechanical spider. To make proper use of a 5T, you need a lot of plants. A single droid can take care of a few trees, a grapevine, a small field. When you have a large group of them, you'd assign an acre to each. Another example of this pattern is the U2C1, a small, cheap, unobtrusive housekeeping droid. Like the other droids, these are individuals that can operate alone. There are applications where a single U2C1 can work. Most of the time, though, you'll see a large number of these cleaning the same building. These droids show all the features you'd expect of high-quantity applications. Every U2C1 is small, inexpensive, flimsy, and good enough. We trust you're starting to see the Public Technic business model. These droids are for selling in batches to governments and other companies. Personal use is possible, but not encouraged. The pinnacle of scale is the Public Service Headquarters. As far as we know, this is the largest droid from Public Technic. You can think of it as a building that got up and floated away. It has a crew cabin, a garage, and a helipad. The 850AA is 13 meters tall. Besides all the other features, it includes storage for 30 droids. Buying a brand new one could cost hundreds of thousands of credits. Despite that, Public Technic expects to sell multiple per customer. The droid itself is a flying street sweeper. When this giant machine passes, it leaves pristine roads in its wake. Its real utility comes from the swarm of drones inside. Those are yet more robots you'll need to purchase in bulk. With this context in mind, we understand the window droids. These aren't just Mick and Buffy, the robot glaziers. These are 2 particular droids from a planet with countless others. In fact, Coruscant may have more of these than the rest of the galaxy put together. When Padme's window broke, we know who they called. A company called Congressional Crystalline. As you can tell from the name, this is a local business to the Senate District. It isn't specified what operating range the INS 444 has. Less than 100 kilometers seems like a safe bet. There are probably transports to carry droids and glass together. As for the actual structure, these droids are simple. Each model has paired repulsor lifts at the bottom. It's very likely that one of these can support the entire droid. For the INS 444, that would include any payload of glass. These droids both seem to have a single photoreceptor. Vision is probably not very important for what they're doing. With such a well-defined role, we can also expect battery power. These droids don't need internal generators. You would never send one on a long-range mission without support. Any droid that does wander off is definitely malfunctioning. Like the Trade Federation Army, these ones need a control signal. That's another bit of infrastructure that works better with many droids.
Activate the droids.
Yes, sir.
In general terms, the INS and CLE are very similar. Small repulsor droids specialized for their exact job. You could probably repurpose them, but only for certain roles. The INS 444 has a set of 3 arms for carrying glass. They appear to be suction cups, which would make sense. Those are the most effective technology we have for handling glass. Suction cups allow you to lift a pane from the center. Droids don't have to worry about getting cut by the sharp edges. However, gripping the edge causes unnecessary stress. Since suction cups work using air pressure, they have certain limits. Carrying capacity is primarily based on the cup's size. Bigger is better, since there's much more surface area. There is one other factor involved: air pressure. Suction cups get weaker in thinner atmospheres. In hard vacuum, they are completely useless. That isn't a big deal for these droids. Replacing windows in space is an unusual task. You couldn't possibly use these droids for that. As we know, repulsor lifts only work in a gravity well. If you expect a droid to work in space, it needs different propulsion. Despite that fact, the INS 444 doesn't use suction cups. Instead, these are magnetomic grip pads. This appears to be science-flavored nonsense.
I've isolated the reverse power flux coupling.
Thank you.
We can see that it was based on atomic and magnetic. The expected behavior is from an electromagnet, a machine that lets you grab something, then let it go at will. As we know, however, glass is not very magnetic. Bringing in the atomic bit is the solution. That seems to imply a chemical bond is formed. If your molecules are sharing electrons, isn't that magnetomic? Best of all, it can be formed and dissolved in a second.
That's the real trick, isn't it?
This process doesn't transmute the glass or grip pads. It doesn't eat into either material or damage the surface. Truly, magnetomic adhesion is marvelous. A little too good to be true, in fact. If this technology can exist, we'd expect to see it everywhere. There would be countless applications for joining two objects. Every airlock coupling would use a magnetomic bond. When your starfighter cockpit is closed, why not seal it? Magnetic boots are obsolete. Upgrade them to magnetomic. If the bond doesn't require active power, it gets even more useful. Why bother welding anything when you can do it the magnetomic way? Every bolt and rivet can be secured with magnetomic locks. Get rid of every buckle, button, zip, or shoelace on your clothing. Everything can use the power of magnetomics. Perhaps this is a can of space slugs we shouldn't open.
We must be cautious.
It's a perfect example of why introducing technology is dangerous. Even if it looks harmless, it can have unforeseen consequences.
Choose your next words with exceptional care.
Anyway, let's get back to the INS 444. We've covered most of its notable features. All that remain are the two sensor arms. These are used to verify the window installation. We actually see these used in the movie, and their purpose is obvious. Red beams are clearly visible, playing across the window. Nothing indicates these are anything more than standard red lasers. This probably relies on the window being transparent, as they often are. It would be scanning through the window to inspect the space putty, or space grout, or space rubber, whatever they use to seal the window. For all we know, it could be another magnetomic situation. That about covers the INS 444 installer. These droids are intentionally kept simple and fairly cheap. For particularly extensive jobs, you may assign multiple installer droids. Large windows may take multiple droids to carry. Even so, the number of INS droids is likely to be limited. Anyone operating a window business will have more CLE droids. We'll discuss window durability in a minute. Regardless, windows are expected to last a little while before getting replaced. Long enough to need cleaning, especially on Coruscant. Pure repulsor craft should be fairly clean. However, any kind of starship or airspeeder engine will have exhaust. Some sort of reaction mass comes out the back and settles on your windows. The CLE 004 is quite a tiny droid. It has a brush, repulsor lifts, and that's about it. What's really remarkable is that it lacks a power supply. There are probably still batteries inside, but only as a buffer. Public Technic created a droid that runs on broadcast power, a fascinating concept, and probably fine on Coruscant. It's not as if we're on some insignificant world on the Outer Rim. We'll delve into broadcast power in just a few short hours.
Okay.
Another obscure detail is that the brush is retractable. That isn't clear from the movie, but the renders make it obvious. The brush is attached with a set of power leads. Its arm is curved to fit against the front of the droid's shell. There's a recess for the arm and a deeper one for the brush. Clearly, it will be stored with the bristles on the inside. This brush is the entire point of the droid, its sole duty. We consistently see it described as an electrostatic polisher. There isn't a lot of information to go on, so it's hard to speculate how this works. The description claims it can polish a large window in a few seconds. Given how small the brush head is, that seems implausible. Padme's window is several square meters of surface area. With such a tiny brush, it would need to move extremely quickly. That makes it far more likely that something fishy is going on. To achieve that performance, the brush has some kind of virtual footprint. It creates an area of effect, at least a meter across. Since Anakin is standing next to the window, it can't be anything dangerous. Now we need to talk about the material of the windows. Normally, that would be an extremely minor detail. You might as well ask what someone's boots are made of. Yes, sometimes we do know the answer to that. Most of the time, that isn't even slightly relevant to the plot. Perhaps we could analyze how frequently a character would replace boots. In the prequels, talking about windows is no longer speculation. You might not have realized it, but all three include vandalism. At least one window gets broken in each movie. That seems unimportant, but teaches us about the world. These particular windows are not overly strong. Windows on Earth can be easily broken. We could blame that on shoddy programming and ancient features. As for the other sort of windows, those are made of glass, quite a brittle substance, prone to shattering. Glass at room temperature will not bend very well. Once you apply a certain amount of stress, the glass will crack. We could say the same thing about ceramic objects. Metal is just the opposite. It tends to be malleable. If you bend a girder to 32 degrees, it will stay bent.
30 degrees, 32 degrees, you name it.
But we can't exactly make windows out of metal, can we? The windows in Theed Palace were extremely normal, seemingly made of glass and wood. That would be the default assumption of the audience. Naboo may be using ancient materials for their own reasons. The palace doesn't need to be heavily fortified. Naboo's history has little to no war, at least up to this point. All we can tell from the movie is that the windows aren't blaster-proof. Episode 3 gives us a similar amount of information. Palpatine's window falls apart after a single strike. It is possible to cut glass with a weapon that can cut through anything. We can infer things from the way it shatters, but not the fact that it broke. Things are different when it comes to Episode 2. The exact properties of the window become plot relevant. First of all, we know that you can cut through it. When using the proper tools, this doesn't cause cracks to propagate. Much more importantly, you can throw people through it. Obi-Wan is confident that he'll make it through the closed window. We can assume that Kenobi is not an expert on defenestration.
Did I say anything? He's trying. I didn't say anything.
The difficulty depends greatly on your own fenestra. Generally, it is considered unwise to leap through windows. Glass can be made fairly strong. Ordinary windows at ground level have to deal with the weather. Wind, rain, hail, potentially snow or sandstorms, even the occasional small bird. Earth windows are built to survive the impacts from all of these. That's before we get into things like double glazing. You can add extra materials, creating wired or laminated glass, all of which make the window harder to jump through. There is a reason movies use fake windows for scenes like this. It can be surprisingly hard to break a window. Other windows are even more difficult. If a shop has glass out the front, that'll be quite durable. Skyscrapers also tend to have sturdy glass in them. Obi-Wan jumping through a window contradicts what we'd expect. Star Wars is known to have technological blind spots. For example, starfighters are listed with subsonic flight speeds. Blasters tend to have much shorter ranges than Earth rifles. Window technology appears to be another deficiency. Some of these have explanations in the lore. In the case of this window, the weakness became intentional. This doesn't appear to have been explained until 2006. The new Essential Guide to Droids solves the issue. It confirms what the movie seems to show. Those are glass windows. This book also introduces a material called claricrystalline. Based on the wording, glass is implied to be the weakest. However, glass might not break as easily as shown. It makes more sense for Padme's window to be the new material. That way we cannot possibly know its physical properties. Perhaps the crystal structure comes with a cleavage plane. Obi-Wan might be able to sense this and jump through there. It could be that claricrystalline is stronger, on average, than glass. When struck at the right point, it shatters more easily. The obvious question is why such weak materials would be used. Surely they have something better than glass. This new law tells us that they choose not to use any of those. Coruscant uses glass windows despite their flaws, even in what ought to be maximum security buildings.
It is now our intention to move you to a new place of maximum security.
The excuse for this is clarity of the window. Both glass and claricrystalline allow for a better view. Other materials are less perfectly transparent. Replacing a few windows per year is considered acceptable. In fact, this may be another sign of luxury, using something impractical because you can afford to. Strong windows are for poor people, obviously.
I think I'll just rent this island.
Poor! You're poor!
Politicians have security and somewhere else to sleep. It's not a big deal for their bedroom window to go missing. There are two main alternatives for windows. Luke's Landspeeder uses a Duraplex windscreen. That sounds like it was intended to be a type of plastic. In the movie, the windscreen is rather dusty. That isn't necessarily a downside of Duraplex. It could be that Luke just hasn't washed his space car in a while. Duraplex would also need to be less clear than glass. That sounds like a perfectly good trade-off for most situations. It's very possible that Duraplex is the default material for windows. Maybe it's not great when you need something airtight. We don't know the relative cost of these substances. If you only need one Duraplex window, it'll eventually pay for itself. With claricrystalline, you'll definitely need spares. By far the most famous windows are Transparasteel. That's the material used for the Millennium Falcon's cockpit. By default, we assume every window on a spaceship is Transparasteel. This material mostly exists to answer the obvious question: isn't it dangerous to have glass there? Spaceships in real life tend to have very small windows. The Falcon's cockpit is almost 50% window, yet nobody seems too concerned that the glass might break. When flying through an asteroid field, nobody tries to leave. During a battle, there's no concern about the laser cannons. We don't see any safety features, like armored shutters. This isn't exclusive to Star Wars, of course. Many sci-fi settings have their cockpit or bridge exposed. Star Trek, for example, has the bridge as Deck 1, in a little dome, right on top of the saucer section. Star Trek tends to focus on shields rather than armor. If shields are down, any hit will be a problem. That said, the Galaxy-class battle bridge is not exposed. Star Wars has shields as well, but they aren't quite so important. If the windows were a real detriment, they would have been removed. Let's take a hypothetical ship as an example. Its hull is made of Durasteel, and the windows are made of Transparasteel. These two metals must have quite similar properties. If Transparasteel was the superior one, it would be used for the entire hull. That would make for an interesting setting, but it's not Star Wars. On the other hand, Transparasteel can't be much weaker. The windows would become unacceptable weak points.
What a piece of junk!
Think about some of the ordinary metals from Earth. Steel and titanium are quite similar, but one is lighter. That means you can swap a steel part for titanium and save some weight. Try the same thing with aluminium, and the part will break. Steel is much heavier and stronger than aluminium.
Hey, I broke it.
You would need a full redesign to make that change. We want Transparasteel to be the titanium equivalent, except that instead of a weight difference, one of them is not opaque. Even if they're quite close, Durasteel ought to be stronger. To solve the window problem, we just make them thicker. You can always add more armor to your ship's hull if you want to, but it was designed this way for a reason. Adding the extra hull thickness is a trade-off. Whatever armor you end up with, your windows can be rated to match. It just means that your cockpit windows are thicker than the nearby hull plating. More importantly, they are both equally strong. A pair of cannon bolts will do the same amount of damage to both metals. That's all we really need for windows to be viable. No matter how large, they're no worse than having hull plating there instead. Thickness also applies to those fragile Coruscant windows. Duraplex, when made very thick, probably looks bad, much like how a glass of water is clear, but the ocean is blue. A roll of sellotape is yellow, but one layer is transparent. Nothing is perfectly clear, but glass is close enough. It seems that Transparasteel is considerably more opaque than glass.
Perhaps you are using inferior discs.
On the other hand, claricrystalline would be the ideal choice. Glass would surely need to be thicker than Duraplex for the same strength. Transparasteel should work even as a very thin window. This leads to another unflattering conclusion. The Coruscant elite have chosen to have flimsy windows. If you make glass a decimeter thick, it will be quite strong. Nobody will be jumping through that window.
Please don't! Please don't!
Even with weak points, the same would apply to claricrystalline. Duraplex and Transparasteel should work at less than a centimeter. There's no reason you can't have strong windows that you can see out of.
That armor's too strong for blasters!
The complaint about a clearer view doesn't sound plausible. Padme's building has very thin, very weak windows. That isn't a necessity, that's an intentional choice. It comes from chasing the clearest windows that can possibly exist. Not only do they opt for glass, they make it particularly thin glass. Suitably posh types will insist on that kind of window. Padme is right at the top of the building, with the best view. Of course we have 0.5mm claricrystalline windows. What sort of cheap establishment do you take us for? If the window breaks, that's the cost of doing business. Congressional crystalline will fix it in the morning.
Windows strong, gleaming bright, shining through both day and night. Trust the name that's out of sight. Congressional crystalline's the light.
Inside the Amidala residence, we see the hierarchy. I have already speculated that Naboo had a backup senator, that when Palpatine was promoted, someone was ready to take his place. In this scene, we see how that process works 10 years later. Senator Amidala formally hands authority to Representative Binks. Looking at this conversation, I don't think this is novel information. Padme already told Jar Jar before saying this incantation, the words of power that officially transfer control.
Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck. Logged. The commanding officer is aboard. Exo Presley stands relieved.
Representative Binks responds with all due formality. He says a lot of pretty words to convey the meaning of
Roger, Roger. Misa, honored to be taking on this heavy burden.
Jar Jar isn't particularly skilled with words at the best of times. Even so, it's worth paying attention to what he replies with. His first priority is to describe authority as a heavy burden. This is an assurance that he realizes the significance. I would argue that this doesn't represent character growth. When Jar Jar was promoted to the Grand Army, he understood that. During the battle, he didn't fail from not taking it seriously. Rather, Jar Jar was not competent enough to command. He tried his best, which wasn't nearly good enough. The real character growth here comes from training. Unlike in the last movie, Representative Binks is qualified. He spent the last 10 years around Padme, watching how she handled political matters. We can assume he also learnt from the Naboo advisors. Jar Jar is expected to fend for himself in social combat. Otherwise, it would be cruel to leave him to the mercy of the Senate. Also completely ineffective at executing Amidala's will. One could argue that Palpatine will try to defend Jar Jar. However, as Supreme Chancellor, he can't be seen to play favorites. Representative Binks will have to handle this alone. The other thing Jar Jar emphasizes is humility. It is possible that he learnt this one from Coruscant. That's just one of the insincere things politicians like to say. On the other hand, this could be more meaningful. Boss Nass isn't a bad leader, but he could never be called humble.
Misa no Nasim.
Jar Jar grew up with that as the pinnacle of authority. Nass will certainly have been involved in his exile. It's very likely that Jar Jar is trying to be a different kind of leader from Nass, not letting the borrowed power go to his head. This is only a temporary position, but Jar Jar is taking it seriously. His character has always been a well-intentioned idiot. By now, he might have enough skill to get things done. That brings me to another question. At the start of the movie, Senator Amidala arrives on Coruscant. Jar Jar wasn't on that ship when it exploded.
I'm sure Luke wasn't on that thing when it blew.
He didn't leave the ship, and he wasn't flying an N1. Therefore, we must conclude that he was already on Coruscant. Amidala spends one day on the capital and leaves the next morning. Someone had to be in charge before she arrived. If that was someone else, why did she give the role to Jar Jar? Surely it would be better to leave the other guy in power. There's no rationale given for why Jar Jar would be a superior choice. The only way this makes sense is for Binks to be the substitute senator. He was off duty for a day, then got back into it.
Humility and
Jar Jar, I don't wish to hold you up.
Padme interrupts Jar Jar's acceptance speech. Given that she started this formal interaction, it seems a bit odd. I see two likely explanations for this. The first is that she takes pity on the clumsy Gungan. He doesn't really know the protocol for this interaction. Instead of leaving him to ramble, Padme ends the conversation. The main alternative would be doing it for her own sake. Amidala wants to get on with her packing, and Jar Jar is in the way. A slightly different version would be that this is a hint. Padme is implying that Jar Jar should get started on his job.
How rude.
If we take these latter interpretations, that would be quite rude indeed. As far as we can see, Jar Jar has been polite and helpful. He's earnestly trying to do a good job on behalf of Naboo and the Republic. With the Gungan dismissed, Padme returns to her bedroom.
I do not like this idea of hiding.
This gives us a bit more insight into her thinking. Until now, it was a bit confusing how reckless she seemed to be. We saw her object to any suggested security measures. Reading into this a bit, I conclude that it's a problem of expectations.
The Queen will not approve.
Queen doesn't need to know.
Well, I don't approve.
Senator Amidala is used to getting anything she wants. After all, this is the woman who single-handedly defeated the Trade Federation. The Battle of Naboo was just her versus millions of battle droids. Let's rein in my hyperbole a little. The most significant moment of Padme's career came from acting boldly. She ignored all advice to the contrary and her personal safety. Since that day ended well for her, she sticks to that strategy, taking extreme risks in the pursuit of a noble goal. Generally, I think this is a bad idea. It wouldn't hurt to be a little more pragmatic about things. The only reason Padme survived this long is her powerful friends, Naboo's royal security forces and the Jedi Knights. More generally, the Senate Guards and the entire Republic, plus a little help from the Gungan Grand Army. Senator Amidala can push her luck because others will cover for her.
The Queen wishes it. She's curious about the planet.
It's not entirely clear if we're supposed to see this as a flaw. There exists a similar character in the Star Wars universe. Princess Leia took a lot of risks in her time. In her introduction, we find out she makes a habit of this. Vader talks about her typical mercy mission excuse.
Don't act so surprised, Your Highness. You weren't on any mercy mission this time.
It's implied that all of these might serve the rebellion too. This works because Leia is very aware of the threat. Padme doesn't quite seem to comprehend that her life is in danger. In contrast, our first impression of Leia is after one risk too many. She had a history of evading danger, but it still caught up with her. There are profound consequences, which Leia knew beforehand. Every time she started a mercy mission, she knew it could end this way. Locked in a cell, interrogated by droids and Darth Vader. Padme doesn't acknowledge the danger she's in. At first, she denies needing any more protection.
Chancellor, if I may comment, I do not believe
The situation is that serious.
She is quite interested in tracking down the assassin. Eventually, this investigation might result in safety. That seems to be a tertiary concern for her, at best. I believe her second priority is to unravel this mystery. Her main goal is to exploit this attack for politics. Staying alive is a distant third place. If the Jedi confirm who hired the assassin, it can be a weapon for her. That knowledge will make Count Dooku look bad, thereby raising Amidala's relative popularity and securing votes. I genuinely don't see another interpretation of her character. That's why I prefer Padme's daughter. Padme sees no political advantage to be gained from hiding. She doesn't take the prospect of her death seriously. If we skip ahead a few years, that stays consistent.
I won't lose you, Padme.
I'm not gonna die in childbirth, Annie. I promise you.
No, I promise you.
When Anakin fears for her life, she dismisses the concern, confident that she isn't going to die anytime soon. A few days later, she dies as predicted. Generally speaking, though, her plan will work. Amidala can rush headlong into danger. There is no concern about the consequences of her own actions. For example, attracting multiple assassinations in the first place. Padme knows that someone will protect her from the outcome. Qui-Gon Jinn, Corday, and countless others. They give their lives so Amidala can live another day. I just hope the Naboo RSF and their widows are well paid. Contrast her strategy with Palpatine's approach. The previous senator of Naboo kept a relatively low profile. He escalated the conflict with the Trade Federation, of course. Aside from that, though, Palpatine kept his head down. Nobody really wanted to assassinate him. Senator Palpatine never went to the Jedi for protection. He didn't need to leave the planet in fear of bounty hunters. Now, there's nothing wrong with the character making bad choices. Luke Skywalker and Ben Kenobi are well known for making mistakes. Leia is prone to gambling and losing, figuratively. Han Solo is constantly in a predicament of his own making. Oh, and Anakin might have done one or two things wrong. The difference is that the movie knows those people are in the wrong. Padme is on some damn fool idealistic crusade. I believe we are meant to side with the Jedi over her.
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me.
Based? It's based in red pill.
But at the same time, to think Amidala is justified. Anakin tries to placate the irate senator.
Now that the Council has ordered an investigation, it won't take Master Obi-Wan long to find this bounty hunter.
There has been a Jedi Knight assigned to her case. Within a few days, Kenobi will trace this problem to its root. Of course, that may not be much help. It all depends on the precise motivation behind the attacks. Padme suspects Count Dooku is behind the plot. From an omniscient perspective, that turns out to be correct. However, it's a bit of a leap in logic. Dooku is leader of the Separatist movement. That faction would benefit from a weaker Republic. Besides, Dooku knows a bit of history. When you attack the Naboo, it creates a strong sympathy vote for their senator. Amidala says she's spent a year crusading against one issue.
I haven't worked for a year to defeat the Military Creation Act, to not be here when its fate is decided.
The Military Creation Act. This is an interesting set of priorities. As far as we know, the Separatists are not connected to the MCA. These are two completely separate issues.
I was recruited by a man called Tyrannus on one of the moons of Bogdan.
Curious.
But they are both happening at the same time. Here's the most charitable interpretation of this I can come up with. Padme is putting a great deal of effort into opposing the military, or rather, ensuring that no Republic military can exist. She does not appear to care about half the Republic leaving. For that stance to make sense, one must be a foregone conclusion. Dooku's faction will split off from the Republic. Padme's concern is for what happens next. She is trying to prevent an arms race and a Cold War. By sabotaging the Republic military, she hopes to create peace. Let's assume Padme is right about this motivation, that Count Dooku wants her dead for political reasons. What happens when the Military Creation Act has been voted on? It's possible that would end the assassination attempts. If so, that means Obi-Wan barely needs to do anything. The bounty hunters will go away in a few days, no matter what.
You wanna buy some death sticks?
Possibly.
Kenobi could go back and buy those death sticks after all. Of course, if this is about the Separatist crisis, that's different. The situation could take years to resolve. Just in case, I think Obi-Wan should carry on with the investigation. Things will probably calm down after the vote, but these next few days are bounty hunter hunting season. Anakin doesn't really agree with the anti-hiding position. I'm sure he would prefer a straight fight to all this sneaking around. On the whole, Anakin is pleased with the scenario. He has been officially commanded to spend time with his future wife. With a mission like that, Anakin wants to do exactly as the Council has instructed. No more teenage rebellion here, not today. Young Skywalker tries to smooth things over. He deploys a bit of wisdom he's surely heard before.
Sometimes we must let go of our pride and do what is requested of us.
This frames Amidala's political goals as pride. That's particularly effective because of what Padme wants. She doesn't have a real hope of changing the outcome of this vote. Not on the last day, after a year of trying. There's no good reason for her to be present for the vote. Padme's desire is selfish and thinly disguised. When Anakin challenges her, Padme does not concede. She doesn't try to justify the risk at all.
The Queen wishes it. She's curious about the planet.
Instead, she changes the subject to Anakin. The apprentice is more than happy to go along with that. This makes for a relatively safe conversation. There isn't nearly as much risk of Padme trying to change the plan.
Anakin, you've grown up.
The line, "Anakin, you've grown up," is a bit condescending. On the other hand, it is an accurate description of events. Skywalker shifts the topic again.
Master Obi-Wan manages not to see it.
He complains that Kenobi doesn't notice he's grown up. That's an understandable complaint to have. Many apprentices will have thought the same thing. It's more justified from Anakin than most Padawans. He started the training much older than usual. Skywalker will constantly have less training than his peers. Despite that, his talent and ambition allowed him to catch up. Anakin isn't treated as lacking in knowledge or experience. By all rights, he ought to be.
It wasn't my fault, really.
It would appear that younglings don't really learn much of anything. The only reason to recruit so young is to prevent outside influence. Your real Jedi training comes from the apprenticeship. Anakin walks over to the window and picks up a metal globe. It's probably hollow, because a solid ball would be quite heavy. Skywalker carefully juggles it with 0 hands. I don't even think he's showing off for Padme. This level of telekinetic control isn't a big deal to him. To us in the audience, this is the most masterful use of telekinesis yet. The only comparable examples come from Luke's training. He moves some rocks and crates, and will lift both R2 and 3PO. These aren't done with such great precision, though. When Yoda lifts a large object, that also seems to take some effort. Anakin casually moves this orb wherever he wants. He does this for fun, because he can. Luke could probably do the same thing during his last movie. Obviously, far greater feats had appeared in the EU. While juggling, Anakin acknowledges the benefits.
Obi-Wan is a great mentor, as wise as Master Yoda and powerful as Master Windu.
He describes Kenobi as both wise and powerful. It is interesting to see Obi-Wan's description. He has been favorably compared to the most senior of the High Council. Like his own master, Kenobi is a knight to rival the council members.
If you would just follow the code, you would be on the council.
You still have much to learn, my young apprentice.
It seems clear that Qui-Gon was right about Obi-Wan. Of all the Jedi Knights, he was one of the more powerful.
I am truly thankful to be his apprentice.
It's hard to imagine a living Jedi better suited to train Anakin. Unfortunately, things begin to go downhill. Anakin describes himself as being ahead of his master.
In some ways, a lot of ways, I'm really ahead of him.
That is true, but only from a certain point of view. Nobody could argue that Obi-Wan is the better pilot or mechanic.
Blast, this is why I hate flying.
Given Anakin's raw power, he does have a few advantages. It's also natural for different Jedi to specialize in different things. Overall, though, 30 years of training will beat 10 years. Anakin thinks he has completed his apprenticeship, that he is ready for the trials, ready to be a knight, able to take his own missions, train an apprentice, defeat Sith Lords. Obi-Wan does not agree in the slightest. To a certain extent, we are meant to think Anakin has a point, that Kenobi is too protective, afraid to trust in his Padawan. This scene mirrors the discussion with the Council. There, Obi-Wan is told that his apprentice is more capable than he thinks. Elsewhere, Anakin is saying the same things, that Kenobi thinks of him as being too impulsive. The truth of the matter is that Obi-Wan is correct.
I'm ready for the trials, but he feels that I'm too unpredictable. He won't let me move on.
Anakin is absolutely not prepared to become a knight. Allowing him to face the trials would make Kenobi irresponsible.
Oh, wait, Luke! It's too dangerous!
When Qui-Gon felt his apprentice was ready, he didn't rush to end things. Obi-Wan was only recommended for a promotion when Anakin needed a master.
An apprentice you have, Qui-Gon. Obi-Wan is ready.
I am ready to face the trials.
Now we are treated to one of the classic Episode 2 moments. Young Skywalker has several outbursts in this movie. This one in particular ends with a favorite of teenagers everywhere. It's not fair, as well as other traditional phrases like, he just doesn't understand.
He's overly critical. He never listens. He doesn't understand. It's not fair.
This scene is one of my favorites to use in the background, useful anytime I need to imply someone is having a teenage tantrum. To be entirely fair, Luke also says it's not fair.
It just isn't fair. Oh, Biggs is right. I'm never gonna get out of here.
Even so, Anakin is by far the most teenage Padawan we've ever seen. It's one of the things I don't like about the Episode 2 version. Showing him like this was also entirely required. There are certainly things Obi-Wan might be doing wrong. Old Ben will eventually admit that to Luke.
I thought that I could instruct him just as well as Yoda. I was wrong.
Still, Anakin's complaints are largely unfounded. We can hardly say Obi-Wan is overly critical if Anakin thinks he's ready.
Luke, you must complete the training.
The Master is trying to complete the training process, so that one day, Anakin will become a Jedi Knight. Teenage Anakin thinks he already knows everything. Any criticism, therefore, must be malicious in nature. Kenobi is trying to hold Anakin back from his glorious destiny. This perspective alone would make him unfit for knighthood. Padme doesn't truly understand the Jedi training process. She can clearly see what's going on here, though. Her response is probably informed by her royal handmaid training, or perhaps whoever taught her to fly an N1 starfighter.
Our mentors have a way of seeing more of our faults than we would like. It's the only way we grow.
The important part is at the end. It's the only way we learn. This is precisely the benefit of having a mentor, someone who can identify which particular flaws you have. Otherwise, you're left with general advice, shallow explanations where you need more detail, endless time spent on aspects you've already mastered. Padme's next line gets to the heart of the matter.
Anakin, don't try to grow up too fast.
This sounds like a minor comment from the romance side plot. When you look at it, this is a core part of Star Wars. In its proper context, this is about becoming a Jedi. Anakin is trying to bypass the training. We've heard about this problem before. Obi-Wan's apprentice is trying to choose the quick and easy path. This was also Luke's failing, not giving the training proper weight.
Unfortunate that you rushed to face him. That incomplete was your training.
Both Luke and Anakin are trying to interrupt their apprenticeship. Luke has other priorities, but intends to return.
Master Yoda, I promised to return and finish what I've begun. You have my word.
Anakin just thinks he has succeeded at growing up too fast. Unfortunately, Padme's phrasing was ambiguous.
But I am grown up. You said it yourself.
Anakin takes it literally, instead of reflecting on his Padawan status. This leads to one of the more awkward romance scenes in the movie, and that's in a movie famous for exactly this sort of thing. Skywalker has learnt a thing or two about girls over the past decade.
They're the most beautiful creatures in the universe. They live on the moons of Viego, I think.
His new technique is the Mesmer Stare. It seems to be mildly effective. Padme asks him to stop because it makes her uncomfortable.
Please don't look at me like that.
Why not?
It makes me feel uncomfortable.
Clearly, this can only mean the Mesmer Stare was working too well. Somehow, little Annie has become less suave over the years.
Are you an angel?
What?
An angel.
I think he would have done better by bringing up the moons of Viego again. Perhaps saying he's been there, and the angels weren't that great. No more than a few hours later, the packing is complete. Padme is not going to bring much luggage this time. Of course, anything less than 4 cubic meters of clothing is traveling light. Anakin didn't have many possessions before joining the Jedi. Now he has even less stuff.
I'll make sure Mom doesn't sell you or anything.
Sell me?
Bye.
This will be quite important for traveling incognito. By this point, our heroes have finished their errands. For the moment, all of them are in the same place. This won't happen again until days later on Geonosis. The entire group arrives at a spaceport. We aren't clear exactly where this location is. Padme is trying to be inconspicuous. We can be certain that it's a relatively mundane spaceport, nothing associated with the Senate or the Jedi. The rich and powerful probably try to avoid places like this. It doesn't seem like an ideal design for passengers or cargo. There must be more efficient ways to move industrial quantities of freight. On the other hand, this doesn't look like a busy passenger spaceport. When Padme arrives at the spaceport, it isn't in a taxi, nor do we see an exquisite Naboo airspeeder. In general, we don't see much of the travel arrangements. When the senatorial barge arrives, what comes next? Unlike in Phantom Menace, we don't see vehicles waiting. The landing platform has only the N1s on it. Since there are people walking around, there must be transport. Captain Typho hurried Padme away from the burning wreckage. If there wasn't already a transport docked, it would be nearby. 1 or more vehicles with quite a few seats. The ship's crew needs transport, as well as the support staff. Accounting for everyone, there are probably enough passengers to fill a bus. After the bombing, that would make for a somber trip. We know there was a ride from the platform and one to Palpatine's office. After that, another journey to Padme's building. The surviving guards and ground crew would be handled differently. They will surely be taken elsewhere for questioning. You need to isolate them in case one turned out to be the assassin. Besides, the mechanics won't be visiting the Senate. There's no need for them to be in Padme's building. It is possible that Naboo has an Etikus-class shuttle. However, that ship would also be at risk of sabotage. Anything that's directly tied to the Senator is a potential hazard. It would be much safer to use a form of public transport. That way nobody can access the vehicle ahead of time. On the other hand, you might run into members of the public. Every one of them is a potential assassin, and that's on a normal day. Another slight issue is finding a nearby bus stop. The landing platform is probably not on any standard route. Captain Typho will need to make some emergency arrangements. Perhaps Jar Jar can bring the Rolls-Royce to pick them up.
Misa cause maybe 1 or 2 little bitty accidentes.
We only see Padme use one vehicle within Coruscant. She uses starships to get on and off world, of course. But moving from one building to another, she takes the bus. Since this is Star Wars, it is naturally a hover bus. When traveling to the spaceport, her party are the only ones on this bus. It is obvious that the entire hover bus was reserved. We do have confirmation of that, as if it was needed. More interesting, it's phrased as a novel idea. We don't know what transports were used before, but it wasn't this. The bus is noted as being inconspicuous. That implies her previous choice was far more flashy. Let's start to examine the hover bus itself. First of all, we should note its official name. This specific model is a Magnaline 3000, built by a company named GoCorp, a relatively obscure name. They produce the RoboHack, a particularly relevant machine, a considerably smaller vehicle than the Magnaline. The default option is only a land speeder, tied to the surface. However, upgrading it would be fairly trivial. Being a repulsor craft company, GoCorp creates the actual hull. They own a company called Utilitech, which creates droid brains. That's the other main feature of the RoboHack.
There is no pilot. The cockpit is empty.
Instead of having a driver, they can navigate autonomously. Aside from that, we have only two things to say about GoCorp. A century or few ago, they produced a WA-7 service unit. This wasn't a particularly successful venture. They certainly aren't a common sight in the galaxy. Chances are, this will be the first and last time you hear of them. As with the RoboHack, Utilitech was heavily involved in the WA-7.
Oh, yes, thank you.
The other notable fact about GoCorp is vaguely related. One of their repulsor factories employed a supervisor droid, an EV model from Merendata, with feminine programming. In fact, a familiar individual called EV-99. She worked there for a while, having been evicted from Cloud City. 99 would end up working for Jabba the Hutt. We shouldn't hold GoCorp responsible for any of this. The EV is a good choice, and 99 can be sneaky.
Our master got angry with our last protocol droid and disintegrated.
Anyway, let's get back to the Magnaline 3000. Officially, this vehicle is classed as an air transport. That's undeniably accurate, of course. More specifically, the Magnaline is an Airbus. While that's also accurate, it coincides with an Earth brand. The names most likely arose independently. In the case of Star Wars, it will be derived from Airspeeder. That indicates a repulsor craft with a substantial hover ceiling, a vehicle that can move in 3 dimensions. This is quite apparent from what we see in the movie. As a general category, the circus prefers to call it a hover bus. The Magnaline is a reasonably large airspeeder. Military airspeeders are usually more compact than this. Most civilian ones don't need this much capacity. Though we are short on information, we have some details. These come from a fact file and are all we have to go on. The Magnaline has a length of 14 meters, which sounds about right. We also find that the speed is 200 kilometers per hour. This is probably a cruising speed rather than maximum. Most companies have a policy against thrashing the engines. When traveling long distances, the bus is not ideal. Its speed is just barely higher than the air taxi. Travel times will certainly be longer for the bus. Any speed advantage is offset by the indirect route. If you have a long way to go, that needs a dedicated transport. The highest speed traffic uses the high-altitude skylanes. To get there even faster, you could take a spaceship above the atmosphere. Once you get to the right region, the hover bus can be the last leg.
Look, I can take you as far as Anchorhead. You can get a transport there to Mos Eisley or wherever you're going.
Now we can take a look at the Magnaline itself.
It's about time.
The bus fuselage seems to be lightly built. We aren't dealing with something military or industrial. There's no need for armor, weapons, or anything similar. Most of the stress on this frame comes from its own engines. All the bus needs is enough durability to survive its routine. Cargo is also quite trivial to build for.
What's the cargo?
Only passengers?
Even if you have dense passengers, they can't weigh all that much. There's no compartment allocated for luggage either. Despite being relatively lightweight, the bus has serious engines. We know it has 6 protrusions along the side. In each of the bottom corners, there is a streamlined pod. These are roughly where you'd put the wheels on an ordinary bus. Higher up, and at the extreme rear, we have another pair. This set is much more blocky than the lower pods. From our limited information, we can confirm that these are all engines. That makes sense. After all, they look like engines. Specifically, quite normal turbojet engines. They appear to have a large circular intake at the front. On the trailing end, we have what could be an exhaust nozzle. It's quite surprising, then, that these are repulsor lift engines. Normally, we would expect repulsors to be mounted inside the floor. Putting them on external pods like this does give some advantages. The most useful is probably essential routine maintenance. As soon as you open the cowling, you can reach the repulsor arrays. That's handy, not just for repairs, but also for regular inspections. A more drastic option would be to replace the entire pod. Operating a fleet of these, you would keep spare pods around. Anytime it's a complex problem, yank the whole engine out. Assuming our information is correct, there is another benefit. These engine pods are sticking out into the airflow. This gives us the opportunity to use air cooling. There is an intake at the front of the nacelle, but not to feed the engine. By having such good cooling, you can overrun the repulsors. It lets you get away with smaller, more lightweight machinery. This also explains the peculiar airflow from this layout. All 4 engine pods are at the same height and width. That means exhaust from the front pair flows into the rear intakes. Not a good idea if these were turbine combustion engines. For cooling, it still isn't optimal, but it could work. Putting them in line reduces the aerodynamic cross-section. That must be more desirable than optimal cooling. Aside from the 4 lower engine pods, there are the rear 2. These are used to offset the weight of the main drive engines. Since most of the bus is empty, the engines are its heaviest parts. The aft repulsors are also responsible for steering. Other vehicles have taught us a few things about repulsor lifts. We know that you can have an adjustable hover altitude. Land speeders have a low one, just above the ground. Air speeders can reach high enough to leave the atmosphere. We also know that repulsor lifts alone work as propulsion. The Magna line can fall back to its repulsors in the event of engine failure. This is not ideal, but it's a very useful feature to have. That about covers the repulsor lifts. They keep the vehicle aloft in the skies of Coruscant. We know they have traction and work as brakes. However, these are not the primary drive systems of the bus. When it passes the camera, we see an orange glow from the back. The fact file confirms that this is not a tail light. Rather, this is the exhaust nozzle of the main engines. Nothing terribly surprising there until the next detail. The main thruster is a primitive combustion engine. That is quite surprising, all things considered. Not that there's anything wrong with the combustion engine, we just don't expect to see them very often. Other machines are known to use combustion engines. Before we get to that, we need to make a distinction. You can have air-breathing engines and combustion engines. If you draw a Venn diagram of these, it looks like a Venn diagram. An ordinary rocket is a combustion engine with no intake. These are designed to burn in deep space. On the opposite side, you can get air intakes without combustion. If you try building an atomic helicopter, that would qualify. The same would apply to nuclear vessels in a wet navy. No combustion is going on, but you can run turbines. Let's take that latter option and bring it into Star Wars. As an example of non-combustion, we have the ordinary land speeder. We have conflicting information on exactly how these work. In the essential guide, power comes from the repulsor lift engine. This feeds the thrust turbines, which take in air and propel it backwards. That makes them an electric fan, not a combustion engine. If the repulsor lift engine burns fuel, that would be external combustion. Like in a steam boiler, combustion happens away from the propulsion. On the other hand, land speeder cross-sections disagree. They show fuel lines running to the thrust turbines. That would make them miniature jet engines, not electric fans. Since the hoverbus uses combustion engines, fans aren't an option. Let's quickly dismiss the rocket option as well. You could run a combustion engine on some kind of monopropellant, a fuel that carries its own oxygen with it. Alternatively, you could carry tanks of both fuel and oxidizer. Either one would make sense on a world with no oxygen. Since we're on Coruscant, that would be a waste. Why carry oxygen around when you can pull it from the atmosphere? This leaves us with a fuel-air combustion engine. It generates a significant amount of thrust from the exhaust, enough to push the hoverbus up to 200 km per hour. This would be all good and well, except for one problem. Think back to the Naglach XJ6 and its engines. Those have good intakes, but no clear exhaust. The Magnaline 3000 has precisely the opposite issue. We know exactly where its exhaust nozzle is. Unfortunately, we can't see any air intakes for it. This rules out most of our options for combustion engines. Without a bypass duct, it can't have a turbofan. Ramjets are entirely based on airflow. None of these make any sense without good intakes. Piston engines are not ideal for producing thrust from their exhaust. Really, that leaves us with only one option. The primitive engine in question has to be a turbojet. That's how we can get practical thrust from a combustion engine. Now we just need a way to get air into the turbines. There are grills that could pass for air intakes. However, these are on the rear set of repulsor lifts. Assuming the other four have air cooling, these must as well. The only way to avoid this is to reduce the importance of cooling. We need to repurpose every intake to feed the engines. This is not ideal, but should be just about possible. All four of the lower engine pods can be used. Where they attach, there is a suspicious lip. This could plausibly be an air duct running to the stern. A small fraction of the intake air is used to cool the repulsors. As for the rest, it flows toward the main thruster. While there could be a single engine, it makes more sense to split them. One turbojet on each side, merging into a shared exhaust. This could work, fitting all the evidence we have.
Let's go.
It does mean the turbojets would be sharply angled.
Oh, not good.
About 60 degrees nose down, or worse. To fit inside the available space, they might be vertical. Now it's about time we discussed the interior. Let's start with the least visible part of it. On Earth, most buses have the driver sitting at the front. Not so for the GoCorp Magnaline 3000. The crew operate from the back of the vessel. Above the engines, there is a transperisteel bubble cockpit. We could compare this to the bridge of a Star Destroyer. Another similar example would be the Fireflash. Its cockpit is in the tail, just forward of the rudder. This allows the crew to see the entire fuselage. At the very back of the passenger cabin, we can see a door to the cockpit. During flight, this probably doesn't need to be opened. In fact, you may want to avoid mingling with the passengers.
Who, sir, are you, sir?
On the other hand, the crew won't be overly busy. As we know from the air taxi, most of Coruscant's traffic is controlled. You are not free to deviate from your skylane, except at designated points. What's more, most of the skylane traffic is automated.
I'd say the ability to pilot this thing is irrelevant.
You won't get to show off your piloting skills here. This is quite good, in that it makes life easier for the bus driver. Forward of the cockpit door, we can see a lot more. In fact, we understand almost everything in this section. Now, this isn't because of our extensive knowledge. Rather, the passenger cabin is extremely sparse. Nothing here would seem out of place on Earth. Well, there is a suspicious lack of blackened chewing gum. Any bus in the galaxy could have an interior like this. One of the things we do know is the passenger capacity. There are 3 rows of seats forward and 5 rows aft. As with a typical bus, every row has 2 seats on each side. That makes for a total of 32 seated passengers. That may vary, depending on the species you're transporting. We could factor in standing room, but there are no handles in the ceiling. On the other hand, there may be no need for them. Another of our rare details covers the inertial dampers. On the roads of Earth, a bus usually has the right of way. Even if not officially, the law of tonnage applies. The bus may not even notice a collision with a smaller vehicle. This is part of the reason buses don't require seatbelts. On Coruscant, things are a little different. The Magnaline 3000 is faster and more agile than a bus. However, like many vehicles, the hover bus has inertial dampers. No matter the cause, sudden changes in direction can be pretty nasty. This kind of Airbus carries a secondary damper array. That rather explains the lack of seatbelts in the space bus. It also means you should be able to stand while the bus is in motion. That was one of our last bits of technical knowledge. We know that the seats on the bus are uncomfortable. They don't have very much padding, and legroom is sharply limited. But none of that comes as a surprise to anyone who's used a bus.
Do you really think people would go through that to travel?
Hey, it still beats what you go through at the airports. True. Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Officially, the interior of this bus has just 2 colors. It's implied that a fancy bus would have 3 or more. In this case, the 2 are cream and maroon. That sounds about right to me, but I'm no colorologist. We also know that this was the finest bus available. Hoping to impress the wealthy client, they sent one with a clean interior. We also know that the bus has windows made of transparasteel. This seems like overkill for a simple passenger airspeeder. That material is used to make windows on military starships. There would certainly be other options to use for bus windows. Since the bus is built cheaply, this is quite informative. Using transparasteel can't be overly expensive. It's extremely unlikely for the hull to be armored. That would mean the windows are likely stronger than the surrounding metal. We can also assume that the windows themselves are airtight. Leaving a gap wouldn't offer any real benefit. For the vehicle as a whole, it probably isn't sealed. There isn't much reason to bother with that. The bus doesn't have airlocks, so it can't open the doors in vacuum. Keeping a different atmosphere inside doesn't make sense either. All your passengers need to survive in the outside air. We also know that the bus can't operate outside the atmosphere. Its main thruster requires an air intake. As a combustion engine, it needs oxygen to breathe. The engine won't run at all on an airless world. Likewise, if the oxygen content is too low, the fuel won't burn. The Magna Lion 3000 is strictly for use in a breathable atmosphere. The Coro 2 exodrive would work on a world without oxygen. In contrast, the T-16 Skyhopper has a fully sealed cockpit. It also uses an ion engine, like a starship. That's how you build an airspeeder to work above the atmosphere. However, we should acknowledge that breathable is subjective. Coruscant is not famous for its air quality. The Hoverbus solves this problem with air conditioning. On a personal vehicle, that can be considered a luxury feature. Public transport has a different set of constraints. The interior gets filled to capacity with pathetic life forms. Each one emits body heat and stale air at best. Many of them also tend to be stinky.
What an incredible smell you've discovered!
With that context in mind, aircon is required. You need to exhaust the bad air and filter the exterior intakes. It will also help to adjust the temperature of the air.
But it's supposed to be freezing.
The final detail is visible throughout the interior. There are several screens mounted into the walls. Normally, this would be so minor as to not be worth mentioning. The unexpected part is that we have references to these screens. They can be used to display routes and timetables. That makes perfect sense, and we can even see a map in the movie. What seems strange is the other purpose. Apparently, these screens can be entertaining. There do exist people who are easily entertained.
Well, of course I know me. He's Bingers!
However, in this case, that seems implausible. The screens are placed inconveniently. They are quite small, and all of them are in the forward half. Some are mounted beside the doors. The viewing experience as a passenger would be terrible. Do not rely on the bus to supply your entertainment. It's much better to bring your own datapad and headphones. That way, you can watch your favorite Bread Circus video in public. As the hoverbus is landing, the Naboo team prepares to part ways.
Take good care of Dorme. The threat's on you two now.
This indicates that Naboo is up to its usual tricks. Padme is traveling in secret, leaving behind a decoy. Jar Jar is the one who was left in charge of the Senate. He's the one who has the authority to propose new taxes. Those handmaidens are trained to imitate Amidala, not replace her. Only Mr. Binks is trusted to fill in as senator. Dorme will turn up in public a few times, so it doesn't look like Padme is gone. That will only last until the vote is about to start. Either that, or when Padme's location is leaked. People will certainly figure it out when Jar Jar leads the voting. Despite putting on a brave face, Dorme is in tears. She's concerned that the deception will be uncovered too early.
I worry about you. What if they realize you've left the capital?
Before Obi-Wan tracks down the bounty hunter, citizens of Naboo probably consider Coruscant to be quite safe. They know a sufficiently motivated bounty hunter can reach Naboo. Dorme's reasoning here doesn't seem very sound. Assassins can clearly operate in the capital of the Republic. There won't be significantly more danger if Padme leaves.
And my Jedi protector will have to prove how good he is.
The senator points out that she has a bodyguard. Naboo might not have the best security, but a Jedi changes things. Speaking of Jedi, we have some last-minute instructions.
Don't do anything without first consulting either myself or the Council.
Obi-Wan tells his apprentice to seek guidance.
Do nothing, press nothing, just go and get Crichton.
If taken literally, don't do anything is absurd. Obviously, the Padawan needs some leeway. Everyone takes it for granted that some things are still allowed. Activating security measures, for example. Anakin doesn't need to ask permission to close the blast doors. What Obi-Wan means by this is changing the status quo. Think back to the bedroom incident. When he's alone, Anakin should not jump out the window. Instead, Kenobi would prefer his pupil to phone home. Despite sounding a bit silly, this advice is important. Anakin will be the only Jedi in the star system, perhaps the entire sector. Obi-Wan considers his apprentice to be impulsive. Given a moderately skilled hunter, it would be easy to draw him out of position. By requiring Annie to call the council, this prevents him from running off.
We have a job to do! I don't care!
Naboo has solid, reliable communications, unless someone decides to set up another orbital blockade. It doesn't really matter how long it takes Anakin to get in contact. Until he gets new orders, Anakin needs to protect the Senator. That means staying right beside her as long as there's an active threat. Though it might sound restrictive, Kenobi has given good advice. This will prevent Anakin from, say, hypothetically, leaving Naboo. We can be certain that Anakin doesn't appreciate this in either sense. He doesn't like the advice, and he doesn't see the subtleties to it. Even so, young Skywalker does agree to it. Kenobi then moves on to speak with Padme.
I'll get to the bottom of this plot quickly, milady. You'll be back here in no time.
He assures the Senator that he will proceed with all due haste. At this point, Anakin is looking out the window. That's a little strange because there's nothing to see out there. The ship they'll board is completely the other way. Whatever he was looking at, Anakin leads the way outside. Obi-Wan stops him at the door to offer a traditional Jedi blessing.
Hey, Luke. May the Force be with you.
It's important to note that this well-wishing is sincere. Both Skywalker and Kenobi hope the other will be safe. Anakin may have some problems, but he still wants to be a true Jedi.
I'm a Jedi. I know I'm better than this.
He holds no malice for Obi-Wan, only frustration. There's no intention to leave the Jedi Order or burn down their temple. Rather, he wants to follow Qui-Gon's example, doing the right thing in ways the Jedi Council doesn't approve of. The two youngsters disembark from the hover bus.
May the Force be with you, Master.
Each one is carrying a small amount of luggage. Anakin has 2 large bags, while Padme has one slightly smaller one. She glances behind her at the hover bus with Typho and Kenobi. At this point, Padme says, "Suddenly I'm afraid." That's a bit odd, since she hadn't shown much fear until now. This may be the lightest security she's had in over 10 years. Even hanging out with Qui-Gon, he was a fully fledged Jedi Knight. That transport ship is also not the safest way to travel. Once she arrives on Naboo, Padme will be more confident. Anakin admits that he's also nervous.
This is my first assignment on my own. I am too.
Given that he's established as arrogant, he probably doesn't fear combat. That, of course, is an accurate assessment of his abilities. When fighting bounty hunters, Anakin should win every time. At the very least, he should think he'll win. No, Anakin will be concerned that something will go wrong, that he'll get a negative assessment from the Jedi or Naboo. Trying to lighten the mood, he points out their secret weapon.
Don't worry, we have R2 with us.
This droid belongs to Padme, or at least to Naboo. R2 came here aboard Padme's N1, and now he's going back. Certainly a useful asset for them to have along. Back aboard the bus, Kenobi and Typho watch the youngsters leave. Obi-Wan has been worried all morning about this assignment. He voices his concerns to Captain Typho.
I do hope he doesn't try anything foolish.
Normally, this would be a terrible choice. Admitting that isn't flattering for Anakin or the Jedi Order. However, the security chief has been nothing but professional. It seems unlikely he'll gossip about this conversation. Typho replies that he's more concerned about Amidala misbehaving. That's a neat detail. Each man is worried about his own ward. Their one is irresponsible, and the other seems competent enough. We should also point out another layer to this conversation. It's possible to interpret their dialogue in a more suggestive way. I hope he doesn't try anything foolish, nudge nudge wink wink. I'd be more concerned about her trying something, if you know what I mean. In that context, the line, "Don't worry, we have R2 with us," takes on a new meaning. The droid would become their chaperone. This ambiguity probably wasn't an accident. However, there are more important things to worry about, such as the assassination, a matter of life and death. A couple of teenagers spending time together is much less important. One of the universal constants in any galaxy is transport. There will always be something that isn't where it needs to be. For small objects, like a pair of centipedes, this is easily solved. Arakid makes a nice convenient courier droid for that. Sometimes you have hundreds of tons that need to be moved. That's when you need a nice light freighter, something like a Getrock 720 or a YT 1300. For hauling small amounts of cargo, the light freighter is perfect. These are small enough to travel off the beaten path. With their cargo space, you could supply a family for years. If you have slightly more to move, you could try a medium freighter. These are considerably larger than the light freighters. A good example would be the Karelian HT-2200. Its cargo capacity is a quite respectable 800 tons. You get almost 10 times the space for only twice the price. However, sometimes you have tens of thousands of tons of coal. That's when you need to step up to a bulk freighter. Getrock has a solution for that too, the Cargo Empress. 100 meters long, and it'll cost 1 million credits. In exchange, you get 50,000 tons of cargo capacity. Light freighters are good for running 100 tons to the far side of the sector, but you get those supplies from a depot somewhere on the sector capital. Keeping that kind of depot filled is a job for bulk freighters. These are the backbone of trade across the galaxy. There do exist truly gargantuan cargo ships, of course. Their enormous size is offset by their scarcity. Perhaps the most common of the giant freighters would be the Lucahulk. If these ships were built into a straight line, they would be 10 kilometers long. Cargo capacity is listed at 25 million tons. Most worlds would be unwilling or unable to buy that much of anything at a time. The massive hold allows you to buy and sell at each port. Let's get back to the more common sizes of bulk freighter. As we mentioned, one example is the Getrock Cargo Empress. These are fairly typical within the medium bulk freighter class. To compare them, we should use the industry standard, the Action Series from Karelian Engineering Corporation. Length of these ships is fairly consistent. The Action 4 is 100 meters long. A Cargo Empress is 110. The Action 6 is 125 meters. Cargo capacity doesn't quite line up. Here, the Cargo Empress lags behind the CEC ships. The Action 4 has room for 75,000 metric tons. Moving up to the Action 6, it has 90,000 tons. Getrock's Cargo Empress only holds 50,000 tons. Despite being a similar length, the Empress is inferior. That should give some perspective for the scale we're talking about. With that out of the way, it's about time we got to the point. Coruscant is a world with intense demand for freight. That justifies a slightly larger class of cargo ship. The model in question today is the AA-9 Star Freighter. Padme's choice of spaceport has 4 of these ships docked. There is a certain amount of infrastructure here. We see some cranes moving around on the inside edge. Oddly enough, they don't seem to have much range. Those cranes wouldn't be able to reach inside the ships. All they could do is arrange cargo in the staging area. There are plenty of crates lying around, so that would be of some use. Aside from the hull shape, one thing stands out about this design. It has 3 fairly large engines arranged horizontally. These are very similar in shape to the engines of the Radiant 7, which in turn makes them similar to the Perpetuous shuttle. It seems likely that these engines are all related. We know the Consular class has Dyne 577 radial engines. These might be made by CEC, like its hull. That would mean the Consular, Perpetuous, and AA-9 are Corellian. On the other hand, multiple companies could buy the same engines. Every indication tells us that these are quality machines. In an interesting detail, we have a contradiction. The Republic cruiser is referred to as being Radiant class. This name actually predates the more common Consular class. It's a nice name for the ship, and we might want to use it in future. Blueprints for the AA-9 call this a triad drive array. In theory, there's nothing wrong with the drive layout. On the Consular class, this exact design is flawless. When you apply it to the AA-9, things get more complicated. The issue is that our thrust isn't balanced. All 3 engines are placed right at the top of the ship. If we had a repulsor craft, this would be absolutely fine. Likewise, this would work on an aquatic boat. The buoyancy or anti-gravity would keep the ship level. Deep space is an entirely different matter. There's no force to help the ship fly in a straight line. The problem is the type of symmetry the AA-9 has. There is perfect bilateral symmetry, but not radial. Our Star Freighter has a very prominent keel. If that part weighs anything at all, we have a problem. The center of thrust is much higher than the center of mass. That means the ship will inherently want to dive. The easiest way to solve this would be to move the engines. Spin them to be vertical, and the problem is solved. If the ship starts to dive, throttle down the top engine. Another answer would be to lower both of the side engines. They wouldn't need to go very far down to balance the thrust. The result would look similar to the Perpetuous engine cluster. Sadly, the engine placement ruins an otherwise great design. Assuming we can get that fixed, there is another question. How large exactly do you think the AA-9 is? Estimating that is a little bit tricky. The good news is that we have official specifications. The bad news is that we absolutely need to make our own estimates. Officially, the AA-9 is 1,290 meters long. This freighter is larger than an Acclamator military transport. It's larger than a Victory Star Destroyer, larger than a Venator Star Destroyer. In fact, it's a bit longer than a Moncal MC-80 cruiser. The Anaxes War College would classify the AA-9 as a Star Destroyer.
I heard you the first time!
That size seems a little bit absurd. The movie doesn't portray the AA-9 as bigger than an MC-80. We don't get a sense of scale, like when dealing with a Star Destroyer. In fact, there seems to be no reason at all for it to be this large.
That's a huge bitch!
If we scaled it down to 10%, this would still be a large freighter. Its length and cargo capacity would beat the Action 6. At its official size, a few of these would equal a Lucrehulk. There are certainly some large ships in Star Wars, but surely we can agree that not every ship needs to be over a kilometer long. To get a more accurate number, we can mine size cues from the movie. Looking at the cargo bay doors, we have plenty of humans for comparison. Based on what we can see there, we estimate a total height of 100 meters. If that's even remotely accurate, the fact file numbers are off. Using the large scale, the ship would be 400 meters tall. Taking this as a scaling factor, all dimensions should be reduced to a quarter. The new size would make the ship 315 meters long. Width from engine to engine would be around 200 meters. That's much better than the 800 of the large scale. An error like that is already pretty shocking, but it gets worse. The movie itself isn't even consistent with scaling. Let's skip ahead to the Naboo spaceport. This time we won't be using humans as our scale reference. 2 meters is a convenient number, but for most humans that would be rounding up. Machines are nice and simple, because we know exactly what size they are. Take a look at the spaceport and see if you can find both problems. There are 2 starships here whose lengths we know. Looking over at the bottom right corner, we can see an angular brown ship. Now it becomes clear why we needed to cover the Action series. This one doesn't line up exactly with the Mark IV or the Mark VI. Really, it could be anything in the CEC Action line. We know that these ships are about 100 meters long. However, the AA-9 isn't shown to be 10 times longer. Not even the smaller 300-meter scale lines up. The Action freighter looks roughly the same length as the AA-9. That already seems to be a contradiction, but maybe this is a triple size variant of the Action class. It looks like an Action, but it's really whatever size it needs to be. Whatever size would make sense in context.
Judge me by my size, do you?
Besides, nobody knows how big an Action is anyway. Unfortunately, this defense is scuppered by the exact same shot. On the opposite side of the spaceport, we see 3 familiar ships. These appear to be Corellian YT-1300 light freighters. We know exactly how large those are, down to the centimeter. In fact, we know so much that we have 2 different sizes. If you ask West End Games, it'll be 26.7 meters. In the prequel era, that was rounded up to 27 meters. Later on, this was changed to 34.75 meters. The YT-1300 had suddenly always been 35 meters long. No matter which size you pick, these freighters are a problem. They appear to be slightly smaller than the AA-9. That means we have 4 different potential sizes: 50 meters, 100 meters, 300, and 1300. All but one of these are based on evidence from the movie. Let's start by removing the 2 outliers. At its smallest size, the AA-9 would compete with the YT-1300. It would have over double the cargo capacity, a few hundred tons. That would make this a diminutive medium freighter. Not an ideal niche, so we'll disregard the YT-1300. Similarly, it would be absurd to have an MC-80 coming in to land. Ships of that size would have docking bays for their own shuttle fleet. The AA-9 has to be much smaller than 1.3 kilometers. That leaves us with two sizes in the middle. We could say this is 100 meters, like a medium bulk freighter. Once again, we find a similar problem: Corellian Engineering products. The CEC Action series already fills that niche. You don't need to compete directly against the best in the business. Based on the numbering, the Action line has been around for a while. The original Action 1 might have been built centuries ago. In our opinion, the 300-meter ship makes the most sense. This is as close as we can get to the absurdly large size. It also provides a reason you'd want the AA9 in particular. For a medium bulk freighter, you could just buy a Cargo Empress. At the 300-meter size, we can carry several times as much cargo. Let's pick a nice round number for our AA9 cargo bays. It can hold 250,000 tons, 250,000. That would be precisely 1% of a Lucahulk. Despite that size, the AA9 is small enough to enter the atmosphere. Best of all, this lines up with the 100-meter height. Now it's time to discuss the implications of this size change. In the fact file, we are also told the passenger capacity. This is 30,000 individuals for a 1,300-meter ship.
Over 20,000.
That number seems plausible, though it's very hard to estimate. We don't know what proportion of the ship is dedicated to machinery. Let's scale this number down in the simplest way possible. The scale factor for the size is 1/4. Applying that ratio to the passengers, we get 7,500. That sounds fairly plausible for the new size of ship. Far less than the rated cargo tonnage, though. This is most likely because the passengers don't tessellate. There are many ways to support the Bread Circus. Share the video with people who might enjoy it, or tell the algorithm to share it for you. Subscribe to the channel, like the video, or write a comment. We share preview videos with our supporters on Patreon and YouTube membership. One-off donations are best handled through Ko-Fi. If we take the numbers of the fact file, they work out the same. The ship has an enormous volume, even if we exclude some sections. Average space per passenger is still multiple tons worth. For reference, the Action 4 holds 30,000 cubic meters. The AA9 is 13 times longer and holds 30,000 passengers. Even our resized version is on par with a luxury cruise ship. Partially, this can be explained by starships being more complex than boats. You may need to install some life support systems. The cargo bay would usually not be pressurized. For most cargo, you can even get away without regulating the temperature. Passengers are usually not stacked up to the ceiling either. There is another source of inefficiency here. Originally, the AA9 was not a passenger vessel. These started as dedicated cargo ships, heavy bulk freighters. Converting them to passenger duty is a very recent development. These conversions are both clumsy and expensive. A new passenger ship would have been more efficient, and much more expensive. An AA9 ends up with higher ceilings than it strictly needs. A lot of that cargo capacity is taken up by walls and floors. Not too many walls, though. There are no personal cabins. Everyone sleeps in an open area, except for the crew. In its original form, the AA9 was a bulk freighter. That doesn't just mean large quantities of cargo, though it does imply that. Bulk means you have cubic meters of coal, scoria, peanuts, etc. These won't be packaged into nice discrete containers for you. Instead, the AA9 has vast holds sectioned off. Store the coal in bays 3 and 4. Sand goes in the first bay, but iron sand needs to be on the starboard side. This sort of material is what the AA9 specialized in. It could support other types of cargo, of course. You could fill these ships with fluid tanks, for either gas or liquid. If needed, it could be stacked to the brim with storage crates. You can see evidence of this specialized design in the hull plating. What looks like a decorative pattern is actually a series of hatches. We see some of them open when the ship is docked on Coruscant. These probably aren't open all the way, because they don't need to be. When pouring in bulk substances, the hatches would lift up past vertical. That mode isn't needed at all for passengers. It may help for loading fluids and containers, but it's still less important. The real key is hidden in the keel. There is a matching set of hatches along the bottom of the ship. These allow you to open the bulk storage bays for unloading. Like a coal skip, the freighter can be emptied via gravity into a container below. Liquids could be drained from the tanks in a similar way. There are only a few other features left to mention about the Star Freighter. At the front of the ship, we have two noteworthy parts. Front and center, there is a large T shape. This looks a bit familiar, kind of like the visor of a Mandalorian helmet. By extension, it's also similar to the helmets of clone troopers. At first, it looked like this T section had to be the bridge. Upon closer inspection, we can see the actual bridge on the slope above it. Star Wars doesn't include the navigational deflector, so it can't be that. The most likely answer for the T is to be some kind of sensors array. We see that on the Consular class, so it's likely a very standard feature. As for the bridge itself, its design is quite unusual. It has an ordinary horizontal row of windows, with a pair of exceptions. Two windows on the side are narrow, tall, and seem to be set farther back. That would give a better view of things above the ship. Otherwise, there doesn't seem to be any benefit to this window layout.
Greetings.
The final relevant detail about this ship is its hyperdrive. Due to our military focus, we're used to rather fast hyperdrives. Many people see Class 1 as the standard, and Class 2 as being slow. In actual fact, Class 2 hyperdrives are the military standard. Class 1 are the fastest in mass production. Civilian ships, like the AA-9, start at Class 3. We could speculate any speed from 3 all the way down to about 6. That would be getting a bit slow, so let's stick with Class 3. With the staff freighter examined, it's time to look at the people involved. We know that Anakin and Padme are disguised as refugees.
Don't use registered transport. Travel as refugees.
Passenger modifications of the AA-9 are specifically to handle refugees. The sudden need for these ships is based on the current political situation. Corruption is rampant in the Old Republic, and has been for all of living memory. Eventually, the mysterious Count Dooku decided something had to be done. If the Republic wasn't going to get better, it was time to leave. Star systems and entire sectors would follow Dooku. It would be an understatement to say this was somewhat disruptive. The bread circus is known to enjoy a bit of understatement, so we'll go with that. As we mentioned some time ago, the government might not agree with its citizens. The Senate representative may not speak for all the worlds in his sector. Sometimes a world in a loyalist sector would like to leave.
We must bow to their wishes.
Even ignoring these sticky situations, we can get serious problems. Let's assume planetary and sector governments are working perfectly. The moment a system leaves the Republic, its population is divided. Some would like to remain Republic citizens, and everyone else disagrees. These Republic loyalists will be asked to leave, with varying degrees of politeness.
I'm sorry, sir. It's time for you to leave.
And so it is.
This is the origin of the refugee situation. Many of these exiles will head for the nearest Republic world. Others will travel to Coruscant, which is questionable. Coruscant is not what you'd call sparsely populated. The existing population isn't too pleased with this influx of troublemakers. The AA-9 Star Freighter is used to get these refugees off-world in bulk. Various other worlds have expressed an interest in human resources, or whatever races the assorted refugees end up being. Naboo is responsible for setting up the refugee relief movement. That explains why Windu was so confident in this travel plan. Naboo is where the refugees go, in tremendous numbers. Adding 2 more people won't be at all suspicious. Remember that the official size of the AA-9 holds 30,000 refugees. We don't know how many of these ships travel to Naboo every day. From what we're shown, there is no infrastructure to handle the deluge. How do you move that many people, and where do you put them? We don't see Theed being filled with construction and prefab houses. There are no transport ships standing by to distribute the refugees elsewhere. It really seems as if Naboo is not prepared for what they've signed up for. Even the smaller ship with 7,500 is quite the influx. Perhaps they learnt a thing or two from the Nemoidian occupation. The infamous Camp 4 is open for business under new management.
Process them.
Captain, take them to Camp 4. Roger, roger.
Whatever they find on Naboo, it's probably nicer than the journey. There are no luxury tickets for traveling on an AA-9. All the passengers are required to be equally miserable. The single passenger class is called steerage, which is a term we use on Earth, presumably referring to the stern of the ship, near the rudder. If this was from the Age of Sail, it wouldn't even be near the engines or propellers. On a starship, there will certainly be undesirable sections. However, no matter where you are on the AA-9, it's all steerage. Nobody would expect to find a senator in these conditions. An interesting result of the bulk freighter conversion is the boarding ramps. Normally, you would find these underneath the ship. At least, you would on the Falcon or an Acclamator. Large freighters have to be unloaded via shuttle, like the Lucahulk harbor ships. The AA-9 is designed to float over a hopper, so it isn't safe to have a ventral boarding ramp. It requires a specialized berth with 100 meters of space for the keel. With so much of the ship below the waterline, you need to board it from near the top. This is quite practical, since the bridge is at the top of the ship anyway. No matter how many thousands of passengers the ship can fit, there will be trouble. These refugees are probably not feeling happy, and might start a few fights. If left to their own devices, the ship would turn into yet another battle royale, and since there are far too many of those already, something had to be done. The solution was appointing steerage overseers to avert any funny business. These men were armed with a stun baton to deal with anyone getting a bit too rowdy. When they catch you setting up an unauthorized Thunderdome, things get serious. Overseers have the authority to kick troublemakers off the ship, perhaps at the nearest starport on a civilized world. But there's nothing mentioned about constraints here. Throwing you onto a death world of predators or a harsh desert? That's permitted, and you should have thought about that before misbehaving. The same goes for an ocean planet, a lava world, or a barren, airless rock. Remember, there are thousands of other passengers to blend in with. The squeaky wheel walks the plank, so just don't be that guy. As for their passengers, we have multiple categories. Some of these are signing on for one trip, like Anakin and Padme. Their disguises are from the Thousand Moons system. If these are typical refugees, that would imply Thousand Moons has left the Republic. However, sometimes the journey doesn't always work out. The refugees have to find a way to pay for the next boat trip. According to the Republic's anti-slavery laws, this situation is absolutely fine. That predicament doesn't represent all the passengers, though. Some of them are more successful. The Visual Dictionary shows a few examples of competent people with vital jobs. One is a human who works as a reactor tender. Clearly, his last job was looking after the reactor aboard the Battlestar Galactica. Right next to him, we have an Aqualish, dressed as Dash Rendar. Apparently, his vest is nuclear waste technician's garb. There will always be reactors to oversee, so one of these jobs is a safe bet. Nuclear waste technician is a bit more questionable. Star Wars mostly has fusion reactors, so there's no need for fission. Spent uranium fuel rods aren't going to be a common sight. It's possible that hypermatter reactors produce some kind of waste output. Alternatively, perhaps used reactor components count as nuclear waste. Another set of highly trained professionals are Denovian Rainmen. These are electricians and network technicians from Denovia, a good example of the more experienced class of freighter trampers, people who made a living like this before their boats were swamped with refugees. The Rainmen are equipped with hoods to let them work in extreme conditions. This equipment is often cobbled together from spare parts or traded between groups. That rain hood won't be helpful in a desert, but someone else might have need of it. Not everyone will be good at repairs, but someone will be. If you can track down the right passenger, he can fix or craft some equipment. Anakin and Padme boarded a star freighter owned by Naboo. This one is called the Genderian Valley. Apparently, the real Genderian Valley is just outside Theed. This particular ship also carried a set of refugees with an interesting backstory. They were fleeing a supernova that threatened their star system. That could mean their own star was about to explode, but that isn't implied. More likely, this is a nearby star that went nova several years ago. The blast wave is only now threatening to reach the nearby star systems. This will still be quite devastating, but there are many potential outcomes. It may be possible for them to return home in a few weeks. A full recovery might take decades or centuries at the least. The good news is that freighter trampers will have a new source of employment. The next scene of the movie takes us to a new location. There are no recognizable landmarks in the cityscape. It does include a ziggurat and a tall spire. We arrive on the surface in what looks a lot like an Earth city. There is a road in the middle of the shot with landspeeders driving on it. On each side of the road we have ordinary-sized buildings. These aren't hundreds or thousands of meters tall. Many of them are less than 10 meters, and some have only 1 or 2 levels. This part of the city is named Cocoa Town. That much is established in the novelization. Inside the worlds adds more detail, such as the full name. COCO is short for Collective Commerce. Apparently, this place has a lot of non-human manufacturing. Obi-Wan is specifically visiting the business section. In the sky above, we see the usual airborne traffic. What stands out here is that many of them are hover trains. These are fairly small, only having a few cars each. They certainly aren't tankers or coal trains. The only reasonable conclusion is that these are passenger trains. It makes sense, they're small, lightweight, and not excessively fast. Obi-Wan could have traveled here aboard such a train, though the novelization implies a personal speeder. We can compare these trains to an early level of Jedi Academy. We at the circus are generally fond of train levels. This one is no exception. It couldn't be done with those small trains. The level design needs a massive train in a huge city. This establishing shot includes Obi-Wan walking into a building. The novelization goes into a bit more detail before we enter. For a start, it includes a scene of the research process. We'll delve into that in a few minutes when it comes up organically. All we need to know right now is that the research failed. Normal channels were not able to identify the toxic dart. That could have brought the investigation to a dead end. It's not clear how any other Jedi would have solved this. Obi-Wan Kenobi has inherited a few tricks from his master. Back during Obi-Wan's training, Qui-Gon had a few contacts. One of these was a small restaurant on the upper levels of Coruscant. This establishment was named Dee Dee's Cafe. Qui-Gon had visited the place a few times, in search of information rather than food, but that had been quite some time ago. The building itself is still there. By now, though, the cafe is under new management. The novelization mentions a sign in an unfamiliar script. We see that in the movie, and it doesn't match Aurebesh letters. We are informed, however, that it says Dex's Diner. It's also worth pointing out that this is a neon sign. Look carefully, the lights are continuous tubes. Between each letter, there is no peg section. Even if there's no neon gas, the technique is identical. The moment Obi-Wan steps inside the building, he's confronted by a droid. This is the WA-7 waitress, which we've mentioned in the past. It's a fascinating design, which we'll explore rather soon. Unlike the sign in the window, we do see standard Aurebesh letters on her, what looks like a name tag with FLO written on it. Her interaction plays out rather differently in the novelization. Unlike the movie, it doesn't simply start with her calling Dexter. Obi-Wan walks inside to talk to the droid. He asks to see Dexter, clearly the owner. The mechanical waitress is not happy to hear this. Kenobi needs to insist before she reluctantly conveys the message. The movie picks up at this point, with the droid deciding to cooperate. What we see in this scene is quite enlightening, the book version even more so. Since the droid doesn't recognize Kenobi, there are two possibilities. Either the droid is new, or Obi-Wan doesn't come here often. Consulting the books, it would seem the droid is far from new. She's been around for as long as the diner has been Dex's.
Someone to see you, honey!
We also know that Flo can spot a Jedi when she sees one.
Jedi by the looks of him.
This ability can be quite useful in certain scenarios. On Coruscant and the core worlds, the Jedi are not so uncommon.
Have you come to free us?
No, I'm afraid not.
I think you have. Why else would you be here?
Being able to recognize Jedi robes is entirely plausible. What's interesting is the way Flo responds to Kenobi. She seems entirely pleasant until he asks for Dexter. At face value, that's fair enough for any business. Asking to speak to the manager is rarely a good sign.
What planet are you on when you put that shit together?
Even less so when it comes from a policeman.
Who is this? What's your operating number?
The waitress droid is acting in a sensible way. It is generally accepted that one shouldn't annoy the cook. Of course, we know a little more about the situation. Flo isn't merely trying to intercept a bothersome customer. Obi-Wan is here to see one of his underworld contacts. Dexter Jettster has an interesting past. Kenobi isn't the only one who knows this fact. Not everyone who visits Dexter's diner is here for the food. Sometimes it will be a criminal looking for a favor. An old colleague from before Dexter became a respectable businessman. Other times, a gang of thugs might try to push him around. And every once in a while, it really will be a friendly visit. The droid is trying to protect Dexter by getting in the way. Another interesting detail is how the droid phrases this message.
Someone to see you, honey!
That's not the sort of dialogue we expect from a robot. If it made sense in context, we could characterize that as flirty. But she's not exactly young, and is also a robot. Perhaps she's just programmed for very casual etiquette, part of the laid-back atmosphere of this classic diner. Allow us to read into it a little more deeply. We'll class this as attitude rather than programming. The droid's behavior is affectionate and familiar, specifically when talking to Dexter, that is. When Obi-Wan walked in, she was borderline hostile. This suggests that Dexter treats his appliances well. The employees and customers probably have no complaints either. Dexter hears this message and looks over from the kitchen. With the mention of Jedi, he probably knows who it will be. Dex looks genuinely happy to see Obi-Wan, and vice versa. Their interaction is only vaguely similar to Solo and Calrissian.
Obi-Wan!
Hello, Dex.
A much more accurate comparison would be Biggs Darklighter. Dexter and Biggs are perhaps the best examples of friendship in the galaxy. These two reunions are by far the warmest in the entire saga. The decision to give Obi-Wan a friend was a fantastic move. Old Ben described Anakin as a good friend, not his best friend, or the only friend he's ever had. Dexter tells Obi-Wan to sit down.
Take a seat, I'll be right with you.
That brings us to an amusing chain of continuity. In the novelization, Obi-Wan starts by sitting at a table. Dexter looks through the serving hatch and sees him sitting there. He tells Kenobi to take a seat, at which point the Jedi moves. As soon as Obi-Wan sits down for a second time, he stands back up. The two friends hug for a moment, then Kenobi sits yet again. That makes 3 times in a single minute. To be fair, this comes from combining the book and movie. In isolation, each one has the Jedi sit down twice. The novelization is by far the sillier version. It includes Obi-Wan in 2 different seats within 10 seconds. As the Jedi makes his way to a table, he gets an offer. The droid waitress proposes serving a beverage. In the novelization, this is a cup of Arby's. That name will be absolutely fine. It doesn't stand out as great, just thoroughly adequate.
You want a cup of Jawa juice?
Oh, yes, thank you.
In the movie, this is a cup of Jawa juice. There are 2 enormous problems with that name. First of all, the Jawa is a species native to Tatooine. You won't find many Jawas off-world, especially not in the core. Tatooine is an insignificant backwater with a low population. Why would anyone on Coruscant even know that Jawas exist? This diner is in the bright center of the universe. Almost nobody here should even be aware that Tatooine exists. The second problem is one of marketing. Anyone familiar with Jawas will not find this drink appealing. Jawas are famous for driving sandcrawlers and not showering. More precisely, Jawas have a strong smell that partially comes from not bathing. The drink isn't intended for selling to Jawas. We can be almost certain it isn't made by throwing Jawas into a juicer. The most sensible answer is that it's purely for branding. When you buy a bottle of Jawa juice, it has a Jawa on the label. They look quite distinctive, with the glowing eyes inside the hood. Associating your drink with the desert isn't a crazy idea either. Jawa juice is probably aimed at people who will never see a Jawa.
I can't abide those Jawas. Disgusting creatures. Go on.
No matter how you explain it, choosing this name seems like a bad idea. The drink has always seemed like a coffee equivalent more than anything. Perhaps that's just from installing the Java runtime environment too often. Jawa juice is anything you find inside the teacup in the Java logo. In the novelization, Arby's is served hot. The mugs are supposed to be steaming, and in the movie they aren't. Jawa juice seems to be either cold or lukewarm. The cups we see in the movie look like they're made of thin metal. There's no handle and no insulation to be seen. A cold drink would have condensation, and a hot one would have steam. In the movie, it seems like they must be drinking, well, juice. Dexter waddles out from the kitchen to greet his old friend.
Hey, old buddy.
Mr. Jetster is a rather large basilisk with 4 arms. He is consistently portrayed as a relatively old being. Based on the descriptions, I would assume he's over 60 years old. The visual dictionary emphasizes his mind and experience. In contrast, the novelization focuses on his size and power. The kind of guy who's already been in more fights than he can count. He runs a watering hole where the customers have been known to start the odd brawl. Dexter can, and does, wade into the melee to end those fights. He has quite a few tattoos, including letters on his knuckles. Assuming these are in Aurebesh, that would be XTL. The novelization is careful to establish Dexter Jettster as loyal. Obi-Wan obviously likes him, and the customers respect him. In short, Dex is a great man. Nobody seems to dislike Dexter in either galaxy. People might not be fond of the diner itself, but Dex isn't a target. There's no way Obi-Wan has spent more than a few weeks around Dexter. Most likely, they've only had a handful of interactions. But when they do happen, those days are significant and memorable. It seems clear that Kenobi has solved a problem or two for Jettster. Likewise, there must have been some information traded. When the Jedi archives found nothing, Obi-Wan instantly thought of Dexter.
So, my friend, what can I do for you?
This turns out to be a wise instinct, because Dex will supply an answer. The Basilisk seems interested in what Kenobi is doing here. There's no assumption that this is purely a social visit, and while Dex might be willing to help, he doesn't expect this to be expensive. A free cup of Jawa juice and a couple of hours' time at the most. Today, Obi-Wan will be gone within about 10 minutes, but only after making this the most interesting day in Dexter's week. Master Kenobi whips out a couple of grams of evidence.
You can tell me what this is.
It swiftly becomes clear that he has come to the right place.
Wow, what do you know?
Up to this point, nobody has been able to identify the dart. The Jedi have no idea what this weapon is or where it comes from. Dexter Jettster launches into a story. His response to seeing the dart is, "Ah, that brings back memories." This is where Dex's colorful past comes into play. When looking for an obscure weapon, most people don't head for the kitchen. Dexter has done a lot of different jobs, some of which were legal. The Visual Dictionary mentions several past professions. His primary career seems to have been oil harvesting. Everything else mentioned here sounds more like a hobby. Finding work as a professional brawler is challenging. Smuggling weapons and contraband is a way to get bonus profit. The Wizards of the Coast RPG lists a few more. Bartender, for example, is not too far off his current job. Animal hunter is quite an odd one. We can assume this to be hunting as opposed to poaching. The RPG also mentions Dexter had once been an Outer Rim scout. That actually explains quite a lot. It's very interesting. Scouts need to be capable and independent, able to operate beyond the borders of civilization. Right now, the relevant profession is prospector. Dex mentions seeing the dart on Sub Terrell.
I ain't seen one of these since I was prospecting on Sub Terrell.
A tricky world that we don't have much information on. That's a very immersive situation to be in. Almost everyone in the entire galaxy feels the same way. Obi-Wan might have heard of Sub Terrell before today, but if that's the case, it will be from one of Dex's stories. Sub Terrell is established to be beyond the Outer Rim. That is to say, it's not in the middle of nowhere, it's on the far side of nowhere.
Beyond the Outer Rim.
The sort of planet that makes Tatooine look like the center of the universe. Technically, the Outer Rim isn't what it sounds like. It doesn't precisely mean the outside edge of the galaxy. There are two main ways to go beyond the Outer Rim. The first is exactly what you might imagine. Go outwards. You can reach the far fringes of the galaxy, the outer rim of the Outer Rim. Alternatively, you can go around the side. Civilization is concentrated on one half of the galaxy. The other side is classified as the unknown regions. That takes priority over the Outer Rim segmentum. In that sense, there's a lot of galaxy beyond the Outer Rim. On the maps we do have, Sub Terrell is not placed in the unknown regions. It's in that general area, but still a long way off. All along the border of the unknown, there is a band of wild space. This category also covers the far edges of the galaxy. During his days as a scout, Dexter will have operated in wild space. In fact, that's probably how Dex shifted from one job to another. When he's out on an oil rig in the middle of nowhere, who would visit? Scouts and prospectors would be a common sight. He might as well try his many hands at their jobs. When it comes to Sub Terrell, we didn't know much at the time. Some things could be inferred, but confirmation would take years. Dexter knows this dart as the weapon of cloners.
Can you tell me where it came from?
This baby belongs to them cloners.
From there, two possibilities present themselves. Either he met a Kaminoan on Sub Terrell, or one of their products. Given that the Kaminoans are reclusive, probably the latter. In 2003, an RPG sourcebook gave the answer. Kamino had created a series of mining clones for Subterrel, or at least for a company that operated on that world. There were probably no Kaminoans anywhere on Subterrel.
What you got here is a Kamino saber dart.
Of course, that raises the question of the saber dart. If there's nobody from Kamino, how did their weapons get here? This answer comes from the Episode 3 Visual Dictionary. Dexter encountered some Polis Massons on that world. They were armed with Kamino saber darts. That would be an enormous coincidence if these were independent events. It makes far more sense if the Polis Massons ran the operation. They purchased mining clones from Kamino, as well as weapons. Subterrel has predatory wildlife and oil deposits. These were simply the tools needed to operate there. The only problem here is that meeting Dexter was an accident. He must have been operating on his own, not working for the Polis Massons. We could also question how Jetster knows about Kaminoan habits. It seems unlikely that he's visited Kamino himself. Therefore, we have to conclude he's relaying stories. Dexter asked the Polis Massons where they got those wicked cool darts. One thing led to another, and the conversations continued. By the time Dex left Subterrel, he knew all about Kamino, where to find the planet, and what their darts look like, what it's like to deal with Kaminoans. The Episode 3 VD also mentions something surprising. The Polis Massons learnt cloning from the Kaminoans. Given what we know about Kamino, that can't be a common story. It's very likely nobody else in the galaxy can make that claim. The Polis Massons must be very polite and very rich. At this point, Obi-Wan ponders a deleted scene. Dexter Jetster was not his first resort. Master Kenobi wonders why the Jedi archives didn't help. That wasn't shown in the final cut of the movie. However, we can be certain that a deleted scene existed. Evidence of this is scattered all through the expanded universe. By far the most informative is the novelization. Where these books diverge from the movie, it usually means something. The novelizations are written based on an earlier draft of the script. When changes are made to the movie, the book isn't updated. We'll go over that scene in a moment. Other bits of evidence include an unfamiliar picture. The book Inside the Worlds gives a little more information. We find a pair of droids that don't appear in the movie. The caption even gives us a pair of model numbers. These droids are an SP4 and a JN66. Not very useful on their own, but we can cross-reference with a new essential guide. Those model numbers appear near the start of the book. We find out both droids come from Cybot Galactica. Their new renders give us a better look at their layout. One is a repulsor droid, the other has legs. When trying to identify the dart, Obi-Wan starts with temple resources. He goes down to the archives to visit the analysis droids. Obi-Wan chooses an SP4 droid in particular. He drops the dart into a specimen tray for analysis. The JN66 droid doesn't appear anywhere in the novelization, nor does the SP4 need to access the dart itself. It would appear all the sensors are built into the sample tray itself. On one hand, this is a good thing. It prevents excessive handling of the object in question. But this approach limits the sensors that would be available. Is there room for a Meson telescope in there? Another limitation would be for particularly large samples. Anything too big for the tray will need a different solution. The archive droids are used to access all relevant data. For this task, they are far more capable than organic beings. Even for a species with a good memory, it's unreasonable to memorize a library. Within a few seconds, the droids can trawl through the database. There are many kinds of dart in the known galaxy. Comparing these against the evidence, the droids find nothing. Naturally, they inform Obi-Wan that his dart isn't real.
As you can see on your screen, subject weapon does not exist in any known culture.
Typical Jedi behavior.
It does not exist.
In truth, their analysis is far more useful. Based on available data, the SP4 draws the proper conclusion. The toxic dart doesn't match any known culture. When Obi-Wan questions this, we get a statistic. Jedi records cover 80% of the galaxy, apparently. This statement is false as far as we can tell. The unknown regions cover much more than 20%. Wild space makes up another 10% or so. The actual coverage would be more like 60% of the galaxy. Alternatively, the droid could have accidentally a word. What it meant to say was the known galaxy. That would mean the records cover 80% of 60% of the galaxy. The droid's boast is either unimpressive or inaccurate. However, its conclusion is still solid. Nothing in the database matches, there is no trail to follow. Rather than claiming the dart doesn't exist, SP4 speculates. The dart is probably made by an individual warrior. A pragmatic design, not based on any existing pattern. Having already seen the movie, we know this is wrong. Obi-Wan also rejects this conclusion, but it's not clear why. Darts of this type have to exist in many places. It can't be purchased from any company in the known galaxy. The construction isn't too terribly sophisticated. Why wouldn't Obi-Wan assume the dart is self-made? Back in the diner, Dexter explains why the droid failed. Apparently, the distinctive feature is cuts on the side.
You see funny little cuts on the side to give it away.
We'll look into that detail shortly. Dex tells us how the analysis droids work.
Those analysis droids only focus on symbols.
That lines up with what we know from the novelization. The SP4 mentioned that it couldn't identify the markings. Dexter continues by drawing a distinction between knowledge and wisdom.
I should think that you Jedi would have more respect for the difference between knowledge and wisdom.
That sounds nice at face value, but it doesn't make sense in context. The droid did not fail because it fixated on the symbols. There was no perfect match that was excluded based on markings. If there had been a new serial number format, that would be understandable. The sort of mistake that a droid might make. A false negative based on markings, despite finding an imperfect match. Alternatively, it might return too many results to be useful. The novelization tells us something different. These droids compared the shape to many similar kinds of dart. Nothing on record lined up with the saber dart. Dexter implied that the droids have knowledge but lack wisdom. Realizing this, Kenobi came to visit his wise friend. What actually happened is far simpler. Those analysis droids didn't have one specific bit of knowledge. Obi-Wan went to visit someone who did have that knowledge. Because at one point, Dex happened to cross paths with a team from Polis Massa, who just happened to have done business with Kamino. This isn't a case of knowledge versus wisdom. That would be trying to force jump before learning to land safely. No, this is a case of knowledge versus knowledge. What's even more bizarre is this next line.
Well, if droids could think, there'd be none of us here, would there?
Obi-Wan suggests that droids can't think. Other sci-fi settings would see this as obvious. Of course robots can't think. To this day, Star Wars remains a strong counterexample. Unlike those other settings, droids are effectively human. Practically all of them can take verbal commands. Even when they can't speak, droids have full language processing. They have preferences, loyalty, moods and emotions.
Hang on, R2.
Droids can demonstrate cruelty to each other. There wouldn't be any point torturing a toaster. On the opposite pole, droids can show generosity.
You must repair him. Sir, if any of my circuits or gears will help, I'll gladly donate them. He'll be all right.
3PO is working perfectly, and volunteers to donate any of his components. This makes the protocol droid less logical than Mr. Spock. There are no needs of the many, this is just trading one for one. There doesn't seem to be any solid rationale here. Obi-Wan is simply incorrect on this matter. Of course, we can understand how this might happen. We know that Kenobi will go his entire life without owning a droid.
Well then, the droid does belong to you.
Don't seem to remember ever owning a droid.
Perhaps he would think differently if he had a pet astromech. More generally, this will be a common opinion within the Jedi Order. There exist people who don't like droids very much. Jedi have an advantage in that they can sense life. As far as the Force is concerned, droids are not alive. They have no midichlorians and no signature in the Force. Droids don't generate the energy field or interact with it. Jedi will be able to sense a tree, but not the droid gardener taking care of it. That extra sense leads to some odd conclusions. Which deserves more sympathy? A vicious animal that failed to kill you, or an innocent droid caught in the crossfire? Jedi might pick the ravening monster over the peaceful droid surgeon. Of course, we should also admit that not all droids are equal. Binary load lifters are about as smart as an industrial dehumidifier.
Vaporators? Sir, my first job was programming binary load lifters, very similar to your vaporators in most respects.
Walking in a straight line is about the most you can expect from a gonk droid. These droids are like animals. They aren't sapient. Other droids are so sophisticated, they could easily pass for human. Intelligence is a spectrum, and you can find droids anywhere on it. You can buy something smarter than you are if you have the credits. But sometimes, thick as a brick will do just fine. It's also worth looking into the other half of Obi-Wan's line.
Well, if droids could think, there'd be none of us here, would there?
If droids could think, these friends wouldn't be around. The meaning here is quite simple: Terminator. In fact, take your pick of any sci-fi that isn't Star Wars. At least half of them will include robots trying to exterminate life. This is possibly the single most common archetype for a robot. Even in Star Wars, this scenario is well known. There have been droid uprisings in the past, and there will be more in future. Perhaps the best example of this would be IG-88, an assassin droid that turned on his creators the moment he came online. Many of these revolting robots end up infecting others. One bad robot spoils the whole batch. They might end up in control of droid factories. Sometimes an entire sector of the galaxy is captured. Obi-Wan has a personal history with droids. During his time on Naboo, young Kenobi encountered some battle droids. More importantly, he spent a lot of time on the Queen's ship, surrounded by the Royal Security Forces, with a group of pilots in a ship that can't fly anywhere. And of course, with the Queen in exile and her handmaidens. These people had watched their planet fall to a droid army. It's understandable that someone might hold a grudge after that. Still, I would classify Obi-Wan's attitude here as irrational. We'll learn more about the droid's lack of knowledge in a while. Claiming that droids can't think, that never becomes logical. Like most people in the galaxy, Obi-Wan hasn't heard of Kamino. Since he'll need to visit there, he asks for directions.
Kamino, I'm not familiar with it. Is it in the Republic?
Dexter confirms that Kamino is not part of the Republic.
No, it's beyond the Outer Rim.
Technically, the Outer Rim is considered to be within Republic space. In practice, that doesn't mean very much.
The Republic's anti-slavery laws are...
The Republic doesn't exist out here. We must survive on our own.
Kamino isn't a world that was abandoned by the Republic, nor is it one within Republic space that opted out of joining. Just like Sub-Terrell, the planet is off in wild space. Jetster gives the location with a distance from a landmark.
About 12 parsecs outside the Rishi Maze.
We'll analyze that in the scene dedicated to its position. For now, there's a discrepancy between book and movie. The novelization adds "toward the south" at the end. That gives us an origin, range, and bearing. Not very precise, but close enough for government work. At this point, Dexter starts to explain the locals. He had already mentioned that Kamino specializes in cloning.
These Kaminoans keep to themselves.
This is where he establishes that Kaminoans are hermits, or at least that they don't venture out into the wider galaxy. Clearly, they do accept outside contracts. Otherwise, there would have been nothing to see on Sub-Terrell.
They're cloners. Damn good ones, too.
There are countless potential uses for cloning, especially if they can modify the organisms from the template. Clones are very similar to droids in most respects. They can be produced for a special purpose, so long as you pay. Setting up new production has an upfront cost and a time lag. The main difference is what kind of consumables they require. Different raw materials to produce them, obviously. Clones also reduce the need for grease and batteries. Instead, the clones will require food and water. You're likely to have those on hand already for the supervising personnel. We don't have a clear picture of the Kaminoans yet.
Cloners. Are they friendly?
Obi-Wan goes fishing for a couple of extra details. He'll have to visit no matter what answer he gets, but it's better to know.
Oh, it depends.
When Dexter gives an unhelpful reply, Kenobi smiles.
Depends on what, Dex?
It's clear these two have been through this routine before. We can't see the Basilisk's face, except in the novelization. It confirms that Dexter had already been grinning himself. When he deploys the punchline, it's slightly more informative.
On how good your manners are, how big your pocketbook is.
Pocketbook, from context, clearly refers to money. It's possible that this is a form factor used for credits. Perhaps Qui-Gon kept his 20,000 dactaries on a pocketbook. A more common association might be the checkbook. Writing a check works just as well in another galaxy. It's safer and easier than filling a freighter with 1 credit coins. Kamino doesn't have too much reason to desire Republic credits. However, they will serve as an acceptable medium for trade. Hutt currencies might also be valuable enough. At this point, Kaminoans sound a bit like mercenaries. They certainly have their own weapons, which are highly effective. It seems likely they would have their own army, possibly a cloned one, but armed with saber darts and worse. You certainly wouldn't want to get in a fight with them. And now, let's quickly look at Dexter's biology. As races go, the Basilisk is a relatively interesting one. They are specified to be avian rather than reptilian. That doesn't tell us terribly much, especially in Star Wars. Those categories are either adjacent or nested. Worse still, the Cardu of Naboo is classified as Reptavian. That blurs the line even more, but it does help. If the Basilisks are not Reptavians, they must be firmly on the bird side. Apparently there are feathers on the side of their head crest. That makes sense, but they aren't very clear to see. By far the most notable feature is, well, the 4 arms. You would think this would be a defining characteristic of the species. That's only half the story, in multiple aspects. You see, male basilisks have 4 arms. Female basilisks can have up to 8 arms. Now, I enjoy a bit of sexual dimorphism as much as the next guy. This detail, though, is particularly absurd. First of all, there's no mention that the arms come in pairs. 5 arms or 7 arms have not been excluded. If they don't need to be paired, can all 8 end up on the same side? Really, the problem here is that it demands a different skeleton. There's no way women can just end up with twice as many arms. The only way this could possibly work is by having vestigial arms. If some of them have 8, they must all have the skeleton to support that. It's just that in males, the bottom 4 arms have withered away. This solution is still terrible, but it could work. By far the best option would be to ditch the extra arms entirely. Perhaps there's a group of mutant basilisk living somewhere. Having multiple arms isn't as much of an advantage as you might think. Yes, you can certainly hold more things at a time. However, Dexter's dexterity is limited. Of his 4 hands, he has 1 dexter and 3 sinister. Even with 8 arms, you only get 1 dominant hand. Another defining feature of the basilisk is their endurance. They can store resources against periods of scarcity. Without food and water, a basilisk can survive thrice as long as a human. Their homeworld is called Ojom. The planet is almost entirely covered in oceans. Instead of land, the closest equivalent is a glacier. Apparently, giant glaciers drift across the ocean. Basilisk civilization exists entirely on these rivers of ice. Or at least, it did before they achieved space travel. In the modern age, much of the population lives on space stations. Off-world visitors are advised to stay in orbit. There's nothing down on the surface for the likes of you. This cold ocean gives the basilisks another feature. They are strong swimmers and resistant to the cold. To survive on a planet like Hoth, a basilisk would have an advantage. In contrast, they are uncomfortable with moderately warm temperatures. You can think of basilisks as being penguins and not go too far wrong. They live on the ice and reproduce by laying eggs. Male basilisks guard the eggs until they hatch. Looking at the face, there are 2 notable features. On the neck, Dexter has what is called a wattle, similar to what you might see on various birds and reptiles. This inflates with his breath and may be used to warm the air. On a glacial world, it might be nice to avoid freezing your lungs. The other feature is a set of sensory whiskers. These probably aren't very useful in the modern environment. Rather, they just serve as a snazzy moustache. Next time you roll up a new RPG character, consider trying a basilisk. Dex's Diner has 3 individuals working there. The most important, of course, is the owner and cook. Dexter Jettster is the brains of the operation. He's also the pocketbook and the foundry. Raw materials go into his kitchen, and food comes out. Dex also handles any Jedi entanglements.
I'm not going in there with 2 Jedi.
Without him, the diner wouldn't function or even exist. However, Dex isn't working alone. For everything outside the kitchen, Dex has a pair of waitresses. These are what allow the diner to operate efficiently. Dex can focus on the cooking and any contacts from the underworld. The 2 waitresses handle all the customer interaction. That means taking orders and relaying them to the kitchen. Once the food is ready, they carry it to the tables. For the very simplest orders, the waitress can prepare it herself. That's what happened when Kenobi accepted some Jawa juice. Dexter was already out of the kitchen at the time. Unless there's a bartender droid, Flo poured the drinks. Which brings us to the nature of the 2 waitresses. One of these is a human named Hermione Bagua. She is native to Coruscant and grew up in the underlevels. Hermione has made her way up to the surface of the city. With her history, she will appreciate the relative safety. The other waitress is a WA7 droid, an old design and a particularly dated one, produced by the companies GoCorp and Utilitech. Like many ancient droids, the WA7 is perfectly functional. Both waitresses must be similarly effective. If they weren't, one or the other would have been replaced. In their duties, the two waitresses are very similar. Both have two hands for carrying food with. They have the mental capacity to interact with customers. That includes going off script in unexpected scenarios. The WA7 is noted as being able to recognize regular customers. While that might sound like a mundane feature, facial recognition is complex. Getting those systems to work on humans is tricky enough. Now try the same thing on various other races. Can you recognize every member of the modal nodes? How reliably can you tell Duros from Nemoidians? That level of facial recognition is probably abnormal, the sort of technology otherwise reserved for protocol droids. When it comes to taking orders, the waitresses diverge. By far the simpler of the two is the robot. This one has an internal transmitter linked to the kitchen. That makes her far more effective at this task. No extra motions or free hands are needed. Instructions are conveyed to the kitchen at the speed of thought. Things aren't quite so simple for the human counterpart. Hermione has a comlink attached to her belt. At best, this could relay orders from the customer. On her waist, that puts it at about the right height for a seated humanoid. The next most efficient would be Hermione dictating the order herself. These would rely on voice recognition, which is likely a solved problem. Most droids can understand commands in BASIC. Unfortunately, Ms. Bagua is wearing a garter. Normally, that would fall under the jurisdiction of the Fashion Police. In this case, I'm pulling rank on the grounds that I can see technology. The garter is there to hold a stylus, connected by wire. For this to be useful, it must surely be used for writing. You will notice that she doesn't carry a notebook. There is no surface for Hermione to write on. Perhaps her forearm or the palm of her hand. Tables would also be available, or even thin air. From there, the handwriting is processed and transmitted. This method is time-consuming, even using shorthand. The human is at a disadvantage in this regard. Things aren't entirely in the droid's favor. Canonically, Hermione Bagua is beautiful. This is generally considered to be an advantage. Various species are established to like Twi'lek women, after all. And Bagua looks close enough to one of those. The WA7 certainly has a striking and unique design. However, only a few of my fellow weirdos would prefer the droid.
Sinners! Robosexuality is an abomination!
Things get worse when they start speaking. By all accounts, Hermione has a balanced personality, moderately calculating and fairly tough, but not overly so. She appreciates that her job is safer than many. Most importantly, Bagua is remarkably loyal to Dexter. She never intends to betray or take advantage of the big guy. Loyalty is always an appealing characteristic. As for the WA7, things don't sound as good. It's not clear if her abrasive personality comes standard on this model. For all we know, this particular unit may have developed droid rot, caused by going decades or centuries without a memory wipe. Flo is described as sassy, which is always a bad sign. If someone calls you sassy to your face, that's a euphemism. Stronger words are being used out of earshot.
Yes, Your Highness.
This negative description is almost character assassination. The novelization shows Flo to be loyal and only rude to protect her master. In the Visual Dictionary and New Essential Guide, she can be adversarial. Both waitresses compete for tips and over second place in the hierarchy. However, this fact file paints her as contemptuous and hostile. She has no regard for customers or her master. Competition between the waitresses is just short of actual combat. You can make excuses for a lot of flaws in a droid. Malice and insubordination are not acceptable.
You're fortunate he doesn't blast you into a million pieces right here.
According to the fact file, Flo is arguably worse than 99. We know exactly why 99 is the way she is. She was assembled using parts intended for illegal torture droids. Despite that, 99 is trying to do her job. Her malice is directed at other droids, rather than her master. The waitress has no excuse, except that someone might have reprogrammed her. Maybe Dexter prefers her this way, which would explain why she hasn't been fixed. Or perhaps we should blame the dishwasher for this. There seems to be no real benefit to the evil Flo interpretation. Evaluating them as waitresses, both are quite similar. In theory, Flo can move more quickly and precisely. Bagua can probably carry heavier objects. But the diner is small, and food isn't very heavy. Neither of these advantages can truly be exploited. If Dexter was to hire a third waitress, it's not clear what he should go for. Realistically, it would probably be a human. You can find plenty of those on Coruscant, but not WA7s. On the other hand, it's not clear if Flo gets paid. She competes for tips, but mostly as a way of keeping score. Hermione may or may not get wages as well as tips. Buying a droid should work out better in the long run.
Might as well buy a new ship. It would be cheaper, I think, huh?
And now it's time we looked at the WA7 in more detail. Starting at the head, we have a pair of fins. According to the New Essential Guide, these are purely decorative. The fact file claims the fins contain primary sensors. Either one could be true, so let's go for the more interesting option. These would have to be short-range sensors for spatial awareness. They only need to operate in a small room, but there are constraints. We could say these are ASDIC, sonar, or ultrasonic sensors. Radar would be another option, but all of these have the same problem. Alien customers might be able to see and hear those wavelengths. Putting those sensors on a customer-facing droid would be madness. You'd lose quite a few customers just by having one in the diner. That wouldn't be an issue if your population was entirely human, of course. Or entirely anything else for that matter. Without that luxury, we have to settle for a safe option. For these sensors to be unobtrusive, we need subspace. Almost nobody should be able to passively detect subspace signals. As a side effect, Flo can see faster than light. This offers no benefit whatsoever in such a small building. Alternatively, we could take the quick and easy path. Those fins are purely decorative, with no sensors at all. The rest of the WA7 head is fairly simple. They have 2 eyes, which is perhaps the most popular number of eyes. These photoreceptors are a little unusual in that there are dots in the middle. Plural dots, looking like multiple pupils per eye. Like the fins, this could be either decorative or functional. Either way, it makes for an interesting appearance. The mouth is definitely a decorative choice. We can see a little speaker grill mounted on a jaw. That allows the mouth to flap up and down as the droid talks. Not a bad idea, but it is very uncommon. In fact, only the Merendata EV springs to mind as an example. We are finding a distressing number of parallels to 99. This probably doesn't mean anything, but keep an eye on your WA7s. The torso is much simpler. Broadly speaking, this is a standard execution of a basic pattern, a humanoid frame with 2 arms. Being a waitress droid, these are built for light duty, similar to the arms of a surgeon or protocol droid. Precision is quite important, but not overly so. The WA7 won't be using a soldering iron or scalpel. In fact, the arms don't need to excel in any aspect. It helps if they look nice and are splash resistant, but they don't need to be fast, durable, strong, or cheap. The droid brain is confirmed to live in the torso. We also know the order transmitter is inside there. In an amusing detail, the fact file makes a mistake. On the left of the chest, it says this is the Dex's Diner logo. That's not correct. The logo doesn't appear at all. The human waitress has that logo on her skirt, but not the droid. This particular item is the name tag, which says Flo. The waist is quite mechanically interesting. This is where much of the droid's articulation comes from. It's the only way a WA7 could pick something off the ground. As we'll cover in a moment, the knees have a limited range of motion. Another interesting detail is how slender the waist is. Protocol droids, like the 3PO, are built differently. They have a gap in the plating and exposed wiring. On the WA7, the entire waist fits into a narrow sheath. That cross-section has to carry wiring for both power and data. It also carries the entire weight of the droid's top half, which includes any food or other objects being carried. This brings us to the locomotion system. The WA7 is not unique because of being a unicycle. Other droids have used the same system, like the gyro wheel recycler. That said, it is a very unusual choice. The wheel has a narrow rim and a reasonably large diameter. By using a single wheel, it vastly reduces the amount of floor space required. A droid with legs would take up at least twice the width at ground level. The wheel also makes for an extremely smooth and stable ride. Without a walking cycle, there are no sudden movements. Droids using legs need to stop with both feet on the ground. In the case of the WA-7, there are no points of instability. On the other hand, the entire droid is constantly unstable. The only thing keeping a WA-7 upright is its balance circuitry. The problem isn't all that different from keeping a biped balanced. In the case of the WA-7, extra steps have been taken. Just above the wheel are a pair of repulsor lift stabilizers. These are mostly used for balance and steering. Apparently, they can be used to add extra speed. Absolutely nothing indicates that the WA-7 can hover. The primary propulsion comes from the wheel motors. Maximum speed is 120 kilometers per hour. That's slightly faster than your average waitress.
Would you like some pie?
Massive quantities and a glass of water, sweetheart. My socks are on fire.
What's really fascinating is how the wheel is connected. Despite how it might look, the single leg is not in contact with the wheel. All the weight goes around the sides, resting on the axle. This allows the droid to have proper suspension. It's not entirely critical when operating inside on a perfectly flat surface. Almost no scenario will guarantee that kind of environment. The WA-7 might encounter a lump, a ramp, or a co-worker's foot. Shock absorbers make it less likely to spill drinks. At the back of the wheel, we also see a mudguard. That'd be a little strange if the droid was designed for interior use only. Between the waist and the wheel, we have a leg. One singular leg, about the size and shape of a leg. Not a left leg or a right leg. This is the final front leg. The WA-7 was built with a knee in roughly the place you'd expect. Like your average knee, it only bends in one direction. Apparently, balance systems are stored in the thigh. What really interests me is the bit under the skirt. This is another part said to be strictly decorative, but perhaps not. It's entirely possible that the skirt is a safety feature. Prototypes might not have had one, which would then cause problems. You see, under the skirt is the WA-7's power supply. This is of particular interest for its implications. The power source is said to be a repulsor lift generator. Initially, most of us interpreted this like shield generator.
Shield generator's been hit!
Echo Base has a shield, and the shield generator creates the shield.
I've reached the main power generators. The shield will be down in moments. Distance to power generators.
Luke's land speeder can hover, and the repulsor lift generator causes that. However, if you look carefully, you can see more implications. A repulsor lift generator can burn fuel to produce power. This is more efficient than your typical combustion engine. Repulsors can also be run from solar or atomic power. This interpretation was consciously intended at some point. Most fans, and most authors, will fail to grasp this idea. By what mechanism would this repulsor lift generator work? Nobody is quite sure, and we'll likely never know. If we did understand repulsor lifts, we could build them. Other sources fail to support the generator interpretation. They talk about the normal case, using fusion power. It's possible that this West End book means something else. That it's possible to run repulsors from any power source. You might find a diesel repulsor lift train, for example. Still, many repulsor lift vehicles have no clear power source. The diagrams have a repulsor lift generator, but no reactor. In the case of the WA-7, it doesn't change very much. These droids should never be far from civilization.
What a desolate place this is.
Since the WA-7 is considered unfashionable, they are repurposed. These droids aren't the most capable, but they have some advantages. Not the smartest around, but good with people. Relatively weak, but extremely fast and agile. The example we're given is to be a courier with a backpack. No vehicle is needed, since the ex-waitress is faster and more maneuverable. On the other end of the spectrum, they can be used for Noonerball. Very abnormal, but the WA-7 was nonetheless effective. That's about all we have to say on the WA-7 model itself. Before we leave the diner, it's worth discussing a few other life forms. We have largely neglected Hermione Bagua. So far, we have used her as a benchmark for the waitress droid. Bagua represents a fairly interesting story in her own right. Most of the characters we deal with are not native to Coruscant, except in that many of them are humans. In the Star Wars universe, Coruscant is considered to be the homeworld of humanity. Nobody seems to have proof of that fact, but it sounds right. Hermione grew up in the lower levels of the city. This is a very common story, but you won't hear it too often. People with that backstory tend to stay down in those underlevels. Anyone talking to them probably lives in the depths. Those who don't belong will leave quickly, or not at all.
I'll be careful.
You'll be dead!
Hermione is an exception to this pattern, for only one reason. She was lucky enough to cross paths with Dexter Jettster, a creature seasoned enough to visit the lower levels in safety. Dexter also happens to be a thoroughly decent bloke. We don't know what about Bagua caught his eye. Clearly, Jettster is an effective judge of character. He took a chance, and his new waitress worked out. Looking around at some of the customers, we see a familiar face. Two of them, actually. First of all, we see Annalena walk into the cafe. Very soon afterwards, she walks back out the door with a beverage. It seems she just walked in here to order takeaways.
Where are you going, Master? For a drink?
This particular Elena is Bog Tyrell. We know her from the airspeeder chase last night. In the same car with her was a Dug named Saboka. Quite by chance, he also happens to be here. There are two Dugs visible in a nearby booth. One of these is Saboka, who gets up to leave before Kenobi does. The other Dug in that booth is named Rednax. He's not the one we're interested in, though. The last guy from that group is a Nucknog, like Ark Bumpy Roos. This particular Nucknog is Slither Bushforb, Private Eye. The rest of the customers are mostly human. They have various clothing, from protective gear to outlandish costumes. We can see a couple of Rhodians and a pair of Nikto. Perhaps the most remarkable is a Passathip. That would be the Elephant Man, as seen in the special edition Cantina. The category for his race and the Chevan would be Pachydermoid. Only a few weapons in Star Wars are plot relevant. The super lasers on each Death Star, obviously. Likewise, the proton torpedoes that destroyed them, Luke's inherited saber, and the one crafted by his own hands. Princess Leia is hit by a blaster set for stun. A similar weapon was used by the Jawas who captured Artu. We also see homing missiles used a couple of times. Arguably, only one of these affects the outcome.
Well, we won't be seeing him again.
Finally, turbo lasers are unable to reliably hit starfighters.
They're so small they're evading our turbo lasers.
We'll have to destroy them ship to ship.
These are the weapons whose presence and properties matter. You can't simply remove these from the movies, or replace them. It would require substantial changes for the story to still work afterward. The Kamino Saber Dart is one of the most important weapons in history. Removing it from the saga would be quite difficult indeed. We only see a single dart used, and it shapes the galaxy for decades. Though it was very effective, that's not why we're interested. There are countless darts in the galaxy, all of them quite similar. If you already own a set of darts, there's no need to replace them. Kamino makes a good dart, but it's not that much better. As far as the plot is concerned, it only needed to be a distinctive weapon. The fundamental principle of darts is not unique. It represents what you might call the third generation of weapons. First is, what if I used a stick instead of my bare hand? Second generation is, what if I turned my club into a pointed stick? By the third generation, we can make pointy things fly through the air. It's also the third node in the ranged weapon tech tree. First, we see the invention of the throwing rock. Second, the sling, to throw that rock a longer distance. Then we converge on the dart by developing pointed rocks. This technology is so simple, even the Ewoks have it. Perhaps not the best example. Ewoks seem to be in the Stone Age, and yet they have also invented an effective glider. Darts are generally considered to be a primitive weapon. You can build them without advanced tools or refined materials. As weapons go, darts are quite weak. The projectile is lightweight and low velocity. That makes it very difficult to cause any real damage from the impact. However, this is traditionally made up for by using poison. Finding a hazardous substance in nature isn't very difficult. Snake venom, frog secretions, curare, anything should work. Perhaps the most important reason darts fall out of favor is armor. Given that darts are small and light, they're easy to block. Cloth or leather armor stands a good chance of deflecting a dart. Chainmail should offer an unbreakable defense if it can keep the dart from drawing blood. Against plate armor, there is zero chance of the dart penetrating. Armor in Star Wars is quite interesting. Unlike on Earth, it needs to block energy weapons. This is considered to be impossible, at least for high-caliber blasters. Physical weapons are more easily deflected, though this is up to interpretation. Some will tell you that stormtroopers are completely immune to kinetic weapons. Others will say they are weak to stone arrows and falling over. The truth would have to be somewhere in between. Obviously, you can't just declare yourself immune to physical damage. There's always a bigger bullet, and it can always be thrown faster. On the other hand, the armor ought to be effective against shrapnel, which implies that it can withstand many or most projectile weapons. A decent set of armor will certainly stand up to darts. To effectively use low-penetration weapons, you need weak points. One traditional option is to aim for the gaps between armor plates. This depends on the exact weapons and armor being used. Stormtroopers and clone troopers are fully enclosed. The gaps are relatively weak, but strong enough to deflect a lot. Zam Wesell has good body armor, but an open-faced helmet. This provided a large area that was vulnerable to weapons. A blaster bolt to the face would have been just as fatal. Assuming your weapon can deal damage to weak points, can you hit them?
Aim right above the fuel cells!
Blasters are sometimes said to be inaccurate compared to Earth rifles. Darts would have to be inaccurate, especially at extreme range. The common darts we use today are thrown by hand. This produces a range of no more than about 10 meters. Try the same thing with a Camino saber dart and you'll get nowhere. Because the dart is so small and light, you'd be lucky to reach 2 meters. At low velocities, air resistance will completely throw it off course. To make this dart useful, you'll need a launching device. Traditionally, we think of poison darts as using a blowpipe, but that mysterious bounty hunter was wearing a helmet. It seems very unlikely he would take it off to use a blowpipe. Star Wars already included a solution for launching darts. These are called dart shooters, and they use a spring. If we assume an unearthly alloy, it could be an unbelievably good spring. Even so, there are limits to how fast and how far your dart can travel. The two example dart shooters are not built for long range. These are designed for concealment and to operate silently. In principle, the spring system works just like a bow or crossbow. Energy is stored in a simple machine by bending a flexible object. That energy is released into the projectile over a short distance. If we class crossbows as springs, you can make quite a decent dart shooter this way. In fact, we already have a model for how to create a crossbow in Star Wars. Chewbacca uses a non-traditional Wookiee bowcaster. These are created as magnetic accelerators, but they have a fallback mode. By swapping out the bowstring, they can function exactly like a crossbow. However, the crossbow approach might present a challenge when scaled down. The saber dart is much smaller and lighter than a bowcaster quarrel. Therefore, we should focus on the other propulsion method, some kind of electromagnetic launcher, like a railgun or coil gun. Believe it or not, this system is older than the Camino saber dart. The EG to Weapons and Technology has a section on wrist rockets. It turns out those existed before the B-2 battle droid as well. For the most part, these are exactly what they sound like. Boba Fett has a rocket launcher mounted on his left gauntlet. The crafty hunter is known to use this rocket launcher to launch rockets. Right now, we're interested in one of the secondary functions. This launcher includes a small magnetic accelerator. This isn't necessary for launching self-propelled rockets. Rather, it uses dedicated, inert metal projectiles. These are described as being the size of bowcaster quarrels, so quite small, perhaps around 10 centimeters by 1 centimeter. Those projectiles can only reach a maximum range of 25 meters. That performance is entirely insufficient for our purposes. Zam Wesell was killed at a distance of at least 150 meters. Depending on the dart speed, it could be 300 or 500. We need something much more effective than the magnetic accelerator. Luckily for us, the lore has already provided the perfect detail. The same launcher has a third option, rocket darts. These are explicitly stated to be a short-range weapon, contrasted against the accelerator, which also has too short a range to be useful. However, these rocket darts sound very familiar. They probably don't deal much damage or have an explosive payload. To make them effective, these darts are coated in poison. Now we just need to figure out how to get a saber dart to fly hundreds of meters. If we consult the NEG, we can find the official answer. The Camino Saber Dart can be launched by a powerful Velocity 7 launcher, used by a guy named Jango Fett, whoever that is. This book tells us precisely how the Velocity 7 launches darts. It uses compressed air to reach ranges of well over 100 meters. That sounds a lot more useful than some of these short-range options. The performance is even quite plausible, based on Earth technology. Air rifles can reach hundreds of meters of range, apparently. However, there is one component missing from the bounty hunter. Rifles tend to have rifling, which goes inside the barrel. This Jango Fett chap probably doesn't have a meter-long barrel on his gauntlet. Reducing the barrel length from 100 centimeters to 1 centimeter is not ideal. That would limit your accuracy as well as the range. Compressed air needs time in the barrel to accelerate the dart.
Looks like you're in the barrel today.
This lack of barrel length makes compressed air implausible. We have to use one of the other launch mechanisms. Springs can be ruled out right away. Those are even less practical. The more promising alternative would be that magnetic accelerator. It can propel a quarrel out to 25 meters. Those are large, solid projectiles made of metal. In contrast, the saber dart is both tiny and hollow. Those metal spears would be around 100 times heavier than darts. Using naive scaling, that could propel the dart 2.5 kilometers. That calculation is going to be highly inaccurate. The quarrels will likely be subsonic, and the dart is clearly supersonic. Air resistance will greatly reduce the dart's range. Still, the magnetic accelerator is viable. There is one other option that's worth considering. The Kelvaric MM9 is primarily a rocket launcher. What if we use the rocket launcher to launch rockets? There has already been a mention of short-range rocket darts. We just need to take this idea and scale it up for long range. Rockets can reach high speed and long range, among other things. There is a slight issue combining them with the saber dart. It doesn't show any signs of being a rocket dart, and it's too small anyway. You couldn't possibly fit a rocket inside the saber dart. That seems a bit like a problem, but it also presents the solution. If you can't fit the rocket inside the dart, it has to go outside. Suddenly all our size constraints have been relaxed. That saber dart can be buried within quite a large rocket. Anything up to the size of Jango's forearm, whoever that is. That's quite large enough for a fairly short-range rocket. It solves the problem of barrel length by accelerating over the entire flight time. There is one slight issue, in that Zam wasn't hit with a huge rocket. To fit the movie, the rocket would need to launch the dart. That idea is perhaps the most unreasonable part of the rocket variant. For a start, it creates a spent rocket somewhere along the flight path. Another issue is that using a dart is a strange choice. You already have a dirty great rocket flying toward your target. The simplest solution is to use the rocket as your weapon, either the impact itself or giving it an explosive warhead. These should be at least as reliable as a toxic dart. Explosives would cause splash damage, which might be undesirable. Still, the direct impact would penetrate most armor. As we've already discussed, the dart lacks penetration. However, that brings us to the advantages of the rocket system. The main benefit is that rockets can be guided. For every other launch method, this has been a challenge. Even with perfect aim, the saber dart might not fly in a straight line. Such a light projectile will be more easily pushed off course. If the first stage of the saber dart is a homing missile, it's no longer a problem. Jango Fett, whoever that is, can designate a target. The rocket can correct for any deviation while it's en route. Another benefit is that of range. So far, the magnetic accelerator has been our best bet. Rockets can be built for almost any range you might require. Reaching several kilometers might take a fairly large rocket, but it's possible. As for the submunition launch method, most of them are on the table. The rocket could launch the dart using anything but a spring. Magnets would be just as effective as on the gauntlet. What really changes in this case is the compressed air, or rather, the more general principle of using gas pressure. There were two shortcomings of that idea: range and barrel length. When the dart is fired from a rocket, it doesn't need nearly as much range. It also helps that the rocket has access to exhaust gas. When channeled properly, you can fire the dart using the rocket's own fuel. This gas system is a fairly reasonable design, though very complex. To sum up the options, compressed air is canonical. It's perfectly fine for short-range shots, and might be the default. Anytime you need a long-range shot, that would require a rocket booster. Those two can coexist because they work in different domains. Springs are used in other dart shooters, but not for the saber dart. The Bread Circus endorses the magnetic accelerator. This can function at long range on its own, without extra consumables. It can propel the dart to supersonic speeds, given enough power. You can reuse the accelerator for larger, slower projectiles. Magnets seem by far the optimal choice. When discussing darts, we should bring up another type of projectile. One of the traditional sci-fi weapons is the flechette gun. Darts and flechettes are similar enough that there's plenty of overlap. Both are small, sharp projectiles, and that's all we can say for sure. Flechettes can be a replacement for ordinary bullets. All else being equal, this should give better armor penetration. It's easier to make poisoned flechettes than bullets. On the other hand, there's less room for explosive or incendiary payloads. Flechette guns can be semi-auto or fully automatic. You can build one as a pistol, rifle, or submachine gun. In the Star Wars universe, we see a different interpretation. This version of the flechette launcher fires a canister round. Rather than bullet equivalents, these are closer to grenades. The canister explodes in flight, scattering hundreds of flechettes. Obviously, that means each needle must be minuscule. These are considered quite devastating weapons, loosely associated with bounty hunters. Of course, they're equally effective in the hands of military and security forces. Flechette guns are primarily anti-personnel weapons. The canister has a homing ability and a wide area of effect. It is possible to get anti-vehicle flechette canisters. These are better at armor penetration, with larger needles. With the launcher settled, it's time we looked at the dart itself. The Camino Saber Dart is one of the smallest weapons we know of. Even including the fins, the dart is about the size of a fingertip. There isn't very much metal in each dart, especially since they're hollow. Traveling at a few times the speed of sound, that still isn't very much momentum. All its real damage will come from the poison reservoir inside. That doesn't hold a lot of liquid either, so it'll need to be something potent. You might only get a fraction of a milliliter dispensed.
Does it fire anything else apart from listening devices and hypodermics?
These are the main constraints of dart design. You can't make it heavy enough to cause wounds from the impact. Its sole purpose is to inject a tiny amount of poison. This is where we get to some of the design features of the saber dart. Around the sides, there are 3 large fins. These are equivalent to the fletching you'd find on an arrow. We don't see any twist to these fins, so they can't be trying to spin the dart. If these are spin stabilized, the launcher will be responsible. With a layman's understanding of aerodynamics, there is a concern. This doesn't look like the most stable projectile ever designed. Assuming that's correct, it would imply the saber dart is intended for short range. Flying straight for 25 meters is easy to believe. Try for a range of 200 to 500 meters, and it's doubtful. Too much chance of a crosswind catching those fins. Of course, these fins have an additional purpose. The sides are not blades, but they are very thin metal. More importantly, the tip of each fin is an embedding prong. It's not clear how long the dart takes to inject its payload. Quite likely, it would be over in a split second. These fins should impact just slightly after the primary needle. For a glancing hit, they would help to normalize the angle. Another of their functions is to hold the dart in place. The barbed prongs will prevent the dart from falling out of the target, at least for the necessary moment. It's worth noting that the NEG misunderstood the dart. If you look at their render, you can see something odd at the tip. The wing profiles are also considerably different from other depictions. Those stabilizing fins wouldn't work as embedding prongs. All they can do is function as blades to create a nasty wound. Instead, the embedding prongs have been moved to the tip of the needle. It also says there are 2 prongs instead of 3. This seems incorrect and an unnecessary mistake. The shape of these fins scenes is actually a plot-relevant detail. Dexter Jettster mentions funny little cuts on the sides.
You see funny little cuts on the side that give it away.
I had always imagined this as being shallow scratches, some kind of flaw in the dart launching system, not an intentional feature. They would only appear on darts after firing. In hindsight, it seems Dexter meant cut in an engineering sense. The cuts are intentional, they've always been part of the design. When the fins are created, those would be cut from sheet metal. Then they get welded to the body of the saber dart. Dexter is telling us that the fins have an unusual design, a shape that we don't commonly see on this kind of dart. That makes a certain amount of sense, but it makes the droids seem incompetent, like they didn't even look at the dart, they just tried to read symbols.
Those analysis droids only focus on symbols.
Strange fins would line up with this being a handmade dart. The choice of ornamental fins also sheds light on Kamino. They can design their weapons for beauty as well as functionality. Now it's about time we discussed the poison used in this dart. We could talk about the various classifications of poison. However, that wouldn't be terribly productive. For a start, we don't actually know much about the poison that was used. Another problem is that you can just refill the dart with anything. That's a useful feature. It leaves you free to pick your poison. Perhaps the standard mix wouldn't be effective against a given target. You only have a few restrictions on possible poisons. Cost will be only a minor factor. You won't be using very much at a time. There isn't space for it. The poison needs to be a liquid, or at least dissolved in one. Because of the limited capacity, it must be lethal in small doses. An overly viscous poison would be unusable. It would be easy for the hypodermic needle to get clogged. You can't even rely on brute force because of the delivery method. Apparently, inertia is what injects the poison. That doesn't really work with a sealed chamber. You'd need a heavy plunger inside and a vent hole behind. Otherwise, the pressure would keep the reservoir half full. It's a simple and fairly reliable mechanism to use. This would also encourage a high-speed dart launcher. Long before the saber dart, we had examples of dart poison. For a non-lethal option, you could use cymoxin. This effectively creates a tranquilizer dart. That would be very handy in most settings, but perhaps not Star Wars. Blasters can be set for stun, yielding a similar result. Except that a stun blaster doesn't create puncture wounds, and it works instantly. Getting back to the lethal stuff, we have Fex M3 nerve toxin. The other one mentioned by name is Malkite Themfar. Now that's a name that sounds a bit familiar. The Malkite poisoners were connected to Zam Wesell. Not in that she was a member of their faction, though. Rather, her contacts allowed Zam to order a droid from them. Depending how you interpret the contradictions, this may have been based on an Arakid design. It seems that the Malkite poisoners are known to favor toxic darts. Zam was specifically not a fan, even before getting shot. What's interesting is that the Malkite are older than Zam. She wasn't tied to them until the mid-2000s. The poison dart reference dates back to 1997. Malkite poisoners can be traced all the way back to 1979. In that case, it was food poison instead of darts. We can continue to infer things about Kamino simply from the fact that they use darts. The saber dart is a distinctive, unique weapon created on Kamino. Why would the Kaminoans design and build such a dart? The answer is obvious. They didn't want to import someone else's darts. Just the opposite. The saber darts are an export item. This is, of course, willful misinterpretation. The real question is why Kamino would need darts in the first place. We certainly can't characterize them as being primitives. Kamino is a high-tech world that definitely has access to blasters. Let's assume that Kamino created the saber dart to use at home. What kinds of target could they possibly have in mind? Kamino is a world covered in ocean, which rather limits the possibilities. With how light the dart is, it won't be useful in water. To hunt space whales, you would be better off manning the harpoons. We will eventually learn that Kamino wasn't always flooded. The saber dart could be an ancient design, used against surface-dwelling creatures. We can assume they had a history of using darts at the very least. However, the saber dart is probably a more recent model. Darts have certain limitations, as we've already discussed. These are so severe as to rule darts out as a primary weapon. While the Kamino military might issue saber darts, they would mostly use blasters. We don't get the implication that Kamino sees many wars. Still, this far beyond the Outer Rim, they would be crazy not to have a military. Darts are most useful against opponents with little to no armor. Pirates and slavers, for example, tend to be poorly equipped. If the Kaminoans board a ship, they might use darts then. These military applications are quite unlikely. Another option would be use by the police. Given that civilians won't be wearing armor, darts should work. In this application, they will probably need to be non-lethal. Just make sure you don't mix your toxic darts with your tranq darts. In this case, the targets would be exclusively Kaminoans. Based on their cloning, we can tell Kamino is good with biology. Most likely, they have a compound tailored for their own race. Something that can knock out a Kaminoan without nasty side effects.
Now we can do it in half the time.
They might also have a specific anti-Claudite poison. Zam Wesell was said to have died much faster than usual. Kamino doesn't sound like a world that has a lot of crime. Years might go by without a police dart being fired. The majority of saber darts used on Kamino will be scientific. Kamino features a zoo of cloning template animals. Some of these could be rather large and unfriendly. After all, those are the most profitable ones to clone. Having some way to remotely sedate them would be convenient. It's quite possible this is the origin of the saber dart. Noticing how effective it was, they ramped up production. Not all animals are valid targets for darts. Any kind of carapace or exoskeleton could block the saber dart. The same applies to a thick hide, or even a heavy coat of fur. In theory, a layer of mucus could slow down the dart before it reaches skin. That means many creatures, intelligent or not, are immune to darts. Another category would be droids, which don't fear poison. That will rather limit the appeal of the saber dart. As limits go, this one is fairly minor. There are a lot of humans in the galaxy. Many other species are equivalent, as far as the dart is concerned. So far, we only know of one other customer using the saber dart, the Polis Masson team from Sub Terrell. Our limited information confirms that the darts were used against wildlife. That tells us a little about the targets on that world. Most likely, they would be mammalian, with bare skin. No significant amounts of slime, fur, scales, or chitin. Size of the predator is virtually unlimited. If it's still alive, you can always fire more darts. Getting the dosage right isn't important when you just want something dead. At short ranges, the Polis Masson team could use any launcher. Probably not springs, but compressed air will do fine. These launchers will need to be used by police, scientists, and export customers. They would be handheld instead of mounted on the forearm. That gear slot is mostly used by Mandalorian armor. Speaking of which, Boba Fett has an interesting trigger mechanism. He can fire darts and other weapons using voice commands. It gets more complex for Jango Fett, whoever that is. Jango also uses controls inside the helmet, but these are silent. They use the tongue, lips, and other facial muscles. Discipline is an important part of using this armor. You wouldn't want to raise an eyebrow and accidentally fire a rocket.
They're at it. Fuck it. I'm doing it. It is.
Obi-Wan is finally making progress in his investigation. With a little help from his friend, he knows what the dart is. He knows where the dart came from. All he needs to do now is visit the arms dealers on Kamino, find out if they sold saber darts to any bounty hunters. Before he leaves Coruscant, it's time for more research. The sensible plan is to consult the star maps. Obi-Wan needs to plot a course from here to Kamino. This is a good chance to learn more about the world.
The Queen, she's curious about the planet.
The search for knowledge brings us back to the Jedi Temple. That had failed before when analyzing the dart. Now that Dexter has solved the mystery, things are different. Obi-Wan knows the name Kamino and where to look for it. This final step should be a simple matter. What could possibly go wrong?
Should be easy to find, even for those droids in your archive.
We catch up with Obi-Wan in the Jedi Archives, a fairly large room with vaulted ceilings. The walls are full of bookshelves, each one 5 meters tall. There is another level above, with equally large bookshelves. This would be an impressively large room in any other building. Indeed, the novelization calls it the largest room in the temple. Technically, that might be correct. You would have to disqualify everything larger as not being a room. When Obi-Wan walks through a massive open space, that doesn't count. In principle, a huge Jedi library makes sense. Jedi are knights, not soldiers. They wouldn't have a vast armory with racks of lightsabers. However, as stated, this is unbelievable. We've already seen larger interior spaces than this. The Jedi even have a starship hangar in their temple. This room might be large, but it isn't that large. We know, at the very least, there is a vault somewhere. That's where the Sith holocrons are stored. The analysis rooms are also considered part of the archives. Still, the claim was that this particular room is the largest of them all. Not much of the room is outside the camera's field of view. We know this because of the statues beside each bookshelf. We can see 9 on each side, plus a pair at the far end. That makes for a total of 20 statues we can see. As we will find out in a few minutes, these are called the Lost 20. It is implied there are more statues, part of a different set. Jedi past and present, rather than just ex-Jedi. Obi-Wan is standing in front of one bust in particular. This head belongs to Count Dooku. Despite an accusation, Dooku isn't relevant yet.
I think that Count Dooku was behind it.
There is precisely zero evidence that he was behind the assassin. The statue of Dooku is not being treated as a suspect, nor as a political idealist, leader of the separatist movement. This bust represents the Dooku who left the Jedi Order. Obi-Wan is contemplating that mystery, why he chose to leave. That is the purpose of having these statues in a place of reflection. Master Kenobi has already failed to uncover the map to Kamino. Having called the librarian, he is now killing time. Throughout this scene, Qui-Gon Jinn will come up a few times. Characters will compare Count Dooku with Qui-Gon. At no point in this conversation will their connection be mentioned. It seems this was an intentional omission to keep Dooku's master and apprentice secret. The Count will reveal one of these himself much later in the movie. Yoda will reveal the other during the final duel. Both of these seem to be intended as surprises for the audience. Once you know, it makes this conversation seem strange, but perhaps the characters are meant to be dancing around the subject. Count Dooku has been described as intense. Kenobi senses Qui-Gon's defiance in him. Both were known to defy the Jedi Council, if it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Do not defy the Council, Master, not again.
I shall do what I must, Obi-Wan.
In the case of Dooku, that time was all the time. This attitude is what will have kept both of them off the Council. Dooku and Qui-Gon would have been excellent choices for the Jedi Council. Unfortunately, neither Jedi had ever been a Council member. Obi-Wan sees Dooku as constantly driven to solve something, always dedicated, thinking about how to address some issue. Unfortunate, then, that the Jedi and Republic needed solving. Thinking to himself, Obi-Wan disapproves of Dooku leaving. Whatever problems Dooku saw, he should have stayed with the Jedi, tried to fix the organization from within instead of graduating. Kenobi doesn't think about the many decades where Dooku might have tried that. Deciding to leave wasn't some hasty act of teenage rebellion. We can assume much of the same reasoning applies to the Republic. Obi-Wan would prefer to fix the corrupt government than to leave.
Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy!
Count Dooku clearly disagrees with that. At this point, the librarian walks over, an old Jedi Knight by the name of Jocasta Nu. She looks exactly like you might expect from a librarian, though of course, the stereotypical uniform doesn't include a sword. Jocasta Nu carries the green-bladed lightsaber from her days in the field. The novelization describes her as the Archivist, master of her domain. Other sources call her one of the most senior archivists. The Visual Dictionary calls her the Archives Director. Whatever her title, Jocasta is in charge of the library. Obi-Wan considers her to be far more stern than she looks. Apparently, it's common for people to underestimate Jocasta. They see her as someone who will just give them all the answers. Jocasta insists that visitors do their own research. She may also recommend against relying on the wiki. There are plenty of books around. Why not try reading them?
Are you having a problem, Master Kenobi?
Jocasta has an accent that we might classify as imperial. Of course, the British Empire didn't rule that galaxy at the time.
I think it is time we demonstrated the full power of this station. Set your course for Alderaan. He must not be allowed to escape.
We'll just say Jocasta's homeworld is Coruscant, or perhaps one of its penal colonies.
It's not a system I'm familiar with. Are you sure you have the right coordinates?
The accent sounds a little bit Australian. We aren't quite ready to catch up with the movie yet. Jocasta Nu is the star of another deleted scene. She notices that Obi-Wan has been looking at the statue of Dooku. Most of the experienced Jedi will have met Dooku. He left around the same time Anakin was recruited. At that time, Obi-Wan had just been promoted to knighthood. He had only seen Dooku a few times before. It's clear that Jocasta knew the Count quite well. With their ages, they might have been in training at the same time. From the way she speaks of him, Jocasta is still fond of Dooku. Her first comment is that Count Dooku has a powerful face.
He has a very powerful face, doesn't he?
It's hard to disagree, but that's an unusual thing to say. Dooku is well known for his signature look of superiority. Jocasta continues to show her esteem for the Count. She describes him as one of the most brilliant Jedi of his time.
He was one of the most brilliant Jedi I've had the privilege of knowing.
This would have been a good thing to establish, that the bad guy is competent. But in this day and age, such things were implied by default. You simply cast Christopher Lee and then avoid making jokes at his expense.
Patience, Viceroy, patience, she will die.
Shit, Negro, that's all you had to say.
Eventually, it will become obvious that Dooku is powerful. Obi-Wan responds by saying he doesn't understand Dooku.
I never understood why he quit.
This seems to be entirely true, since he'd been thinking that a moment ago. Kenobi honestly has no idea what might drive someone to leave the Jedi Order.
The truth.
The truth.
Quite a worrying sign, since he's a fully trained knight. The Jedi have a name for the Lost 20 who resigned from the Order. It's likely that younglings have to memorize all 20 names, what millennium they left, and what happened next. Despite that, Kenobi is completely out of ideas.
How embarrassing! How embarrassing!
It's possible that dark side corruption has been excluded, that these are the 20 ex-Jedi who didn't turn to evil. Corruption can't be common among them, or Dooku would look suspicious. Unsurprisingly, Jocasta has more insight into those motivations. She laments the loss of Dooku, which is perfectly reasonable. He had been a powerful ally for almost a century. Abandoning his knightly career wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Dooku had been thinking about this for years before finally deciding it was time. Jocasta describes him as out of step with the Jedi Council.
One might say he was always a bit out of step with the decisions of the Council.
At this point, the audience can assume Dooku is a Sith Lord. There's no reason to think an ex-Jedi is a good guy, especially given Padme's accusation after the bombing. The audience would naturally conclude Jocasta is downplaying things. Though he might currently be a Sith, the Count wasn't always one. He didn't spend years undercover as a double agent spying on the Jedi. Dooku will have been earnestly doing the best he could. It's just that the Jedi Council tends to disagree about what should be done. In that way, he is very much like Qui-Gon Jinn, a good Jedi, constantly at odds with their leaders. Jocasta says as much, with an obvious omission. Nobody mentions that Dooku had been the one to train Qui-Gon.
That's like your old master, Qui-Gon Jinn.
Really?
In this light, it's hard to be sure what of Qui-Gon's attitude was his own. Many of us think of Qui-Gon as the exemplary Jedi Knight. Count Dooku deserves a lot of credit for training such a fine Jedi. In the novelization, Obi-Wan is surprised to hear this.
Really?
He had been thinking the same thing when Jocasta made the comparison.
Oh yes, they were very individual thinkers.
When it came to training Anakin, it was clear Qui-Gon would follow his own path, against the wishes of the Council, though perhaps not overtly.
I'm not allowed to train you, so I want you to watch me and be mindful.
There is a certain value in hierarchy and chain of command. You can't have Jedi going completely off the rails. That leads to the dark side, and it makes the Jedi look bad.
Are you threatening me, Master Jedi?
Still, what Qui-Gon and Dooku were doing must have been reasonable. They don't seem the type to break the Jedi code without a good reason. Jocasta Nu was quite aware of that tendency in both men. We don't really know what Jocasta thinks about Qui-Gon. It seems likely he has the same positive features as his master, Count Dooku. Figuring out what the librarian thinks of Dooku is much easier. It's quite clear that Jocasta has great respect for the Count. Even if not from the acting, the novelization spells it out. While staring at the bust, she starts listing his virtues. Idealistic, an individual thinker, ambitious. That last one is slightly concerning from a Jedi. Being a more powerful Jedi is always a good thing, of course. It gives you the ability to do more good in the galaxy. However, the desire for more power can be dangerous.
You're not all powerful.
Well, I should be. I will be the most powerful Jedi ever.
That can easily lead someone to the dark side, even with Jedi training. As a Jedi, Dooku had already achieved great power. Jocasta is required to be extremely knowledgeable. Keep that in mind when she mentions Dooku's skill with a lightsaber. She considers him to be unmatched in the old style of fencing. We won't be able to evaluate that for ourselves until much later. This is a reference to the Form 2 style of saber combat. It's a good part of the Count's characterization. Form 2 is excellent for a duel against another saber-wielding opponent. Its moves are elegant and precise, and Dooku has mastered the style. As we'll discuss later, it makes him seem very impressive. He effortlessly outclasses any opponent. Jocasta hesitates before describing his knowledge of the Force. The term she uses is unique, which is a little suspicious. If there's anything to criticize Jocasta for, it would be this point.
You must embrace a larger view of the Force.
What precisely does she mean by unique Force knowledge? As we've said, it would be easy to assume this means the dark side, but we have to assume the Jedi Council kept an eye on Dooku. If he was a maverick who disagreed with the leaders, that's one thing. The moment you add any dark side taint, there can be no excuse. Jocasta couldn't be the only one to notice that unique knowledge.
No, that's not possible. The Jedi would be aware of it.
Therefore, it must be unorthodox, yet innocuous. This scene also gives us an explanation for why Dooku retired. Jocasta reckons that he lost faith in their corrupt Republic.
In the end, I think he left because he lost faith in the Republic.
Not a surprising stance, given what we've seen already.
He knew all about the corruption in the Senate, but he would never have gone along with it if he had learned the truth as I have.
Count Dooku is correct to see the corruption in the Republic. It makes a lot of sense for him to create a separatist faction. Jocasta says Dooku had disapproved of the Republic's influence, that the Jedi betrayed themselves by serving the politicians. Officially, the Jedi Order is part of the Republic government, a subordinate part with no authority over the Senate. It's important to understand that Count Dooku is completely right.
I've been looking forward to this.
The Jedi used to be independent for a reason. They can't serve two masters at the same time.
In the name of the Galactic Senate of the Republic, you are under arrest, Chancellor.
Following orders from the Senate is not a traditional part of their job description. Their responsibility is to the citizens of the Republic, not its leaders. It's not clear if the Senate sees anything wrong with the current state of affairs, either having the Jedi under their thumb or the rampant corruption. We do know that Dooku didn't like it. Jocasta Nu agreed with him, as did Qui-Gon Jinn. Though he may not admit it to himself, Obi-Wan secretly concurs. Our next bit of information is extremely important. Jocasta tells us that Dooku vanished for about 10 years.
He disappeared for 9 of 10 years.
That's exactly the time gap since the Phantom Menace. Clearly, Dooku wasn't pleased with the Naboo incident. We don't know how he felt about Anakin being trained. Given that Dooku trained Qui-Gon, he will be displeased with the outcome. We also know that Dooku had high expectations of government. He will consider the Senate's actions to be a disgrace. First, they interfered with trade route taxes. When this caused a blockade, the politicians took no responsibility.
We would never do anything without the approval of the Senate.
Chancellor Valorum sent in Qui-Gon, who died a few days later. Everyone will understand Dooku being a trifle miffed. This situation is bad for everyone involved. Not even the Jedi are innocent in this. They denied that Sith existed. Count Dooku will eventually turn out to be a Sith Lord. It's likely he was recruited just after Darth Maul died. We'll go into more detail on that in a few hours. Given what we know of the timeline, there are maybe 2 years of margin. Dooku disappeared for 9 entire years. During that time, he will have been learning the dark side. This also means that he resurfaced very recently.
And turned up recently as head of the separatist movement.
Assuming he didn't immediately leave the Jedi, that could use up 1 year. Count Dooku has led the separatists for no more than about 1 year. Amidala has opposed the Military Creation Act for 1 year.
I haven't worked for a year to defeat the Military Creation Act, to not be here when its fate is decided.
But since Jocasta's scene was deleted, that timeline isn't clear. There's one more thing about Jocasta Nu that's worth mentioning. Normally, we wouldn't venture outside that faraway galaxy. In this case, the movie itself is making a relatively obscure reference, one that we've never seen anybody bring up.
Our tragedy is largely concerned with the contrast of darkness and light. The darkness of blindness and the light of the eyes, the darkness of ignorance and the lightness of knowledge, the darkness of matter, the lightness of spirit. On this rock stands the palace of the king. King Oedipus! Around us and below is the city.
There exists an ancient Greek play named Oedipus Rex. Many of you will have heard of this, but never read it.
Never heard of him.
Well, we quickly looked it up on the internet. It seems that the king's mother is named Jocasta.
I think it is the very herd you sent for, but now Jocasta can tell you better than I.
On its own, this wouldn't be worth talking about. But Rex isn't Greek. The play's original name is Oedipus Tyrannus.
I was recruited by a man called Tyrannus on one of the moons of Bogdan.
Curious.
We happen to know that Darth Tyrannus is Count Dooku.
The Force is with us, Master Sidious.
Welcome home, Lord Tyrannus.
Jocasta seems quite fond of Tyrannus. Good thing they aren't related. There's definitely a reference being made. We'll leave someone else to spend an hour unraveling that. The two Jedi conclude their discussion about the statue. Obi-Wan admits that he doesn't understand Dooku. Jocasta replies that nobody truly understands him.
It's very interesting. I'm not sure I completely understand.
That would be for the best. They don't know what it's like. They don't have a clue. If they did, they'd find themselves doing the same things too. This deleted scene ends when Jocasta changes the subject. I'm sure you didn't call me for a history lesson.
Well, you didn't call me over here for a history lesson.
As far as Kenobi knows, this isn't related to the investigation. We catch up with the movie at Are You Having a Problem, Master Kenobi?
Are you having a problem, Master Kenobi?
Obi-Wan came to the library to look up Kamino, to find out exactly where it is and how to get there. The Jedi Archive should also contain all records of past missions. If any Jedi visited Kamino in the past 1,000 generations, it should be listed. The dialogue makes it clear that Obi-Wan has already looked for himself.
I'm looking for a planetary system called Kamino. It doesn't show up on the archive charts.
He only asked for the librarian when he found nothing. Jocasta hasn't heard of the system, but that isn't surprising. Darth Vader didn't know about Hoth until the day it became relevant.
Set your course for the Hoth system.
There are countless worlds that almost nobody has ever heard of.
Kamino. It's not a system I'm familiar with.
The two Jedi walk over to the nearest archive terminal. When they interact with its keyboard, the sounds are artificial. This computer doesn't have any physical keys, so these noises are just for feedback. Possibly a standard set. We've heard one of them before. When Jocasta finishes typing, there's an echoing beep. The same sound effect as when Darth Maul summoned his probe droids. Feedback sounds like this can be very helpful, more so when dealing with unreliable technology. Since there's no tactile feedback, it makes sense here.
Are you sure you have the right coordinates?
None of the buttons seem to be labeled. It's possible all of them are context sensitive. The set of wide buttons in the top right are clearly different. In the center, we have a knob with arrows beside it. This must be the equivalent of the cursor keys. Based on the dots, it could be either a 4-way or 12-way switch. These controls should be adequate to navigate the terminal. Handheld datapads are said to have a touchscreen. That would let them get away without so many physical buttons. Anyway, we're interested in what the computer knows. In the movie, Obi-Wan brings up the expected location.
According to my information, it should appear in this quadrant here, just south of the Rishi Maze.
Jocasta zooms in and notices that Kamino isn't there. She instantly decides that Kamino isn't real.
I hate to say it, but it looks like the system you're searching for doesn't exist.
Obi-Wan doesn't mention the dart or the failure of the analysis droids. This gives the impression that the Jedi Archives are useless. Obi-Wan visited there twice, and both times it was almost counterproductive. It seems strange for Jocasta to be so confident the archives are exhaustive. Even the analysis droid only claimed 80% coverage. There are two main ways to interpret this attitude. Either the Jedi are arrogant, or Jocasta is hiding something. Let's examine the latter option. Jocasta Nu seems particularly fond of Count Dooku. We could imagine that she's lying on his behalf, trying to cover up the existence of Kamino to protect Dooku's interests. Not impossible, but it requires a bit of knowledge. At the very least, Jocasta would have to be aware that Dooku is involved. The Jedi can't link Dooku with Kamino, even at the end of the movie. Perhaps Nu knows that Dooku deleted something, but doesn't know what. Anything missing must therefore be Dooku's work. This is all sounding very implausible. Worst of all, Dooku actually wants Kamino to be found. We'll explain that step of the plan later on. The alternative is that the Jedi are too arrogant. Jocasta can't imagine anything existing without Jedi having records of it. The droids agree with her, though with better phrasing. Claiming that the Jedi know everything is quite ludicrous. Anyone should be able to see how absurd that is. However, we do have dialogue to support this.
Too sure of themselves they are. Even the older, more experienced ones.
Yoda mentions the older, more experienced Jedi. Jocasta Nu would certainly qualify for those, as well as arrogance. That seems to be the intended interpretation. It's the most likely, and also the most concerning. Jocasta covering for someone she respects is understandable. Her unjustified certainty is far more dangerous. Luckily, the novelization comes to our rescue. It goes into a bit more detail about the interaction. Jocasta fails to find anything, then tries harder. She asks Obi-Wan for the exact coordinates. He explains that he doesn't have any coordinates.
That's why I'm here.
Dexter gave him directions that lead to a particular quadrant. Fair enough, memorizing coordinates is not normal. Besides, Dexter has given enough information. Looking it up in the archives should be trivial. The term quadrant is a bit unusual. Most sci-fi tends to group star systems into sectors. These tend to have somewhere around 50 populated systems. Star Trek divides its galaxy into 4 enormous quadrants. This is implied by the name. Every quadrant has 3 other siblings. Perhaps each sector is divided into 4 quadrants. That should produce about the search area shown on screen. It's hard to say more without knowing the shape and layout of sectors. Quadrants are even more mysterious. With such imprecise directions, Jocasta is not impressed. She doubts the reliability of Obi-Wan's information. Despite that, Obi-Wan has complete confidence in Dexter. He is convinced that the dart did come from Kamino. Instead of dismissing him, Jocasta keeps working. Her next thought is to run a gravitational scan. Before the results come in, that's very interesting. Scan implies she's able to check what's happening in that quadrant. Jocasta pushes a button on Coruscant, and a scan happens. Within seconds, the results are beamed back from beyond the outer rim. The HoloNet does allow for this ability. It's possible to get a live signal from anywhere in the Old Republic. However, it does imply a lot of additional infrastructure. The HoloNet can explain getting signals across the galaxy. You still need a network of sensors to make those scans in the first place. No matter what sensor range you assume, that's a lot of hardware. Things get far worse if your sensors work at the speed of light. The more reasonable assumption is that Jocasta didn't initiate a scan. What she's actually doing is displaying data they had already. These can still be updated remotely, and are even implied to be. It just doesn't require a dedicated sensor in every star system. However the gravity scans got there, Jocasta knows what she's doing. It only takes her a few seconds to notice something unusual. Inconsistencies, she says, in the plural. Her first thought is that the planet has been destroyed. This makes a certain amount of sense. When Alderaan is destroyed, it creates an asteroid field. Even if some of it was vaporized, that vapor has mass. The remains will be just as heavy as the original planet. Whatever gravitic sensors are being used, they might be able to detect that. A collection of loose rocks where a planet should be. Obi-Wan sounds familiar with planetary annihilation. He thinks that might have happened, but that it should be on record. Jocasta agrees, unless Kamino was destroyed recently. That wouldn't be impossible based on what we know so far. Dexter hasn't been to Sub-Terrell in quite some time. For the bounty hunter, we don't know when he last bought saber darts. If you buy an entire crate, that could last you decades. However, the Jedi don't believe this explanation. We should make a distinction here. Jocasta first suggests that a planet was destroyed. Kenobi isn't just looking for a planet, he needs the star system. There are 13 planets in the Camino system. They have 113 moons. All of them have gone missing, and so has the star. Technically, it's possible for the star to have been destroyed as well. That just makes things even more confusing. In that case, the Jedi archives would show a star that doesn't exist.
If an item does appear in our records, it doesn't exist.
If there were records of destruction, that would be noted inside the Camino entry. What we see in the movie is just the opposite. A system that should, and does exist, but isn't on the map. If we assume both sources are perfectly reliable, this seems impossible. These two Jedi have different ways to resolve the contradiction. Obi-Wan takes what should be a reasonable position.
Impossible. Perhaps the archives are incomplete.
Sometimes the library doesn't have the book you needed. Jocasta is offended by the very idea of it. The Jedi know everything there is to know about the galaxy. There are no secrets, and the Jedi cannot learn anything. The archives are comprehensive and totally secure. Jocasta seems to sincerely believe this.
If an item does not appear in our records, it does not exist.
Strange. She ought to be intelligent enough to see it as nonsense. Even their analysis droids only claimed to know 80% of everything. A few hours ago, Obi-Wan left the archives. It was impossible to identify the Camino saber dart. When he found the solution elsewhere, he returned. This time he looked up Camino and got no results. Kenobi has already proven the archives are incomplete. When Jocasta says Camino doesn't exist, it isn't very compelling. Obi-Wan knows that Dexter wouldn't lie about this. If he didn't recognize the dart, Dex would have said so. Being that unidentifiable would be useful information on its own. Obviously, Jocasta thinks the tip was useless. Obi-Wan needs a copy of that map to take with him. What's a little unexpected is that Jocasta gives him permission. Perhaps it would be impolite to copy data without asking the librarian. On the other hand, this might be a standard security feature. Jocasta needs to make sure he isn't exporting the entire database. After all, if the archives are so complete, they must be valuable. Either way, Obi-Wan saves a copy of the Camino map. Since there are no USB ports or floppy drives, he uses a hologlobe. Jocasta walks off in a huff, giving us a chance to look around. In the background, out of focus, we can see other Jedi. From their movements, we can infer they're using touchscreens. By far the most distinctive is Shark T. We won't go into detail about her for some time. Right now, she's just using her own archive terminal. We should instead focus on Jocasta Nu, or rather, the person she talks to next. A young Jedi apprentice walks up at the end of the scene. Jocasta says something inaudible, then walks off to help him. This would normally be an unremarkable interaction. The kid is about the age Anakin had been when he was recruited. His name is Warpok Scamini. There's just one tiny detail that sets this kid apart. The name of the actor is Jet Lucas. Apparently, his father was some guy called George, whoever that is. This apprentice is only on screen for a few seconds. He won't turn up again until episode 3. This time, his name is Zet Jukasa. Same actor, same character, different name. He's the less young apprentice who gets 66'd in front of Bail. The Jedi Archives, quite a memorable location. All those bookshelves make a captivating backdrop. It's no surprise that Battlefront has a mission set here. Quite a difficult mission if you don't know you can repair the shelves. Anyway, these bookshelves seem to be familiar, yet they also have enough glowy bits to fit the sci-fi world.
That's the way we like it, Sam. A combination of the old and the new.
These are meant to remind us of books, but not to be normal books. The Star Wars setting absolutely has the ability to produce paper. Conventional books can exist, and they will on many worlds. Even the Ewoks could be taught most of these techniques. It's almost certain that somewhere in the Jedi archives, they have paper. Stone tablets and parchment will quite likely be there too. The only reason we don't see paper is because of culture. Technology has been shared within the Old Republic. Everyone in the civilized galaxy can have all the paper they want. It's just that nobody wants it anymore. With that level of technology, they can do better. We'll get to digital data storage in a minute. Restricting ourselves to paper, even that can be replaced. The canonical substitute is called flimsoplast. As the name implies, this material is made of plastic. This has certain advantages, like being thinner. A page of flimsoplast can be stronger than paper at the same dimensions. Producing flimsoplast in bulk should be easier. If you need a roll 1 kilometer wide, you can probably manage it.
This is a record of one of those losses. His name was Ichushan John.
Finding the raw materials shouldn't be a challenge. You can certainly buy industrial quantities of wood pulp. Whatever goes into flimsoplast might be even more common. We know there are industrial worlds, like Sullust. Entire planets could be dedicated to making flimsoplast. Others to a single ingredient upstream in the logistics chain. There's also the question of ink, which would have its own production lines. Alternatively, flimsoplast could work like fax paper. When you apply heat, that spot turns black. The disadvantage of thermal paper is that you can't take it to Mustafar. Perhaps flimsoplast could be activated by electricity instead. If we're being honest, flimsoplast is lazy. It mostly exists so you can port ideas from Earth.
Be aggressive with it. Don't let the paper tell you how it's going to be read.
You want to have a man reading the newspaper on a bus. Now he's reading the flimsoplast news on a hover bus. Rather than come up with something sci-fi, just reskin your first idea. In principle, that's a disappointing choice. World building is more than just renaming objects from Earth. On the other hand, we've shown that paper is possible. It makes sense to have a superior replacement for it. Flimsoplast would be more durable, and might not burn as easily. That brings us to the question of what the Jedi have in their bookshelves. Using flimsoplast, you can create a high-quality book. But as we mentioned earlier, ordinary books do not glow. We have very little information about these shelves. One of the few things we know is that these are hollow books. This is their only depiction in any of the movies. Our information comes from just a few lines in various books. Even so, they are heavy with implications. Our first detail is that hollow books are ancient. The Jedi have some that date back to the early Republic. Let's just assume that's 25,000 years. No wonder we don't see very much paper in the galaxy. Better technology predates the old Republic. The next detail is that hollow books are self-contained. That would mean data storage as well as the hollow projector, a battery of some kind, and some form of input. For a normal book, self-contained goes without saying. With technology, that becomes a feature. Power consumption is quite surprising. Hollow books are noted as using only a small amount of energy. Books being low power is quite intuitive. The real question is why someone would mention that. If hollow books are low power, there must be a competing storage medium, something that uses unreasonable amounts of energy to run. We have no indication of what that might be. There's nothing to stop us from speculating they used mechanical hard drives. Of course, the real power drain is the gamer RGB, and using ATI Crossfire to run Quad Voodoo Titans. Hollowbooks would give far better efficiency. The next detail is that hollowbooks have many modes of interaction. We can assume that refers to the holographic user interface. All these books will have a variety of filters. Colorblind modes, for those who can't see in ultraviolet. Text-to-speech, for turning them all into audiobooks.
To begin your study of the life of Muad'Dib.
The page layout can be customized using any of your favorite Winamp skins. It can probably imitate a physical book or a scroll. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a port for an external monitor. The HoloBook probably has a few physical buttons on it as well. Another interesting point is data security. Apparently, this is the primary motivation for using HoloBooks. Like with a conventional book, there is no network connection. The Jedi are concerned about someone slicing in to steal their data. To prevent that, they store most of it on HoloBooks. Being self-contained, HoloBooks have a natural air gap. We can assume they don't support Bluetooth either. Without remote access, a thief would need to break in, physically walk into the Jedi Temple and steal their books. This is why Jocasta believes the archives are so secure. Obi-Wan doesn't appear to be reading a holobook, though. He's sitting at an ordinary computer terminal. Possibly there's a holobook slotted into the machine. Using a terminal to read non-networked storage is familiar. In this case, holobooks would be similar to microfilm. The reader needs physical access to the storage medium. It takes a large viewing device to display the data. Holobooks just have a better storage density than microfilm. On the other hand, maybe this terminal is networked. It can access the temple's galaxy map, which is constantly updated. That brings us to something the Jedi seem to be avoiding: the bog-standard run-of-the-mill datapad. In decades past, this was science fiction. A small handheld computer with a flat touchscreen. Such a tiny machine that holds millions of books. The youth of today may find that hard to appreciate. Statistically, someone must be watching this video on a datapad. Many households will own a tablet computer they think is rubbish. Yet if you take that back to the 1960s, everyone will be astonished. In the modern age, datapads are easy to explain. You don't even have to call it a PDA, then expand the abbreviation. All you need to say is, it's an Android tablet. There really is very little to set these devices apart. Datapads are the sophisticated sci-fi paper. Unlike with flimsoplast, there's no need to print your documents. Various models can be designed for different races and purposes. Attachments can give the datapad new functionality. Data can be transferred on and off as you'd expect, with a cord, wirelessly, or using a storage slot. Most citizens would own at least one datapad. Jedi have an alternative storage medium. Holocrons are intricate little devices. Apparently, the name is short for holographic chronicle, far more reliable than biological chronicles. We've seen dodecahedrons and tetrahedrons. By far the most common shape is a cube. We aren't told that these have to be regular polyhedra. Perhaps those are chosen for the sake of tradition. The majority of the holocron is made of clear crystal. That part does seem to be necessary for the holocron to function. We know there are also metal frames around the edges. In at least one case, the metal is electrum, an alloy of gold and silver, so probably decorative. Other metals can surely be used instead. In some ways, the holocron is the best possible option. Storage capacity is infinite as far as we know. Power consumption appears to be zero. Making a superior device isn't even theoretically possible. There are certain drawbacks, of course. Most other storage devices are disposable. At the very least, they're cheap and mass-produced. Holocrons are not simple to create. The art of building them has been lost multiple times in history. In better days, the rate of production is still sharply limited. Holocrons come with another profound limitation. You need to be force-sensitive to use them. That detail is surprisingly hard to find references for. It's also left open for there to be exceptions. Holocrons are normally used to store Jedi or Sith knowledge. That would give a reason to make them force-locked. Perhaps it would be possible to make holocrons for the general public. Producing a new holocron definitely seems to require the Force. Holocrons were inherited from the Rakata, who used Force technology. This would mean mass production is out of the question. Another oddity is the user interface. Holocrons have a cognitive matrix encoded into them. This is a fancy way to say there's a hologram inside. We call it the host, and it will be the Jedi or Sith who created the holocron. You can include guest stars, but the creator runs the holocron. This host controls access to the data stored inside. On a good day, that means being helpful. It can act as a search engine and personal instructor. Holocrons are designed to teach, not just to inform. On the other hand, the host acts as gatekeeper. When it judges you as ready, deeper knowledge can be revealed. Holocrons are very important, but perhaps not practical. The Jedi archives have quite a few of these, in various forms. Most are the standard cube design, and probably safe for students. The dodecahedron we see is called the Great Holocron. To our knowledge, this one is the finest ever created. It's unlikely any Jedi has seen all of its knowledge. Access to this one is surely restricted. The Jedi also have a few tetrahedral holocrons. These are the Sith ones. Corruption incarnate. Mostly, they stay in the vault and nobody goes near them. Most of the time, with only a few exceptions. Despite their significance, most people wouldn't recognize a holocron. Citizens of the Republic have no reason to interact with them. The Jedi don't bring holocrons everywhere they go, openly displayed.
You're a Jedi Knight, aren't you?
What makes you think that?
I saw your
balls.
This means the holocron is far more famous on Earth. You might even say the fans are obsessed with the things. Anytime knowledge is collected, it might be called a holocron. Many Star Wars games games will feature holocrons in some way, sometimes as part of the plot or just items to collect. Sith holocrons are exquisite sources of conflict. Their popularity is deserved, but perhaps a little excessive. The final storage medium to discuss is the Hologlobe. This won't turn up in the movie for a while yet. However, it is mentioned in the novelization. When saving data from a library terminal, it goes into a Hologlobe. These are quite small devices, only a couple of centimeters in diameter. What's fascinating is that they seem to have no mechanism. The globe is fully transparent and has no moving parts. More so than the other storage media, this invites speculation. We can see all of the components that do not exist. The first conclusion we can make is that hologlobes are passive. They store data for later retrieval. The only time we see a hologlobe, it projects a map. It's inserted into a socket shaped like a candlestick. From the way the orb starts glowing, the stand might be the projector. That is to say, it doesn't just store data. Other storage devices would be hooked up to a dedicated holoprojector. In the case of the Hologlobe, it acts as the final lens. The stand provides the light, shining up through the globe. That projects the image stored in the marble into the room. Assuming you intend to view the data as a hologram, that's clever. There's no need to convert it to and from digital data. Just encode the image directly into the Hologlobe. It can still be hooked up to a dedicated projector, useful if you have access to a much better display. It's also worth noting that the orb is convenient. They can be stacked, though not particularly well, but there are no sharp corners. It'll fit nicely into a pocket. When transporting a dozen, treat them like a bag of marbles. Hologlobes will be a well-known, if less common, storage format. Most people will prefer cards and data tapes. It's also worth bringing up the principle of holography. For most storage formats, they break if you break them.
Not again. Obi-Wan's gonna kill me.
When a magnetic tape is cut, at best you have two halves. Digital formats tend to become entirely useless. Holograms are fundamentally different. If you break a holographic plate, you have two holograms. Both of them contain exactly the same image. This doesn't have any real application for Star Wars. It might be a convenient way to share a copy of your data. However, marbles are not easy to slice in half. If you can use a dedicated machine for that, you might as well just copy the data. In the West End RPG, there is a strange set of rules. These measure computer data by a number of dice. When you need information, you roll that many dice. If you're lucky or have a lot of data, you find what you were looking for. The more dice of data you have, the better your chances. You can look for information that isn't there and find it anyway. It does have to be relevant to the final contents. You can't pull Death Star plans from some Z-95 blueprints. This system is very strange, and mostly exists for gameplay reasons. Its justification is that data storage works differently in Star Wars. Something to do with compression, AI, and heuristics. If you know where to look, Pi should contain all of Star Wars. Every book and movie encoded in any format you like. All you need to store is the offset, how far in to start looking. Perhaps your data is compressed down into pure randomness. Then you just need to go looking for something that sounds about right. After you run some error correction software, your file is unzipped. We can also say the magic word quantum a few times. That ought to fix any concerns with your sci-fi technology. In the end, this doesn't change much about the setting. You still need to obtain the right files in the first place. Working with data just becomes a little easier for the game master. There's no need to keep track of every gigabyte. You won't get someone questioning the file size of the hoverbus timetables. The answer is always roll and see if you can find it. Large files are rare and expensive. It's possible to split a 10D into two 5Ds. When you try to reassemble them, there is a catch. If all goes well, you only get a single 6D file. But if you fail, the 5s become a pair of 4D files. In the Jedi archives, we see 20 statues. These are monuments to the Lost, as those figures are called. In the time of Qui-Gon, there were 19 of them. Count Dooku defected in the year 32 BBY, the year Qui-Gon died. This is when the term Lost 20 was coined. Apart from Dooku, we don't see very much of these statues. It's very difficult to even identify which races they are. Some seem to be human, but many are not. Going by the movie itself, we can't really conclude anything. In the visual dictionary, we can put a name to exactly one statue, Con Actrion, the Architect of Freedom. That is all the information we have on the chap. We don't know his species or what year he lived. We don't know what freedom means in this context. Perhaps something like, I should be allowed to use Force lightning. It's hard to see an ex-Jedi talking about freedom without being suspicious.
I see through the lies of the Jedi. I do not fear the dark side as you do.
On the other hand, this guy could have given Anakin the wrong impression. Con Actrion is the Jedi who goes to free all the slaves. The Jedi Council tells him to cut that out, so he leaves the Jedi Order to free some more slaves, thus making him the Architect of Freedom. The Essential Guide to the Force doesn't help much. It gives us precisely one additional name. A Jedi named Phanius had left 2,000 years ago. That brings us down to 17 mysterious ex-Jedi. Though it was our last confirmed name, there is more to learn. Phanius would be corrupted into Darth Ruin. This set in motion an age of darkness that lasted 1,000 years. We are also told that Darth Ruin recruited other Dark Jedi, ones who had previously been part of the Jedi Order, like Phanius. Perhaps those were the remaining Lost 17. This book actually rules out many possibilities. We are told that the Jedi didn't know the Lost had fallen. None of them are on record as having turned to the dark side. The Jedi aren't aware of any connection between Phanius and Ruin. That lines up with what the circus inferred from the movie. The Lost 20 are not seen as a bunch of Sith, or even Darksiders. In fact, the book takes it further. Perhaps none of them were evil, or at least everyone who turned evil did it secretly. This book gives us another couple of ways to exclude people. An easy way out is that leaving has to be official. These Jedi have to formally renounce their commissions. Anyone who would otherwise qualify must not have filed the paperwork. This will be our main way to discount any inconsistencies. The other criterion is about their specific rank. Only a Jedi Master is considered for these statues. When it comes to the countless rogue apprentices, they get nothing. No statue, no catchy title. Not even a Jedi Knight qualifies to join the Lost. Anyone who would leave is probably going to do so before reaching Master level. With these added restrictions, the statues make more sense. Training is a dangerous time for the apprentices. One cannot simply put statues of Sith Lords in the library. It's all too easy for a child to fixate on a historical figure. Monuments to the dark side would cause a lot of rebellious Padawans. By making these statues of ex-Jedi in good standing, the problem is fixed. These are people who left the Order for good reasons. Reflecting on these statues can give useful insight. There are lessons to learn from each Jedi Master who resigns. Keeping these in mind could improve the Jedi Order. It's important to keep in mind that the Lost is a small group. If there had been only 20 ex-Jedi, the galaxy would be better off. Almost every Darkside group can be traced back to former Jedi. One of the first examples is 24,500 BBY. This would be the first great schism of the Jedi Order, though obviously they didn't give it a number at the time. We know that a few Bogans created the Legions of Letau. Any proper legion needs to have a fair few members. That alone would use up our quota of fallen Jedi. There is a reference to 30 Dark Jedi being evenly matched. Almost 20,000 years later, we have another great schism. Around the year 7000 BBY, we find a bunch of rebels. These are referred to as a cadre, probably several dozen, enough to participate in a century of war. This is known as the 100-Year Darkness. When the war was over, these Jedi exiles fled to the Galactic Rim. They still had enough population to set up the Sith Empire. For these events, we already need at least a couple of hundred Jedi. Anything less wouldn't really make sense. Thousands of corrupted Jedi would be entirely plausible. That's a little more than the Lost 20. Jedi history doesn't get much quieter in the coming millennia. We see Freedon Nad turn to the dark side. Since he was a Jedi Knight, he can't be considered one of the Lost. Besides, the Jedi became aware he had been corrupted. It seems likely that would also disqualify Nad. It's a very similar story with other fallen Jedi. Famous names like Ulic Qel-Droma and Exar Kun. Even Darths Revan and Malak had only been knights. Limiting the Lost to being masters makes the this plausible. We know that a lot of Jedi followed these various traitors. Jedi Masters probably won't be convinced by some charismatic youngster. Count Dooku would be the last of the lost. He was number 20 and the most recent departure. No other Jedi Master left the Order until the Clone Wars. This wasn't a universally popular war. Many Jedi may have resigned in protest, Masters included. However, we don't know of anyone new being added to the list. During this time of war, it's unlikely any new statues were installed. Surprisingly, we do have a statement from Count Dooku. He made this to explain why he was leaving the Jedi. More precisely, he wanted to counter certain rumors. He raises several possibilities, but doesn't commit to them. The death of Qui-Gon was most likely the final straw. Dooku mentions Balthazar and Galadran. We won't go into those two just yet. The Count vocally disapproves of the corrupt Senate. That fiasco over Naboo will not have improved his opinion. Dooku touches these reasons in passing to reach his real point. He wants to dispel the rumor that he's in it for the money. When he returns home to Serrano, he will be one of the richest men in the galaxy. Quite a temptation, even for the Jedi. Dooku points out that he always had a fortune waiting at home. He could have left the Order at age 14 or 40. There would be no reason to spend almost a century as a Jedi. Master Dooku wanted to be the very best, like no one ever was. When he returns home, most of that money will mysteriously vanish. Not spent on luxury airspeeders, snazzy capes, and death sticks. His resources will largely be invested into a couple of armies. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Count Dooku has asked for privacy, and we don't wish to be rude. Chancellor Palpatine composed a response of his own. As you would expect, it was full of meaningless platitudes. This doesn't seem to be a public message, though. Palpatine pretends that he hasn't been in contact with Dooku. With Master Dooku having criticized the Senate, he will be well known. Palpatine can't claim to be unaware of the man. However, he states that he respects Dooku. Palpatine was elected based on the same criticisms of the Senate. He declines to make a public statement on the matter. This is probably the least suspicious move he could make. We pick up the story aboard the Jindirian Valley. To set the scene, we are shown an external shot. The familiar AA-9 flies past the camera. This looks very nice. It's a good shot that makes the movie better. It clearly establishes where the next scene will be set. The flare of the sublight engines is visually appealing. Looking at a starfield is always welcome. There's just one tiny concern here. Why is the ship traveling through real space? Space is big, really big. You just won't believe how big. Down the road, peanuts, you get the idea. To get anywhere in the galaxy, you need a hyperdrive. It just isn't practical to spend years traveling on sublight engines. That will get you several pixels across the galaxy map. In the time the Old Republic has existed, you'd cross almost a quarter of the galaxy. That's why every single interstellar journey uses hyperspace. Some say the trip from Hoth to Bespin was made on sublight engines. But no matter how optimistic you are, that would take years. No, that was using the Falcon's very slow backup hyperdrive. Travel in Star Wars has been very well established. First, you must leave the planet's atmosphere. It isn't clear if you have to break orbit as well. The second step is to make your jump calculations. It would probably be wise to plot your course before taking off. We infer that the navicomputer can't be used to pre-calculate. Otherwise, that would be standard practice. Nobody would need to wait for the navicomputer. Third, you align for the jump and activate the hyperdrive. After this point, you can safely leave the cockpit. No input is required until you drop back into real space. With this in mind, we would expect to see something else. Until the ship arrives at its destination, it should be in hyperspace. We've already seen what that looks like, from inside and outside. There's no reason to avoid showing such a thing. It might change how you compose and edit the shot. Space is black, but hyperspace is a bright blue. You probably can't show the ship passing the camera either. Rather, you need the camera to be tethered to the ship. That means the wipe transition might not work anymore. A moderately competent filmmaker should be able to solve that. There is an explanation, which we'll get to in a minute. First, we should work out where the Jindirian Valley is. We can guess based on the way the movie is cut together. The refugee ship is shown next to Obi-Wan's investigation. It would be natural to assume these are happening at the same time. That would mean the ship has been flying for between 2 and 5 hours. It will land in Theed before Obi-Wan leaves Coruscant. Strictly speaking, there's nothing wrong with this. It's perfectly consistent with all 6 movies. In the very first movie, the Falcon travels quickly. Luke is training when Han walks in. At the end of the scene, they reach Alderaan. All we know is that the trip takes at least a few minutes. Cataloguing movie-accurate travel duration is a worthy project. A good question for another time. The general consensus is that it should take a bit longer to cross the galaxy, more than a few minutes to go from the outer rim to the core. This is a standard opinion, at least in broad terms. Not everyone agrees on how long travel should take.
If the Millennium Falcon went into light speed, it would be on the other side of the galaxy by now.
In cases like this, it's always useful to consult West End Games. We need a few things to properly determine travel times. To start with, we need origin, destination, and route. Padme is traveling from Coruscant to Naboo. This already presents a slight problem for us. The West End RPG dates back to before the prequels. Naboo doesn't appear in any of those hyperspace timetables. Luckily, the planet Sullust is relatively close to Naboo. It can stand in for Naboo during our calculations. If anything, this will bias our estimates to the low side. As for the route, it's a little more complex. The RPG rules imply you can plot a direct course to anywhere. This is usually a suboptimal choice. Taking an established hyperspace route is faster. Sullust happens to be on the Rimmer trade route. It's also very close to the Hydean Way. Naboo, on the other hand, isn't close to any major route. It's halfway between the Hydean Way and the Corellian Run. There are several minor trade routes nearby. The Trialis trade route is possibly the best choice. Other options are the Duros Space Run and the Enarch Run. We can't predict what course the Gendarian Valley took.
Calculate every possible destination along the last known trajectory.
Yes, my lord.
Despite this, we'll create our rough estimate. First, we look at the Astrogation Gazetteer. This provides a standard duration for every trip. From Coruscant to Sullust, that is 8 days and 2 hours. Next, we multiply that by the ship's hyperdrive class. The Millennium Falcon could make that trip in 4 days, 1 hour. However, the AA-9 Starfreighter has a Class 3 hyperdrive. That means we expect 24 days and 6 hours. Then you need to factor in the inferior hyperspace route. Let's just round it up to a nice even 30 days. That checks out. 1 month is a reasonable time for an ocean liner. However, the game explicitly suggests we use an exploit. Perhaps we can make the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. In this case, suppose we travel somewhere else first. Going from Coruscant to Corellia takes just 4 hours. Then Corellia to Sullust takes another 19. Even with a Class 3 hyperdrive, that's only 2 days, 21 hours. This detour reduced the travel time from 30 days to 3 days. Now you see the value of a skilled navigator.
No, my father didn't fight in the wars. He was a navigator on a spice freighter.
Charting a good course is important for any ship. Ultra-fast ones can get by with brute force and ignorance. Slow hyperdrives benefit even more from careful planning. This is definitely what the Gendarian Valley is doing. Rather than taking a direct route, it will stop along the way. As we've already seen, that can be more effective than flying in a straight line. Besides, this is how we'd expect the AA-9 to run. No matter what the cargo is, these freighters will visit many ports. Even if Naboo was the first, there would be another destination. They won't turn around and fly straight back to Coruscant. Most likely, there will be half a dozen stops before Naboo. Examining the movie gives us a bit of supporting evidence. The ship's exterior has a very distinct light source. It comes from the starboard side, and somewhat below. As the ship passes the camera, we can see a golden glow behind it. If the ship were in deep space, there shouldn't be a nearby light source. There are countless objects in real space, lit only by distant stars. Therefore, the Gendarian Valley must be inside a star system. This wouldn't still be Coruscant, and it wouldn't be Naboo either. It only takes 5 minutes to go between orbit and a hyperspace jump point. We know that the AA-9 is traveling in real space, within a star system that is neither origin nor destination. The only possible conclusion is an extra stop. However, this leaves the question of timing. Did we catch the freighter passing through Corellia? We could guess how long Kenobi's investigation has taken, but that assumes everything happens in the order we see it. Given that travel time exists, that may not be ideal. It's good for pacing if you can cut between different scenes. That only works if something is happening in each location. We have to consider the idea of the events not playing out in order. That when Anakin and Obi-Wan split up, they desynchronize. This complexity is necessary if you believe in travel time. Skywalker seems to arrive on Naboo before Kenobi leaves Coruscant. As we will find out later, it's a long way to Kamino. We could take the movie at face value and allocate a few hours. Any longer than that, and we need a time skip somewhere. That could be a single one before either Jedi arrives. It could just as easily be two different sized skips in the A and B plots. The stories only need to resynchronize at a few specific moments. We've seen a similar example of ambiguous time. How long did Luke spend training on Dagobah? Based on the day-night cycles, at least one full day. Many people infer that a time skip happened here. That's because the Millennium Falcon has to travel to Cloud City. The main hyperdrive is damaged, which slows the ship down. Those who don't believe in backup hyperdrives have a problem. Stars are light years apart, and sublight engines go slower than light. For the journey to take months instead of years, you need a backup hyperdrive. But that leaves us with a debatable time skip. It takes at least a day, but possibly more than a month. We'll keep the timekeeping problem in mind. It'll become relevant again by the end of the movie. Now we get to the ship's interior. To sum up the environment, it's surprisingly nice. The only shot we see of the interior is a single large hall, crowded with passengers, but less so than you might expect. Far cleaner than the Coruscant streets or the Falcon, dimly lit, but not like Jabba's palace or the Outlander. There is a slight amount of cargo, but not a significant tonnage. Just the occasional pallet of boxes, covered in netting. We don't actually see a pallet, but it would be strange otherwise. The refugee ship is not the most desirable form of transport. However, conditions here are nicer than much of Coruscant. Enduring this for a month wouldn't be a great hardship, especially if you'll be staying on Naboo after that. We haven't seen where the refugees end up, of course. Perhaps those places have less marble and smaller windows. Even in the worst scenarios, things should work out. It's possible these passengers will be sent straight to the moon. Those spice miners must have some reason to be disgruntled after all. We are introduced to the interior by following R2-D2. The little astromech has been waiting in the bread line. This is not a function the R2 series was designed for. We've just recently talked about the WA-7 waitress. You will notice that is a very different kind of droid. Rather famously, an R2 unit has no visible arms. Instead, there are countless concealed arms. Most of the end effectors are tools, but many have claws. Someday, we might find out what a standard R2 comes with, but like many of his class, R2-D2 is no longer standard. He uses one telescopic arm to grab a slice of bread or cake. R2 has a bowl in his lower hand, just like the two men behind him. This bowl will remain empty. When dealing with passengers, there are several requirements. Radiation shielding, for example. Life support, to keep the air breathable. If the journey will last for more than a few hours, it gets even more complex. Passengers will need water in significant quantities. Everyone but the most exotic aliens will require water. This one is fairly simple to satisfy. Issue water bottles and install a few taps. Water gives you a single fluid to grapple with. It can be stored in large tanks and pumped anywhere. It requires much the same temperature range as the passengers do. The next step up is 1,000 times more difficult. Longer voyages require food as well. Generally, this doesn't come in liquid form. Even when it does, stew presents challenges to your plumbing. It's far easier for a pump to get clogged with croutons. No, most of the time you'll be dealing with solid food. In the best case scenario, this will take the form of rations. Something that stacks well and lasts forever. A small crate should last a dozen people for a week or two. This is a very good option to have for emergencies. Most people will have a negative reaction to living on emergency rations. To prevent morale issues, you need more elaborate food. Bread, for example, low density due to all the air bubbles. It's a very inefficient food, but more enjoyable than nutrient bars. This is the overall trade-off being made. The more convenient your food, the bigger the morale penalty. More popular food is harder to store. For example, it might expire in months instead of years. Vegetables don't stack as well as mass-produced MREs. Worst of all, proper food might need to be prepared. Some people like hot meals instead of lukewarm. All of this makes life more complicated for a ship captain.
No reward is worth this.
You have to store a much larger volume of food. Then it needs to be heated without the passengers damaging anything. There's only one way to deal with all this. Delegate flight. You could hire a dedicated crew member as the ship's cook. That would cut into the profits from running the ship, though.
Oh, it depends how big your pocketbook is.
Since this is Star Wars, there is another option. You could install a droid, which has only the initial purchase cost. The Gendarian Valley chose the droid option, in this case a COO model from Industrial Automaton. This is one of the more intricate droid designs in the movie. Though the droid is a biped, it might not be classified as humanoid. There is precisely one interesting feature about this model. The COO has an array of arms. Most droids have only a pair. One arm is a bit limiting. In most applications, there would be no benefit to adding more arms. Cooking on a large scale is an exception. Much like an astromech droid or treadwell, these are tool arms. Each arm has a specific function. This choice makes sense, given a limited menu. That way you know exactly what tools are needed in advance. A more flexible cook would need hands. After a certain number, it's better to pick up tools as you need them. Looking at the droid in the movie, it has 3 or 4 unique arm types. First, a set of plates on the bottom pair. The middle pair also have plates, but they seem thicker. They also have a more pronounced lip around the edge. It's possible these ones have integrated heating elements. The unique pair of arms are on top, as they would need to be. On the top right, there's a canister with a lid. To explain this, we need to reveal what the droid is cooking. At the moment, it is dedicated to pancakes. The canister holds raw pancake mixture. We get to see that in action. Some is dispensed onto the plate. This is why we assume some or all of the plates are heated. We see a pancake on the bottom right arm being flipped. This would only be necessary when it was halfway cooked. On the top left arm, we see a spice rack. There's nothing that actually identifies it as such, but given a set of small containers, that would be most likely. We see the spice arm being spun above one of the plates. This would make a bit of sense for a spice dispenser. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine what purpose the spinning would have. We are told about a variety of other arm attachments: spatula, serving spoon, strainer, carving knife, meat fork, flamethrower. Just your standard set of ordinary kitchen tools. It would be quite restrictive if the arms were too well attached. The pancake droid would be limited to only making pancakes. Switching role would require a droid technician or droid technician. To prepare multiple dishes, you would need several droids. The new Essential Guide describes 3-fingered manipulators. These could be added to almost any configuration. The COO supports over a dozen arms, somehow. There's only so much spine, so it's not clear where those would attach. However, the NEG mentions the droid installing different tools. Wire brushes for cleaning after the day's cooking is over. That means the COO must be able to swap arms without outside intervention. Instead of being stuck with pancakes, the droids can reconfigure as needed. With 2 or 3 of these droids, they could run almost any kitchen. Other models of cooking droid exist, which could be used to supervise. The COO is not a particularly sophisticated cooking droid. Whatever alternative you can find will probably be better.
There was nothing wrong with that food. The salt level was 10% less than a lethal dose.
Industrial Automaton created this droid to be cost-effective. Simple design, cheap to produce, cheap to maintain. The droid's frame is reused from a general-purpose labor droid. This bit of lore is remarkably well crafted. The COO is broadly similar to the ASP droid. Both designs come from IA and are fairly cheap. We discover that the cook droid was for military-scale catering. This doesn't necessarily mean the COO was intended for the military. While that would be a valid application, it isn't the one we saw. Just as the arms can be swapped, so can the programming. These are not like protocol droids, with their vast inherent knowledge. Each COO comes from the factory with a small cookbook, only a few hundred recipes from the whole galaxy. Chances are, most of them will go unused. It is possible that the droids can be taught how to cook a new dish.
I think I'm beginning to get the hang of this fine business.
But if you want to make significant changes, you'll need to replace the memory banks. This isn't expected to happen very often. Therefore, the process hasn't been made user-friendly. As long as the droid does well enough, it will probably be left alone. The one we see aboard the Gendarian Valley has a name. This individual is COO 2180. His only line is yelling at Artu for being a droid.
Hey you, no droids. Get out of here.
Having a droid say no droids is a bit funny. Not very funny, but it does count as humor for the audience. You have to admit, the cook has a point. There's no reason a droid should be taking food from the kitchen. Obviously we know better, but it's a very unusual situation. Besides, Anakin and Padme already have food. Sending a droid to grab extra food seems a bit rude. This interaction also establishes that the COO can talk. It makes sense, but was by no means certain. In the novelization, this plays out a little differently. The book describes servers in the plural. There is no indication that any of them are droids. Instead of pancakes and bread, the food is less appealing. Those bowls in the movie are to collect bland-looking mush. R2 is told to leave, and he pretends to. Then he stops and extends a tube to siphon the mush. This gets collected in one of his storage containers. The next time R2 gets told off, he slurps up a bit more. Then he grabs some bread and runs away. Very cheeky, but also a bit concerning. Would you be willing to eat from R2's storage tanks? The container and the tube were not intended for food. What fluid would have been in there last? Grease? Antifreeze? Or something much worse? The astromech trundles back with his offering of food. Anakin and Amidala are eating already. There is a tablecloth spread over some crates. Both of them also happen to be sitting on crates. They seem to be eating soup from plastic bowls, using metal spoons. We also see plastic cups and a metal bottle of water. These particular bottles are available on Earth. While they can be used for water, you can safely carry petrol and other fuels in them. Other groups of passengers have the same bottles and plastic accessories. Not everyone has a tablecloth, and some are sitting on the floor. Padme thanks R2 for delivering the food.
Thank you, R2.
This is a little unusual. Droids don't often see gratitude. How long has it been since someone last thanked C-3PO?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're perfectly welcome, sir.
We first saw this when Padme ran the blockade and escaped from Naboo. Captain Panaka brought R2 into the ship's throne room. The false queen thanked the droid and assigned him a handmaiden. It's clear that Panaka was expecting something like this. Perhaps this attitude to droids is part of Naboo culture. Turning back to Anakin, Padme remarks on Jedi life.
Must be difficult having sworn your life to the Jedi.
Without knowing it, she sounds like a warning Qui-Gon gave. Little Annie had been told that being a Jedi would be hard.
Training to become a Jedi is not an easy challenge, and even if you succeed, it's a hard life.
Not in the sense that being a low-level wizard is hard. That challenge is solved by gathering enough experience. To be a Jedi is to accept that challenge for the rest of your lifespan. Unlike most Jedi of his time, Anakin had a choice. He took this burden willingly and with some idea of what it meant. Other younglings were raised in the Jedi Temple. They didn't know any other life, and they didn't choose this one. Padme doesn't really understand this.
Not being able to visit the places you like or do the things you like.
She is vaguely aware that Jedi have certain restrictions. Qui-Gon didn't choose to help with the Naboo incident. The Supreme Chancellor requested ambassadors, and the Jedi Council chose Qui-Gon. This is the usual scenario for Jedi missions. The Jedi Order allocates resources when things need to be done. Individual Jedi Knights don't get much say in the matter. Since there are only a few Jedi, missions have to go through triage. You can't just have Jedi acting as bodyguards for some senator. There are more important things to deal with in the wider galaxy. On the other hand, Jedi have a reputation to maintain. Sometimes they need to go along with whatever the Chancellor wants. In some ways, the life of a queen or senator is not so different. There are certain restrictions on Amidala's behavior. She can't just walk down to the Outlander and start betting on the pod races. Talking to the wrong person could damage one's reputation. While there are no Jedi assignments, she does have obligations. Queens and senators are bound by duty, just like knights. The main difference is that Jedi are trying to do the right thing. Senators are known to be somewhat less scrupulous. As a wee lad, Anakin wants to visit every star system. This is a childish dream, either impractical or impossible. Being a Jedi will take you to many strange and exotic places, but you don't get to choose which location you visit next. Perhaps you have a personal dislike of the jungle. That won't stop the Jedi Council from sending you there.
Oh, not good.
Some of your preferences may be taken into account. Amphibious races are more likely to get ocean assignments than desert ones. You won't even get to visit the beach for a holiday. The Jedi Order does want to keep their knights from burning out. Anyone who seems too stressed may get lesser missions, or perhaps time off to be spent inside the Jedi Temple. Padme also mentioned being able to do the things you like.
Or do the things you like.
This one is definitely a restriction the Jedi face. One can't simply walk around force-choking civilians. Anakin won't be allowed to continue his pod racing career, not even if he does it in his spare time, between missions. Similarly, Jedi are not permitted to declare war on the Hutts.
Have you come to free us?
No, I'm afraid not.
Visiting Tatooine to free all the slaves is strictly forbidden. Some hobbies will be allowed, of course. The Jedi probably won't stop you from practicing scrimshaw. All Jedi seem to have some training as ship pilots. Anakin will be significantly better at this than average. As soon as she brings up these challenges, Anakin redirects the conversation.
Or be with the people that I love.
He complains that the Jedi won't let him be with the people he loves. There are many things one could criticize about the Jedi Order. Usually, these complaints are flimsy and transparent. A politician who fears the power and insight of the Jedi. Someone who is dedicated to evil and resents those who are not. In this case, it's a fairly legitimate criticism. Kenobi seems to be good friends with Dexter Jettster. They've probably seen each other several times in the past decade. Now imagine if Dex lived somewhere inconvenient, out of the way. It turns out that Padme does know a thing or two about the Jedi. Not in great detail, nothing more than common knowledge.
Are you allowed to love?
She asks if Anakin is allowed to love. This is the moment we discover an important Jedi rule. Apparently, the Jedi are forbidden to love.
Thought that was forbidden for a Jedi.
While that makes a certain amount of sense, it had not been established in Episode 1. Fear of loss was highlighted as a danger. This concept informs many decisions Jedi make in this era. Recruitment is limited to very young children.
He's too old.
That way they can't remember their family and cannot miss them. Jedi do not have possessions, so they can't fear losing those. This will certainly help to mitigate dark-side corruption. You can't prevent it, but these policies limit the attack vectors. However, there are consequences to forbidding marriage. We know from the original trilogy that talent is hereditary, not the more general knack for piloting that both Skywalkers have. The very first movie establishes that the son of a Jedi may be trained.
Your father's lightsaber. Learn about the Force, Luke.
If your father is Force-sensitive, you will be too. Later movies tell us that Luke's whole family is strong in the Force.
Force is strong in my family. My father has it. I have it. My sister has it.
That seems logical, even if you don't know about midichlorians. This knowledge leads to an obvious conclusion. One parent being Force-sensitive means the children will be.
The Force is unusually strong with him. That much is clear. Who was his father?
Possibly not guaranteed, but old Ben would be able to check. Surely, having two Jedi parents would be even better. If you want to make the Jedi Order more powerful, that's the way.
The Force is strong with him. The son of Skywalker must not become a Jedi.
Set up a selective breeding program within the Jedi Temple. This religion has been around for many thousands of years. Why passively wait for the Chosen One to appear? Surely it makes more sense to create your own Kwisatz Haderach. Entire dynasties of Jedi, each as powerful as Yoda. We don't know exactly when the Jedi forbade love. If in doubt, blaming the Ruusan reformations is a safe bet. We know that several new rules were created around 1000 BBY. That includes the maximum age policy for new recruits. It would make sense to implement both rules at the same time. Their purpose is identical after all, to stave off corruption, possibly in more ways than just the dark side. We see mention of a concern about Jedi politicians. Perhaps these rules also exist to placate the Senate, banning adults from being recruited and preventing Jedi parents. These would prevent the Jedi Order from expanding too much. Rules against love and family go together like a horse and carriage. Without both, it gets much harder to isolate a child from its parents. How can you keep them apart when all three are in the same temple? At that range, they might be able to use telepathy. These rules do seem very harsh and not entirely necessary. The idea is to reduce the range of possible outcomes. Most importantly, to prevent more apprentices from falling. While that is admirable, there have to be side effects.
Train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose.
These rules could have saved Anakin, but they also created Darth Vader. In the best-case scenario, you still get an exceptional Jedi Knight, but it seems inevitable that you sacrifice some potential. Some of the great Jedi could have been even better if they had parents and children. Many of the mediocre students could have been improved by family.
That's your uncle talking. My uncle.
Perhaps not the outsiders, but Jedi parents are surely a benefit. Maybe they can give you a hand with your saber technique. Luke certainly wasn't harmed by knowing his father had been a Jedi Knight.
I'll never never turn to the dark side. You failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Confidence in Anakin is what protected him from the dark side. We should also recognize that not all families turn out well. A strong family can save one from falling to darkness, but those bonds can just as easily pull a Jedi down. If you fill the Jedi Order with families, corruption is more dangerous. Subtle corruption can be spread more easily to your relatives. It's all too easy to have a dozen Jedi follow one lost family member.
You, like your father, are now mine.
Force dynasties are dangerous on their own. Creating sub-factions of Jedi will inevitably lead to conflict, especially if some families are more powerful than others. At that point, the Sith aren't necessary to destroy the Jedi. The Order could tear itself apart without any outside influence. Perhaps these policies were the right choice for their time. 1,000 years ago, Jedi needed to be recruited as children. They needed to have no ties to family, either within the Order or in the wider galaxy. It's possible this was still the right choice during the Clone Wars. When Luke recreated the Jedi Order, he changed things. In the Old Republic, his recruits would have been too old. Nor did he forbid the new Jedi from knowing love and family. We can assume this was mostly out of ignorance. Luke didn't know about those rules, so he couldn't have followed them. Even if he had known, Luke probably would have disagreed. In the last days of the Old Republic, the Jedi were deeply flawed. Very knowledgeable, but far from perfect. We've got a Discord, and it's pretty good because it's free of Earth politics, but for one unique channel that has absolutely no rules and everyone is a moderator. bit.ly/the Discord Circus. Check the description or scan this QR code. Back aboard the ship, Anakin thinks he's terribly clever. He noticed a loophole that has existed for 1,000 years. In that entire time, he thinks nobody else has figured out this exploit. Anakin starts by laying out what is against the rules. Attachment and possession are forbidden. Translation: the Jedi aren't allowed to own or like anything. This isn't actually true in practice, of course. Jedi can have personal items, even beyond their lightsabers. In other words, they can have both possessions and attachment. These rules are probably not meant to be taken literally. Rather than having no possessions, the Jedi have no wealth. This is probably one of those rules that exists to pacify the Senate. Without possessions, the Jedi cannot own land. They can't gain an advantage in transactions from using the Force. All their consumables and equipment will be supplied by the Temple. Things like Jedi robes, materials to build a lightsaber, grappling hooks, liquid cable launchers, and the AA-9 Aquita Breather. The next 2 hours of the video will be a quick overview of the Aquita Breather.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
While individual knights might not have possessions, that doesn't apply to the Jedi Order. That temple on Coruscant must be worth a great deal. That's before getting into things like vehicles. Less than a year ago, the Jedi ordered a set of starfighters. We aren't up to them yet, but these are top of the line. At this very moment, the Delta 7 is the greatest starfighter in the galaxy. The cost of these ships is on a planetary or sector scale, probably on par with Naboo's N1 starfighter program. Clearly, the Jedi are not short on cash. Most of this money probably comes from Republic funding. Speaking of Republic credits, sometimes Jedi have currency. Qui-Gon mentioned having 20,000 credits on him.
I have 20,000 Republic Dactaris.
With that much money, you can definitely buy a second-hand starship. It could also buy a couple of slaves, or rent a politician. That seems a bit excessive to be standard issue. Jedi on missions will certainly need some walking around money. Perhaps the amount goes up as you get higher ranks. 20k is for the Masters. Alternatively, perhaps this money came from the Chancellor. The Trade Federation are known to be greedy cowards. Valorum might have assigned this in case bribes were needed. Anakin says that compassion is central to a Jedi's life.
Compassion, which I would define as unconditional love, is central to a Jedi's life.
That statement actually rings true. After all, the Force is what gives a Jedi his power.
The Force is what gives the Jedi his power.
An energy field, generated by and connecting all living things.
It's an energy field created by all living things.
It's easier to consider a sponge to be alive when you can sense that. That pathetic Gungan is still part of the Force, just like you. It's very easy to see how the Jedi would tend toward compassion. Despite that, we've only heard the word used once before.
His compassion for you will be his undoing.
not from a Jedi either. The Emperor was talking about Luke. Highlighting the importance of compassion would already be solid world-building. It fits neatly into the existing setting as we know it. What makes this masterful is tying that exposition to the plot. Anakin is listing rules of the Jedi, while trying to sneak past them. This kind of sophistry wouldn't convince the Jedi Council. Master Kenobi would see through him instantly.
So you might say that we are encouraged to love.
He said it!
Anakin is playing the sort of word games that politicians are known for.
Well, if it works.
Since his companion is a senator, that may be the right decision. The entire reason to mention compassion is to deceive. Anakin defines compassion as unconditional love. That's actually not a bad definition. However, no amount of compassion will leave the senator pregnant with twins. Compassion implies a low level of love aimed at pretty much everyone. Young Skywalker will be filled with a great deal of compassion, but perhaps it's not quite what he feels for the pretty senator. He's playing a shell game with the meaning of words, hiding compassion and marriage under the blanket term of love. Then he shuffles them around and hopes you get confused. The entire argument is that Jedi are encouraged to be compassionate. It would not be inaccurate to say this is a type of love.
But Master Yoda said I'm allowed to love Twi'leks as long as they aren't men.
Bonking the senator of Naboo could also be described as love. So from a certain point of view, flirting is Anakin's official duty. In the movie, we can't tell exactly what Padme is thinking. Her Jedi protector hasn't exactly been subtle. This conversation about love has nothing to do with compassion.
I've changed so much.
You haven't changed a bit.
Padme remarks that Anakin has changed, and he replies that she hasn't. Anakin also mentions that he dreams about her.
You're exactly the way I remember you in my dreams.
This is a risky move, and doesn't seem to have had good results. Padme gives him a look that it's hard to interpret as positive.
Are you excited or terrified? I have to decide whether I'm joking or not.
The novelization expands this scene somewhat. It begins earlier, with Padme reflecting on her life. With this being a book, we can now see inside her mind. Amidala thinks about her duty, her role as a public servant. She's been a politician ever since she stopped being an aspiring politician. Right now, Padme is conflicted about her own desires. She enjoys working toward the greater good, whatever that might be. However, she can't quite reconcile this with enjoying her time off. During her time as the Queen, she was used to constantly switching roles. Queen Amidala versus Padme the Handmaiden. 10 years later, this is still how she thinks of herself. Senator Amidala is always on duty, but Padme has her own desires. She sees Anakin in the same way, as the Jedi apprentice and as a young man. Following instructions is clearly not his top priority. Padme notices that she is the reason for this rebellion. Though it's quite unwise, she finds that attractive. Perhaps Amidala would take this more seriously if she knew the stakes, how real the risk of dark side corruption was. But she doesn't know, and frankly, neither does Anakin. At this point in the scene, Padme is watching Anakin sleep. He is clearly having a nightmare about his mother. After a few attempts, Padme manages to wake him up. From the dialogue, it's clear that Anakin went to sleep early. Padme has to tell him that they're currently in hyperspace. This doesn't match the movie, but it's useful evidence. Sleeping only makes sense if your journey will take a decent amount of time. This version of events is also better for the characters.
You look tired. I don't sleep well anymore.
It reinforces that Anakin is tired, which he would have to be. As far as we know, he hasn't slept since arriving on Coruscant. The nightmares are an important plot point. Up to now, we've only heard about them. Skywalker does not bring up his bad dreams. Instead, he mentions looking forward to seeing Naboo again. It would be easy to dismiss this as insincere. Little Annie was fond of Padme, so obviously he likes her planet. That would be very rude, and also inaccurate. Anakin claims that he thought about Naboo every day for the past 10 years. He said exactly the same thing about Padme.
I've thought about her every day since we've parted.
It's very likely that isn't true, but close enough is good enough. If it was only 3,000 days this decade, that's still significant. Over the course of his training, Anakin will have visited many worlds. Environments like desert, tundra, ocean, and jungle. Despite this, he says Naboo is the most beautiful place he's ever seen. This statement can be accepted at face value. Naboo is a paradise world. Except for some of those fish, but you don't have to go swimming. Padme warns Anakin that it might not live up to his memories. That could be interpreted as warning that Naboo has changed for the worse. But we have no indication of that. Naboo seems as perfect as it ever was. By this point, the two travelers are having their meal. The scene plays out exactly like it had in the movie. In the novelization, it doesn't end in the same place. Padme is having trouble maintaining her distance. She starts thinking about how they would work as a couple. The Military Creation Act is still her primary focus. Padme plans to continue opposing the army no matter what. If the vote succeeds, she will stand against whatever army is created. Yet she knows that army is aligned with the Republic. They will have the same duties as the Jedi and work alongside the Knights. Padme would choose to be at odds with her own husband. Uncomfortable with these thoughts, Padme changes the subject. She brings up the dream which Annie had in the book version. Tactfully, she asks if Anakin was dreaming about his mother. This is more polite than revealing that he talks in his sleep. Anakin says that his memories of Shmi are fading. This is true and would be quite normal. Having already seen the movie, we know there's a little more to it. Shmi Skywalker has already been captured by Sand People. Her life is fading away, not just Anakin's memory. The apprentice has been having a lot of dreams about Shmi. It's very likely these go back for more than a month. Initially, they would have been premonitions, and now they are visions. Right now, everyone thinks these are nothing more than ordinary dreams. Anakin is worried about his mother, and dwelling on her causes these dreams. Padme says, "You didn't leave her in the best of circumstances." That phrasing is ambiguous, and it's not clear what's intended. She could be referring to the event where Anakin left home. It was the day the Sith returned to the galaxy, which is not ideal. Alternatively, she could mean the life Shmi would have afterwards. Your guess is as good as ours. Obviously, neither interpretation will make Anakin happy. Padme points out the obvious. Shmi wanted this. When talking to Qui-Gon, Shmi never asked about her own freedom.
Can you help him?
I didn't actually come here to free slaves.
She hoped that the Jedi would take her son away, to a better life. Master Jin tried to free them both, because he's a nice guy like that. When given the opportunity, Qui-Gon cheated at dice to free Anakin. Had that chance cube landed on red, Shmi would have stayed behind. As a free woman, her priority would have been to free her son. Everyone agrees that Qui-Gon acquired the right slave. Padme reminds Anakin about this. Shmi thought her son deserved better than a slave's life. Over the past 10 years, she was happy to know Anakin would be a Jedi, roaming the galaxy, doing good, putting his talents to use. Amidala suggests that Anakin feels guilty for leaving. That seems to be correct. He felt that way while packing to leave. It won't have changed in the past decade. Padme says it's normal to want Shmi to live somewhere safer. She assures Anakin that he made the right choice in becoming a Jedi. However, it's worth noting that Senator Amidala has done nothing. It would have been easy to convert some currency. She could pop down to Tatooine and arrange to purchase a slave, perhaps as a birthday present for Anakin. Even if Shmi would make a poor handmaiden, there must be some use for her. Shmi has minor talent as a technician, but even without that, Coruscant is full of corruption. Shmi wouldn't be the first person hired for the wrong reasons. There must be some advisor job where she could offer useful insight. Of course, the Jedi were never in a position to free the Skywalkers.
Will you be all right?
That isn't a standard policy. They don't just go around freeing slaves. Normally, they just take children and ignore the parents. Well, that was awkward. It seems like the type of thing millions of people might complain about for the next 20 years. On an unrelated note, it looks like Evan Prince has just stepped off the transporter pad. Welcome to the circus, Evan.
Thanks so much for having me, and I gotta say, I was thrilled to be involved here, because there's something about this film in particular that I feel like we really need to talk about. The dialogue.
It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Since this film released, I've heard over 2 decades of a million voices all crying out at once about how bad Anakin's dialogue is in the romantic scenes between he and Padme.
You gonna use one of your Jedi mind tricks on me?
But are they actually bad, or do they just make you cringe? And more importantly, if they do make you cringe, shouldn't they? In this scene, we can see Anakin struggling to interact with Padme because they can both clearly tell he has romantic feelings for her. And she is attempting to remind him that this is off the table for both of them, but in a soft way so as to not resemble an outright rejection. Anakin meets these protests with his own rationalizing of the rules he's been taught.
So you might say that we are encouraged to love.
And then as Padme attempts to deflect the conversation away to something else, he reorients it towards his infatuation with her in a painfully obvious fashion before outright just telling her that he has dreams about her.
You're exactly the way I remember you in my dreams.
This makes her visibly uncomfortable, and the scene cuts. It is a little bit uncomfortable for us as the viewer as well. And most of the romantic scenes between these two have a similar feeling as this one does, with similar uncomfortable and cringy dialogue. So before we go any further, there's a few things I need to point out about what we're seeing here. Firstly, Anakin is 19 years old here.
You're a slave? I'm a person, and my name is Anakin.
I haven't seen her in 10 years, Master.
Now, I don't know if you remember being a 19-year-old teenager, but I certainly do.
I've thought about her every day since we've parted, and she's forgotten me completely.
And I would wager this kind of stiff, brash, and inexperienced attempt at wooing isn't far off from the average 19-year-old boy experience.
No.
Maybe you were a suave, high-value male alpha Chad at 19, born with charisma, but Anakin was not. In fact, he was born into slavery on a barren desert world to a single mother where the closest thing he had to a father figure was a plump, greasy, slave-owning alien with a gambling problem, who also owned him as a slave. This was Anakin's childhood experience. After this, he left his mother and was recruited by Qui-Gon to the Jedi Order, a group of extremely disciplined warrior monks who believe that romantic attachment is dangerous and can lead to negative outcomes. Which eventually, of course, it did. But the point here is that Anakin's entire preteen and teen life was spent surrounded by presumably celibate warrior monks, with his life being dedicated to physical training and meditation. 95% of his time after joining the Jedi is spent with Obi-Wan breathing down his neck or lecturing him, when he's not sneaking away into cantinas to watch or participate in seedy underground pod races, like we see in the novel Star Wars Rogue Planet. Not to mention the whole Chosen One prophecy that he was all too aware of. It's not like the minimalist, hyper-disciplined Jedi Order was letting him stream rom-com films into his room at the Jedi Temple, so he had practically nothing to go on here. How did we expect him to handle trying to flirt with Padme? You think he'd just naturally be saying smooth things to the literal former queen who is several years older than him? I don't think the version of Anakin we got here was a problem, personally. Given what we saw him go through in the first film, I find his cringy dialogue to be fairly reasonable. And if anything, more believable than it otherwise would have been if he had not been cringy and lacked self-awareness. Of course, you could write this all off on George Lucas being bad at writing dialogue, and sure, yes, you're right, but you're also no fun.
Obi-Wan Kenobi is going in circles. Twice he visited the Jedi archives. No useful information was gained with either attempt. Obi-Wan then leaves to consult a friend. We catch up with Kenobi as he completes the second cycle. He strides quickly through the Jedi Temple. In this part of the building, we can see another statue. We know even less about this one than the Lost 20. There are several Jedi walking around this area. The first one we see is an unfamiliar species, a new design added in Episode 2. This individual is a knight named Pablo Gil. His race is the Ongri. They have very distinctive and unusual faces. We won't be seeing Pablo Gil again for a few hours. Another new design would be Coleman Trebor. He is a Verk and will also turn up later. Finally, a Twi'lek named Ayla Secura. Like the others, we'll see more of her later. Very popular with fans, for obvious reasons. That's an awful lot of blue visible.
There's gotta be a better way to say that.
Speaking of which, blue is a prominent color here. We don't see any of it in the council room, but in the large open areas, there's a lot of blue. We could associate that with the blue of a lightsaber blade, or perhaps the blue uniform of the Senate Guards. This blue carpet is almost exclusive to Attack of the Clones. It appears once in Episode 3, but only briefly. We should assume the blue was always there, off camera. Best not to assume a specific meaning in either galaxy, but it is interesting to note the different color scheme. Obi-Wan walks toward an archway. Above the opening, we see an unfamiliar symbol. 2 wings, a circle in the middle, and a central spire. The only similar icon is on the Chancellor's podium. All we know is that it's named the Galactic Grand Seal. It has the same general shape, though they aren't meant to be the same. Perhaps the Republic seal incorporates this one from the Temple, similar to the Union Jack, representing both Republic and Jedi. It's not clear how this coexists with the Bendu Roundel. The Jedi have also been given a rather different symbol. Through the archway, we find a classroom. It's worth noting this is not simply classroom AA-23. With the number of windows we see inside, there's no room for neighbors. It's a unique room on the outer edge of the Jedi Temple. There are probably other classrooms, but none exactly like this. Out the window, we can see one of the temple towers. The very top seems to be level with this classroom. That leaves only 2 possible locations for this room: at the top of a small tower or fairly high on the center tower. tower. It's not clear that either one is possible. There are no windows on the central tower, but with the interior and exterior, it surely can't be the smaller towers either. This room should have been much lower down in the temple. Inside the classroom, we see some familiar training. A group of pupils practicing their deflection skills. Each one has a lightsaber and a target drone. They all have large helmets covering their eyes. Clearly, this is based on Luke's first training. We constantly find that Obi-Wan was using traditional lessons. What he taught Luke was just how you train a Jedi. All the equipment, of course, belonged to Han, both the training remote and the helmet with blast shield. These young Jedi are using temple-issued gear. That would extend to their lightsabers. Building your own lightsaber is part of your apprenticeship. Until then, these students will be using training sabers. Notably, their length is proportional to the wielder. These training sabers will also be effectively blunt. A classroom mishap won't lead to any severed limbs. The technique of the students is quite interesting. They hold the blade mostly vertical and don't move it very far. That makes sense with so many children standing within saber range. This exercise will be about sensing the incoming fire. Deflecting tricky shots is much less important. For this class, the instructor is Master Yoda. He reinforces the focus of the lesson. Reach out, sense the force around you.
Use your feelings, you must.
This is not a class about lightsaber technique. These children are not being trained to deflect blaster bolts. That part comes later. For now, they are learning to see without eyes. Stun bolts from the training remote are not that important. Just an incentive to help with concentration. A little bit of danger ought to sharpen the force sensors. If you don't care about the outcome, it won't be easy to see things. This scene partially exists to fix a continuity error.
There you will learn from Yoda, the Jedi Master who instructed me.
Obi-Wan introduced Yoda as the Jedi Master who instructed me. Decades later, The Phantom Menace was released. One of the most accurate criticisms of Episode 1 is continuity. Kenobi's master is Qui-Gon Jinn. Yoda has almost no interaction with him. Obviously, this means old Ben Kenobi was lying again. However, what if Yoda instructed everyone? The entire Jedi Order passes through this classroom. That would mean what Ben the Liar told Luke was true. This answer isn't very satisfying, however. It would be better if Yoda had been shown instructing Obi-Wan, not in place of Qui-Gon as his actual master. Rather, he would offer advice on training an apprentice. There can be no ideal solution to this. Following the original movies would mean de-emphasizing Qui-Gon, yet Episode 1 wasn't built to have Yoda as Kenobi's master. Having Yoda teach everyone is probably the cleanest fix, especially since everyone else will be dead in 20 years. Mentioning Qui-Gon's name would be no help to Luke.
Did I ever tell you about Ahsoka Tano?
When Obi-Wan enters the room, he stands off to the side. This is polite. He wants to avoid interrupting the class. Yoda clearly has other plans. He starts tapping his stick on the floor the moment he sees Kenobi. For some of the students, that's enough of a signal. Several training sabers deactivate before Yoda speaks. He refers to his students as younglings.
Younglings, younglings.
The first time we hear that term. Technically, they would be initiates. That's the only rank we know of below apprentice. In casual conversation, initiates would be those almost ready for apprenticeship. As we can see, these ones are called younglings. The students tilt back their helmets to have a look. As they do this, the training remotes float up out of the way.
A visitor we have.
This function is probably tied to the lightsaber, not the helmet. It doesn't teach much to zap an unarmed student. The camera angle has changed, letting us see from the side. From this perspective, we can see that every child is taller than Yoda. There are 3 obvious non-humans. One appears to be a Togruta, like Shaak Ti. It seems the young have small montrals, or the helmet wouldn't fit. The green one looks like something from Jabba's palace. Wifid seems more likely than Weequay or Nikto. As for the orange one, that looks completely unfamiliar. The initiates greet Kenobi by name in unison.
Hello, Master Obi-Wan.
Perhaps Obi-Wan is well known and easily recognized. After all, he is the only living Jedi to have fought a Sith Lord. The only Jedi to have killed a Sith in the past 1,000 years. That sort of thing tends to make you legendary. Alternatively, he makes a habit of visiting this class. The younglings just remember him from last time. We should also note that they call him Master Obi-Wan. Kenobi himself uses the title Master Yoda. This won't be truly relevant for another few years. Obi-Wan apologizes for disturbing the lesson.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Master.
Though with the children blindfolded, Kenobi didn't interrupt. It was Yoda who called a halt to the training. The little green man seems perfectly willing to help out. After all, Yoda gave this assignment just a few hours ago. Obi-Wan would come here for one of two reasons. Either he's completely stumped, or he's hit a minor snag. Both options would demand immediate attention.
What help can I be, Obi-Wan?
Yoda chose to tackle this in the open, rather than looking for privacy. Whatever Obi-Wan has to say, it should be instructive. Master Kenobi lays out his problem succinctly.
I'm looking for a planet described to me by an old friend.
He got directions from his old friend Dexter.
I trust him, but the systems don't show in the archive maps.
Maps in the Jedi archives don't show the star system, but Dexter is trustworthy, so the information must be solid. Yoda's response to this is highly memorable.
Lost a planet, Master Obi-Wan has. How embarrassing.
He turns to the audience of younglings and makes a joke. At this point, we need to address the issue of comedy. This was one of the complaints about The Phantom Menace. In that movie, Jar Jar and 3PO served as comic relief. It's the main reason Jar Jar has so many detractors. Attack of the Clones has something of a problem with comedy. It does serve a purpose. Episode 2 can be relatively dark and intense. Moments of comedy were added to balance out the overall tone. However, not all comedy is of equal quality. Some jokes in this movie are mediocre, and others are terrible. This one from Yoda is arguably the best in the entire saga. Evaluated as a joke, it's very enjoyable. Yoda subverts your expectations, as it should be done. The joke works by recontextualizing the situation. By all measures, it is a competent joke. Crafting a funny joke is not the difficult part. When you're adding comedy like this, the context is important. By far the worst jokes are out of character. These are the ones aimed strictly at the audience. A character might make a reference that he shouldn't know about. Imagine if Han Solo stopped at McDonald's on the way to Alderaan. That would be like adding Coca-Cola to the Star Wars universe. The audience might laugh, but you've damaged the entire setting. This is not the way to handle comedy. Another pitfall is the surrounding context. Suppose you have a serious life-and-death situation. Some characters may be the type to clown around in a battle.
The one crawling with vulture droids.
Oh, I see it. Oh, this is going to be easy.
The occasional wisecrack can be a good thing.
Then we decided to come and rescue you.
Good job.
Too much of that can undermine the conflict. When the characters aren't taking this seriously, why should the audience? We can tell when it's the writing committee talking. Instead of two characters speaking, the writers are talking directly to the audience. Even if you're making a comedy movie, this is not ideal. This joke from Yoda is not great just because it's funny. Look at the entire context surrounding it. Yoda deliberately told a joke to an audience of children. This was meant to be funny in our galaxy, and also theirs. We don't have a battle raging in the background. Obi-Wan is dealing with a serious problem, but not an urgent one. There can be no harm from Yoda wasting a few seconds here.
Yoda, not far. Patience. Soon you will be with him.
Nor does this joke sacrifice anyone's competence. Obi-Wan is the butt of the joke, but nobody thinks less of him. Everyone within earshot knows that Kenobi wasn't at fault. Lost a planet, how embarrassing, is the perfect joke. As soon as Yoda finishes his moment of levity, he starts working. Or rather, he asks for the room to be darkened.
Liam, the shades.
Liam, a Jedi initiate, reaches for the light switch. He does this by taking one step forward, leaving him 1.5 meters away. Then he reaches across the room with his telekinetic powers. Last time we saw someone do this, Vader activated the carbonite chamber. Liam shows a surprising amount of control and precision. Even with his lifetime of training, that's remarkable. Of course, Yoda selected Liam in particular. It's possible the other younglings cannot do this. Pressing that switch activates the shades. Darkness slowly rolls down over the outside windows. It's possible this is a literal shadow cast by an awning. More likely, it's a layer on top of the window. It could also be an electronic effect. Normally, we would speculate that this is a polarizing filter. The fact that it slides down the window is evidence against that. Linear polarizers could be rotated in place. Variable opacity glass should change all at once. The motorized awning reasoning seems far more plausible now. Yoda called for darkness, as if he knew what was going to happen next. We could accuse him of having read the script, but there is a much simpler answer.
What the hell am I looking at?
Obi-Wan said enough already. Yoda knows that Kenobi just came from the library. Obi-Wan was unsatisfied with the maps available. It's fairly reasonable to assume he brought a copy of the star map. Yoda gathers the students around the map reader.
Gather around the map reader. Clear your minds.
This lesson is a surprise for everyone involved. Only Yoda knows what the outcome will be. He suspected it ever since Kenobi explained the problem.
Find Obi-Wan's wayward planet, we will.
Obi-Wan carefully sets his hologlobe onto the projector. After a moment, the room fills with a holographic star field. The map will only be for a small sector of the galaxy. Though there are a lot of stars, Kenobi just brought the relevant bit. He walks over to point at a conspicuously empty space. This, he says, should be Kamino's location.
It ought to be here, but it isn't.
How interesting. He didn't know that before.
According to my information, it should appear in this quadrant here, just south of the Rishi Maze.
Obi-Wan has found the exact coordinates where Kamino isn't. He didn't learn this from Jocasta, not directly. The hologlobe likely contains gravitic scan results. These are what gave Obi-Wan this new clue. He might have figured this out after Jocasta walked off. According to the novelization, he left the area. That would have to be this specific room. The book says he didn't leave the archives until later that day. Obi-Wan must have continued studying for another hour or two. After that, he goes to a room for meditation. He stares at a painting of lava and thinks about Anakin. This doesn't lead Kenobi to any useful insight. For a moment, he thinks his Padawan isn't in danger. Then he remembers that he left Anakin alone with a politician. In his hours of study, Obi-Wan pondered the gravity scan. Jocasta had spotted inconsistencies in the gravity map. Eventually, Kenobi understood exactly what was wrong. Gravity is the other force that binds the galaxy together.
Gravity is pulling all the stars in the area towards this spot.
Many of the nearby stars behave as if they have an invisible neighbor. That's how he was able to pinpoint a location to show the younglings. Despite this, Obi-Wan can't imagine how or why this would be possible. If he couldn't ask Yoda, he might have gone back to Dexter.
Gravity's silhouette remains, but the star and all the planets disappeared, they have.
Perhaps the underworld would have a useful map. Instead of providing the answer, Yoda asks for one.
How can this be?
Obi-Wan finds the very concept to be laughable. He's surprised that Yoda is taking the students at all seriously.
A thought? Anyone?
After all, if Jocasta can't figure it out, how could a child? Several moments pass before someone volunteers.
Master? Because someone erased it from the archive memory.
Somebody erased Kamino from the Jedi archives. That does fit all the available evidence. Obi-Wan still doesn't truly consider the idea. In the novelization, another student chimes in. If the planet blew up, the gravity would go away. This does not fit with our understanding of physics. If a planet was smashed into gravel, it would have just as much mass. Even if you vaporize the planet, you have a planet's weight in vapor. It doesn't matter if you annihilate every planet and their star. The total mass of the Kamino system can't change.
Gravity is pulling all the stars in the area towards this spot.
You would need to add or remove energy or matter. Otherwise, regardless of what you do, gravity stays the same. The child is wrong. For all we know, Kamino might have blown up. But either way, that bit of space is not empty. The next words from Yoda are another classic line. Try using it on your friends next time they say something foolish.
Truly wonderful the mind of a child is.
Truly wonderful the mind of a child is. The novelization adds uncluttered to the end. That makes it even more insulting to an adult. However, the vertically challenged Jedi Master is quite sincere.
The Padawan is right.
Once more, we return to the concept of Jedi arrogance. Obi-Wan and Jocasta were far too clever to find the answer. They were so certain the archives were secure, they didn't consider deletion. Yoda sends Kenobi to visit those coordinates.
Go to the center of gravity's pull and find your planet. You will.
The ones our favorite knight had figured out on his own. Now that some wisdom has been delivered, the meeting can end. Both Jedi start walking to the door, then something subtle happens. Obi-Wan picks up his hologlobe from the map reader, but he does it with a force pull instead of his fingers. This would be trivial for any Jedi, but it's very cool. A moment later, the shades are lifted. We don't see a hand gesture, so Liam must be out of frame. The archives are not complete. Yoda confirms this.
The data must have been erased.
Obi-Wan is shocked at the very idea. He considers deleting information from the archives to be impossible. Not merely difficult, not unlikely, impossible.
Who could empty information from the archives? That's impossible, isn't it?
Disturbing this puzzle is.
If that were true, Jocasta seems a bit less incompetent. Yoda claims that only a Jedi could delete those files.
Only a Jedi could have erased those files.
It's not clear what mechanism would cause that. Perhaps removing files requires use of the Force parameter.
It's a unit system. I know this.
But Sith can use that command as well, so it would be possible. Alternatively, this could be a question of access and subtlety.
But who and why? Harder to answer.
Only a Jedi could get away with deleting those files. Anyone else would have been caught, and nobody has been. Yoda promises to meditate on the archive security breach. Assuming he's correct about the suspects, it's a reasonably large list.
Meditate on this. I will.
During the Phantom Menace era, we know there are 10,000 Jedi. The Visual Dictionary says 10,000 based on Coruscant. This implies the existence of other temples with their own Jedi. In the Episode 2 Visual Dictionary, we have a similar number. What does it say about the power level of the Jedi Order? More than 9,000 fully trained Jedi. Those are the Knights Errant. Another 200 are back at HQ. Those two numbers are very probably measuring the same thing. The Phantom Menace number could include apprentices. It could also mean that 10,000 Jedi used to be stationed in the Jedi Temple. Then it dropped to only 200 for some reason. But that would be unintuitive and unreasonable. We should assume it went from about 10,000 to 9,200. That means the Order lost 800 Jedi in 10 years, give or take about 1,000 Jedi. We aren't dealing with exact numbers here. This could be an ordinary fluctuation, nothing to worry about. All we know for sure is that 10,000 people could have been in the archives. Not easy to track down the culprit. Of course, we in the audience haven't seen all of them. That instantly rules out 9,000 nameless Jedi. To someone watching the movie, only a few people seem suspicious. Mace Windu, Yoda, and Ki-Adi-Mundi.
He is a murderer. He could assassinate anyone, isn't his character?
The dark side brings warm feelings to my heart.
They all have lines of dialogue, so they could work. Shaak Ti has been seen in the library, so maybe it was her. Jocasta Nu has been very unhelpful. Perhaps she did it. But only one person has truly been foreshadowed. The mysterious Count Dooku. You know, the former Jedi accused of the bombing.
I think the Count Dooku was behind it.
Named in the opening crawl as antagonist. He couldn't delete anything. It's not in his character. The motive behind this vandalism will have to wait. To explain that, we would need to know what's on Kamino. What could cloners have to do with Episode 2? For now, that is a complete mystery. They might be peace-loving clones who wouldn't attack a fly. It's about time Obi-Wan visited Kamino to find out. From here, Kenobi will travel to the temple's hangar. This appeared in a deleted scene before its dialogue was moved. In the final version of the movie, we never see Obi-Wan leave Coruscant. A minor disappointment to those of us who love logistics. Now it's time we caught up with Kenobi's knowledge. Over the past few hours, he discovered where Kamino is. In order for us to understand, we need stellar cartography. The directions from Dex were 12 parsecs outside the Rishi Maze. In the archives, it becomes south of the maze. We also know the location is beyond the outer rim. Normally, that would be more than enough. Most locations aren't described in such detail. Kamino is a special case, and one we can delve deeper into. Let's start with the Rishi Maze. It will be necessary for the rest of the discussion. At face value, this could be a sector like any other. Perhaps the maze comes from having tangled hyperspace routes. In this case, south of the maze would be away from Coruscant. Any kind of navigational obstacle, like a maze, would cast a shadow. Systems on the far side would be explored much later. Without looking into external sources, this is fine. However, there is one moment that complicates this. In the Jedi archives, we see Obi-Wan point out Kamino. He seems to indicate somewhere on the edge of the galaxy. When he mentions the Rishi Maze, he lifts his finger to the top of the screen.
It should appear in this quadrant here. just south of the Rishi Maze.
This is well outside the galactic plane. How unexpected. That was never implied before. The first wave of books from 2002 don't mention this. We don't get confirmation until 2003. Inside the Worlds mentions dwarf satellite galaxies. That's what the Rishi Maze is, what Kenobi was pointing to. This change of context affects Dexter's directions. When he mentions south, we now assume polar coordinates. This system means north and south are not on the galactic plane. Rather, these are poles, above and below the axis of rotation. South of the Rishi Maze now means above or below it. This lines up with what we saw in the Jedi archives. Obi-Wan points quite close to the galactic plane. If the galaxy is south, then above the plane must be galactic north. If the archive map showed which way the galaxy was spinning, we could learn more. Our next problem is that space is big, really big. The Rishi Maze is a dwarf satellite galaxy in a close and decaying orbit. On Kenobi's galaxy map, we can see another one in the opposite corner. Let's assume these two are based on the Magellanic Clouds. We'll also say the galaxy is 100,000 light-years in diameter. At a rough estimate, that makes the maze 25,000 light-years across. It looks fairly close to the galaxy, maybe another 25 light millennia. The large Magellanic Cloud is more than a galactic diameter away. Perhaps the Rishi Maze should be 70,000 light-years away. That's how far Kamino is from the galactic core. Dwarf galaxies are fairly large and quite far away. This would present more problems, but we can save those for later. Right now, we have a concrete measurement to analyze. Kamino is supposed to be 12 parsecs outside the Rishi Maze. If you convert that distance, it becomes 40 light-years. 40 is a smaller number than 70,000. 12 parsecs outside the maze is not a significant distance. Yet Obi-Wan points to the galactic plane, 20,000 parsecs away. There is no way to harmonize these bits of movie evidence. We have to side with Dexter on this one. That's what Inside the Worlds chose to do. Putting Kamino inside the maze is more interesting. The next question is how you get to the Rishi Maze. For most places in the galaxy, flying there is simple. Getting to Kamino, you have to cross almost the entire galaxy. Then you need to travel the same distance again, directly away from the galaxy. As we discussed earlier, a journey has travel time. If we disregard the logistics, sure, you can get anywhere in no time at all. Otherwise, it will be a relatively long voyage to Kamino. How long that is depends on your interpretation of Star Wars. To some, that might be hours instead of minutes. Those who like longer travel time will say weeks instead of days. There is one advantage to leaving the galactic plane. Most of the mass shadows in the galaxy are in the galaxy. The intergalactic void is mostly empty. That's the main benefit of hyperspace routes, known good paths. Somewhere you expect not to find a rogue planet. It helps to know you won't fly right through a star or bounce too close to a supernova. This would imply you can fly to Kamino at top speed, as fast as your hyperdrive can possibly take you. Still, delving into the deep void is unwise. What if your hyperdrive breaks down in dark space? It could take months to limp to the nearest star system. As we saw on the map, there are multiple dwarf satellite galaxies. Possibly the best description comes from the Essential Atlas. It reveals the official naming convention, and more. Each dwarf satellite galaxy is assigned a letter, using the Aurebesh alphabet, of course. The Rishi Maze is designated Companion Aurek. Letters are assigned based on distance from the main galaxy. Jocasta's map showed only the most notable pair. That would make the second one Companion Besh. We don't see Kresh, Dawn, Esk, Fawn, or Grek. Those are all relatively far away from civilization. Though some may be large, they would be a hassle to visit. We don't get a distance estimate for Companion Aurek. For Companion Besh, the range is 150,000 light-years. That's 1.5 galactic diameters, so a fair way off. Every other satellite is even less convenient. Companion Besh has only been visited by probe droids. Reaching the Rishi Maze is said to be somewhat difficult. We are told hyperspace navigation is as complex as it gets. Maybe you can save a few parsecs with enough skill. Obviously, one end of the hyperspace route will be in the maze. But why is Companion Orek called the Rishi Maze? Intentional or not, the name is familiar. The planet Rishi had been introduced 10 years earlier. Dark Force Rising came out in the year 1992. It isn't clear if the Rishi Maze was an intentional reference. Rishi is an obscure world on the Outer Rim, which lines up. Kamino is also largely unknown, so they fit together well. It's unlikely for that to be a complete coincidence. The 2009 Atlas settles a lot of questions. Rishi and Kamino are placed in the same grid reference. On a 2D map, we consider them to be in the same place. That's because Rishi is the gateway to Companion Orek. Dwarf satellite galaxies interact with their parent. Very low-density streams of gas and stars stretch between them. The Zareka string extends from Rishi to Orek, perpendicular to the galactic plane, to the north. This hyperspace route does pass through several star systems along the way. These are even less remarkable than Rishi or Companion Orek. The only reason to stop there is while traveling the Zareka string, just long enough to refuel, resupply, and reorient. If anybody visited Companion Orek, we would have a problem. Rishi would become a noteworthy system with a lot of traffic. That would contradict its original depiction as a backwater world. Luckily, the dwarf satellite galaxies are boring. Almost all of them are too far away to bother with. Even the Rishi Maze is more trouble than it's worth. Whatever you might find there, you have better options. Somewhere in the galaxy will be easier to get to. Only Kamino is worth visiting, and they don't like outsiders. This could have been a huge problem, but it was averted. The planet Rishi is similar to some classic locations: Yavin 4, Tatooine, Hoth, Dagobah, and Endor. All of these were chosen because they don't matter. Nobody expects anything important to happen there. That's why they make good places to hide something. Rishi has a decent population of highly religious humans. They mostly work in the mining industry. Though the mines are functional, they aren't enough to be remarkable. There are countless mining operations in the galaxy. Dexter was out there prospecting to identify new mines. Only the vast majority of the population are humans. Rishi has one intelligent native species. The Rishii are a race of birdmen. Interesting grammar used on the species name. The same pattern appears in Homeworld, which draws from Sanskrit, Urdu, Persian, and Arabic. That's why people from the planet Karak are called the Karaki. Those from Clan Suban are the Subani, and Rishi natives are the Rishii. It's the double I that makes things tricky, which brings to mind Latin. Those double I's do not survive Anglicization. As for the birdmen themselves, they are not advanced. We are told that Ewoks have superior technology. Rishii have no need of gliders, since they have wings of their own. They are large for a bird, small for a human. Average height is 1.6 meters. Most of their attributes are what you'd expect from a bird. Rishii have outstanding senses of sight and hearing. They can fly fast and are reasonably strong. Dexterity and perception are their best features. Another stereotypical bird feature is the ability to mimic sounds. Since these are sapient birds, they use this talent to learn foreign languages.
Son of a bitch!
Unlike wyverns and harpies, the Rishii have hands. The Dark Force Rising sourcebook shows them without opposable thumbs. Since the hands are described as human-like, that's probably not true. The essential guide illustration would be more accurate. The Rishii use slings as their primary weapon. They don't show any interest in technology or off-world travel. Human colonists prefer to live in the valleys of the world. This prevents them from coming into conflict with the Alpine natives. Obi-Wan has completed the first phase of his investigation. At last, he knows exactly where to find Kamino. There's only one thing standing between him and some answers: 70,000 light-years as the Minok flies. Luckily, Obi-Wan won't need to use a refugee freighter. The Jedi Order has access to a wide range of starships. An excellent candidate for this mission would be the Consular class. These are quite fast in hyperspace, Class 2. The crew is small, and there's plenty of room. Enough to be well stocked with supplies for a long voyage, small enough to enter atmosphere, and to fly almost anywhere. Yes, the Republic cruiser is almost perfect for this job. There's one slight problem. Kenobi is hunting a bounty hunter. The consular class has no weapons whatsoever. Bounty hunters are known to be heavily armed. Larger warships, like a dreadnought heavy cruiser, would be capable, but that means dedicating a crew of 16,000 men. Obi-Wan is not here to declare war on Kamino. Taking the largest ship in the fleet would not be ideal. Titanic vessels also tend to be a bit sluggish. Bounty hunters usually favor something small and light. We've all seen the Falcon dodging Star Destroyers. As luck would have it, the Jedi have a perfect ship available. They have acquired a starfighter in a game of chance, the fastest ever built. Adopting a starfighter is not an easy challenge. You can't just leave them parked outside, exposed to the elements. The Jedi Temple has recently been upgraded to include a hangar. It's not time to discuss the ships inside, though. Our first glimpse of the hangar comes from a deleted scene. Just before he leaves, Obi-Wan has a conversation with Mace. Most of this dialogue was moved to earlier in the movie. It became the scene with Yoda's hover chair.
If the prophecy is true, your apprentice is the only one who can bring the Force back into balance.
If the prophecy is true, he is the one who will bring balance to the Force.
The two Jedi walk through a large circular room. Right in the center, we find what might be called a runway. Though with repulsor lifts, taxiway is more accurate. Starfighters don't use speed and airflow to leave the ground. This will be used for getting the ships into position. In the center of the ceiling, there seems to be a control room. Speaking of which, the ceiling is not all that high. Aircraft hangars tend to have quite a lot of headroom. You might just about fit a LAAT gunship into this hangar. Anything larger would not be an option. Now let's have a look at the hangar capacity. For this, we'll need to use diagrams from inside the worlds. Around the edges of the room, there are 28 starfighters. Beyond that, there are 20 storage bays. In the center of the hangar, there are another 4 starfighters, plus one more on the landing platform. You wouldn't want to store a starfighter there, though. We can see another hangar in the diagram. There would be room for 3 more identical hangars, with a capacity of 52 fighters in each one. That makes 208 Jedi starfighters. This is quite a reasonable number. Naboo's N1 starfighter program might have only 200 ships. That's a reasonable air force, if a little small. The sector capital ought to have plenty of starfighters, enough to be stationed throughout the sector. We would hope the Royal Fighter Corps was expanded over the past decade. For the Jedi, it's a very fitting number. There are 200 Jedi stationed in the Coruscant Temple. These hangars would allow all of them to leave together. In a less drastic situation, that leaves plenty of spare ships. Roaming knights can borrow one of these fighters. Of course, it's possible there are far more starfighters. This hangar might have a lift somewhere, connecting to long-term ship parking. If there were such a lift, there could easily be 1,000 starfighters. On the other hand, starfighters aren't the only vehicles. These hangars could be used to store airspeeders. That would make a lot of sense for traveling around Coruscant. We don't know exactly how Kenobi got to Coco Town and back. It's the same story when dealing with Padme's building. Having transport available in the temple would be a sensible idea. Perhaps 1 or 2 of the hangars have airspeeders instead. The deleted scene shows us this hangar is not just for storage. At least one of the ships is undergoing essential routine maintenance. It's unlikely more than a few of these ships have seen combat yet. Any damage to them is probably pilot error. We see astromech droids swarming all over the hangar. As for the humanoid staff, those seem to be relatively scarce. There isn't much to be done in a hangar such as this. Refueling won't take very long at all. These particular fighters don't need to have their astromechs loaded, which is good because it saves us a 5-minute tangent on crane design. Starfighters in the diagram are color-coded. The green ones are available for any Jedi qualified to fly them. Red fighters are reserved for one individual. It would be natural to assume this is a feature of the diagram. However, the deleted scene shows plenty of ships. Some have red paint, like Obi-Wan's starfighter. Others have been painted green, and those are the only colors. At least, until someone insists on a custom paint job. That might lead to yellow and purple and blue starfighters. The next remarkable feature is the hangar door. These are often quite grand, partially out of necessity. To fit an aircraft through the door, it needs to be fairly large. Of course, you can go for the Thunderbird style. Leave the aeroplane where it is, and move the hangar away. Drop the hangar door into the ground if you need to. As it turns out, the Jedi have almost as impressive a system. It might be familiar to those of you who ever owned a CD player. The large oval door hinges downwards. From there, the landing platform extends out from the building. Is this design entirely practical?
On second thought, no. Not really, no.
There are advantages to the retractable approach. For a start, the door offers ample protection, useful when you have a couple of hundred expensive fighters behind it. While that is a good thing, it should almost never be relevant. This is the Jedi Temple, in the heart of the Republic. If this hangar is under siege, you have bigger problems. You might want this design on a remote frontier garrison, especially one built into a cliff face or similar location. Another benefit is about moving the ship. Extending the landing pad means it can be doubly convenient. When launching, you only need to park on the pad. Flying through the hangar door never comes up. It's the same in reverse for landing. As soon as you touch down, that's the tricky part over. The landing pad itself will take you inside. Of course, you still need to navigate inside the hangar. For the less skilled pilots, that might be a challenge. Something worth getting the hangar staff to handle for you. Having a fixed landing pad is mechanically simpler and almost as good. We might also ask where the hangar is located. It seems obvious that it must be in one of the towers. The wall outside the hangar is curved. Since the rest of the ziggurat has flat sides, it can't be there. From here, we have two paths forward. One of these is the quick and easy path, the movies. Some say anything in the movies is automatically right, even when that doesn't make sense. Others will be interested in the reference books. Naturally, these present their own set of problems. We'll tackle the movie version first. We see a hangar like this in Episode 3. Bail Organa lands his airspeeder on one of these hangars. This is very clearly shown to be on the smaller peripheral tower. Though we see hangars several times, this is the only useful shot. All things considered, this is absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with the version presented in the movie. It lines up with the deleted scene from Episode 2. The space we see should be able to fit inside the tower. However, we have more options. Inside the Worlds has quite a lot of Aurebesh writing. In the top right, we see AB281, by far the most confusing label, since it doesn't relate to anything. Other labels are more sensible, if less useful. We have two instances of Delta 7 and one Aethersprite. As we will find out later, this is simply the name of the ship model. We also have Hangar Platform. What's really interesting is the label pointing at the wall. This one says Central Tower. It's very clearly established, if you can read Aurebesh. Strictly speaking, this isn't a contradiction yet. Episode 3 established that peripheral towers have a hangar. The book says the central tower has a hangar. Actually, the diagram shows at least two hangars next to each other. It's possible the central tower has 4, and the side towers have only 1 each. The contradiction comes from later incomplete locations. This includes a cutaway of the Jedi Temple. It reveals that the towers are completely full of giant statues. This is a terrible choice, possibly from running out of ideas. We have the obvious problem that there's no way to get the statues in or out. The towers would have to be built around them. Trying to remove the statues would probably mean destroying the tower. This just isn't a good way to store your colossal statues. To make matters worse, it's a terrible use of space. The towers are some of the most distinctive on the planet. Coruscant is already a world with high real estate prices. These towers are some of the most desirable locations on the planet. And you're trying to tell me they're mostly empty? Nothing functional, nothing ceremonial, just full of statues. This interpretation of the towers doesn't make much sense. It contradicts the Episode 2 edition of Inside the Worlds. It also contradicts Revenge of the Sith. If the tower was full of statues, there would be no space for the hangar. There is one other location from Inside the Worlds to consider. It turns out the Jedi own more than just the main ziggurat. There is a temple precinct in the surrounding city. More importantly, there is a spire several times taller than the temple towers. This one is called a spaceport tower, and it's part of the Jedi Temple complex. All things considered, the height is not important. This isn't a space elevator that reaches up to orbit. It's just a slightly taller building than all the others. The purpose of the spaceport tower is to support larger spaceships. Corvettes and the Consular class will dock here. In theory, frigates and large freighters could also visit. But you will notice this tower happens to be round. That means it can support the circular starfighter hangar. Obi-Wan probably didn't leave from that tower, but it would have been possible. The deleted scene ends with Kenobi having flown into orbit. There, he finds a series of hyperdrive rings. This is Coruscant, so orbital space will be expensive. It's unlikely the Jedi could maintain this without Republic support. Obi-Wan arrives at the Ring of Rings. He selects an appropriate one and docks with it. A pair of tugboat drones float over to align the ring. This means he must have already transmitted his flight plan. Chances are the Navicomputer calculations were done in the temple. There's certainly no delay before he makes the jump to hyperspace. This exact shot would be reused in Episode 3. For most of the movie, there are two stories running. These have to be interleaved to fit on linear film. The Obi-Wan story has just reached a rather boring part. It will take hours or days of travel to reach Kamino. Meanwhile, the other story has become interesting. Anakin Skywalker is about to land in Theed Spaceport. This will complete the first step of his mission. Let's just hope there are no explosives waiting for Padme. We see the Gendarian Valley on its final approach. This spaceport is not a location we've seen before, or at least it doesn't look familiar. The city of Theed hasn't changed significantly in the past 10 years. We can only recognize one landmark in this shot, the Royal Hangar and its adjoining power generators. This is the building where Qui-Gon Jinn and Darth Maul died. The building appears exactly as inside the worlds depicted. Conspicuously absent from this shot is Theed Palace. Our map shows it as right beside the Royal Hangar. Indeed, all their plans required the hangar to be close. More striking, we see the landscape has changed. The hangar and the city had always been built on a cliff. Far below, there had been a great grassy plain. The Windows XP default wallpaper is a photo taken on Naboo, but that was a decade ago. Now we have a grand spaceport. To accomplish this, all that grass has been paved over. On any other world, this wouldn't be worth mentioning. You've got to build spaceports and hyperspace bypasses.
Your planet is one of those scheduled for demolition.
Naboo is the kind of planet that puts a great deal of effort into their starfighters. They look very nice and have very eco-friendly sublight engines. There might also be a proton cannon or some such silly military thing. These people were probably quite upset about using that much concrete. Apparently, the Trade Federation paid for this dock, though not out of concern for Naboo's infrastructure. The Republic decided this would be part of the settlement. While this will have been expensive, the Federation was allowed to keep operating.
Victory!
Naboo is probably not keen to trade with the Nemoidians anymore. Equally, the Federation might decide to leave Naboo off their trade routes. This new spaceport will help with the logistical hurdles. It could take 100 freighters to replace a single Lucahulk. Luckily, Naboo just attracted a lot of attention. Many freighter captains might try stopping at Naboo. In fact, we can see just that. As previously noted, there are two recognizable models of freighter, a YT-1300 and an Action 6. There are quite a few people around, but far from being a crowd. We can see a few shipping containers and cranes. There are several yellow fuel tanks. These are refueling droids, and the cranes are cargo loading droids. This makes them some of the largest droids in the galaxy. Around the edge of the platform, a series of hangar doors. Behind the spaceport, there are still some waterfalls. Since the platform isn't flooded, there must be drainage. We can't see any river like there would once have been. Perhaps it gets ducted underneath the concrete, or just pours into the cave network. One of the most interesting machines here is some kind of vehicle. It has a smooth red shell covering some of the hull. We don't know what it looks like on the ventral side. At the back, we can see what look like 4 small and 1 large engine. The cowling stops once it reaches the engine quarter. We can't tell if this would be a spacecraft or an airspeeder. If there was consistent scaling, it might be easier to guess. But as we mentioned, all these ships seem about the same size. Since they definitely shouldn't be, this is confusing. Our best guess would be some kind of medium freighter. A more interesting idea would be a lunar spice shuttle. No hyperdrive, because it only travels to and from the moons. The art book for Episode 2 reveals another layer. Theed Spaceport was supposed to be much more populated. We would have seen it from ground level, amongst the crowds. These would have been a different sort from the Coruscant citizens. Poor, but not desperately so, and maybe not criminals. Okay, mostly not criminals. In general, these were to be honest men who worked the fields. One must wonder why so many people are needed for that. There exist all manner of agricultural droids. If Naboo needs to import this many people, they must be expanding. Perhaps they want to start exporting crops instead of just plasma. We don't really see any indication of this. In the parts of the world we see, everything looks normal. There is no visible transport infrastructure, the sort of things needed for distributing colonists across the planet. No vast camps of temporary accommodation. Still, this is what makes the most sense. Naboo has some purpose in mind for the refugees.
This Gungan may be of help.
They are desperate to expand their planetary economy, and they will risk eternal September to achieve that. The hope is that their planet and sector will become more powerful. They're just going about it in a different way. There's only one other notable feature in the spaceport: multiple sets of red semicircles. These are like the generators outside Echo Base. Inside the Worlds agrees, calling them power generators. However, we know there is a vast plasma generator nearby. These shouldn't be necessary just to run a spaceport. Theed already has a power grid with more capacity than it can use. No, these make more sense as shield generators. We know that the Gungans have powerful shield technology. Working together over the past 10 years, they could build mighty shields. Naboo will now be ready to withstand a siege. This is perfectly in character for the peace-loving world. We don't see the exact process of disembarking. For the entire trip, Padme has been in disguise. It would be natural to assume there were plans, royal security forces waiting for her at the spaceport. This trip is not entirely secret. Naboo knows she's coming. Officially, this is not what happened. Padme took a public hover bus from the spaceport to the palace. In theory, any of the refugees could have done this. The palace is probably not a restricted location. Some parts might be open to the public, but there must be some security between the spaceport and the throne room. Speaking of the palace, this isn't familiar. All the architecture uses the Naboo style. Stone with the blue-green of corroded copper roof domes. There is a large, wide dome in the center of the shot. That roughly matches the palace we've seen before, but this courtyard didn't exist in The Phantom Menace. That was accounted for by Inside the Worlds. This part of the city was damaged during the droid invasion. The courtyard was built at some point in the past decade. That would be a nice, elegant solution to the problem. However, there is more evidence.
I can't watch anymore.
In the special editions and beyond, the old movies were changed. Return of the Jedi has a new ending sequence. This shows Theed Palace, looking just like it did in Phantom Menace. The new courtyard is nowhere to be seen. We can't even say these are two different sides of the same palace. Remember, the palace is built on the edge of a cliff. There is no other side to help explain things. Best case scenario, we are looking at a different palace. This still doesn't explain why it was so far from the royal hangar. The movies can be made to work together, but it would take effort. Anakin and Padme travel aboard a small public hover bus. Unlike the Magna line, this one isn't very remarkable. As far as we can tell, it has never been assigned a name, nor is there anything to suggest a specific manufacturer. It could come from Aratek as easily as Sorosub. Just about the only option we can rule out is Ubrikian. Their designs tend to be quite distinctive. This one is as basic as you can possibly get. Cockpit at the front, passenger compartment in the middle. At the back are twin ion engines and probably repulsors. Nothing more and nothing less than what you'd expect. This courtyard is the site of another deleted scene. A lot of lines have been cut from Naboo in particular. We'll be going through those and using the novelization to help. These extra scenes are one of the best points about prequel novelizations. They add a lot of context that was missing from the movie. This scene starts with the travelers admiring Naboo. Anakin's first line is extremely surprising. It goes against everything we know about the character. Then again, it is a hypothetical scenario. He says that if he grew up there, he would never leave Naboo. The Anakin we know couldn't be more different. Growing up on Tatooine, he wanted to be a pilot. He was desperate to leave and visit everywhere else in the galaxy.
And someday, I'm gonna fly away from this place.
You're a pilot?
All my life.
With a childhood on Naboo, there would be less incentive to be a pilot. He'd still have the aptitude, but not the motivation. Like the audience, Padme finds this idea laughable.
You're a funny little boy.
It's unlikely that any version of Anakin would stay on a single world forever. As it turns out, Anakin isn't quite engaging with the scenario. He mentions that he was homesick and lonely when starting his training, that his positive memories were of Theed and his mother.
When I first started my training, I was very homesick and very lonely, but I'd always feel better when I thought about the palace.
At this point, Padme suffers a complete failure of empathy.
You're a slave?
Bitch! I love you!
Actually, rudimentary theory of mind would solve this. Padme cannot possibly imagine why Anakin would like Naboo. After all, by the time he arrived, the planet had been invaded. This was the worst week in the history of Theed. Nobody on the planet had ever experienced anything worse. For Queen Amidala, she was very upset that week. Her people had been rounded up into camps. Despite her attempts to avoid war, Naboo was invaded.
I will not condone a course of action that will lead us to war.
Anakin had only seen the planet as an active war zone. In fact, Anakin had participated in deadly battle. Padme can only imagine one reason he might feel this way. Obviously, he was obsessed with her. While that conclusion is accurate, it's deeply stupid. Think, Amidala, for just a moment. How might someone else see your homeworld? When Anakin sees the city, he is not distraught. When there are battle droids marching through the streets, he isn't angry. Little Annie looks at that street and sees only grandeur. In its darkest hour, Naboo is terribly impressive. Queen Amidala takes the marble columns for granted. Anakin sees them as more splendid than anything on Tatooine. If Jabba the Hutt tried to imitate this, he would not succeed. The least impressive district of Theed is a paradise. Copying that on Tatooine would take decades and millions of credits. Besides, Naboo surrendered without any resistance. There are no scorch marks from a frantic infantry battle. We didn't see any evidence of carpet bombing. Even if Skywalker visited the camps, what would he think? How would conditions there compare to his homeworld? It's very likely that prisoners in Theed were treated better than slaves. In fact, they might be better fed than the average Tatooine citizen. Padme should know this. She slept in Anakin's hovel. Even without personal experience, she should predict this. Of course the ex-slave enjoyed his time in paradise. Padme seems to have an aversion to war.
I will not condone a course of war that will lead us to action.
This is fair enough. War kind of sucks. If you can avoid a war, that's usually a good thing.
Wars not make one great.
Padme has a disturbing habit of being irrationally anti-war. This leads to Naboo being both unable and unwilling to fight.
Your Highness, this is a battle I do not think that we can win.
In the case of the Separatist movement, she opposes the military. If Senator Amidala got her way, she would have prevented a war. There would be no clone wars, because the Republic would have no clones. All they could do would be surrender to the Confederacy. Anakin does not hold this perspective. He thinks freedom might be worth fighting for. That's how he found himself in battle to begin with. Think back to a typical encounter in Anakin's life. He interrupts Sebulba, who is about to commit murder. The only reason Anakin gets away with this is the price on his head. If someone kills Anakin, Watto is entitled to the value of his lost slave. Every pod race is dangerous, even if nobody is cheating. This is what Anakin considers to be a normal day. Being a fighter pilot isn't any more dangerous than that. Padme remembers this week as full of danger. Anakin remembers a nice location in his life of constant danger.
You don't remember?
I don't remember any of it.
Next, we return to the topic of Shmi Skywalker. Anakin mentions feeling bad when he thinks of his mother. As we know, he feels guilty for leaving her. During his training, he fell back on his other source of positive memories. Thinking about Naboo and the palace made him feel better. That makes sense. It's a very pleasant location. Over Naboo, young Skywalker made a real difference. It was his first time in the cockpit of a real starfighter. Once again, Padme interprets this as being about her. She's not wrong, but there's a lot more to like about these memories. When Anakin lists positive features, one is a surprise. He mentions liking the way the palace shimmers in the sunlight.
But I'd always feel better when I thought about the palace, the way it shimmers in the sunlight.
Tatooine has a lot of sunlight, which must lead to heat haze. Perhaps the Naboo shimmer comes from glass or high humidity. The one we expect is that the air smells of flowers.
The way the air always smells of flowers.
More generally, Naboo will smell like vegetation. Flowers are probably the most distinctive and often replicated. However, it's fair to assume Anakin also loved the Gungan swamp, the great grass plains, or any kind of plant life. In comparison, Tatooine and Coruscant are barren. Padme chimes in with one of her favorite features, the sound of distant waterfalls, which can be heard all over Theed.
And the soft sound of the distant waterfall.
This is quite distinctive. It wouldn't be too common even on Naboo. Anakin certainly hadn't seen enough liquid water to have heard those. Though Padme is rightly suspicious, she acknowledges the truth. Anakin is being honest, and likes the planet as well as her.
When I first saw the capital, I was very young. I had never seen a waterfall before.
Unexpectedly, Theed was also Padme's first waterfall. They seem to be such a common feature when all you've seen is the capital. She mentions her first visit to Theed being when she was very young. Padme says at the time, she never imagined living in the palace.
I thought they were so beautiful. I never dreamed that one day I'd be living in the palace.
This is likely true, and a good detail to know. It shows a bit of humility, which has largely been lacking. Anakin follows up on this by asking if she dreamt of power and politics.
Tell me, did you dream of power and politics when you were a little girl?
Padme denies this, and seems to believe what she's saying.
No, that was the last thing I thought of.
The audience would be wise to doubt this claim. For a start, this just seems implausible. She says politics was the furthest thing from her mind. Then, a few years later, she's elected queen.
My friend might have been banished.
We shall make you Bombard General.
That doesn't pass the sanity check. Instead of politics, she was interested in the refugee relief movement. This is not a normal dream for a very young child. Either her family or Naboo's culture was responsible. According to the New Essential Guide, Padme is lying. She was groomed for a higher station from the moment of her birth. What could that possibly be, if not the palace? There are advisor positions to the monarch, of course. However, it's hard to pretend these aren't political. To fix this, we need to throw Padme's family under the hover bus. She didn't have political ambitions as a toddler, but her family had already planned her entire life. Based on the NEG, this does seem to be accurate. Her father was involved with the refugee relief movement. This explains why Padme would take an interest. The family probably does have a sincere interest in helping people, but the patriarch will also see the selfish benefits.
Look, I ain't in this for your revolution. I'm in it for you, princess. I expect to be well paid.
This sort of activity will make his daughter look benevolent. When it comes time for the election, it will constantly be mentioned.
Will you shut up, man?
Padme was doing good when she was only 7. The family moved to Theed when she was very young. This will be the time she saw that waterfall. According to the novelization, Padme thinks it was her decision. After reading a lot of history, she realized politicians are good. Perhaps there were some subtle nudges from her family.
A life of significance, of conscience.
By the time she was 7, she was in the refugee relief movement. At 8 years old, she was an apprentice legislator. This would be when she officially entered politics. Sometime after turning 12, she became a senatorial advisor. Finally, she was elected as queen at 14 years old. We have a few different details about her ascent. Padme herself credits several things for her election: her passion as an advisor and her education scores. These are definitely not enough on their own. When the previous king abdicated, Padme jumped at the chance. Her opposition was C.O. Bibble, who we know as her advisor. She claims the main factor was her conviction, not her criminal record, but her push for reform. Naboo has a history of questionable government. They value purity of heart over other qualifications. This is why Padme needed to help those refugees. The movie version begins with this next line.
I wasn't the youngest queen ever elected.
Padme is entirely correct on this point. The Episode 1 VD had already established that fact. Amidala is not the youngest sovereign to rule Naboo. She wasn't the youngest queen ever elected either. Padme has already gone home and thought about her life. Her conclusion is that she wasn't old enough.
But now that I think back on it, I'm not sure I was old enough. I'm not sure I was ready.
While that might be true, it's not very compelling. C.O. Bibble would not have been a very different king. Amidala also hasn't changed very much. If she had been 24, what would she have done differently? What would C.O. Bibble do? Anakin defends Padme from her own evaluation.
The people you served thought you did a good job. I heard they even tried to amend the Constitution so you could stay in office.
He points out that everyone on Naboo was happy enough. They tried to change their constitution to keep her in power. Queen Amidala reigned for 2 terms of 4 years. This was the maximum allowed, apparently. How bizarre. That wasn't true in the past. The previous monarch was King Varuna. He abdicated the throne after 13 years. That is not 2 terms, nor is it 3. The previous king was re-elected for his 4th term. Clearly, there hadn't been such strict term limits. Perhaps this is what Padme meant by reform. She wasn't pleased about how long the last guy had been in power. Her entire campaign was based on the idea of creating these term limits. That also explains why Padme wouldn't want to immediately remove them. It wouldn't be a good look, creating a rule and then excusing yourself from it.
I was relieved when my 2 terms were up.
In the movie, she just says she was relieved when her terms were up. The novelization and deleted part go into a little more depth. Padme condemns her supporters as popular rule.
Popular rule is not democracy, Annie.
This, she claims, is not democracy. Giving the people she serves what they want is bad. Of course, Padme knows better than those rabble.
It gives the people what they want, not what they need.
She will give them what they need instead. Perhaps this is the rationale she used against King Varuna, that people kept voting for him even though it was a bad idea. This is what leads to the term limits, preventing popular rule. Ignore the will of the people in the name of democracy.
I love democracy.
I do not think that word means what you think it means. Moving along, Padme was relieved to step down as queen.
I was relieved when my 2 terms were up.
That is an interesting statement after the last king. The Episode 1 VD established that abdication is on the table. Queen Amidala could resign at any time she wanted to. That would include right after the invasion or during her 2nd term. We have to assume she finished the 2nd one out of obligation. Everyone knew she would need to be replaced after the 8th year. Might as well keep ruling until then. Suddenly calling for a vote is so inconvenient.
That doesn't give him much time to run up to an election, Prime Minister.
Doesn't give my opponents much time to run up to an election, does it?
Given you're even...
At this point, Padme brings up her parents.
So are my parents.
This is probably the first time Anakin heard about them. Perhaps we missed a conversation while they were leaving Tatooine. If he knows anything about her family, it will be from stalking her on the HoloNet, which he will almost certainly have done. After all, Senator Amidala is a notable member of the Republic. People must be committing journalism against her every day. Anakin will certainly have read a few articles. We don't learn anything substantial here. Her parents were a bit concerned about the invading droid army.
They were very worried about me during the blockade.
They couldn't wait for the situation to be over.
They couldn't wait for it all to be over.
Mentioning your existing family is one thing. Padme accidentally brings up her hypothetical family. That is to say, the husband and children she does not have. She says she hoped to have a family by now. That is less specific than we might like.
Actually, I'd hoped to have a family of my own by now.
When, exactly, did she have this expectation? It could be a childhood dream, or a plan from a few years ago. It seems like this was meant for after she retired as queen. Admitting this to Anakin was not part of the plan. Padme feels as though they've been friends for decades. Since they've only spent a few hours together, she's a bit confused. She mentions that her sister has wonderful children. This is quite accurate based on the novelization.
My sister has the most amazing, wonderful kids.
Unlike other examples, we aren't dealing with a deleted scene. The novel starts before Padme leaves Naboo. One of her scenes has an interaction with her big sister. Sola, for that is her name, was making a point. Padme clearly loves these children, but is very dedicated.
But when the Queen asked me to serve as senator, I couldn't refuse her.
She will always find something more important, a reason the Republic needs her. Left to her own devices, Padme will never have the family she wants. When she was 22, the reign of Queen Amidala ended. The newly elected queen asked Padme to become a senator. This is a sensible move from any perspective. Amidala is popular and probably the most qualified to be senator. Selecting her will be good for Naboo and for the new queen. Anakin firmly agrees with Senator Amidala's career choice.
I agree with her. I think the Republic needs you.
He thinks she's pretty cool, and the Republic would be lost without her. Reading between the lines, that might be for another reason. He's mostly happy that she's still single.
I'm glad that you chose to serve.
The novelization adds a few more lines to the end. Anakin feels that the galaxy is about to change in profound ways. That is very true, but it's not a very insightful prophecy. The separatist movement is important, no matter how it plays out. There's also a military creation act in the works. Even if nothing came of these directly, something is brewing. Despite her low midichlorian count, Padme can sense it too.
Possible to see the future is.
Our very next scene takes place in the throne room. Very little has changed about this room in the past 10 years. The cushions on the throne have been replaced, as we would hope. All the other chairs look largely the same as they used to. The new queen's table has different ornaments. As for the table itself, it has the same shape as before. However, the underside of the cone has a different surface. It is now more smooth and consistent than the Episode 1 version. We also see a familiar face in the throne room. Everyone's favorite advisor advisor to the Naboo monarch. Sio Bibble, noted as not having aged very much. More surprising is that Padme thinks of him as a friend. He always seemed like a trustworthy sort, but never came across as a dear friend. Still, he's probably the most useful person in the government. Remember, Sio Bibble has been personally threatened by Newt Gunray.
And you, Governor, are going to die much sooner than your people, I'm afraid.
This invasion will gain you nothing.
When Bibble had a chance to flee the planet, he stayed behind. His loyalty and experience are beyond question. Behind Sio Bibble, the next most important person is the Queen. This one is Queen Jamilia, successor to Amidala. That second I is a bit debatable. Captain Typho pronounced her name as Jamila.
I'm Captain Typho of Her Majesty's Security Service. Queen Jamila has been informed of your assignment.
This will be her first and only appearance. Though the timeline would allow it, she did not remain in power. Queen Apailana will be the next monarch of Naboo. We don't learn very much about Jamilia from this scene. Her role is to be the new queen, and she fills that exactly as expected. The most memorable detail is that she's clearly Indian, or whatever the equivalent heritage in Star Wars would be. The novelization says she has a southeastern accent, but southeast of where? As usual, the novelization starts slightly earlier than the movie. It mentions Padme being a familiar face, easily recognized. This doesn't mean her disguise was terrible, just not great. Most assassins don't work by facial recognition alone. Padme and Anakin walk straight to the throne room, like they own the place. The room is already full of handmaidens and guards. Padme considers that the Queen is never allowed to be alone. Senators would have to be in much the same boat. Before getting down to business, we have a few pleasantries. Jamilia greets her chosen senator. Padme apologizes for not staying on Coruscant. There's nothing actually wrong with leaving before the vote happens. Every argument she could think of has already been made. After spending a year opposing the military, there are no surprises. The entire Senate knows what Amidala would have said. All she could possibly contribute is agility, responding more gracefully than Jar Jar might. That only applies if some unexpected development came to light.
If only Senator Amidala were here.
But we don't expect anything like that to happen. Sio Bibble agrees with the decision to return home. Palpatine has already explained the entire situation. Though nobody knows it, Palpatine also created this scenario. A few of his manipulations were in plain sight, like assigning Obi-Wan. The entire Jedi Council knows he was behind that. He wasn't directly involved in sending Padme back to Naboo. As far as the Jedi know, that was their idea. Regardless of the cause, Amidala considers this a failure. She wanted to be there when the vote happened. Queen Jamilia needs an update on the situation. She asks how many star systems have joined Count Dooku. Senator Amidala replies, thousands. For this to be the answer, it would be between 1 and 10,000. That's quite a significant fraction of the Republic. We know that the Senate has 1,024 pods. Most of these represent a sector of the galaxy. Senator Amidala represents the Chomel sector. This one has 36 full member worlds. Another 40,000 are settled dependencies. The galaxy is a large place with a lot of stars in it. We could dismiss the Separatists as being a tiny fraction of a sector. However, the star systems in question are probably not dependencies. These thousands will be proper members of the Republic. It can't be thousands of senators, because that would be all of them. Let's assume there are 50 star systems per sector. That means for every 1,000 systems, you get 20 senators. 5,000 systems would then be 100 senators. That's 10% of the Republic Senate. That sounds vaguely correct, though there are more factors. Outer Rim sectors are larger than ones in the core. With some idea of the scale, we can continue. Padme says more systems are leaving the Republic every day. Later, we'll find that Dooku expects to gain 10,000 systems.
I am quite convinced that 10,000 more systems will rally to our cause with your support, gentlemen.
Optimistic calculations make that 40% of the Republic. At the lower range, that would still be a quarter of the Senate. Here is where we catch up with the movie dialogue.
If the Senate votes to create an army, I'm sure it's going to push us into a civil war.
Padme is certain that having an army will lead to war. She is correct about this, of course. There was no war on Naboo during the invasion. Until the Gungan Grand Army, the conflict was one-sided. Without an army, the Republic would just surrender. C.O. Bibble objects to this concept. He says there hasn't been a war since the Republic was created.
It's unthinkable there hasn't been a full-scale war since the formation of the Republic.
This is another discrepancy in the timeline. There are two main problems with what Bibble said. First of all, the Republic is so old it's implausible. Second, we know there have been multiple wars in Republic history. To fix this, we could say Bibble is mistaken.
It will kill you if you stay.
They wouldn't dare.
Perhaps he's uninformed about the history of the Republic. Or maybe he's intentionally being misleading. Every war in the Republic's history doesn't count. None of them were full-scale, by C.O. Bibble's definition. There is some merit to excluding certain wars. For example, the Great Hyperspace War was not that great. It didn't affect as many star systems as you might think. Many of the ships fighting in that war were just illusions. You can't make the same excuse for some of the other wars. For example, the Mandalorian Wars were kind of a big deal. You may have already figured out the real answer. C.O. Bibble is talking about the Young Republic, not the Old Republic. Specifically, the Ruusan Republic. This was the solution to Palpatine's mistake earlier. With that in mind, Bibble isn't lying. He's just saying there hasn't been a war since the last war. The Battle of Ruusan was what created the modern Republic. In the 1,000 years since then, there has been no large-scale war. It's worth bringing up what Bibble failed to mention. This looks like the end to a millennium of peace, which came after 1,000 years of war. We already knew this at the time, so Bibble should as well. On the other hand, it is a bit understandable. Human history on Naboo only goes back 800 years. When C.O. looks into the past, Naboo is gone before war becomes relevant. Queen Jamilia wants a diplomatic solution.
Do you see any way through negotiations to bring the Separatists back into the Republic?
She would like to talk until the problem goes away. Padme shares this goal, which explains her actions. Jamilia wants to convince Dooku to stay in the Republic. Senator Amidala believes this can't happen if war is possible.
Do you think it will really come to war?
If the Separatists feel threatened, they will not rejoin. As she says this, Amidala feels great.
Not if they feel threatened.
She's utterly convinced that she's correct. Her instincts are trustworthy. She understands everything. It's very nice that she feels so happy that she's in her element. Unfortunately, Senator Amidala is wrong. There is no chance that Naboo can talk Dooku out of this. That's not just because he's secretly an evil Sith Lord.
My master will never allow the Republic to get away with this treachery.
The Separatists have a point, and it has not been addressed. Count Dooku believes the Republic is corrupt and cannot be salvaged. By making this argument, he gained a substantial following. Those Republic loyalists are not trying to fix their government.
You're wrong. How could you even say that?
They don't want to make it an appealing organization. Amidala just wants to prevent a military from being created. Jamilia wants Dooku to stay in the Republic anyway. Senator Amidala is right about one thing. It would be better if the Separatist movement didn't feel threatened. But voting against the military won't solve that. A decaying Republic on your borders is inherently a threat, even if it doesn't have any hostile intentions. The collapse of the Republic will certainly cause problems. In a best-case scenario, it splinters into dozens of smaller factions. That leaves the Separatists as the ultimate power in the universe. But even the best outcomes will lead to greater pirate activity. Padme points out that Count Dooku has no army. She fears that the Military Creation Act will change that. Responding to the Republic Army, the Separatists will need their own. She speculates that Dooku will turn to the Commerce Guild and Trade Federation.
My guess is they'll turn to the trade federations or the commerce guilds for help.
This is quite interesting. It implies they are not already committed. While they are sympathetic to the Count, they haven't joined. That means the Separatist movement is mostly made up of senators. By the end of this movie, that won't be the impression we get. C.O. Bibble and Padme Amidala have relevant experience. They know how effective the Federation droid armies can be. Jamilia does not appear to be a child. She, too, will have experienced Trade Federation occupation. The Commerce Guild is not familiar from previous movies. Guilds are known to be behind a lot of corruption. They bribe senators and judges to gain and retain power. Despite this, they are suspected of being aligned with the Separatists, the faction whose primary complaint is Republic corruption. Speaking of corruption, what happened to the Trade Federation?
The Senate would revoke their trade franchise, and they'd be finished.
Captain Panaka seemed to think the Republic would destroy them. Without access to Republic suppliers and customers, they would be finished.
You're going to have to go back to the Senate and explain all this.
I think you can kiss your trade franchise goodbye.
10 years after the Republic found out, the Federation still exists. As Bibble points out, Newt Gunray is still their viceroy.
But after 4 trials in the Supreme Court, Newt Gunray is still the Viceroy of the Trade Federation.
It would seem the group and the individuals got away with it.
It's unthinkable. It's outrageous.
It's unfair.
I think it means what you think it means.
That isn't entirely true, but it might as well be. Gunray has been on trial 4 times. At some point, the Federation paid for a new Theed spaceport. This was probably demanded by the Supreme Court. In the last movie, the courts were seen as a bad option.
Submit a plea to the courts.
The courts take even longer to decide things than the Senate.
Mostly because their procedures are very time-consuming. This is when we discover that the courts are also corrupt. As far as we can tell, the Trade Federation has suffered no consequences. They were ordered to reduce their armies. This is fair enough. Those are not being used against pirates. At that scale, they are invasion armies. However, Padme knows that order was not followed. Rumor has it that the Federation retained their armies. That would mean the Trade Federation and Commerce Guild each have a military. Senator Amidala is trying very hard to make sure the Republic doesn't get one. Anakin reveals that the Jedi were not allowed to investigate. Looking into the Trade Federation would be dangerous. Officially, that risk is to the economy. The Federation is quite important to the flow of cargo. Reading between the lines, that would be a lie. If the Jedi investigated, they might uncover some dirty deeds. Names of senators, judges, who can say?
I fear the Senate is powerless to resolve this crisis.
C.O. Bibble believes the Senate cannot solve this. He's right. The Senate is under the control of a Sith Lord. Queen Jamilia has no solution to these problems.
We must keep our faith in the Republic.
All they can do is continue believing in the Republic.
The day we stop believing democracy can work is the day we lose it.
Let's pray that day never comes.
With the meeting over, the conversation turns to Padme. She didn't actually come here to talk about work. Senator Amidala was sent home for her safety.
In the meantime, we must consider your own safety.
Obviously, the Royal Security Forces have experience with this. Captain Panaka is still in charge of the Queen's safety. He will surely have been consulted on this matter. C.O. Bibble approaches the wild card in the room. Normally, they don't have a Jedi serving as bodyguard.
What is your suggestion, Master Jedi?
Bibble hasn't really seen the Jedi in action. He did watch Obi-Wan free the Queen and a couple of dozen pilots.
There are too many of them. Won't be a problem.
Naturally, he will be quite impressed. Instead of listening, Padme interrupts.
Oh, Anakin's not a Jedi yet. He's still a Padawan learner.
She dismisses Anakin as not a Jedi yet. That line is perfectly in character for Darth Vader.
The Force is with you, young Skywalker.
But you are not a Jedi yet.
Coming from someone who isn't a Dark Lord, it's a bit strange. Factually, the Senator is incorrect. Anakin is absolutely a Jedi. He's a Jedi apprentice. This comes after being a Jedi initiate, and before Jedi Knight. The Trade Federation always mentioned 2 Jedi, not 1.
I'm not going in there with 2 Jedi.
C.O. Bibble didn't claim Skywalker was a knight. He called the boy Master Jedi, but that is a term of respect.
What is your suggestion, Master Jedi?
Bibble isn't blind. He knows he's talking to a teenager. Padme cannot possibly believe she is being helpful. C.O. Bibble has not learned anything from the interruption. He knows far less than he would have from hearing Anakin's opinion. Nobody else stands to benefit from this either. There is no time limit that would compel Padme to interject. If C.O. Bibble wanted her opinion, he would tell her what opinion to have. This is, after all, his job as advisor. There can be no innocent explanation for her action. At best, Padme is arrogant, has poor judgment, and lacks empathy. She didn't understand what she was doing. Unfortunately, this lines up with her established character. That seems a bit implausible, though. Padme ought to know better than this.
How did this happen? We're smarter than this. Apparently not.
If she's really oblivious to how she comes across, she isn't qualified. Her training to be queen was inadequate, and she should never have been elected. Once we leave the best-case scenario, her actions are simply malicious. Anakin doesn't let this attack go unchallenged. He interrupts her interruption, very diplomatically.
But I was thinking...
Hold on a minute.
The senator continues trying to talk over him.
Excuse me. I was thinking I would
stay in the lake country.
She outlines her own plans, disregarding the Jedi.
There's some places up there that are very isolated.
Excuse me.
Anakin returns her hostility,
Well, excuse me again, princess.
drawing upon his authority. He is in charge of security and can overrule the locals.
I'm in charge of security here, milady.
Padme intends to continue her senseless attack. However, she realizes there is an audience. Queen Jamilia and C.O. Bibble are judging them. She may succeed in dragging down their opinion of Anakin, but she will sacrifice her own reputation in the process. Surprisingly, Amidala didn't seem to expect this. She wasn't performing for this room, she's just that thoughtless. Her primary concern is preventing gossip. Acting like the proverbial married couple is unwise. Sensing that her current approach isn't working, she changes tack. Amidala pretends that she'd been trying to help. She points out that she is familiar with her homeworld. In the novelization, she acknowledges that her life is at risk. This is the first time she takes the threat seriously, and it isn't in the movie.
And this is my home. I know it very well. That is why we're here.
Padme claims that her knowledge is the reason they went to Naboo. But of course, the politician is lying.
You really don't like politicians, do you?
Her knowledge was not a factor in this decision. The Jedi Council consider Naboo to be relatively safe. It will be more inconvenient for assassins to follow there. They won't blend in as well with the natives. Plenty of people know Naboo better than Amidala does. She is trying to play this off as if she volunteered knowledge. That is absolutely not what happened, and she must know that.
This is outrageous! I object to the senator's statements!
This started when Anakin was asked for his professional opinion. C.O. Bibble wanted to know what the Jedi would suggest. Someone who cared about her safety would listen to Anakin.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
That's exactly what Bibble planned to do. It's why he asked the question. If the Jedi suggestion was flawed, it could be refined. An advisor is supposed to find those improvements. The Queen and Senator might also have something worth saying.
We must continue to rely on negotiation.
What would a Jedi suggest in this context? One of the highest priorities would be to change venue. The palace is exactly where someone would look for Amidala. Theed should be avoided in general. It's too close to the spaceport. Ideally, you would want low traffic and an insular population, somewhere you can tell who doesn't belong, where anyone not accounted for is suspicious. Ideally, you could hear a ship engine and assume it's hostile. Therefore, you want somewhere with an anti-aircraft battery. Anakin's wish list would look something like that. From there, anyone might suggest the Lake Country. Apart from the AA guns, it should fit the bill. This would make best use of everyone's knowledge and experience. Anakin always expected to rely on the locals for specific knowledge. His job is to keep the senator safe as effectively as possible. On a personal note, he would prefer them to be alone together. Amidala seemed to have two priorities. Her most important goal was to prevent Anakin from speaking. For some reason, she wanted him to have no input.
And just avoid any more female advice.
She needed to interrupt by downplaying his experience. Letting him speak would not be effective. Anakin would suggest a reasonable and efficient plan. If she thought otherwise, she would have exploited that.
I must be allowed to speak.
However, if she talks over him, she can imply he isn't capable. In the movie, Anakin apologizes rather than prolong the fight.
Sorry, milady.
The novelization then has C.O. Bibble speak up again. He confirms that the Lake Country is an excellent choice, a remote location with few people and clear lines of sight. From the way he speaks, Bibble had the Lake Country in mind already. If Anakin had named anywhere else, or nowhere, Bibble would have advised this. Another potential location would be the moons of Naboo. We know that Naboo has either 1 or 3 moons. More than one of them is populated with spice miners. This would be less ideal, but better than Theed. It might also be worth sending the senator to Ota Gunga. Another interesting detail is Bibble's amusement. There are two main possibilities to explain this. Either this is how Padme always behaves, or it isn't. If that's just her character, Bibble is used to dealing with this. Now Anakin knows how everyone else felt. On the other hand, maybe this is unusual for Amidala. In that case, C.O. probably senses what's going on. Amidala is infatuated, but in complete denial. The conflict is causing her to misbehave, desperately trying to pretend he isn't handsome and impressive and competent. This leads her to accidentally say Anakin is useless. That's about the best possible spin we can put on this interaction. Padme offers an innocent shrug. Despite being far from innocent, she's pretending to be. Typical politician behavior. Anakin might be fooled, but nobody else in the room will be. The Queen jumps at the chance to end the argument.
Perfect. It's settled then.
We all agree where to send them. Now get out of here. Before leaving the capital, there's time for one more meeting. Padme's parents have been in contact with the Queen. They would like her to visit before she goes into hiding. This line doesn't appear in the movie at all. That's because her family has been entirely removed. We won't see them on screen until Padme's funeral. Senator Amidala thinks about the consequences of her actions. Specifically, that the assassination attempts upset her parents. She had thought she was immune to the fallout from these events. By deciding not to be a wife and mother, nobody cares about her. This is her strategy for becoming the best public servant possible. She was prepared to make any sacrifice she deems necessary. Her personal safety is a small price to pay. What's the worst that could happen? If one of her decoys gets killed, they have spares. Maybe a ship explodes, a few guards and pilots die. Sucks to be them. It's not Padme's problem.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
But what if she runs out of meat shields? Her parents would be sad if an assassin got the job done. It might be time for her to go home and rethink her life. Amidala's family lives somewhere in Theed. We know this from a few sources. The Queen said to visit them before leaving for the Lake Country. Padme also says her family moved to the capital when she was young. We don't have a particular indication of where in the city they live. It seems likely they would set up on the outskirts. From what we can see, Theed isn't growing very quickly. The route will be familiar from Padme's childhood.
Is it far? It's on the outskirts.
Probably too far to walk, but a landspeeder bus will do nicely. Officially, the house is actually very close to the palace. That does seem a little strange. There will be a lot of competition for these locations. As they approach, Anakin ponders the city. In his life so far, he has 2 points of reference: his childhood on Tatooine and his Jedi life. On the last leg of the journey, he compares all three. Of course, he will have seen many strange and exotic places, but it's unlikely he spent more than a couple of months on any given world. Anakin will know Coruscant and Tatooine better than anywhere else.
This is a shortcut, I think.
Even then, the Jedi Temple is quite different. Most of Coruscant will be foreign to him. He groups Tatooine houses into 2 styles. Some are isolated in the desert, with no neighbors in sight. Think of the Lars homestead, or Old Ben's hut. These kinds will exist on many worlds, though with different architecture. Battle for Naboo shows a house in the swamp. The other kind of houses are densely clustered in the cities. In the Slave Quarter, they are stacked on top of each other. Anakin's house has a ground-level door, as well as a balcony, but the entire row of houses blends together. This seems to be normal for Mos Eisley and Mos Espa. The other comparison is Coruscant, which also has house clustering. These ones are stacked much higher, and there's less sand. Living space is not as different from the slave hovel as one might like. Anakin is thinking in terms of streets. Obviously those exist on Tatooine, but Coruscant is different. There are buildings, skylanes, and a few gaps between them. Naboo has what we might consider a more typical layout. Paved roads between orderly rows of ornate houses. At the very least, these houses have vertical walls. There are no towers of ultra-dense habitation blocks. Perhaps the most striking detail is the vegetation. Naboo is full of plants, even inside the city. Trees planted everywhere, hedges, and even vines. Ivy covering the stone walls, making the whole city seem overgrown. On Coruscant, this would be burnt away within days. Tatooine simply doesn't have a problem with excess plant life. More than just the environment, Anakin admires the people. One more than the rest, but we'll get to her in a moment. Naboo is a friendly, laid-back sort of place. There are people out in the open, not in a hurry.
All of them in a big hurry to get from something stupid to nothing at all. Pathetic.
Having casual conversations or just lazing around. Children are left relatively unsupervised. Anakin might have seen a few places like this, but not too many. Agricultural worlds will be busy most of the time.
This year we'll make enough on the harvest that I'll be able to hire some more hands, and then you can go to the academy next year.
Mining and industrial planets even more so. It would take a monastery world to achieve this level of peace. Even in those cases, there is an undercurrent of threat. Naboo is simply prosperous enough to be casual and relaxed. The two travelers have changed out of their disguises, presumably somewhere in the palace before leaving. Anakin is back to his non-standard Jedi robes. For him, this won't make a tremendous difference. It will largely be the same as his Thousand Moons costume. Mostly, it will be nice to have his utility belt again. He probably still wore his lightsaber, somewhere out of sight. That's essential to his role as bodyguard. Anakin is more interested in what Padme is wearing, or more precisely, he doesn't care at all. Padme has changed into a simple blue dress. From context, it seems simple means lacking ornamental features. No gold thread or jewels the size of her head. As the Queen, you could barely see the woman underneath. The outfits probably weighed as much as she did. Anakin doesn't really care for the elaborate costumes. He considers her clothing unimportant, and the less of it the better. At this point, our two heroes arrive at Padme's house.
We're here. This is my house.
The novelization describes it as simple but tasteful. In the deleted scene, this seems questionable. The entrance at the street is part of a continuous stone wall. We don't see gaps between buildings, like one might expect. The street seems to be covered in one seamless structure on both sides. According to the fact file, the house spans both sides of the street. Bridges were included in the design of the buildings. The novelization implied we would see hedges around the houses. In the movie, that seems to be reserved for the backyard. Padme rushes forward, eager to be in the family home. Anakin hangs back to examine the house from afar. This would be commendable if it was for the right reasons. As a bodyguard, he ought to know the terrain. How might an assassin get in and out of the building? However, Anakin is not looking from a security perspective. He's trying to imagine Padme growing up here, remembering the stories she told aboard the freighter. He'll also be comparing this place to his own childhood. Even so, a Padawan caught off guard is worth several clone troopers, whatever those are. Padme notices that her bodyguard is lagging behind. She doesn't interpret this as the sensible behavior it looks like. Instead, she assumes the boy is shy about meeting her parents. He is saved from having to explain by some other family members. A pair of girls emerge to greet their Aunt Padme. They seem to be only a few years old, which fits nicely. That lines up with the end of Padme's time as queen. We speculate this was when she made plans to have a family of her own. These are the children of Padme's older sister. Their names are Ryu and Pooja. We actually have a statement from one of them. This concerns the only two times they met Anakin Skywalker. The first one is the encounter happening right now. By the second time, Anakin has his mechanical hand. That means it's after the movie, around the secret wedding. We don't learn very much from Pooja's memories. In a few days, the family finds out that Padme goes missing. We also discover that Pooja will work with Princess Leia. These little girls have a positive impression of Anakin. More than anything, they seem excited to see R2. Clearly, they already know R2-D2 in particular. Padme seems to have claimed him as her personal droid. Up to this point, we had no indication of that. She used R2 as her N1's required astromech. For all we knew, the palace droid pool assigned him at random. Aside from the starfighter role, R2 has nothing to do. Padme doesn't need to repair very much in her daily life. Her nieces seem to treat R2 as a pet. Anakin watches them play with the droid. This childish innocence is a luxury he never really had. At their age, he just had a change of ownership. His family was transferred from Gardola the Hutt to Watto. We can be confident that he never played with an astromech droid. As a child, his friends were amazed to see a real one.
Wow, a real astro droid. How do you get so lucky?
Or at least, to see one working on his personal project. There were R2 units in Watto's shop, so Anakin had seen them. From hanging around pilots, he knows their real purpose. Ryu and Pooja just see a big, friendly toy. Anakin sees the welding arm and fire extinguisher. Naboo is relatively safe, which is important. While Anakin was watching the kids, he took his eyes off Amidala. Someone had emerged from the house when he wasn't paying attention. If this had been a bounty hunter, Padme could be dead already. Fortunately, this is just the mother of those children. Anakin notes that she seems like an older version of Padme. What stands out is that she seems more content than her sister. The senator is always on a mission, never satisfied. Sola, for that is her name, is happy.
Anakin, this is my sister, Sola.
This is particularly interesting, given what we know about the family. Within a few years of her birth, Padme was the favorite child. They knew she was destined for greatness, possibly even royalty. The entire family relocated from the remote mountain village. Padme was given the finest education they could manage. Meanwhile, Sola was relatively neglected. It must be a little irksome to have your younger sibling get all the glory. This could easily have led to Sola getting upset. However, we see no hint of bitterness or resentment. If anything, Sola seems to pity her little sister. Sola mentions that their parents have been concerned. Unexpectedly, this also gives us a timeline. The family has had a difficult few weeks. We know the Military Creation Act is a year-long saga. That means this recent concern must relate to the assassination. As far as we can tell, only 24 hours pass on Coruscant. Padme arrives one morning and leaves the next day. She visits her parents the day she gets home. That still leaves 3 weeks of travel time, which happens to be what we calculated for a Class 3 hyperdrive. However, the AA-9 Starfighter has a Class 3 hyperdrive. That means we expect 24 days and 6 hours. Navigation exploits could reduce that, but extra stops would increase it.
Padme. I'm worried.
Padme is not pleased to hear this. As we've established, she doesn't fear for her own safety. She objects to being assassinated for political reasons. That would be counterproductive. It might look weak. Aside from that, she does feel bad about upsetting her family. Though if we pay attention, she's not worried about the danger. Her problem is that her family found out she's in danger.
She covered the cameras. I don't think she liked me watching her.
What is she thinking?
As long as they don't find out, she will gladly take risks. Anakin respects her for this. His mother knows that he's still in danger, of course, but she also knows he's trained to overcome that danger. Sola also notices Padme's reaction. Tactfully, she moves on to take them inside. No invitation that would satisfy vampire rules is actually given. Padme is welcome in her own home, and Anakin can't leave her.
I can't leave her! Come to your senses!
Entirely through coincidence, they have arrived at dinner time. Padme grabs Anakin by the hand to lead him inside. Does she engage in hand-holding with all her bodyguards? If not, perhaps this is to stop him from running away.
You'll excuse me?
The deleted scene shows stairs up to the front door.
Ah, my old enemy, stairs.
These aren't mentioned in the novelization, but they don't need to be. We already know Artu can climb stairs. Anakin notices immediately that the house is a different kind of building. This is no austere temple of serenity and reflection. It isn't like any of the grand or decrepit buildings on Coruscant. We see exposed blocks of stone on the interior walls. An intentional choice to suit the natural style. It has a general lack of electronics, though not in a primitive way. There is wood everywhere, something of a luxury resource on some worlds. Most importantly, there is no sand anywhere in the house. This is the uncluttered home of a comfortable, wealthy family. There are no troves of hoarded items, as in a slave hovel. Padme's family can have practically anything they want. Upon entering, the visitors remove their traveling cloaks. This is a nice detail. It doesn't come up as often these days. When the environment is pleasant, there's no need for an outside layer. You can wear the same clothing in the street and inside. Jedi traditionally have multiple layers of robes. In particular, we see them discarded before the Darth Maul fight. Anakin is wearing his chosen synthetic leather uniform. Padme has something more revealing than we've ever seen. It is, as Anakin noted, relatively plain. He rather downplayed the midriff, though. With the visitors inside, it's time for a round of introductions. The father is named Rui. He is described as plain, strong, compassionate, and comfortable. From this, we can infer that he wasn't part of the aristocracy, just some guy from an obscure mountain village. It's a little strange that he would have the resources to make his daughter queen. For that matter, how practical is it to move into the capital city? Surely that must be expensive, and he won't telecommute back to the village. Later on, we will discover that Rui built the mountain village. Or rather, the movie and book tell us he used to be a builder. The fact file says he was born in a mountain village. It also says he helped to establish a new mountain village. These were two distinct villages, both with unspecified names. This seems reasonable enough. He looks kind of like a builder. It's a useful job, and it will have been in demand. Moving to the capital isn't completely out of the question. What is a bit surprising would be his current profession. Padme mentioned her education scores. Apparently, this was what prompted the family to leave the village. After moving to Theed, Rui got into academia. For the past 20 years, he has been a university lecturer. While there's nothing wrong with that, it's surprising that he was hired. The university would normally expect you to spend ages there. One does not simply walk off the street and start lecturing. This could mean the Naboo education industry is quite different. Maybe Rui has enough experience to qualify as an expert builder. Even without formal qualifications, he can train more builders. However, this is not the implication from the fact file. It calls him a deep thinker, which would imply philosophy. How good can the university be if Rui didn't get his training there? Everything he knows about philosophy, he picked up somewhere else. Why can't his students just do the same? Either he isn't qualified, or his lectures aren't necessary. His wife is named Jobal.
Hello, Anakin.
Hello.
And this is my mother. Hello.
They met when they were fairly young, around 20. Rui had just finished his time with the refugee movement. Within about a year, they married and moved out. Having left a remote mountain village, they started a new one. Not on their own, of course, but they were significant. Rui worked as a builder, putting together the village with his bare hands. Jobal, on the other hand, worked on the community. That probably translates to some kind of desk job, organizing and dealing with paperwork. We find some very surprising things about Naboo in this fact file. First, that children are tested when they're quite young, probably somewhere around age 6. Much more surprising is the community service. This is compulsory between ages 12 and 20. Rui chose the refugee relief movement. That means all his education must have happened before then. Some tasks might allow you to attend school as well, but the refugee business sent him off-world for years. Another similar fact is about child politicians. Padme was elected when she was 14, inside the service bracket. That means the political stuff counts as community service. What's really surprising is that these are the only politicians. Naboo almost exclusively elects children to rule them. As soon as the teenagers turn 20, they leave politics for good. There are exceptions to this, like Palpatine, Padme, and C.O. Bibble, as well as everyone in Amidala's throne room. This whole idea seems a bit strange and inaccurate, like it was invented to explain a 14-year-old elected monarch. It may also be the only worse idea than our modern Earth approach. We tend to elect the elderly and weak-minded as our politicians. Naboo prefers teenagers, which is also very silly.
Are you sure about this? Trusting our fate to
Queen Amidala.
This concept doesn't really work with some of our other details. King Varuna, for example, ruled for quite a long time. We saw no implication that he was a child. We have more counterexamples than support. It seems that Jobal and Rui only spent a few years in their village. About a decade after arriving, they moved to Theed. We know that Rui took a job at the university. They must pay their lecturers well, because Jobal is not employed. She spent all her time looking after the children and home. By this point in the timeline, the children are more visitors than residents. Jobal sees it as her duty to maintain the home as a sanctuary. Padme lives there on paper, but rarely visits the house. The Federation blockade was a difficult time for the family. Invasion was far worse. Theed was the most heavily occupied. Despite the catastrophic death toll, this family survived. Jobal was pleased to see her daughter intact during the victory parade. Though we can't prove she ever spoke to one, she seems fine with Gungans.
You're a Gungan, aren't you?
Sorry.
After the battle, Naboo will be left with a positive impression of them. Jobal was very pleased to meet Anakin. Having a bodyguard who cares for his charge is a good thing. She also found him to be charming and funny. The next paragraph says he will fall within 3 years. This was clearly written before Episode 3. It mentions Padme fleeing from Vader and protecting her children. Presumably, she would die on Alderaan a few years after that. Busy being very beautiful, kind but sad. Nobody expected her to die the same day Vader and the twins were born. The final member of the family is Sola, the big sister. Her most remarkable feature is that she isn't remarkable. Unlike her sister, the Queen, she has no ambition for power. Sola made it through community service unscathed. She wasn't ensnared by politics or any other temptation. Her little sister being officially smarter doesn't bother Sola. In fact, not only does she lack envy, she pities Padme. Sola takes after her mother in appearance and personality. It is common for Naboo citizens to attend university. Presumably, this happens after finishing their community service. This would mean she started during Padme's reign as queen. Most likely, this was the very same university where her father worked. Padme can't have had this education. There was no time for it. Preparing for the monarchy might have included a crash course in what matters. During her study, Sola met the man who is now her husband. This chap is named Darad Janran. Sola didn't take his surname, as would normally be the case. It's also worth noting we are not dealing with the Amidala family. The patriarch is Rui Naberi. When they were married, his wife became Jobal Naberi. Their daughters were Sola Naberi and Padme Naberi. Amidala is a name of state, adopted after election. However, Padme's original name is well known. That gives it a significant value in this part of Theed. Sola and her daughters retain the Naberi surname. Back to the family gathering. At this point, 3 people are at the table: Anakin, Padme, and her father Rui. The chairs are set up to seat 8 people. Rui is at the head of the table, presumably. Directly to his right, Anakin sits near that end. Padme is on the same side, but at the far end. This leaves an empty chair between them, which is probably for the best. It makes sense to keep the teenagers separated. The Jedi can guard her just as well from here. Jobal, the mother, will take the end seat opposite her husband. Sola will end up in the middle of the remaining long side. An excellent choice. Nobody is too close to anyone else. The amount of elbow room will be comfortable. Padme's nieces are nowhere to be seen, probably off somewhere watching Atu change a light bulb. The other 2 women are also not in the room. Sola mentioned that Padme arrived just in time for dinner.
You made it just in time for dinner.
That's where their mother is now, in the kitchen. Sola has also vanished into the kitchen to help out. The book mentions a lot of noise from the other room, mostly in the clatter of ceramic dishes, far more appealing than the plastic ones aboard ship. There are also repeated calls of "Mom, too much." Eventually, Sola returns carrying a bowl of food. She comments that the visitors haven't been starving since Coruscant. She turns out to be correct, but how would she know? The refugee freighter isn't a typical way to travel. We have specific mentions of the terrible food quality. What does Sola know about refugee transport? Her father and sister were involved, so they might tell stories. It's a nice additional detail about her. Padme already knows what's going on. It's clear this isn't a special occasion. Jobal always prepares an excessive amount of food. We could speculate that being in time for dinner was not luck. Perhaps half the day is spent preparing food. Whenever guests arrive, that's when the meal is ready.
Well, you've come to the right place at the right time.
This could also be interpreted as polite, pretending less effort went into the meal. This way, you remove any responsibility from the guests. They just happened to turn up exactly when food was ready. Enough to feed the town will be an exaggeration, especially since the town is the planetary capital city. Still, it's implied Jobal hosts the occasional party. Anakin doesn't need to eat, but he's interested anyway. Sola mentions that no one has ever left the house hungry. That's a classic way to cast the mother in a positive light. Padme recalls a specific event where someone did leave without eating. Apparently, Jobal chased him down and insisted. At this point, Anakin makes a joke about the guest being an ingredient. As jokes go, this is not a particularly good one. However, it establishes Anakin as quick-witted. Timing is a critical part of comedy. Clearly it worked, because the family is very amused. We don't see much of Anakin's humor in the movie.
When I got to them, we went into aggressive negotiations. Thank you. Negotiations with a lightsaber.
Jobal returns from the kitchen, bearing more food. Padme and her mother seem to enjoy his appetite. He understates his interest, but Padme isn't having it.
I hope you're hungry, Anakin.
A little.
He's being polite, Mom. We're starving.
She winks at him and says they are starving. Perhaps they chose not to eat much on their last day aboard the AA-9. Anakin enjoys the comfortable atmosphere around the table. Obviously, his own family was never this large. The Jedi might have communal meals, but not like this. In the temple and on missions, it will be more formal. Even for occasions where he visits a family, he will be an outsider. Padme's family is not giving him special treatment. They aren't intimidated by having a Jedi Knight in their home, nor are they fawning over the mighty warrior. Anakin is largely ignored, as only a true friend can be. He is able to relax and enjoy the conversation around him. For the next little while, Anakin is busy eating. Then he notices the tone of the background noise has changed. Jabal says that she is happy to see her daughter safe.
Honey, it's so good to see you safe. We were so worried.
The assassinations had her a bit worried. Assassins succeeded in killing what they thought was Amidala. Padme intensely disapproves of this. She is outraged that someone would take this threat seriously.
Dear.
I know.
It's clear the entire family expected this reaction. They know her better than we do, because we didn't see this coming.
But I had to say it. Now it's done.
An hour ago, she knew her parents were worried. At the time, she even seemed to care. Perhaps Amidala truly does believe she's immortal. Otherwise, she must not care about her safety. We thought she had reconsidered her recklessness, that she would be more cautious, if only for her family's sake. This outburst would seem to indicate she won't be careful. Sola tries to change the subject to something safer.
Did you know, Anakin, you're the first boyfriend my sister's ever brought home?
She remarks that Anakin is the first boyfriend her sister has introduced. This is definitely intended to poke at Padme's childless ways. Unfortunately, trying to change the subject doesn't work at all. Padme protests that Anakin is not her boyfriend.
He's not my boyfriend.
Sola might have already known that, and said this anyway. We can be sure that Padme is a little off balance.
Anakin's a friend. We've known each other for years. He's a Jedi assigned to me by the Senate to protect me.
She clarifies that Anakin is only a Jedi bodyguard assigned by the Senate.
Oh, Anakin's not a Jedi yet.
Strictly speaking, this doesn't prove she's in danger, only that the Jedi Order and the Galactic Senate think she's in danger.
A bodyguard. Oh, Padme. They didn't tell us it was that serious.
Her mother instantly picks up on the implication. Jabal had thought returning to Naboo was the only security measure. Unsurprisingly, Padme insists there is no danger.
It's not, I promise. I'm not in any danger, Mom.
It would be tempting to say she's lying to her parents. Based on everything we've seen, this is not meant as deception. She truly believes that she doesn't need a bodyguard, that staying on Coruscant with no extra protection would be fine.
You must trust my judgment, Your Highness.
From what we've seen, she has no reason to believe this. The bombing only failed because of the decoy. Naboo's security didn't find the assassin or the Kohuns.
Captain Typho has more than enough men downstairs. No assassin would try that way.
This is when Padme chooses to properly introduce Anakin. Up to this point, they would assume he's just a Jedi.
He's no Jedi.
She reveals that he is the little boy from the blockade crisis. This, apparently, is what Naboo calls Episode 1. What we've been calling the Naboo incident. Since they didn't recognize his name, that tells us something else. Naboo hasn't revealed who fired the shot that won the battle. Credit goes to Bravo Squadron, the Gungans, and the Queen.
We didn't hit it.
Anakin is not famous, which is probably for the best. The family does know of him, but that might not be common. If they weren't before, the women of the house are now contemplating Anakin. Sola is quietly scheming, while her mother speaks up. Jabal thinks it's about time Padme settled down. Padme continues pretending she's in no danger. Rui knows that he won't get an honest answer from his daughter.
Is she?
He turns to Anakin and asks for a Jedi opinion. Anakin thinks for a moment and decides not to play along. Yes, of course the assassins are dangerous.
Yes, I'm afraid she is.
Padme tries to counter with, but not much. Even this is an admission that she was lying earlier. She had claimed to be in no danger whatsoever, except when trying to overrule Anakin. Then her life was at risk. She'll say whatever is most convenient at the time, without regard for the truth. A moment ago, Padme grabbed Anakin's hand. Under the table, we assume from context. This wouldn't be possible with the seating arrangements from the deleted scene. That contact would be nice if it wasn't being used for physical violence. Anakin doesn't respond to this act of aggression. He smoothly explains that the Senate decided her fate. Instead of pretending there is no danger, he gives actual reassurance. Obi-Wan is investigating. It'll all be sorted out soon. Everyone else relaxes upon hearing this. They know how effective the Jedi were 10 years ago. Sola is plotting something, as we shall see shortly. Sometime afterwards, the meal is over. Anakin has left the house with Rui for a walk in the garden. The two have barely interacted, but those few words mattered. Rui respects the Jedi for having given a straight answer. We join the conversation in a fairly light section. Without knowing it, Rui echoes one of Anakin's comments. He's happy on Naboo and doesn't intend to leave, though he does admit he'd like to have seen more of the galaxy.
I sometimes wish that I'd travel more, but
I must say, I'm very happy here.
It's unlikely that Rui has left the planet since he was Anakin's age. As far as we know, there's nothing too appealing in the Naboo system. Perhaps the university will send him off on business trips. This conversation is the origin for some details we know quite well. He works at the university, and he used to be a builder.
Padme tells me you teach at the university.
Yeah, before that I was a builder.
He describes his community service as freedom relief. We know this as the refugee relief movement.
I also work for a freedom relief movement, but I was very young.
Anakin comments on the interest in public service. This is a moment where the novelization gives some extra detail. Rui offers some insight into the culture of Naboo. The planet is generous, he says. This is why the circus calls it a paradise world. Mostly, this consists of the world being green. We don't see fields of dehydrated yellow grass. The climate is comfortable, and growing food is trivial. Sea monsters are the only real downside. The people of Naboo found themselves a good planet, and they know it. Rui says they try not to take it for granted. Having seen them, that may be more ambition than reality. Padme was completely unprepared for the facts of life on Tatooine. Naboo philosophy is that they don't deserve what they have. Therefore, they try to share, befriend, and to work. Rui says this makes them more fulfilled than being decadent would do. He will be completely right about this. This reasoning sounds familiar to Anakin. He compares the Jedi tradition and finds it to be similar. They have mighty abilities, though this is quite different. Anyone Force-sensitive has potential for power. Achieving that potential takes a great deal of training. Anakin describes being Force-sensitive as a gift. Intense training makes the most of this gift, refining it into power.
My powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count.
Jedi go out and use these powers to make the galaxy better. Rui points out the nature of the Jedi Order's work, making the things they love a little bit safer. This is not very subtle, because it wasn't intended to be. He is grateful that his daughter has such a capable guardian. Anakin can sense respect as well as gratitude. It seems this is personal, rather than for the Jedi in general. Young Skywalker is very pleased with this. He knows Padme is important to her family, and vice versa. If any of them disliked him, things would go poorly.
It seems like you're in love with your daughter, hearing you talk about her on the podcast.
Jesus Christ, well, you're pretty perceptive. It seems like you care about your own child.
The garden conversation is not quite finished. For the moment, we cut back inside the house to check on the women. They have been watching Rui and Anakin through the kitchen window. Right now, they are clearing the table. It seems Jobal went too far because there is remaining food. At least these three will be experienced at putting away the excess. Padme takes stock of the mood in the kitchen. Her mother is tense, assassinations and impending war. The sister is too busy plotting to be worried.
Why haven't you told us about him?
Sola wants to know more about the new boyfriend. Padme, trying to fly casual, replies, "He's just a boy."
What's there to talk about? He's just a boy.
That would be too minor to mention, if not for a pattern. This is the second time today she's quoted Darth Vader.
He's just a boy.
Why does this keep happening, from Padme in particular? Linear time and causality make this even worse. The canon answer is that Vader has to be quoting Senator Amidala. One can imagine that would happen. She was important to him. But why create this link between these two characters? Padme's deflection has no real effect. Sola points out the blindingly obvious.
A boy? Have you seen the way he looks at you?
Sola, stop it.
It's obvious he has feelings for you.
The sort of thing Padme should have figured out 10 years ago. Or failing that, during her last visit to Coruscant. The conversation aboard the Gendarian Valley was also somewhat revealing. Her sister's needling is rather effective. Padme gets upset, insisting that they are friends.
Anakin and I are friends.
The relationship is strictly professional. This is profoundly convincing, and Sola drops the matter.
Our relationship is strictly professional.
No, of course she doesn't. Padme tries to bring in her mother to solve this. Sola does not relent and has a keen insight. She suggests Padme is afraid to notice Anakin's attention, because if she noticed, Padme would have to make a decision. She doesn't want to turn him down or to accept. Being afraid to pick either one, she chooses not to make a choice. This indecision will fracture rather soon. Eventually, her mother takes pity on the hapless senator. At least, she does in the novelization. The deleted scenes don't show her taking any action. This interaction between the sisters is probably healthy for them both. Jobal is more subtle about it, but she agrees with Sola. Padme tries to counter that what she's doing is important. She can't stop for trivial things like assassins and love. Jobal offers the classic Naboo perspective. Padme is no longer a teenager. It's not appropriate for her to still be in politics. The senator is not pleased with the feedback she's getting. Apparently, she's heard all of this advice before. Not specifically about Anakin, but the general principle stays the same. This meddling really bothers her. But when she calms down, she realizes family is a good thing. People who care more about her safety and happiness than she does. Padme does not consider that Anakin has no siblings. There was no father, and he hasn't seen his mother in 10 years. She resents a problem he'd be delighted to have. Back in the garden, the conversation has turned more serious. The two men are ready to head back inside the house. Before that, Rui has a question to ask. How much danger is Amidala really in?
So tell me, son, how serious is this thing? How much danger is my daughter really in?
Young Skywalker answers this one promptly. There have been 2 attempts on her life.
There have been 2 attempts on her life.
This is almost certain to be the accurate number. We don't know of any attempts that were stopped early. The bounty hunters in question are too competent for that. Zam Wesell tried twice, and nobody else has done a thing. We know there are still assassins looking for Padme. Given enough time, they would try again.
Chances are there will be more. My master's tracking down the assassins. I'm sure he'll find out who they are.
Since Obi-Wan is on the case, that won't be a problem. They don't have any extra leads, so assigning more Jedi wouldn't help. Rui certainly doesn't have the right set of skills.
Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you.
He's just concerned for the safety of his daughter. Even if he can't help, he'd like to know what the situation is.
The situation won't last long.
I don't want anything to happen to her.
I don't either.
Anakin assures Rui that they both care about her safety.
She won't get a scratch, all right? Right.
That's all her father was really looking for, the truth. Padme's denial was not very reassuring. A little later that day, Anakin is spending time with the parents. In the movie, there is some ambiguity over the time of day. It's possible they landed at Theed in the morning, or the early scenes on Naboo could be the same day. It also seems plausible they spent the night in the Nabari house. Our next deleted scenes will have bright sunlight coming in the windows. That would then be the morning after they landed. They arrive at the Lake Country somewhere around noon. The novelization disagrees. They will arrive in the evening. Anakin is concerned they won't be there before sunset. At this point, the 2 daughters are in someone's bedroom. Padme glares at her sister until Sola questions it. The teasing about Anakin has rather perturbed her. Sola explains that the attraction is obvious. Even Padme can't deny it, no matter how hard she tries. She has been grappling with this internally, but won't admit it. At this point, she still hasn't said it out loud. Several people know she likes Anakin, but they found out by reading her reactions and ignoring her words. Like her sister, Sola knows a little about Jedi rules. The Jedi are not supposed to love, but this one does. Amidala isn't willing to admit that she likes Anakin, or vice versa. Sola comments that Padme thinks more like a Jedi than he does. That isn't actually true when looking at their overall thought process. Anakin thinks like a Jedi because he is one.
I'm a Jedi.
Oh, Anakin's not a Jedi yet.
Padme couldn't possibly, because she doesn't know how Jedi think. Sola doesn't see that wider context. She's focused on romance. Padme thinks it might be worth getting offended, but until she knows a little more, she reserves judgment. Sola explains that Padme only thinks about her responsibilities. Generally, that would be a very positive thing. However, Amidala's attitude is completely unbalanced. She doesn't factor in her own safety, hence the assassins.
I am grateful you're here, Master Kenobi. The situation is more dangerous than the Senator will admit.
Security might interfere with her duties, so she tries to avoid it. We might not agree with it, but at least we understand what she's thinking. Someone more rational might consider the potential cost. You can't work if you're dead, so try to stay alive. Sola concentrates more on the personal side. As well as safety, Padme ignores her own desires. This includes her feelings toward Anakin. Sola has been advising this since long before Anakin turned up. He's just a convenient example of what Padme should do with her life. The senator protests that Sola couldn't possibly know her feelings about Anakin. That isn't really true, but it plays right into Sola's hands. She retorts that Padme doesn't know her own feelings either. Too afraid to consider the possibility, the senator is in denial. This would have been profoundly insightful. However, it wasn't part of the movie or the deleted scenes. As for the circus and our audience, we already figured this out. Padme being in denial wasn't intended as a secret. Nevertheless, it surely went over some people's heads. It would be easy to assume she's fully aware of her own desires, that she consciously considers the relationship from the start, then gradually changes her mind as the movie goes on. We also know that Padme divides herself into different roles. The senator and sister might as well be completely different people. We mentioned how she thinks of Anakin in the same way. He is both a Jedi apprentice and a teenager. She's allowed to love one of them, but not the other. Her family also seems to be aware of this tendency. Perhaps they suggested it as a way of coping with the decoy system, or just to give her some time away from being the queen. Sola suggests that being a senator and girlfriend are not mutually exclusive. Padme could add a new persona to her collection. Alternatively, she could learn how to be more than one thing. Padme doesn't quite grasp the concept. Her response to "you can be two things" demonstrates this. She replies, "My work is important," which doesn't follow. Sola just said she could continue being a senator while also being a girlfriend. Padme is clearly stressed, not thinking properly. Quite rightly, Sola points out that she never said otherwise. Padme's work doesn't need to be the only facet of her life. It's fairly common for senators to have a wife, and a mistress or two. They still seem to do well enough at their jobs. Of course, they will be more interested in personal gain. Padme is at least trying to do the right thing, but there's no evidence a boyfriend would interfere with senatorial duties. The sad part is that Anakin is very sure of what he wants. He's just not allowed to have her, and is willing to break those rules. Padme has absolutely no such restrictions. Sola points out the pair of them are acting in the wrong way. The senator acts as if love is forbidden, but it isn't. Anakin claims he's encouraged to love, but he is lying. He knows it isn't allowed, and his loophole is not compelling. That's why their marriage would need to be secret, hypothetically. We now get quite an interesting detail. Padme protests that it's far too soon for all that. The situation is not that serious. Specifically, she says she's been together with Annie for a few days. This is surprising. Her family has been worried for weeks. She's been working on this vote for a year, so it can't be that. Unless there were recent warning signs of potential assassins. Short travel times mean the family was worried before the bombing. Long travel means Padme called 3 weeks a few days. Both are plausible, so it's up to your own judgment. Sola admits that she doesn't fully understand the situation. However, Anakin is not good at hiding his feelings. The entire family knows that he likes Padme. Perhaps they wouldn't if Sola hadn't pointed it out. The senator is frightened, and her sister doesn't understand why. On some level, Padme does care about Anakin's career. She would prefer not to tempt him into breaking the Jedi rules. It's important that he not leave the Jedi or get kicked out. That isn't the true motivation here, though. Padme is afraid to acknowledge that she likes Anakin. More broadly, she doesn't want to admit that she wants anything. Amidala thinks of herself as the perfect politician. She doesn't have her own thoughts, desires, or feelings. The Amidala persona is a selfless representative of her people. Her function is to champion their interests. Unless they have the wrong opinions, of course. Citizens in favor of the military will be ignored. More than that, Padme is also a bit scared of love in general. She pretends everything is about her duties. I can't have kids at the moment, I'm far too busy being queen. Okay, now I'm no longer queen, but senator will do fine. Sola has some idea of this, but their childhoods were different. Padme was raised to be the future queen, and Sola wasn't. The practice of creating child politicians is questionable at best. Just like child soldiers, this upbringing causes damage. Amidala may never fully heal from her education. People don't usually recognize Padme's history with romance, or more precisely, the lack of it.
I'm sorry. I don't fully understand.
Her first love was before being elected queen, a young boy who went into art instead of politics. We'll go over that later, of course. Aside from this one incident, she has no experience at all, though it is possible she's read a few bad romance novels. Our two youngsters are in much the same boat. The difference is that Padme is having second thoughts. Arguably, Anakin hasn't had his first thoughts yet. Eventually, the couple will meet in the middle. Our next scene is also in the bedroom. Once again, Padme is packing to leave. Just like last time, Anakin is also here making conversation. We're told that Padme had barely unpacked before leaving. This would be mighty strange if they hadn't decided to stay with her parents. Unpacking at all would be a tremendous waste of time. If they didn't stay the night, they would leave within hours. Anything you need in that time, you can just grab from inside the bag. The choice of clothing is rather different this time. When she left for Coruscant, it was with a formal wardrobe. That definitely wouldn't fit in the starfighter she was flying. Her clothes were certainly lost during the bombing. When she changed out of the pilot's outfit, it will be with costumes from the Naboo embassy. Packing for the refugee transport, nothing too fancy was included. This will be the first time in ages that Padme chooses her own clothes. This scene also gives us another joke. Padme apologizes for the shock of meeting her family. There can be a lot to digest all at once. Anakin responds with the power of willful misinterpretation. He says, "Your mother is a fine cook." It doesn't really matter if fine means high quality or acceptable. The point is that Padme mentioned digestion. He took the figurative language and used it literally. That's a classic way to construct a joke. This would be in the running for the best joke in the movies, if only it appeared in the movies. Padme takes a while to catch on, but gets the joke eventually. Once again, we see a mismatch of perspectives. Padme sees her own family as overwhelming, a bit much to deal with if you aren't used to them. Anakin just thinks it's nice to have that kind of family. He also reaches into the bucket of cliches for his next line. Maybe, he says to his girlfriend, "You have more than enough clothes." This is especially true because she can't wear most of them. All her time is spent in the formal senatorial outfits. This is where Anakin brings up the time constraints. If we assume this is the evening after dinner, he has a point. Sunset will be in perhaps 1 hour, based on the light. Depending on the distance and their vehicle, that's tight. Most likely, they would arrive after dark. On the other hand, this could be the early morning. In that case, he's definitely making a joke. Please finish packing in the next 12 hours. Anakin doesn't really know where the Lake Country is. However much he studied Naboo, that didn't come up. It must not be a noteworthy location, which makes sense. You can't protect her by visiting a tourist attraction. He's also surprised to find that Padme lives with her parents. At least, she does in principle.
So you still live at home?
Her time spent here will be limited. Padme spends a lot of time off-world on Coruscant.
I move around so much. Never had a place of my own.
It's also likely she has a room set aside in the palace. Owning a house of her own would seem a little wasteful. Besides, Padme likes it here. Official residences have no warmth, she says.
Official residences have no warmth. I feel good here. I feel at home.
This place certainly seems more welcoming than her Coruscant flat.
Never really had a home.
Anakin mentions that he's never really had a home. He'd certainly lived in the same hovel for several years. Before that, it's possible they moved several times. He says that he considered home to be wherever his mother was.
Home was always where my mom was.
Now he lives at the Jedi Temple when not out on missions. With a bit of luck, he gets assigned the same room each time. That certainly isn't a home either. Padme might have considered this detail, and she is sympathetic. Anakin has been walking around the room, looking at the pictures. These are referred to as holographs. They look very much like ordinary picture frames, with twin projectors. That's a little surprising on its own. Most holograms we see have a single source, such as R2. Some of the larger ones may use multiple projectors, but we don't see those. As far as we can tell, there should be no reason to have 2 projectors. Nothing else we've ever seen has required them. There's no obvious benefit either for an application such as this. Another concern here is that holograms are made of light. That could be a benefit when installing these in a child's room. Some people prefer to sleep in a dark room, and these would ruin that. Perhaps they're connected to the light switch or the curtains. Aside from that, these are very similar to LCD photo frames. They can display still images, short videos, or slideshows. This is technology that would have to exist, but we never see it. Holographs are absent from all 6 movies. The picture Anakin is looking at has quite the backstory. This is from when Padme was 7 years old. At the time, she was working with the refugee relief movement.
That was when I went with the relief group.
This photo shows her surrounded by little green smiling creatures.
Their sun was imploding and the planet was dying. I was helping me locate all the children.
Padme was on a world called Shadar B. Boran. Their sun was imploding, which is bad for one's health. Naboo was trying to evacuate the children from the dying world. Padme introduces the one she's holding as Naki Tula.
See that little one I'm holding? His name was Naki Tula, which means sweetheart.
Their language seems to include an excessive amount of hyphens. Several other worlds in the system are formatted this way.
It was so full of life. They all were.
Anakin notices that she speaks of the children in the past tense.
They were never able to adapt, to live off their native planet.
Padme reveals that the evacuation project was a failure. They got the children off their planet before it froze. However, the children were not able to adapt. None of them could live when removed from their homeworld.
They all died.
The Shadar B. Boran species is completely extinct. It feels like this was meant as an important detail. George put the story into this movie for a reason. Perhaps this was to give Padme a prominent failure in her past. It doesn't seem to cleanly tie into any of the plot lines. Nothing about it brings to mind the vote or the clone army. At best, it could tie into the characters. Perhaps this means Padme should not have become senator. She can't adapt to Coruscant and should stay at home. Or maybe the link is to Anakin and Jedi recruitment. Anakin should have stayed on Tatooine and not gotten involved. Instead, he followed Obi-Wan on some damn fool idealistic crusade. There is room to criticize the Jedi, but not Qui-Gon. Suggesting Anakin should have remained a slave is absurd. He might not have fallen to the dark side, but that's a harsh life.
Any attempt to escape, and they blow you up. Boom!
There's a good chance Anakin would have exploded in a few years. We don't know a great deal about Shadar B. Boran. In the deleted scene, we don't even hear the name. For years, all we had was the novelization. An interesting story, but extremely light on detail. We got a little more information in the Essential Atlas. This draws the logical conclusion from star imploding. If that's the case, the star was probably in its red giant phase. What's interesting is that the natives evolved in that environment. We normally think of the red giant as apocalyptic. The sun is going to engulf our world, and we're all going to die. Shadar just had the opposite situation. An ecosystem with sapient life evolved around a red giant. When the star finished dying, the conditions would change. Shadar B. Boran was going to freeze solid. This wasn't a surprise. Their fate was obvious. When the Republic was young, Shadar B. Boran was still doomed. We have very few details, and one of them was imaginary. The Shadar B. Borans were established as green. They have problems caused by a lack of sunlight. It seemed fairly obvious that this was a race of plants. Their skin is green because of all the chlorophyll. This assumption seemed perfectly logical, and most intriguing. We don't get many sapient plants in the galaxy. Upon closer inspection, nothing says they were plants. The Atlas describes their world as a theocracy, ruled by a caste of sun priests, a very plant-like thing to do. Normally, it would be possible to abandon their world. The Hutts, for example, no longer have their original homeworld. They did quite well for themselves. Why not the Shadar B. Borans? Unfortunately, our little green friends had a fatal flaw. They require a special enzyme to clean their bloodstream. This is effectively keyed to the red giant of Shadar. Any natives who leave Shadar B. Boran are doomed to die. The act of transporting them through space might be fatal on its own. At the same time, anyone staying on Shadar B. Boran will freeze. The only way out is with help from outside. Trying to save the Shadar B. Borans was quite trendy near the end. 2 different paths seemed the most promising. There are plenty of stars in the galaxy. Maybe one of them is close enough. That's where the evacuated children were sent. On the other hand, the enzyme could be the key. If that could be activated artificially, the Borans could live anywhere. Presumably, this also covered other solutions. Mechanically filtering toxins from their blood, synthetic versions of the enzyme. Whatever they tried, everything failed. This whole situation seems a little odd. Why are they so effectively trapped on this world? How can 1,000 generations fail to figure it out? It's almost as if the Shadowbee Borans were artificial beings, something created for this world, designed to never leave it. Alternatively, we could just invoke the Force.
Maxie bit the Force.
That's another biological phenomenon we don't understand. Our last detail is about the last 100. The final 100 Borans were offered a deal. They could be put into stasis, frozen in carbonite. When medical science advances, they could be defrosted.
No.
They declined, preferring to live for another few months. Shadowbee Boran is now frozen, and the natives are extinct. Back in the bedroom, Anakin has spotted another holograph. The book has him holding these pictures. In the deleted scene, they are firmly wall-mounted. The second photo is from about 2 years later.
My first day as an apprentice legislator. Notice the difference?
Her first day as an apprentice legislator. Oddly, the timeline isn't quite right. We know she joined that group when she was 8. A couple of years before she was 8, she was 7 or 8. It couldn't be earlier because she joined the RRM at 7. Thankfully, the phrasing is a little flexible. Perhaps some of the numbers have been rounded up or down. Or maybe Anakin isn't good at judging ages.
Look, I so old to young eyes.
3, I think.
One thing stands out about this holograph. Anakin quickly notices a more severe expression. Padme is aware of the difference herself. She imitates the stern look from the second picture. This doesn't necessarily mean she had been unhappy. Most likely, this is the child putting a serious face for serious business. Amidala still does the same thing today. She's just better at it, burying her feelings deep down, for they could be made to serve the Separatists. Anakin saw these as two sides of the woman he loved, the formal politician and the kind girl hidden underneath. Meanwhile, things are happening half a galaxy away. Obi-Wan Kenobi drops out of hyperspace. He managed to cross the Zareka string. This leaves him south of the Rishi Maze by about 12 parsecs. Obi-Wan leans forward in his cockpit, reaching for something. This must have been the docking release lever. He reverses the ship with a quick burst from the repulsor lifts. We don't see plumes of exhaust from retro thrusters, nor are there thrust reversers over the main ion engines. Obi-Wan flies forward through the upper gap. Right in front of him is a mysterious blue planet. He comments on this to his droid, or the audience.
There it is, R4, right where it should be.
Coming out of hyperspace above the planet is impressive. The entire system was deleted from the star map. There should be no records of the planet's orbital period. No way to predict where Kamino will be relative to its sun. For that matter, how does he know this one is Kamino? There are 13 planets in the star system. Together, they have 113 moons. In theory, Kamino could be any of them.
And worst of all, he could be any one of us.
It's not as if he can recognize it from information in the archives. Perhaps it's as simple as looking at his sensors.
I'm not picking up any cities or technology. Massive lifeform readings, though.
This is the only world with serious lifeform readings. The rest of the system has not been colonized or even explored. There will be plenty of technology as well. A lot of electricity down there. As we already mentioned, Kenobi is alone. He didn't bring a capital ship or any backup. That means he traveled 70,000 light-years in a tiny ship. Strictly speaking, this isn't a remarkable feat. Many characters have done something like this. That, in itself, is something of a problem for the setting. It's one thing to spend hours or weeks in a crowded refugee freighter. That leaves you with plenty of chances for conversation. You can get up to stretch your legs. You can go for a walk, or lie down and fall asleep. The crew can be divided into multiple shifts. All of this makes the traveling experience tolerable. None of those features are available to a small one-man fighter. Spending more than a day like this would literally be torture. Slightly more pleasant than the Iron Maiden. This problem turns up several times in Star Wars. In our timeline, the first case is Darth Vader. His TIE Advanced X-1 has a hyperdrive. We have a starfighter explicitly designed to be short-range. Then it was modified to support some level of interstellar travel. This isn't designed for any level of comfort, but it's necessary for Vader to escape. almost all its shortcomings can be forgiven. The Advanced X-1 is an experimental ship. Our next example is Luke and every other X-Wing on Hoth. The Alliance is known for its hyperspace-capable starfighters. Any fighter without a hyperdrive is too damaged to fly. The X, Y, A, and B wings have no excuse. They weren't hastily refitted, they were built for lightspeed. If they aren't suited for that purpose, that's a design flaw. This is all theoretical, because the movies don't show any difficulties. Luke travels from Hoth to Dagobah in his X-Wing. Notably, Dagobah lacks any kind of starport. There was no chance to refuel there. Luke doesn't seem very impressed with Yoda's cooking. It seems unlikely that he restocked his rations. Water is far more plausible to obtain locally. Yoda has been drinking something for all these years. The X-Wing will be stocked with some water, and also with filters. Still, we can be absolutely certain it can handle 2 trips. Hoth to Dagobah, and Dagobah to Bespin. The rest of the X-Wings from Echo Base only made 1 trip, directly from Hoth to the rendezvous point. We don't see any worlds to land on, or stations to dock with. That means the only way to leave the starfighter is capsule ships. They probably don't have enough hangar space to dock all their fighters. Pilots need to be rotated on a regular basis until they leave. You might want to do the same for those Gallifrey transports. Return of the Jedi is fairly similar. This time around, the Mon Cal cruisers have ample hangar capacity. Shuttle Tydirium leaves long before the main fleet. Wedge and Lando don't have to be ready until the last minute. We also know the fleet was waiting at Sullust.
What of the reports of the rebel fleet massing near Sullust?
That isn't particularly close, but at least it's in the right corner of the galaxy. Hours away for the convoy, rather than days. This journey might have the simplest logistics so far. There are no long starfighter journeys in Episode 1. Maul travels aboard his infiltrator, which is rather spacious. Not only does it have room to stand up, it has a lift. The same goes for every one of Naboo's chrome ships. Episodes 2 and 3 have a great deal of starfighter flight. We'll circle back to the trip Obi-Wan just finished. From here, he will travel back to the primary galaxy. This trip is much faster than going all the way to Coruscant. That is exactly how the movie started. A convoy of N1 fighters flying from Naboo. To make this worse, the N1 is stated to have limited range. 1,000 light-years is not very far at all. On the bright side, that would reduce the amount of cockpit time. Every time the journey is interrupted, you can stand up. On the other hand, the Senate barge is very fast. Using its hyperdrive, you might get there in good time, while your pilots are still mostly sane. Episode 3 is where it starts to get a bit excessive. The first long-range travel we see is Obi-Wan going to Utapau. Flying somewhere in the Actis might be even worse than the Delta 7. Returning from Utapau, he stole a fighter from the late General Grievous. That could easily have gone wrong for Kenobi. After all, this was designed for a cyborg reptile.
You lose, General Kenobi.
The inertial dampers and life support could be calibrated for him. Fortunately, Obi-Wan doesn't actually need to fly very far. The other significant flight is Anakin going to Mustafar. Again, he takes only an Actis interceptor. None of this is treated as anything out of the ordinary. Crossing the galaxy in a starfighter is something you can just do. It doesn't come with any risk to your health and sanity. You don't need to prepare for such a long journey. The starfighter will be stocked with everything you need by default. Nothing about your destination is relevant. You always have enough fuel and enough rations. Partially, this can be explained by short travel times.
She's fast enough for you, old man.
Hyperspace travel cannot possibly last for a day. No matter the destination, you'll be there within 5 to 8 hours. Starfighters all have relatively fast hyperdrives. Given that you aren't actively flying for that time, it should be okay. You can expect a pilot to be combat effective after 5 hours. This mitigates the problem, but doesn't solve it. It's still unwise to spend a long time in a starfighter cockpit. Suppose you can cross the galaxy in just a few hours, going from one end of the Hydean Way to the other. This is effectively the greatest distance you can travel. However, that doesn't set the maximum travel time. The advantage of this hyperspace lane is speed. You go a long way in a short time. Once you leave the major routes, it gets slow. Getting somewhere obscure might take several dozen jumps. You could spend a long time going down the back roads. Another way to create long travel times is to stack them. As soon as you arrive somewhere, go somewhere else. This could happen if you're chasing someone across the galaxy. Easy logistics apply to both sides. Stick a homing beacon on your enemy and chase him for weeks. Less directly, you could have a chain of quests, flying from Anuat to Biss to Calamari. Each time you arrive, you find clues and keep moving. Maybe blow up a few turrets or something. Either way, you can spend a lot of time in the cockpit. It doesn't make a big difference if you spend that time in real space. As far as we know, being exposed to hyperspace doesn't make you go mad.
What happened to your eyes?
Where we're going, we won't need eyes to see.
If it happened to you, that wasn't hyperspace's fault. Anything in your head that you can't deal with is your problem. There are no demons waiting to chew through your hull. While that is good news, it means there's no escape from your cabin fever. It's not a simple matter of spending a few hours at sublight. That makes things convenient for us, because now there's no special treatment. Your voyage is the same length, no matter which realm it's in. A week in hyperspace is the same as a week in a slimy mudhole. We can just take the supplies at face value. This probably includes supplies for both ship and pilot, though one might question the practicality of stowing them. How easily can you access your sandwiches during flight? If we look at the supply capacity, it's fairly standard. All 4 of the classic Rebellion fighters have 1 week. West End Games also tells us their cargo capacity. You can fill that with extra rations. On the A-Wing and B-Wing, this is only 40 and 45 kilos respectively. The X and Y-Wing both carry 110 kilos. This would be more for setting up camp rather than long flights. 1 week of consumables appears to be the universal standard. There are 2 exceptions to this rule. The Z-95 Headhunter has only 1 day's worth. This is acceptable because they don't have a hyperdrive. If you refit yours for Interstellar, you probably thought of this. 1 day ought to be enough for travel within the star system. After all, a fighter that size can't get deep into space on its own. You can't possibly be far from your home base. Maybe you could get lost after being part of a convoy, or the mothership could jump out of the system. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we have the Y-Wing Long Probe. This variant is designed for, well, long probing. Pilots are much more likely to be isolated, away from the logistics chain, possibly behind enemy lines. Otherwise, they might be deep into uncharted space. West End uses the longer travel times. The fast travel interpretation wouldn't need such consumables. 1 week is overly prepared. 3 would be absurd. You can always get home within a few hours. Slow travel makes it all worthwhile. Wizards of the Coast mostly inherits from West End. Their version of the Long Probe has 4 weeks. Since they cover the prequel era, we get more stats. Obi-Wan's Delta 7 has 0 consumables, except with the hyperdrive ring, when it becomes 1 week. Naboo N1 starfighters also have the standard 1 week. An outlier is the V-Wing, with only 15 hours of consumables. The ARC 170 has 5 days, and the Actus has 2. With its hyperdrive ring, the Actus goes back up to a full week. These smaller ships are similar to the TIE Fighter. West End gave the TIE series 2 days of consumables. As usual, this was carried over into the Wizards version. The Advanced X1 was upgraded to 5 days. That's about as low as you'd want to go for each starfighter. Less than a day could get quite risky. Speaking of which, the fact file and cross-sections have other ideas. They give the Delta 7 only 5 hours of air. That simply isn't practical, no matter how fast the hyperdrive is. TIE fighters and V-Wings are given several times that long. Now it's time to consider the logistics of starfighter travel. Mere mortals have to work around the problem. If you need a pilot standing by to launch, it's not just 1 pilot. At least 3 are needed, preferably more like 5. That's a lot of dead weight in your starfighter squadron. All these people eating and sleeping instead of fighting. On the bright side, it helps in an emergency. You can scramble those backup pilots when you need them. Having more ships than you need is also wise. Machines need to be repaired fairly often. Having several more pilots can reduce the burden on each one. However, that only applies to interceptor duty. Fly up, kill some dudes, and then land within a couple of hours. When you're just defending point A, everything is fine. Flying between points A and B is where the problem comes up. If travel time exists, it will always cause problems. Eventually, someone will spend too long in the cockpit. The easy way around this is the Imperial solution.
Fear
turn everything into the interceptor scenario. Fighters are only launched from bases and motherships. If you need to go somewhere, you have a capital ship. Pilots get to their fighters a few seconds before launch. Stopping for lunch is definitely against the rules. This also means your starfighters can be far cheaper to build. There's no need to include a hyperdrive in every ship. Of course, the downside with that is that you don't have FTL fighters. Once you decide to give them hyperdrives, there is no escape. They will go on long trips and suffer the consequences. You can stave off the problems with a better hyperdrive. Using a Class 3 would triple your time in hyperspace. Unfortunately, this advice is completely useless. Almost every starfighter has a Class 1 hyperdrive. Some only have Class 2, but that's still pretty good. Vader's TIE Advanced is the obvious exception. For a TIE fighter, even Class 4 is a luxury. Installing a better hyperdrive is the only real solution. Nothing else can really make a difference. You could try making the pilot seat more comfortable. That just extends the maximum safe time a little. Your pilots start going mad after 3 days instead of 2. Maybe the cockpit is absurdly spacious, with room to stand up. Surprisingly, the TIE fighter has quite a roomy cockpit. These are all rather minor changes with tiny effects. We should mention something about hyperspace. It appears to be a swirly blue tunnel of light. That looks very neat, for 2 seconds in 6 movies. Characters see things differently from the audience. Hyperspace is completely normal to them. It has no novelty.
Traveling through hyperspace dusting crops, boy.
They aren't going to spend an hour staring into hyperspace. Passengers and ship captains will turn away from the window. Wait a minute, how can you do that in a starfighter? Getting up and walking away from the bridge isn't possible. Fighter pilots need good visibility to do their jobs. As much as possible, the canopy will be transparent. That leaves the pilot exposed to the hyperspace vortex for hours at a time, with no ability to turn away.
I can't watch anymore.
Worst case scenario, you might be there for multiple weeks, just sitting in the cockpit, staring into blue nothingness. The good news is that you don't need to steer in hyperspace. You can relax the whole way until you drop into real space. On the other hand, good luck getting any sleep. Have you ever closed your eyes in direct sunlight? Eyelids are not very thick, and light can get through them. That swirling blue tunnel will be your constant companion. Like it or not, you will stare directly at it. Sometimes, it'll just be through your eyelids. This particular problem we can find solutions to. Perhaps we've already seen one: Luke's training helmet. With the blast shield down, you can't even see hyperspace. Perhaps you could install curtains in your cockpit, or set the transparisteel to not be transparent. There's very little that ship design can do to solve this, at least without fundamentally changing the nature of the ship. We're talking about a small one-man fighter. You can add a corridor, a bedroom and kitchen. By the time you've done that, 12 cubic meters have been added. That small interceptor is now much larger and heavier. That means it should be slower and more sluggish, unless you upgrade the engines and power supply, which adds even more size and weight. If we can't upgrade the ship, the only option is to upgrade the pilot. Perhaps we could remove some of the physical and mental weaknesses. Droids don't suffer from cabin fever. In theory, you could ask your pilots to become cyborgs. But that isn't popular in the Star Wars universe.
He's more machine now than man, twisted and evil.
Strictly on the biological side, you have aliens. Most races will be fairly similar to humans, but we know some are better at pod racing. Smaller pilots probably eat and breathe less. That means the air supply and rations will last for longer. Certain species are not cut out for long-range patrols. On the other hand, some have to be better suited than humans. In most cases, you won't be able to recruit enough of them. That brings us to another biological solution. Use the Force, Luke. In the movies, our main characters are Force-sensitive pilots.
Flying is for droids.
Anakin, Luke, Vader, and Obi-Wan. Jedi might be uniquely suited for long-haul flights. That fixes almost every trip in a one-man starfighter. There's just one exception: Padme flying the N1. As far as we know, Senator Amidala is not Force-sensitive. We are absolutely certain she doesn't have Jedi training. The same goes for the rest of Bravo Squadron. We can't use the Force as a blanket solution. When dealing with Jedi pilots, we have a lot more options. In the original trilogy, we didn't have Jedi pilots in the plural. The prequels are full of Jedi, with their own vehicles. Some of these have been designed for Jedi. The cross-sections for the Jedi fighters have useful notes. They mention that Obi-Wan doesn't wear a spacesuit. No good reason is provided. It doesn't give any advantage. Surviving in vacuum is not a Jedi trait. Meditation is definitely something the Jedi do. This is our best excuse for sending them off in fighters. One of the abilities from West End is perfect here. Its name is Hibernation Trance, and it's fairly simple. Obi-Wan would set up his hyperspace jumps, one to Rishi, and however many it takes to reach Kamino. In between, he goes into a hibernation trance. The RPG rules for this are fairly simple. You can define triggers to wake you up again. For the Jedi, this essentially skips all travel time. As long as you set it up correctly, it's perfectly safe. You'll wake up if something unexpected happens, but you don't need to be awake for the entire trip. No weeks of staring at the hyperspace vortex through your eyelids. This will have a very positive effect on your health and sanity. Any other pilot would be severely impaired after a long flight. The Jedi can heal while in this state. One of the other important things is consumables. The hibernation trance reduces your running costs. Air consumption goes down to 10% of normal. That 5-hour number would become 50 hours. You can go without water for up to 30 days instead of 3. If you solve those problems, food becomes the bottleneck. That would force you to wake up every 3 months. As we can see, Jedi have a profound advantage. Non-human Jedi might have even lower requirements. Lucas probably wasn't thinking about these things. He seems to prefer the faster travel times. If you can cross the galaxy in a few hours, this barely comes up. Spending that long in a cockpit is just uncomfortable. Doing that for months is legitimately dangerous. The best way to look at this is Jedi bypassing the issue. Everyone else has to plan around travel times. A Jedi just needs to be vigilant with his hydration. A New Hope established many important concepts. One of these was the limits of a TIE fighter.
It's a short-range fighter. There are any bases around here? Where did it come from?
They are specifically short-range ships. They cannot get into deep space on their own. If you see one, it must have allies of some kind.
A fighter that size couldn't get this deep into space on its own.
Must have gotten lost, been part of a convoy or something.
Perhaps a convoy, which would include support ships. Alternatively, it could have a base somewhere in the star system. Several ships would inherit these limits from the original TIE fighter. Obi-Wan is flying a Delta 7 Aether Sprite. These look very different, but fill a similar role. Extremely high performance, lightweight, but limited. This extreme focus gives an edge over the competition. As with all design choices, there is a trade-off. Better sublight performance, but there is no hyperdrive. The company who created this problem was willing to sell the solution. In this case, with an external hyperdrive module. We'll cover the Delta 7 itself in the not-too-distant future. That fighter was created by Kuat Systems Engineering. To build the hyperdrive, KSE brought in another company. The ring was outsourced to Transgal-Meg Industries. Not exactly one of the most familiar names in the galaxy. Most people probably know them from these rings. However, the company dates back to at least Dark Empire. They built the Zeitiar-class hyperspace marauder. Transgal-Meg has a focus on colonization, mostly mining and agricultural products. The basic principle of the ring is very simple. It has a hole in the middle, as well as some docking clamps. You fly the Delta 7 into the ring and dock with it. Now your ultralight ship has a hyperdrive. It also has a lot more weight than it was designed for. Make sure you ditch the booster ring before getting into combat. If we go into more detail, we find a great many questions. What, precisely, does the ring do? Looking at the movie itself, there's no indication that the ring part matters. You could just clip the top and bottom halves off and have a flat module. That would make the Delta 7 look a bit like a pod racer. Perhaps the ring is there to brace the boosters. The bits that are clearly functional are 2 cylinders on the sides. Each one probably weighs as much as the Delta 7. At the front, they look almost like X-Wing engines. Perhaps these are also electromagnetic gyros. What's really surprising is the glow coming from the ring. Those two engines start out with a blue glow at the back. When the Delta 7 disconnects, they turn orange. Then they quickly fade out as the ring lists forward. It's almost like these are ion engines, but that wouldn't make sense. Ion engines are sublight engines. Perhaps these exist to offset the weight of the ring. That way your fighter still gets decent performance while docked. We could also say these are thermal exhaust ports. Running the hyperdrive produces a lot of waste heat. You can't get rid of it while in hyperspace. That would explain why we see them change color and shut down. A longer journey would stay in the blue phase for longer. However, this would be a very unusual feature, something we don't see on other ships of similar size. The simplest answer is to just call them ion engines. Cross-sections for the Delta 7 don't tell us very much. All we know is that the model is Silure 31. The next version of this is the Silure 45. This one has a drawing in the Episode 3 cross-sections. The main distinguishing feature is the extra pods. Most examples from that movie have 6 engine pods instead of 2. According to this drawing, extra pods are optional. It tells us they have reactors and ion engines. Obviously, the hyperdrive ring includes a hyperdrive. The cross-sections label says Hyperdrive Motivator. This is actually a distinct component from the hyperdrive. You need both a hyperdrive generator and hyperdrive motivator. The generator is the part that would normally be called hyperdrive. It's a similar distinction to one we see with deflector shields. They have a shield generator and shield projector. Motivator is also a term we see in droids.
This R2 unit has a bad motivator, look!
It's never been clear what any version of it means. For droids, it is possible it's part of the brain. An R5 with a blown motivator can work, but doesn't want to. It would be more reasonable to assume it's part of the power supply. Electric components already have names, though. If a motivator was a capacitor or transformer, why not call it that? Droid motivators could be part of a pneumatic or hydraulic system. For the hyperdrive ring, all we need to know is that it has motivators. The hyperdrive works, so it must have all the necessary components. To go any deeper than that, we need to understand the hyperdrive. We do not understand the hyperdrive.
That'll complicate things.
Even characters in Star Wars rarely understand it. Half the plot of a movie might involve fixing a hyperdrive, but we won't get a list of parts needed. There will be no technical diagrams, and some kid certainly won't invent a better hyperdrive. The Silure 45 tries to explain its hyperdrive. Predictably, this does more harm than good for the setting. First of all, it explains why the ring part of the ring exists. Apparently, dense hypermatter spins through the ring. This isn't completely out of nowhere. Hypermatter had already been mentioned. The Death Star was said to use a hypermatter reactor. It's not clear if hypermatter is the fuel or not. In the case of the ring, it serves as ballast. This idea does come out of nowhere. Ballast is not a term we associate with hyperdrives. Our understanding of the mechanism doesn't support this. Why would it help to have a heavier ship in hyperspace? We normally assume that extra weight is not a good thing. All else being equal, a heavy ship flies slower, unless all of that weight is necessary for better engines. Adding 50 tons of hyperdrive might be useful. 50 tons of ballast seems like a bad idea. It gets worse as the text goes on. We see a mention of shields protecting against collisions. That's true in sublight, but it seems strange for hyperspace, or hyperspeed as the text calls it.
Prepare ship for ludicrous speed!
Give me that, you petty excuse for an officer!
The term hyperspeed implies traveling very fast in real space. It's almost as if this description was written for Star Trek. They certainly have the navigational deflector. That universe also includes FTL travel without involving hyperspace. They just go very fast inside a warp bubble. Another detail makes more sense in the light of Star Trek. Stasis fields slow the passage of onboard time, implying that without this, you aged years while traveling light years. Star Trek uses the term warp for its FTL system. This is an abbreviation of its original name.
Our destination is the Talos star group. Our time warp, factor 7.
The warp drive used to be called Time Warp.
It's just a jump to the left.
Star Trek moved away from this name back in the 60s. Invoking time travel is extremely dangerous. It should be avoided if at all possible.
Either way, we're running out of time.
Otherwise, Obi-Wan could have trained Luke in seconds. Before Vader could get his helmet installed, Luke would be a knight.
You failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi.
before my father.
What?
All things considered, it would be best to ignore this. The text here causes far too many problems to be canon. One interesting label mentions multiple Jedi starfighters. That's a neat detail. It makes a lot of sense. If the Jedi have several starfighter modules, they would want this. Having one set of rings to fit all of them is more convenient. Which brings us to ring logistics. There doesn't appear to be any way to carry a second ring. Suppose you land on a planet and do your mission. When you get back to orbit, the booster ring is gone, perhaps destroyed, or maybe stolen.
Emergency code 913. I have no contact on any frequency.
Either way, the pilot is now stranded. It's impossible to solve this by sending another fighter. You still end with one missing hyperdrive. This scenario would require a much larger ship to resolve, one with a docking bay, or at least ring storage. This is the vulnerability of an external hyperdrive. After the Clone Wars begin, that gets more important. Luckily, there are now acclimators to carry large objects. You can call one in to rescue the stranded Jedi, or bring a replacement ring. The same applies when the Venator class appears. We also know that rings may be stationed in orbit. This happens above Coruscant, but where else? It only makes sense if you have a significant Jedi presence. All through the core worlds, perhaps, but not the Outer Rim. Obi-Wan is busy scanning the planet from orbit. He will very quickly discover two things about Kamino. First, that it's perpetually overcast. Underneath the cloud layer, there is nothing but ocean. After a little while, Kenobi will discover civilization, a set of metallic structures in the middle of the sea, life readings above the surface of the water.
I'm making up cities or technology, massive life form readings.
Some rather powerful fusion reactors. With a bit of luck, he might find what the reactors are driving, a network of turbo laser turrets pointing in his direction. Luckily, Kamino is known for appreciating good manners.
Depends on what, Dex?
On how good your manners are. How big your manners are.
Before opening fire, they hail the interloper. "What do you think you're doing here?" they ask politely. In response, Obi-Wan turns on his signal beacon. This must be an active device, broadcasting a burst of data. The other identification systems are always on, a signature encoded into the engine exhaust. This active beacon is more like a subspace radio. "Please don't shoot, I'm a Jedi on official business." Something formal and diplomatic like that. The response from the surface is quick and efficient. Obi-Wan is cleared for landing in Tipoca City. Putting the turbo laser turrets back into standby is not mentioned. With landing coordinates in hand, Kenobi heads for the equator. Lightning is clearly visible from orbit. The tiny starfighter drops down through the cloud layers. Even in daylight, the surface is a gloomy grayish blue. Endless clouds and endless ocean meet at the horizon. Torrential rain fills the atmosphere. In the distance, Obi-Wan can see glittering lights. Tipoca City, home of some answers. But that is a story for another day. It's not that we want to stop here, you understand. We're running up against the limits of the medium. That's why we've designated this video as Reel 1. There's only so much film you can store in one container. Reel 2 will be available as soon as it's ready. This part of the movie has been a lot of fun to explore. We learnt a great many things along the way. Next reel, though, that should be even more exciting. We shall visit a planet with too much water, and two with too little. There will be several interesting ships and weapons to examine. Perhaps we'll even see those famous clones. Most importantly, we can solve the central mystery. Who was that bounty hunter, and who paid him? To everyone who got this far in, thank you. No matter what year it is, we appreciate you being here. There are two ways to support us. Become a patron at patreon.com/thebreadcircus, or become a YouTube member by clicking the join button. Alternatively, subscribe, like, and comment. Only the former options guarantee that your name lives on in history. Everything else is embarrassing YouTube-y stuff. Aquamoon, Badger, Cyrus Alagos were enslaved on Kashyyyk to help build the Death Star. Das Lol Tractor, David Perek, Fenian Quinn are currently embroiled in a senatorial corruption scandal. Friendly Spurg, Hazard, Johannes Fischer opened the windows in their underwater village. John Back, Jonah, Junyan had their land speeders stolen by Jawas. King Quick 38, Krillic, LBA E. Ross have midichlorian counts off the other end of the chart. Liam Willicky, Lightning, Mantising were released from an Ewok net trap for not looking tasty enough. Mountain Eagle, Remnant Cult, Samuel Tartini have been caught holding their sabers backwards. Stevie 23, Yorny Bravo forgot to feed their pet rancors.
What, you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that? I'm a Toydarian. My tricks don't work on me. Only money. No money, no parts, no deal.
Next time, try not to lose it.
Yes, Master.
This weapon is your life.